The monarch of the Western underworld, Deathwing, has returned from retirement, only to be unexpectedly pursued by his fiancée's younger sister. Chapter 1. Earning a living with my body. Liu Residence. This is the notorious residence of the Liu family, affiliated with the infamous pharmaceutical company, Dihao Group, in Zhonghai. At the entrance of this sprawling villa, exceeding 1,000 square meters, Qin Feng stood outside the fence. Suddenly his phone rang. "Hello, old man, if you have something to say, just say it." "Is that any way to speak to your master? Shouldn't you show some respect for your elders?" "Spare me the lectures, you must have called for a reason." "What is it?" "You've retired, have you considered returning to Zhonghai?" "Are you talking about the marriage arrangement?" Qin Feng replied, "Don't worry, he'll cancel it right away." "Don't you dare! You're not allowed to cancel that engagement." The old man shouted angrily. "It's an agreement between me and an old friend. Listen carefully, if you dare to back out, I will no longer recognize you as my disciple." "Fine by me," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. "That title of disciple doesn't amount to much. I still have to pay for my meals, and there are no discounts when shopping. My dear disciple, listen to me. The other party is an extraordinary beauty, the daughter of Dihao Group, with a prestigious family background, stunning looks, and an enviable figure. If I weren't so old, I would have considered pursuing her myself," the old man diligently advised. "If you avoid such a golden opportunity, you're a fool. Think it over. I've thought it through clearly. Goodbye, rebellious disciple." Before the old man could finish, Qin Feng hung up and switched off his phone to prevent any further calls. It had been 5 years since he left Zhonghai at 18. In the first 3 years, he earned a formidable reputation in the European underworld under the alias Deathwing. In the following 2 years, he served in the military and became a special forces champion. Now, for various reasons, he had honorably retired and returned to Huaxia, Zhonghai. "It's time to go in," Qin Feng murmured to himself, preparing to knock on the door. At that moment, a bright voice rang out. "What are you doing standing there, you fool?" Turning around, he was greeted by a young girl, and Qin Feng's eyes immediately brightened. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18, with clean short hair, wearing a white t-shirt and ultra-short denim shorts, her fair thighs on display, radiating youthful exuberance that could captivate many young men and older gentlemen alike. The only slight imperfection might be her modest chest, likely due to her young age. "What are you staring at?" the girl scolded. Qin Feng smiled slightly, just enjoying the view. The girl retorted, "What view? You're clearly looking at me, and too shy to admit it." Qin Feng replied, "All right, I admit it. I'm admiring the most beautiful scenery." The girl, "Please," said, "that's more like it. You must be the one sure Fei found for me. What are you waiting for? Let's go." It was evident that the girl was quite self-absorbed, but she had the charm to back it up. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. "Where are we going?" "Racing, of course." Liu Ruoli rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. "Can't you see my car is all ready?" Turning his head, Qin Feng saw a striking red sports car parked nearby, boasting an exaggerated aerodynamic design, fierce headlights, and classic gull-wing doors, undeniably eye-catching. A Ferrari F430. This model was typically seen in yellow or blue in the country, making the red variant a rare sight, which astonished Qin Feng. But at that moment, Liu Ruoli had already taken his hand and pulled him into the car. "Buckle up," Liu Ruoli instructed. Qin Feng hurriedly fastened his seatbelt. "You're driving? Coward." Liu Ruoli spat, then started the engine. Roar! The Ferrari roared like a beast, its engine growling as it sped onto the street. In the world of Initial D, Takumi Fujiwara's father was the drift king of Akina Mountain, and thanks to this manga and movie, Akina Mountain gained worldwide fame. Coincidentally, Zhonghai had a place with the same name, featuring a maddening mountain circuit that had been transformed into a paradise for underground racers, influenced by the film. As Qin Feng was brought to the foot of Akina Mountain by Liu Ruoli, his mind was still in a daze, unsure of what was happening. A considerable number of flamboyantly dressed men and women had gathered at the base, including several black individuals. Surrounding them were 20 or 30 cars, most of them sports cars, with even the least impressive being modified Ford Mustangs. A bald, muscular man approached the Ferrari F430, slapping the door. "Hey, little girl, you made it." Liu Ruoli coldly glared at him. "I'm here, where are your people?" The bald man gestured behind him with his thumb. "They're all back there." A group of shirtless men erupted in a chorus of jeers, their presence overwhelming. Liu Ruoli frowned. "We agreed on a best-of if." The bald man glanced at Qin Feng and said, "Is this your backup? Doesn't look impressive. He's so pale, little girl. You're definitely going to lose this time. Don't mistake my makeup for weakness." Qin Feng interjected, displeased. He shot a disdainful look at the bald man. "Fool, just because you're ugly doesn't mean you have to be ignorant." Fuming, the bald man growled, "You little punk, say that again and see what happens." "Enough." Lou Ruoli stepped in front of Qin Feng. "We'll just race along the mountain road. 3 laps. First to win 2 is the victor." The bald man glared at Qin Feng, then grinned, revealing 2 large gold teeth. "If you lose, you'll have to join young Master Zhong for dinner. If we lose, your name will be in the Akina Hall of Fame. Deal?" Lou Ruoli was already eager to compete. The first race was against a Porsche 911, with the 2 cars lined up at the starting line. Before the race began, the driver of the Porsche, sporting a non-mainstream hairstyle and adorned with several ear piercings, whistled incessantly at Lou Ruoli. Lou Ruoli grimaced in disgust, pretending not to notice. "Are you racing? Who are these people?" Qin Feng asked, bewildered. Lou Ruoli replied irritably, "What do you think? Am I here for a leisurely drive?" She felt somewhat dissatisfied. Shurfei had promised her a professional racer, but this seemed unreliable. The bald man stood at the front, and as the starting pistol fired, he shouted, "Go!" Virum! The roar of 2 engines filled the air as the Ferrari and Porsche surged forward. The non-mainstream driver clearly had superior skills, taking an early lead of several meters, even cutting in front of Lou Ruoli multiple times, nearly forcing her car off the track. This blatant provocation infuriated Lou Ruoli, prompting her to slam on the gas. Female drivers are notoriously reckless, and with the wind howling around them, Qin Feng had to grip his seatbelt tightly. 20 minutes later, as they descended the mountain road, the Porsche crossed the finish line far ahead. Lou Ruoli emerged from the car, her face dark with dissatisfaction. "You lost," the non-mainstream driver taunted, grinning smugly. The bald man approached the car. "There are still 2 laps left. Will you handle it yourself? Or do you want your pretty boy here to take over? If you call him pretty boy one more time, he'll tear your mouth apart," Qin Feng snapped, suddenly angered. "Though I'm quite handsome, I'm still here to earn a living." The bald man was furious. This kid was too arrogant. However, considering young Master Zhong's reputation, he held back his fury. "Miss Lou, who is this guy? Are you really trusting him? He's the runner-up from the underground circuit in Shansheng." Lou Ruoli replied coolly, looking at the bald man. "You're destined to lose." "Funny." The non-mainstream driver exchanged glances with the bald man, then burst into laughter. "I'm the champion of the underground circuit in Shansheng. How come I've never seen this guy before?" "What?" Lou Ruoli's face paled. It turned out this non-mainstream driver was also their backup and the champion. In fact, she had initiated this race to rid herself of the bothersome young Master Zhong. She had thought with Qin Feng's presence, victory was assured, but now she felt uncertain. "You little punk, it's your turn to race." The non-mainstream driver sneered. "Of course, you can always surrender." Qin Feng scoffed. "Surrender? That word doesn't exist in my vocabulary. On a trivial mountain road like this, I could win with one hand behind my back." The non-mainstream driver seethed. "You're full of hot air." Qin Feng grinned. "Don't say I didn't warn you. Get ready to cry." Unable to counter Qin Feng's bravado, the non-mainstream driver drove his Porsche straight to the starting line, casting a challenging glance at Qin Feng, as if to say, "Let's see if you can back up your words." Qin Feng chuckled, driving over as well, then raised his middle finger at him, becoming even more audacious. Before the race even began, the atmosphere grew tense as the surrounding crowd of men and women erupted in cheers. The bald man once again stood at the front, glancing at the non-mainstream driver, then coldly at Qin Feng, before raising the starting pistol and shouting, "Go!" 2 racing cars roared forth, trailing long plumes of exhaust, akin to ferocious beasts unleashed into the wild. At that moment, Lou Ruoli's phone began to ring. To her surprise, it was a call from Shurfei. Lou Ruoli fumed. What kind of person had this fellow found for her? A driver so timid behind the wheel, and he still dared to call? How could a runner-up ever hope to surpass a champion? Just as she was about to confront him, Shurfei spoke first. "Miss Lou, where are you? The person I arranged has arrived at your building, yet I do not see you." "What?" Lou Ruoli was taken aback. "It's the race car driver. He has called several times asking about you." "What is going on?" Before Shurfei could finish his sentence, Lou Ruoli abruptly ended the call and turned her gaze sharply towards the mountain road. "Is this fellow not a race car driver? Who then is he?" In that instant, her already pale complexion grew even more ashen. It was certain she was destined to lose. Chapter 2. Reversed Expectations. On the mountain path, the non-mainstream player initially assumed that Qin Feng, if not a novice, was merely a low-tier player skilled at handling cars. However, to his astonishment, halfway up the mountain, Qin Feng had already taken a significant lead. "How dull. I overestimated that kid." The non-mainstream player sighed lightly, embodying a sense of lonely pride that one feels at great heights. Yet, his smile quickly froze, for in the rearview mirror, he spotted Qin Feng's car charging towards him. In an instant, it accelerated as if it had reached a state of explosive power. Startled, the non-mainstream player attempted to speed up as well. But Qin Feng had already zoomed past him, flashing a cheeky grin as he did so. Non-mainstream, your time is up. Whether you catch a glimpse of my car's rear depends entirely on your effort. At least over 230 miles per hour. The non-mainstream player initially intended to retort, but upon realizing Qin Feng's speed, he could not suppress the tremor in his heart. This kid is reckless. This is a winding mountain road, and below is a sheer cliff. His concerns were unnecessary, as he was simply too intimidated to push himself like Qin Feng had. In his days, Qin Feng had already left him far behind, the rear of his car almost out of sight. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, the non-mainstream player decided to give it his all. 16 minutes later, at the starting line, as a distant sports car roared in, it stirred up a storm of excitement. The bald man smiled and remarked, "This guy has truly improved, finishing 2 minutes earlier than the last lap. He could compete in San Francisco." The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers, but amidst the cacophony, Lou Ruoli's expression darkened. However, the cheers abruptly halted, as they soon realized the approaching car was not a Porsche, but a flash of red, a Ferrari F430. It was Qin Feng. The Ferrari executed a graceful drift near the finish line and came to a steady stop. As Qin Feng emerged, tousling his hair, he waved to the crowd, saying, "Oh, why is everyone so enthusiastic? I feel a bit shy." The crowd fell silent, staring at him in disbelief. The bald man narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Impossible." Lou Ruoli, after a brief moment of shock, burst with excitement, dashing towards Qin Feng and enveloping him in a tight embrace. Qin Feng, unabashed, wrapped his arms around her slim waist and playfully patted her rear, saying, "Aren't we supposed to maintain some distance between genders? What are you doing? I'm quite traditional." "You were amazing," Lou Ruoli exclaimed, her spirits soaring from despair to ecstasy, as if she had risen from hell to heaven in an instant. Unable to contain herself, she planted a kiss on Qin Feng's cheek, only to feel a rush of embarrassment and leap away, her face flushed. This act delighted Qin Feng, but drew the ire of the surrounding men. A minute later, the non-mainstream player's Porsche arrived, his face a mask of defeat and frustration. "I lost." The bald man scowled. "There's still another lap. No need to compete." The non-mainstream player shook his head, casting a deep gaze at Qin Feng. "Even if we raced 10 more times, I would still lose." The bald man, sensing the weight of the situation, urged, "You were just careless. If we go again, you'll surely succeed." "His skill and mindset surpass mine. I am ashamed," the non-mainstream player admitted, despite his reluctance. The bald man, determined, scanned the crowd and declared, "Who else is willing to face him?" The underground racers fell silent, having witnessed the prowess of their once celebrated champion. If he could not best Qin Feng, what hope did they have? At that moment, their gazes toward Qin Feng were filled with shock and reverence. This unkempt man was unexpectedly formidable. "Not competing, huh?" Lou Ruoli chuckled. "Bald man, can we declare my victory now?" The bald man remained silent, suddenly stamping his foot. Moments later, several burly men approached. Lou Ruoli felt a wave of anxiety. "What are you doing?" "Miss Lou, this is a command from young Master Zhong. We will face serious consequences if we fail to comply," the bald man stated sternly. "You are to accompany young Master Zhong for dinner tonight." Lou Ruoli's expression shifted dramatically. "You're going back on your word. Let's consider it a mutual breach." The bald man sneered. "Take Miss Lou away. Deliver her to young Master Zhong shortly." As the group of burly men advanced, Lou Ruoli comprehended the grim reality. Today's outcome, whether victory or defeat, led to the same fate. She retreated repeatedly until there was no escape left, and her slender frame was no match for the muscular men. "You are shameless." In despair and regret for participating in the race, she cried, "Do you treat me like air?" Just as one of the burly men reached for her, Qin Feng's voice rang out. "Stay out of this. You should leave." Lou Ruoli insisted, realizing she had chosen the wrong ally. With her current predicament, she didn't wish to drag Qin Feng into trouble, which would weigh heavily on her conscience. "Walk away." The bald man approached Qin Feng, coldly remarking, "You spoke disrespectfully earlier. I'll settle that with you shortly. Let us not delay. Let us settle it now." Qin Feng smiled, suddenly extending his arm. Thud. No one saw his movement, yet his fist had already struck the bald man's face. 2 seconds later, the bald man trembled and collapsed, face first into the ground, creating a cloud of dust. "You dare strike our boss?" The burly men turned, glaring at Qin Feng with fury. "Are you jealous?" Qin Feng chuckled. "Don't worry, you won't be left out." Seeking death, the burly men roared, charging at Qin Feng. Yet, 5 minutes later, silence enveloped the scene. 8 or 9 men lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain, while Qin Feng dusted himself off, wearing a faint, enigmatic smile. Those remaining stepped back, eyes wide with fear, unable to comprehend how so many had fallen so swiftly. If those rascals knew that my first battle upon returning home was against such thugs, they would surely find it laughable. Qin Feng shook his head, pulling the dazed Lu Ruoli to her feet, grunting, "Let us go." They climbed into the Ferrari, and as Qin Feng revved the engine and pressed the accelerator, they sped away from Mount Akina. During this time, no one dared to stop them. Inside the car, the wind whipped past the sides of the Y. Qin Feng hastily pressed the brakes and turned to gaze at Lu Ruoli. Are the girls in the country this liberated now? Qin Feng held no objection to one-night stands. In fact, during his previous missions abroad, he had encountered his share of romantic entanglements. He scrutinized Lu Ruoli once more. Not bad, not bad, although her body had yet to fully mature. She was certainly developing into a goddess-like figure. While Qin Feng was not particularly fond of youthful girls, he felt it worth attempting. A wicked smile crept across his lips as he said, "Are you certain?" Lu Ruoli felt a bit flustered under Qin Feng's aggressive gaze. Yet she puffed out her petite chest and replied, "What? Are you scared?" "Scared?" Qin Feng chuckled lightly before pressing the accelerator and steering towards a nearby budget hotel. An hour later, at the hotel, the air was still thick with lingering sensuality. Propping himself up, Qin Feng looked at the scattered petals on the sheets and the flushed face of Lu Ruoli, who appeared pained. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was your first time." "It's fine." Though she felt discomfort below, Lu Ruoli bravely replied, "I chose this." "That's not what I meant." Qin Feng shook his head. "I should have been gentler. But I like it wild," Lu Ruoli stated. "This girl truly matched my preferences," Qin Feng mused with a smile, casting her a glance before preparing to smoke. Wrapped in a towel, Lu Ruoli walked towards the bathroom, suddenly stopping midway. "By the way, I still don't know your name." "I'm Lu Ruoli." "Lu Ruoli?" Qin Feng seemed to recall something and abruptly looked up at her, his voice dropping as he asked, "Do you have an older sister named Lu Ruoli?" "You know my sister?" Lu Ruoli was taken aback, then pouted her alluring lips, saying, "Yes, she's the goddess of Zhonghai, known by all. But I'm still young. In a few years, I won't be any less than her." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng could no longer steady the cigarette in his hand, letting it fall onto the bed. Lu Ruoli was precisely the betrothed introduced to him by his father. Chapter 3. What are your strengths? What he thought would be an ordinary one-night stand turned out to involve a novice. And not just any novice. This one was the younger sister of his unseen fiancée, his sister-in-law. The thought of seducing a sister-in-law is a dream for many men. Yet Qin Feng found himself unable to feel joy, his expression instead tinged with bitterness. He had intended to break off the engagement with the Lu family. How could he now? What was he to do? After Lu Ruoli finished her shower, she noticed Qin Feng sitting on the bed in a daze and asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Feng forced a bitter smile and replied, "Nothing." "Are you worried that I'm too young?" Lu Ruoli leaned on the bed, pouting, "Or do you not like virgins?" "I mean, I'm almost 18 and still a virgin. I find it embarrassing." Qin Feng was taken aback. What kind of mindset was this? Feeling embarrassed about being a virgin? This was not a place to linger. He quickly fabricated a lie and prepared to leave, but Lu Ruoli held him back, insisting on getting a fake phone number before he could finally escape. As night fell, Qin Feng checked into a room, indulging in a deep sleep to replenish his energy. The next morning, his first order of business was exercise. After a brief warm-up, he placed his thumb on the floor, astonishingly balancing his entire body upright, with all his weight and center of gravity resting on that thumb. This method promotes blood circulation and maintains muscle elasticity. Most people would last only a few minutes. But Qin Feng stubbornly persisted for half an hour. With a sigh, he finally came down from his handstand. This was a practice taught to him by his deceased master, a routine he had followed for several years. Damn that old man. He never mentioned that Lu Ruoli had a sister. Walking down the street, Qin Feng felt irked and decided to call. "Rebellious disciple, you still have the presence of mind to call me? I need to ask you something. The Lu Ruoli you arranged for me, does she have a sister?" "I don't know." "Why do you ask? Could it be that you have something going on with her sister?" "Not before, but now I do." "You little rascal, impressive. No wonder you're my disciple." The old man chuckled, pleased rather than angry. "You've got my old flair. In my day, I was quite the charmer." "Oh. But a true hero doesn't boast of past glories. You've already gotten close to your sister-in-law. When are you going to propose?" "Old man, go to hell. You ungrateful little rascal." Qin Feng rolled his eyes, ignoring the old man's nonsensical chatter, and hung up. At 8 o'clock sharp, at the Dihao Group building, Qin Feng gazed at the towering structure, reminding himself that this entire office belonged to the Lu family. He couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. What a wealthy family. But alas, Brother Feng was already bound to another. Just as he prepared to enter, a white Maserati drove up, and a tall beauty emerged. She was exquisite. The woman appeared to be around 23 or 24, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, clad in a charcoal gray professional suit, nude stockings, and black high heels, walking with grace. If her figure could score a 9, her face was a perfect 10. Almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, and ruby lips with pearly teeth. Especially the icy demeanor she exuded. When she removed her sunglasses, the disdain in her beautiful eyes was enough to make timid men feel inferior. Yet it ignited a strong desire for conquest in a man like Qin Feng. Such a breathtaking beauty at Dihao Group. Qin Feng smacked his lips and proceeded towards the entrance. However, just as he reached the door, the security guard stopped him. What do you want? The security captain, Zhang Kehua, had already noticed Qin Feng's shifty demeanor and now looked at him with disdain. Qin Feng chuckled. It had been a long time since he returned to Zhonghai. Yet even a security guard was so arrogant. Little did he know that his current appearance was hardly impressive. I'm here to see someone. Who? The guard coldly replied. You're here to apply for the bodyguard position, right? Let me tell you, you've been eliminated. What bodyguard? Qin Feng was taken aback and retorted. Even if I were an applicant, you have no right to decide that. Let your superior speak with me. Our second miss has stated that bodyguards are not allowed in. The guard said. Can't you understand? Move along. As he spoke about applying for the bodyguard position, the woman who had just walked by stopped and turned around. Ms. Liu, Zhang Kehua stammered. The woman looked at Qin Feng and asked, I am her supervisor. If you're here for the bodyguard position, what qualifications do you have? Without thinking, Qin Feng blurted out, I'm 18 centimeters. Before I lose my temper, get lost. The woman's pretty face turned cold as she walked into the elevator. I was serious. I really meant 18 centimeters. Qin Feng shouted after her. Zhang Kehua wiped the sweat from his forehead. This guy had some nerve to flirt with their stunning female president. In Zhonghai, who didn't know of her reputation, her suitors could line up from the company's entrance to the highway, including various social elites and wealthy second-generation heirs. Yet she remained indifferent to all men, which was why she was still single. With the president's command, Zhang Kehua quickly waved his hand impatiently, saying, Stop bothering us. Go cool off somewhere. I want to see your chairman. After being humiliated in front of the beautiful woman, Qin Feng felt a bit disgruntled. Zhang Kehua laughed. Kid, do you think you can just meet our chairman on a whim? What do you think this place is? I'll have him come down to meet me right now. Qin Feng asserted. Stop bragging. Last time the vice mayor visited our company, the chairman didn't even come down. What makes you think he would personally meet with you? Some small fry? Qin Feng ignored him, walked aside, and then dialed a phone number. Hello, a deep, magnetic voice resonated from the other end. Qin Feng stated, Is this Chairman Lu Qian? I was summoned by the old man. I'm at the entrance of Dihao. My surname is Qin. Qin. There was a brief pause on the line, and suddenly the voice escalated in intensity. You're from Leia's circle? Yes. I'll be right down. Lu Qian's tone was urgent. After hanging up, Qin Feng stood at the entrance awaiting, casting a provocative glance at Zhang Kehua, stating, The consequences are yours to bear. Zhang Kehua was incensed by Qin Feng's gaze, retorting, You think I'll believe you just because you made a call? You little brat, if the chairman comes down, I'll call you daddy right now. Before he could finish, Zhang Kehua's voice abruptly ceased. For at that moment, a figure rushed out from the company gate. It was none other than their chairman, Lu Qian. Mr. Qin, right? Lu Qian, clearly having hurried down, wiped the sweat from his brow. That's me, Qin Feng replied. Lu Qian promptly gestured, please. Under Lu Qian's solemn welcome, Qin Feng approached the astonished Zhang Kehua, offering a faint smile, remember how to address me next time. As he watched the two enter the company, Zhang Kehua was left in a state of shock, muttering, Has the world gone mad? In the chairman's office, Lu Qian began, Mr. Qin, Lei has mentioned you. You were visiting us recently. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Qian added. However, I wasn't aware it was today, so I have no preparations. No need for any preparations. I'm quite easygoing, Qin Feng replied, observing Lu Qian. He was a dignified middle-aged man with a square face, small eyes, and a well-groomed mustache, exuding vitality and handsomeness. As the largest biotechnology company in Zhonghai, Lu Qian's Dihao Group had assets substantial enough to secure a place among the world's top 500. While Qin Feng assessed Lu Qian, the latter was equally scrutinizing him, seemingly pleased, as he smacked his lips before finally saying, How is Elder Lei? Qin Feng thought of the old man, who was filled with grievances, but maintained a smile. He recalled their last meeting nearly a decade ago. Lu Qian sighed and continued, Mr. Qin, you've come regarding the marriage contract, haven't you? My daughter, Lu Ruoi, is in the company. Would you like me to have her come over so you can meet and choose an auspicious date for the wedding? By the way, did you bring the token? I would like to see it. Qin Feng was aware of his own merits, but he felt Lu Qian was a bit too eager. He shook his head and said, "Uncle Lu, to be honest, I'm here to annul the engagement." "What?" Lu Qian was taken aback, then hastily exclaimed, "Do you realize my daughter is the most beautiful woman in Jiangxing's business world? Her looks and figure surpass even those of popular stars. I can assure you, upon meeting her, you will surely be smitten." Qin Feng was taken aback. It was indeed audacious for a father to describe his daughter in such a manner. Nevertheless, he replied, "I've already met Lu Ruoyi downstairs, and she is indeed impressive. However, I feel unworthy." "What do you mean, unworthy?" Lu Qian retorted. "I have no sons. After your marriage, wouldn't my vast estate be prepared for you?" Qin Feng was starting to sweat again. "Uncle Lu, it's not that I don't value these things. I simply prefer a marriage built on emotional foundation. That's even easier." Lu Qian waved his hand grandly. "Let Ruoyi spend some time with you. You'll surely get along well. Besides, I met her mother through arranged matchmaking, and we've been happily married for decades. Mr. Qin, consider this. With my daughter's qualities, suitors have been flooding our doorstep, yet I have not agreed to anyone, specifically waiting for you." This father-in-law was indeed formidable and rather appealing to Qin Feng. However, he still could not acquiesce. Just as Qin Feng was about to refuse again, the door swung open, revealing Lu Ruoyi entering. With an aura of an ice queen, she strode in without knocking. Upon seeing Qin Feng seated on the sofa, her expression soured. "What are you doing here?" Lu Ruoyi was displeased, recalling Qin Feng's previous brashness. How could such a shameless scoundrel appear in her boss's office? Lu Qian was taken aback, asking, "Do you know each other?" "We don't know each other." Lu Ruoyi shot Qin Feng a frosty glance before turning to Lu Qian. "Chairman, we've interrogated those troublemakers. They were sent by Dongyang Group, aiming to steal our biotechnology project." Qin Feng managed a wry smile, realizing Lu Ruoyi was the woman he had encountered downstairs. Their first meeting had been quite unpleasant. Lu Qian narrowed his eyes, muttering, "Those scoundrels from Dongyang Group. We'll discuss this later. First, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Qin." Qin Feng rose, saying, "Hello. I have matters to attend to." Lu Ruoyi interrupted rudely. "Chairman, I merely wanted to report. I'm leaving now. Also, I advise against hiring such individuals." "Ruoyi." Lu Qian's tone darkened. Lu Ruoyi replied coolly, "In this company, I prefer to be addressed as General Lu. Thank you." After stating this, she indeed turned and exited the office. Qin Feng felt rather awkward. This young woman had a strong personality. Ahem. Lu Qian cleared his throat, addressing Qin Feng. "Please excuse her. She is merely a bit shy upon seeing someone as remarkable as you." Lu Qian's fabrication was delivered with a straight face, embodying the true essence of a shrewd businessman. Qin Feng shook his head, and just then, the door opened again, revealing a lively figure who exclaimed, "Dad, I heard you found me a bodyguard. I don't want one. You need to cancel it. What are you doing here?" Lu Qian's expression darkened as he glared at the girl. "We'll discuss the bodyguard later. I'm currently meeting an important guest. Hurry back to school." However, when the girl entered and locked eyes with Qin Feng, both were taken aback. The newcomer was Lu Ruoyi. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. The reason he hadn't gone to the Lu residence to annul the engagement was to avoid encountering Lu Ruoyi, yet here they were. "Dad, I'm so surprised." Lu Ruoyi exclaimed, her excitement causing her to tremble, her charming face glowing with delight. Lu Qian was puzzled, asking, "What are you surprised about?" "This must be the bodyguard you found for me." Lu Ruoyi approached Qin Feng, nearly ready to leap into his arms if Lu Qian weren't present. "I want him." Qin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. He had thought of himself as a wolf, but now realized, compared to Lu Ruoyi, he was but a docile lamb. The girl's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Nonsense." Lu Qian's face hardened. "What bodyguard? This is your sister." Before Lu Qian could finish, Qin Feng quickly interjected. Standing up with a smile, "I'm your new bodyguard. It's a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 4, What is Arrogance? "Aren't you going to school?" "Brother Feng, let us go to the amusement park. Isn't there a heavy study load? I want to ride the Ferris wheel. Will you accompany me?" "How are your math grades?" "I've always struggled with math. I often get cheated when buying groceries, so you must work extra hard." "I want ice cream. Let us go to the beach and enjoy some ice cream while feeling the sea breeze." Sitting in Lu Ruoli's sports car, Qin Feng engaged in light banter with her. Although she dominated most of the conversation while he merely responded with casual remarks. Currently, the Dihao Group was delving into a crucial biotechnological project, attracting the attention of various domestic and international forces. To safeguard her still studying daughter's safety, Lu Qian was indeed seeking capable bodyguards. Recalling their earlier conversation in the office, Qin Feng reluctantly agreed to the bodyguard position, aware that revealing his engagement to Lu Ri would shatter Lu Qian's amiable facade. Being a bodyguard, one could say, is a profession that allows one to masquerade as someone formidable. More bluntly, it's akin to being a mere pawn, a living shield for one's employer. Yet here he was, willingly playing the fool. Do you know how anxious I was after you left without a word yesterday? Your phone was unreachable. Lu Ruoli gazed at Qin Feng with a pitiful expression. I cried all night, thinking I would never see you again. Coughing lightly, Qin Feng glanced at her dark circles and realized her words were sincere. He replied nonchalantly, I was merely trying to surprise you. So, I bear no grudges. I am simply overjoyed. Lu Ruoli, eager to embrace him, was interrupted when he said, Focus on driving. I wish to live a few more years. Such a naive girl in love. Lu Ruoli didn't ponder why he had been in the chairman's office. She only desired to be close to Qin Feng. Her interpretation of his casual remarks as heartfelt declarations made her heart flutter. By noon, they arrived at a Spanish-themed restaurant, where Lu Ruoli seemed to be a regular patron. With ease, she ordered several dishes, resting her chin on her arm as she gazed across the table at Qin Feng, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Having navigated through numerous venues and encountered many alluring women, mature, fiery, eccentric, and ostentatious, Qin Feng found himself at a loss with Lu Ruoli, whose innocent affection made him feel rather shy. Could you refrain from looking at me like that? He murmured, half-jokingly. I fear the single men in this restaurant might come after me. Lu Ruoli, too remarkable for her own good, drew the envy of nearby men who regarded Qin Feng with disdain, as if he were merely a cowpat beneath a flower. It's merely because you are too exceptional. She replied softly, they envy you. I appreciate your honesty, he quipped, puffing up with pride. Just then, a loud voice interrupted them. A portly man in a casual jacket approached their table, glaring at Lu Ruoli. After all this time, you refuse to meet me, yet you choose to dine with this person? What is your intention? Startled from her romantic reverie, Lu Ruoli's face soured as she responded, Zhong Ming, you are not welcome here. Please leave. Zhong Ming retorted, it's one thing to dine with others, but with someone like him? After all this time, how do you expect others at school to view me? I deserve an explanation. Let us go. Qin Feng. Lu Ruoli stood, ready to leave with him. As the heir of the Zhong group, Zhong Ming had always been pampered and accustomed to getting what he wanted. However, since he had set his sights on Lu Ruoli, he had faced constant rebuffs, fueling his frustration. Had it not been for her status, he would have resorted to force. The surrounding patrons understood Zhong Ming's reputation. Even the staff dared not intervene. More audaciously, Zhong Ming slammed his foot onto the table, eyeing Qin Feng with menace. You have 2 seconds to vanish from my sight, or you will face the consequences. Zhong Ming, don't push it, Lu Ruoli exclaimed. When did we order pig trotters? I don't recall that at all. At that moment, Qin Feng's calm voice cut through the tension. Zhong Ming, already furious, snapped. What did you say? You think you can talk back to me? Qin Feng feigned astonishment. A pig can speak? What a marvel. Unable to contain herself, Lu Ruoli burst into laughter, casting a playful glance at Qin Feng. This fleeting moment of charm stirred the hearts of the men around them, including Zhong Ming, who quickly shifted to rage, realizing her gaze was not for him. The patrons gasped, shocked that this unassuming fellow dared to speak to Zhong Ming in such a manner. Did he not know that Zhong Ming was notorious for his vengeful nature? A previous adversary had suffered grievously for merely glancing at his companion. Take back what you said. Zhong Ming hissed, his voice icy. Allow me to reiterate. Qin Feng nodded. Get lost. Don't disturb my meal. Lei Chao? Zhong Ming roared. And a towering figure emerged from behind him, stretching his neck with a menacing presence. This man, over 6 feet tall and clad in a black tank top, exuded raw power. Don't kill him, Zhong Ming said dismissively. Injuries are acceptable. With a sinister grin, Lei Chao replied, no problem. Zhong Ming, don't let him lay a finger on him. Lu Ruoli urged, panic rising within her. But Zhong Ming ignored her pleas, nodding for Lei Chao to act. Without hesitation, Lei Chao lunged at Qin Feng, aiming to seize him by the throat. To him, Qin Feng's physique seemed incapable of withstanding such force, and he anticipated lifting him effortlessly. His hand, like a monstrous vine, stretched out with ferocity. Everyone expected Qin Feng to be caught, especially as he stood frozen in apparent fear. Lei Chao's cruel smile widened, but just as the moment hung in the balance, Qin Feng sighed and swiftly grasped Lei Chao's wrist with his thumb and index finger, freezing the moment in time. In that instant, Lei Chao's arm hung in midair, immobilized, no matter how hard he struggled. How is this possible? Lei Chao gasped, beads of sweat forming on his brow. With a slight exertion, Qin Feng twisted downwards, a sharp crack echoing in the air, sending shivers through the onlookers. Ah! Lei Chao screamed, his arms snapping under the pressure. A gentle push from Qin Feng sent him stumbling back, landing on the ground, pale and clutching his injured arm in agony. The crowd was stunned, unable to fathom that such a seemingly insignificant figure could so easily subdue the imposing Lei Chao. After this swift altercation, Qin Feng returned to his seat as if nothing had occurred, then frowned. There's a foul stench of scum at this table. I can't eat here. Such pretentiousness was utterly unbearable. The crux of the matter was that he pretended to be someone he was not, and others were powerless to confront him. Zhong Ming's heart trembled as he spoke harshly. You dare to lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? Qin Feng retorted. Zhong Ming instinctively replied, no. Then that's just as well. Qin Feng rose once more, lifting his leg to deliver a powerful kick directly to Zhong Ming's chest. Bang! The force of the kick was tremendous. Zhong Ming let out a piercing scream, crashing through a table and landing on the floor. Chapter 5. How close can you get? Zhong Ming writhed on the ground in agony, while Qin Feng's gaze remained cold and indifferent. I won't teach you a lesson today, but next time, keep your eyes peeled and remember to brush your teeth before you step out. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. Lei Chao, Zhong Ming's bodyguard, could endure being beaten, but Zhong Ming was different. He was the heir of the Zhong group, notorious in Zhonghai for his misdeeds. Qin Feng had struck him, which could lead to significant trouble. However, they failed to comprehend Qin Feng's mindset. Striking a dog and its master were essentially one and the same, with little distinction. Zhong Ming lay on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his body feeling as if it might shatter. Raising his head, he looked at Qin Feng in disbelief, stating, You dare to hit me? Qin Feng turned to Lu Ruoli, exclaiming in exasperation, Is this man a fool? Asking me such a question? Lu Ruoli was equally startled, but Qin Feng's words made her unable to suppress a laugh. You dog! I swear, if I don't wipe out your entire family, I won't bear the Zhong surname. Zhong Ming shouted, feeling immense humiliation. Qin Feng shrugged, a chill of icy disdain flickering in his eyes. He detested threats, especially from such a wastrel. Stepping closer, he approached Zhong Ming and calmly stated, So, you are young Master Zhong? What was it you just said? I said you were a... Before he could finish the word, a shrill scream escaped Zhong Ming's lips as Qin Feng's foot crushed down upon his left hand. The pain was excruciating. Zhong Ming, a pampered rich heir, could hardly bear it, writhing in agony. I couldn't hear you clearly. Would you mind repeating that, young Master Zhong? Qin Feng smiled lightly. Zhong Ming's eyes turned bloodshot, cold sweat pouring down his face, unable to utter another word. To onlookers, Qin Feng's smile appeared more like that of a sinister reaper, instilling fear in their hearts. Stop! At that moment, a voice rang out, and a woman rushed over. Upon witnessing the scene, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She was in her 20s, with long hair cascading over her shoulders, and her fashionable attire made her a striking presence in the restaurant. Even when compared to Lu Ruoli, her beauty was not diminished. Instead, her alluring figure and noble demeanor added an air of maturity and sensuality. Zhao Qingqing, Lu Ruoli exclaimed in surprise. So Zhong Ming was dining with you? Zhao Qingqing shot a cold glance at Lu Ruoli before turning her attention to Qin Feng, her voice sharp. Release young Master Zhong. Do you know who he is? He is the heir of the Zhong group. Do you wish to endanger your life? Thank you for the reminder. Qin Feng replied with another smile, lifting his foot once more to stomp down on Zhong Ming's other arm. With a crack, the sound of crushed bones echoed through the air, and young Master Zhong's arm twisted grotesquely. This time, he could no longer withstand the agony. His head tilted, and he lost consciousness. Brutal, excessively brutal. The scene elicited gasps of shock from the onlookers, utterly astonished. They were accustomed to the arrogance of people like Zhong Ming, but had never anticipated that Qin Feng's audacity could be so terrifying. Even Lu Ruoli covered her mouth, taken aback by Qin Feng's outrageousness. After the initial shock, Zhao Qingqing's rage surged. She had already warned Qin Feng, yet he still dared to strike. Beside Zhao Qingqing stood an elderly man, perhaps a servant or steward, who had remained silent until now. Witnessing Qin Feng's ruthless actions, his brows furrowed deeply. I merely stepped away for a moment, and it escalated to this. Zhao Qingqing glared at Lu Ruoli, fuming. Lu Ruoli, did you instruct your people to attack him? Who is he? Before Lu Ruoli could respond, Qin Feng interjected with a smile. Beautiful lady, I am Lu Ruoli's bodyguard. Bodyguard? Zhao Qingqing's eyes narrowed, her voice icy. Do you realize what you've done? You, a mere bodyguard, have no idea the trouble you could bring to the Lu family? I am not an ordinary bodyguard, Qin Feng stated. I am a personal bodyguard. Zhao Qingqing was left perplexed. Just as she struggled to comprehend Qin Feng's words, he continued, like, the red garment you are wearing, close to the body. How does he know what I'm wearing? No, This scoundrel dares to tease me. Zhao Qingqing stood frozen, her expression shifting rapidly from surprise to a deepening shade of anger. The Zhao and Zhong families shared a long-standing relationship in Zhonghai. Although Zhao Qingqing and Zhong Ming were not closely acquainted, their families had connections. This dinner had been suggested by Zhong Ming's father to discuss a new development project between the two families. Naturally, the younger generation was not to be involved in the negotiations, but merely to foster familiarity. However, she never expected that halfway through the meal, such chaos would ensue, leaving her utterly unable to salvage the situation. She had always been aware that Zhong Ming pursued Lu Ruoli, but was oblivious to the existence of a personal bodyguard. Gritting her teeth, Zhao Qingqing demanded, "What is your name?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's lips curled into a sly smile, and a surge of confidence enveloped him. He enunciated clearly, "My name is one you will never forget. Qin Feng." After Qin Feng led the dazed Lu Ruoli out of the restaurant, the elder sighed, "Miss, this man is exceedingly ruthless. If young Master Zhong is not treated promptly, even if he avoids permanent disability, he will certainly be bedridden for at least half a month." Chenbo. Zhao Qingqing glared at the elder beside her, her expression dark. "Why didn't you intervene just now?" Although he struck Zhong Ming, he still showed us considerable disrespect. "I did not wish to bring trouble upon you, Mississippi." Chenbo replied with a bitter smile, "For this man is formidable. I lacked confidence in confronting him." "What?" Chenbo was her bodyguard, exceptionally skilled. She had witnessed him shatter a wall at least 50 centimeters thick with a single punch. He was far stronger than Zhong Ming's inept bodyguard, Lei Chao. Yet, even he claimed to lack confidence in dealing with that man. In that moment, profound astonishment washed over Zhao Qingqing's delicate features. As they exited the restaurant, Lu Ruoli linked her arm with Qin Feng's. After several attempts to break free, he surrendered to her grasp. "I didn't expect you to have such a fierce temper," Lu Ruoli remarked, her crescent-shaped eyes narrowing playfully. "You know, the man you struck, Zhong Ming, though he is my schoolmate, belongs to the Zhong family, which holds considerable influence in Zhonghai. And what of it? That fellow sought to bully you, just like a petty tyrant on the hilltop," Qin Feng scoffed. "I almost regret not kicking harder." Lu Ruoli's heart fluttered, overwhelmed with gratitude, and she suddenly embraced Qin Feng tightly. "You are wonderful. I adore you. How fortunate it is to have a boyfriend who stands up against oppression." In that moment, Lu Ruoli felt like the happiest woman in the world. She lifted her chin, closed her eyes, and awaited a passionate kiss from Qin Feng. One cannot help but say that the kiss sought by such an extraordinary beauty is something no man could bear. Yet, Qin Feng, oblivious to the romantic overture, opened the car door and gently ushered Lu Ruoli into the driver's seat, closing the door behind her, and coolly remarked, "You go ahead." Lu Ruoli, deprived of the anticipated kiss, felt a deep sense of disappointment. After muttering a complaint about his lack of romantic sensibility, she was taken aback. "Aren't you coming to the amusement park with me? I have matters to attend to. You go to school first. And send me a message when your classes are over. I will come to find you then." What matters could be so pressing? Lu Ruoli pouted. "Can't you take me with you?" With a stern expression, Qin Feng replied, "It's school hours. Be obedient." "All right." Lu Ruoli gazed at him with hope and said, "Brother Feng, give me a kiss." That endearing Brother Feng sent a shiver down Qin Feng's spine, yet he shook his head resolutely, stating, "No kisses. Kiss me. No kiss. If you don't kiss me, I'll cling to you." Under pressure, Qin Feng reluctantly pressed a light kiss on Lu Ruoli's forehead. She leaned closer and sweetly whispered, "Brother Feng, I still prefer the wild kiss you gave me last time." Qin Feng's muscles tensed, feigning ignorance as he hailed a taxi and slipped inside. As he rode, thoughts of reuniting with the girl from his memories sent his heart racing. Upon arriving at the Phoenix community, he stepped out of the car. 5 years had passed, yet everything remained unchanged. Memories of picking up that girl after school flooded his mind, and a rare smile of warmth graced his lips. He took out a photograph of a girl in a school uniform, her white dress flowing. She was the reason behind his weariness with 5 years of deception and peril. "Forgive me, old man. Although you altered my fate, I cannot fulfill your wishes, for I made a promise to another. After 5 years, I am here to find her, to marry her. Now, I have returned." Chapter 6. Just a change of beauty. Yueqin. Qin Feng's heart surged with excitement as he arrived at the base of the building. Gazing up and murmuring, "After 5 years, how have you fared?" He knocked on the door, but no one answered. Presumably, Su Yueqin was at work. Thus, he waited downstairs. From afternoon until nightfall, as the moonlight poured down softly. Despite his tumultuous life in the past 5 years, Qin Feng's heart had remained steadfastly devoted to one woman. Suddenly, a car honked, interrupting his reverie. A BMW 5 Series pulled up, and a woman stepped out. Her features bore a striking resemblance to those in the photograph. Clad in a white dress, She exuded youthful elegance, though her face now carried the allure of maturity. Su Yueqin, the object of Qin Feng's affection. To encounter her so unexpectedly below thrilled him immensely, prompting him to rush forward. Yueqin. Upon hearing her name, Su Yueqin froze. As she looked up to see Qin Feng, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. No excitement, no joy, only disarray and anxiety. Even taking a step back, Qin Feng, arms outstretched for an embrace, suddenly felt at a loss. You've returned? Su Yueqin's voice trembled. I have returned to fulfill our promise. Qin Feng beamed. Yueqin, you haven't changed a bit. 5 years ago, I left, vowing to return in 5 years. Here I am, as promised, we should be getting married. At the mention of marriage, Su Yueqin trembled even more, vigorously shaking her head. No, Qin Feng, it's not possible. Let us consider our promise null and void. Why? Qin Feng's heart seized with fear at her words. Just then, a man emerged from the BMW, mocking. How dare you ask why? Qin Feng. Yueqin waited for you for 5 years. That's enough. Look at yourself. What have you become in these 5 years? Still in that tattered jacket and worn-out shoes. What do you have to offer? How can you bring happiness to Yueqin? Upon seeing the man, Qin Feng's expression darkened. You. It was Zhang Heng, a classmate of Su Yueqin. Yes, it's me. Zhang Heng sneered, stepping forward to wrap an arm around Su Yueqin's shoulders, arrogantly proclaiming, Qin Feng, leave. You are not welcome here. In that moment, clarity dawned upon Qin Feng. Rage boiled within him as his vision turned crimson. Clenching his fists, he suppressed the urge to confront Zhang Heng and breathed deeply, his voice low and heavy, like a storm cloud overshadowing the moon. Give me an explanation. 5 years. I can no longer wait. With reddened eyes, Su Yueqin bit her lip, bursting forth. Qin Feng, I can no longer wait. I have no youth left to wait for you. Do you know how long I've been waiting? I've had no news from you for 5 years. I am now with Zhang Heng. I chose him, and I am happy. You should not have returned. Your presence is unwelcome. Qin Feng's clenched fists dug into his palms, his heart aching as if carved by a knife. Stop talking to him. Zhang Heng cradled the sobbing Su Yueqin, eyeing Qin Feng with contempt. I thought you'd amount to something after 5 years, but look at you. Still a mess, still wearing rags. You have no right to stand before Yueqin and speak of promises. It's shameless. It's not rags. What does it matter if it's not rags? It's merely a descriptor. Zhang Heng paused, then burst into laughter. After all these years, you remain the same. Look at yourself. What do you have? Savings? A car? A house? How dare you return? Your presence merely brings us distress. Do you understand that Yueqin will suffer for being with you? Qin Feng inhaled deeply, ignoring Zhang Heng's tirade, focusing solely on Su Yueqin. Yueqin, I must ask you, are you happy? I told you to leave. Can't you understand? Zhang Heng seethed, attempting to shove Qin Feng aside, only to be halted by Su Yueqin. Zhang Heng glared at Qin Feng, his voice dripping with malice. Yueqin is about to marry me. My father is an executive at Zhao Group, and I've arranged for her parents to join the company. Do you think she is happy now? Qin Feng remained silent, his gaze unwavering on Su Yueqin. How dare you? Zhang Heng spat. You should take a good look in the mirror. Do you think you deserve Yueqin? You were always a useless student. What can you provide? I can't make her happy, and neither can you. Stop. As Zhang Heng moved to strike, Su Yueqin pulled him back, crying to Qin Feng, please, just go. I beg you leave. I am truly happy now. I understand now. Qin Feng's tightly clenched fist suddenly relaxed, a bitter smile forming on his lips. In America, he possessed an independent island, a black card from a Swiss bank, and cars worth no less than $200,000, enough to fill a small garage. But now, such matters were inconsequential. His heart ached, a pain so profound it felt as if he could scarcely breathe. If he lingered any longer, he dared not predict what he might do. Wait, Zhang Heng called out, adopting a condescending tone. In a few days, Yueqin and I will be getting married at the Zhonghua Hotel. You are welcome to attend, though if you find it humiliating, you need not come. I won't force you. The Zhonghua Hotel, a premier 6-star establishment, would host a wedding requiring no less than $1 million for the ceremony, complete with a wedding planner. Zhang Heng, once a mere wealthy heir, had indeed secured a substantial fortune. Yet, upon hearing those words, Qin Feng halted, and after a long pause, his voice finally emerged. Rest assured I shall come. At this very moment, dark clouds drift across the sky, revealing the moon once more, its silvery light casting a radiant glow upon his face, as flamboyant as ever. In his hand, the photograph has been crumpled into irreparable fragments. As he strolls along the riverside road, Qin Feng carries over 20 cans of Yanjing beer. The river breeze tousles his hair, creating a rustling sound, as he drinks and tosses the empty cans into the river. Bystanders gaze upon him as if he were a lunatic. Who drinks in such a manner? One can every few minutes. After walking for a while, he spots a woman standing against the wind by the railing by the riverbank. It's Lu Ruai. Clad in a professional outfit, she leans against the roadside, her hair disheveled by the gusts, partially obscuring her beauty. Yet, even in profile, she resembles a fairy from a painting, exquisite and flawless, a vision of unparalleled beauty. A devilish smile creeps on Qin Feng's lips. What a serendipitous encounter in such a place. What brings you here? Qin Feng hiccups, approaching Lu Ruai and offering her a can of beer. Care for a drink? He notices several cans beside her, indicating she, too, seeks solace in intoxication. It's evident that, like him, Lu Ruai harbors her own troubles. Qin Feng chuckles bitterly. Though the riverside is refreshing, even the most serene locales cannot quell inner turmoil. Lu Ruai turns her head to glance at Qin Feng, then shifts her gaze back to the river, softly stating, "Leave me be." What do you mean by leave me be? Qin Feng stretches, taking a sip of his beer. We're both wanderers in this vast world, drowning our sorrows in drink. Why not show a bit of mutual concern? I don't need your concern, Lu Ruai retorts coldly. Undeterred, Qin Feng presses on. Why are you out here instead of heading home? Had a spat with your boyfriend? I have no boyfriend, Lu Ruai snaps, casting him a disdainful look. And do I owe you an explanation? Encountering such a rogue truly feels like bad luck. Lu Ruai, visibly displeased, attempts to walk away, but perhaps slightly tipsy. As she turns, her high heel slips, and she gasps as she begins to fall. The uneven gravel road below poses a risk of serious injury, and Qin Feng cannot bear to see this beautiful woman marred. Swiftly, he reaches out, catching her arm and pulling her into his embrace. The delicate fragrance envelopes him as he holds her slender waist. Inhaling deeply, he marvels, "What a delightful perfume you wear." Initially flustered, Lu Ruai soon feels a mix of shame and anger, exclaiming, "You lecher, let me go?" "But I just saved you," Qin Feng replies. "I didn't ask for your help," Lu Ruai retorts, her irritation palpable. Just then, he notices several Nissan cars approaching on the street. "Stay still," Qin Feng warns, tightening his grip on Lu Ruai, a faint smile gracing his lips. Trouble is on its way. Believing Qin Feng is attempting to take advantage of the situation, Lu Ruai struggles more fiercely. In a moment of frustration, Qin Feng playfully swats her backside with a resounding smack. Lu Ruai freezes, stunned, before her expression shifts to one of fiery rage. "You scoundrel!" Qin Feng regards her coolly. "Don't move. If trouble arises, I won't be responsible for you." How audacious of him to touch her in such a manner. Lu Ruai feels her temper flare. Just then, the four vehicles come to a halt, and several men emerge, their eyes immediately locking onto Qin Feng, who is still holding Lu Ruai. The leader, whom Qin Feng recognizes all too well as Lei Chao, the bodyguard of the notorious Zhong Xiao from earlier that day, approaches with a malicious grin. Including Lei Chao, there are 12 men, armed with wooden sticks and spring knives, though Lei Chao's right arm is in a cast, making him appear somewhat disheveled. Upon spotting Qin Feng, a sinister smile spreads across Lei Chao's face. Well, if it isn't the little brat we've been looking for. 12 men, brimming with malice, advance toward Qin Feng. Lu Ruai shudders, realizing that Qin Feng is not jesting. Genuine peril lurks. "Who are they?" Lu Ruai asks, her voice steadying as the effects of alcohol fade. "Just a few pesky cockroaches," Qin Feng replies nonchalantly. "Cockroaches?" Lu Ruai feels faint. These men exude a menacing aura, seasoned fighters ready for confrontation, and yet Qin Feng dismisses them so flippantly. "Hey, I see you have some beer there," Lei Chao sneers. "My friends are thirsty, we'd like a drink." "I have no habit of drinking with trash like you." "You're not worthy," Qin Feng retorts with a dispassionate air. Fury ignites within Lei Chao. He came here today with the intent to settle scores with Qin Feng, and this insult only fuels his anger. Qin Feng's audacity knows no bounds. He glances at Lei Chao's injured arm and taunts. "Seems like you're not quite over your injury. Since you've come to my doorstep, I might as well finish the job." Lei Chao's eyes flash with rage. "You little punk, still talking tough even when death is imminent. I'll drink your blood." Planning to flee? Lu Ruai's heart races, having grown up sheltered. She has never witnessed such brutality. "Run? Do you think you can escape?" Lei Chao bellows with laughter. He doesn't recognize Lu Ruai, but is captivated by her beauty. "Hey, pretty girl, why not have some fun with us later?" Lu Ruai, terrified, declares, "If you lay a hand on me, I'll call the police." "Call the police?" Lei Chao scoffs. "Even if you call the chief of police, it won't help you today." Brothers, attack. At Lei Chao's command, his gang of thugs charges forward. Lu Ruai is taken aback by their audacity. As she reaches for her phone to call for help, Qin Feng turns to her. gently patting her backside and flashing a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I've got this. This scoundrel, even now, taking liberties. Lu Ruoyi silently curses him, yet inexplicably. His smile instills a sense of calm within her. Then, Qin Feng's gaze shifts to the advancing thugs, his smile widening. Flee. That is out of the question. Who is he? Once a deathly wing, now a king of soldiers. These miscreants are not even worthy of being his footstool. In the next moment, he plunges headlong into the throng of thugs. Are you insane? Lu Ruoyi exclaims, though they have only met a few times. She cannot bear the thought of Qin Feng being torn to pieces. Looking for death. The gang mem, is this fellow a monster? A gust of river wind swept by, causing Lu Ruoyi to instinctively cover her mouth in astonishment. Qin Feng, with bare hands, effortlessly took down those armed men, leaving them with broken bones or shattered legs. Was she watching a movie? You. Lei Chao, coming to his senses, began to retreat incessantly. Qin Feng glanced at him and said nonchalantly, Are you useless on your own? Or do you need my assistance? Lei Chao's chest heaved violently. This towering man was trembling at the knees. Finally, summoning his courage, he turned and fled down the path from whence he came. Qin Feng smirked in disdain, remarking, I thought you had some semblance of a man in you. But, as you said, can you truly escape? He pushed off the ground, darting toward Lei Chao like an arrow, delivering a forceful kick to his back. You little brat, do you know the consequences of crossing us? Qin Feng sneered. Aren't you supposed to be Zhongming's bodyguard? I'm still from the Black Shackle Society. I will obliterate your entire family. Lying on the ground. Lei Chao was filled with dread, yet he continued to threaten. Qin Feng ignored him, snatching the wooden stick from his grasp and raising it high. No. Lei Chao's pupils dilated. But in the next moment, Qin Feng had already struck. The stick came crashing down onto his left arm. Crack. A piercing scream reverberated through the night. Lei Chao's arm was shattered, contorted grotesquely on the ground. Lu Ruoyi never anticipated Qin Feng to be so ruthless. She could no longer bear to watch. Qin Feng tossed aside the stick, dusted off his hands, and returned to Lu Ruoyi's side, untouched. He had spoken the truth. These were mere cockroaches, easily crushed underfoot. Instinctively, Lu Ruoyi took a step back. Still drinking? Qin Feng asked with a smile. Drink? How could I possibly drink now? Lu Ruoyi had long wished to leave. Had it not been for Qin Feng's earlier advances, she would not have witnessed such a brutal scene. Noticing her silence, Qin Feng inquired, Were you frightened just now? Frightened? Lu Ruoyi steadied herself, dismissing him with a scoff. I've encountered masters far superior to you. One can take down dozens. Your little tricks could never intimidate me. This cold, aloof woman truly had her moments of charm when she attempted to appear cute. Yet, Lu Ruoyi soon furrowed her brows, asking, How did you offend the Black Shackle Society? They are thugs in Shanghai, known for their vindictiveness. Qin Feng opened another can of beer, saying, Are you showing concern for me? Lu Ruoyi shot him a disdainful glance, replying, Forget it. If you weren't my sister's bodyguard, I wouldn't care about your affairs. Thank you for your concern. Qin Feng laughed heartily, glancing at the time. It's getting late. We should head back. Of course I'm going back, Lu Ruoyi retorted coldly, turning towards the Maserati parked on the other side of the street. Her steps brisk. However, just as she opened the car door, Qin Feng slipped into the passenger seat like a phantom. What are you doing? Lu Ruoyi snapped. Get out. Give me a ride. Qin Feng shrugged. It's late, and I'm frightened to be out alone. It's also quite unsafe. Aren't you concerned for me? Lu Ruoyi gritted her teeth. This scoundrel had no shame. He had just taken down so many men, yet here he was claiming to be afraid? Where to? Lu Ruoyi asked stiffly. To the road in your heart. Qin Feng replied with a grin. Are you going to tell me or not? Lu Ruoyi retorted, If not, get out. All right. Your father asked me to visit your home. I'm going to your house, Qin Feng said, observing Lu Ruoyi's skeptical expression. If you don't believe me, call him yourself. Naturally, Lu Ruoyi did not trust his words. It was late, and would her father truly allow such a person into their home? Yet, after she dialed Lu Qian, she had no choice but to believe. Lu Qian indeed invited Qin Feng to their home, and seemed quite pleased to learn that she was with him. It was utterly perplexing. Lu Ruoyi's face darkened as she asked, What is your relationship with my father? The employer and bodyguard relationship, Qin Feng replied, nonchalantly crossing his legs and yawning. Why are you asking so many questions? Aren't you tired of it? Drive, please. I need to get home for a good night's sleep. This scoundrel thought of her as a chauffeur. With a scowl, Lu Ruoyi drove towards home. Lu residence. When Qin Feng and Lu Ruoyi parked the car and exited the garage, Lu Qian was already waiting at the villa's entrance. Welcome, welcome. Upon seeing the two, a joyful expression spread across Lu Qian's face as he laughed heartily. Mr. Qin, please come in. Chapter 8. I am showering. Lu Ruoyi could not comprehend Lu Qian's actions, while Qin Feng was overwhelmed by his enthusiasm, particularly as Lu Qian's ambiguous gaze flitted between him and Lu Ruoyi, almost as if he were about to cluck in delight. Qin Feng cleared his throat, saying, "There's no need for such formality, Mr. Lu. Call me uncle," Lu Qian said sternly. "This isn't the company. This is simply absurd." Lu Ruoyi huffed, striding into the living room. "My daughter has been spoiled by me since childhood," Lu Qian said with an awkward smile, quickly adding, "Mr. Qin, please don't take offense. I will educate her shortly." "No need," Qin Feng responded. "I actually admire her character." "Is that so?" Lu Qian beamed, then cautiously probed, "Did you two have dinner together outside?" "No." Qin Feng shook his head. "We just happened to meet on the road." "What a coincidence. In such a vast Zhonghai, to run into each other like this. What else could it be but fate?" Qin Feng thought to himself, truly doubting whether Lu Qian had been more indecent in his youth than he was. "We've been busy with work and just got off. And since you and Ruoyi haven't eaten, let me take this opportunity to treat you," Lu Qian said. "I wouldn't want our Lu family to neglect you and leave a bad impression." "There's really no need." Qin Feng quickly waved his hands. "I'm originally from Zhonghai. I've just been away for 5 years, so it's not such a hassle. It's just a simple meal." "There should be some formality," Lu Qian insisted, pulling Qin Feng inside without further ado. Upon entering the living room, Lu Ruoyi was already seated on the sofa, accompanied by 2 women, a middle-aged noblewoman and the young girl Lu Ruoli. A family gathering was clearly underway. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Lu Ruoli initially brightened but then pouted, deliberately ignoring him. Yet her glances, filled with resentment, betrayed her true feelings. Qin Feng had promised to pick her up from school that afternoon, but it stood her up, returning home with her sister instead. Lu Qian, all smiles, instructed a waiting servant, "Sister Yun, have the kitchen serve the dishes." "Dad, how can he come into our house?" Lu Ruoyi questioned, utterly confused. Given his behavior at the company and on Linjiang Road that night, her impression of Qin Feng was overwhelmingly negative, apart from his martial prowess. He was simply a rogue. What right did he have to be welcomed by Lu Qian? Before Lu Qian could respond, the noblewoman interjected, "Ruoyi, how can you speak like that? Mr. Qin is a distinguished guest, and we should treat him well. What is so distinguished about a mere bodyguard?" Lu Ruoyi shot Qin Feng a cold glance. "What merit does he possess to dine at the same table as our family?" Qin Feng felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. After all, he was her future husband, not just a distinguished guest, but also her official partner. The noblewoman, Lu Qian's wife Zhang Ying, reprimanded Lu Ruoyi again before apologizing to Qin Feng. "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. My daughter may be feeling a bit down due to some work troubles today. Please don't take it to heart." The cold demeanor of this woman likely stems from prolonged hormonal imbalances, which leaves her in a perpetual state of dissatisfaction, Qin Feng mused darkly. However, he replied with a smile, "It's quite all right. I tend not to engage in petty disputes with relatives." Zhang Ying chuckled softly, remarking, "Mr. Qin, you are truly humorous." Lu Ruoyi's face darkened. Humorous? Where was the humor in that? Did he dare to liken himself to a mere relative, insinuating that she was aging and unmarried? In an instant, Lu Ruoyi's impression of Qin Feng plummeted to the depths of disdain. Soon, the dishes were served. Given that Lu Ruoli, with whom he had previously shared an intimate encounter, was also present, Qin Feng adopted a notably low-key demeanor during the meal. Meanwhile, Zhang Ying persistently served him food, smiling and inquiring about various matters, leaving both Lu Ruoyi and Lu Ruoli perplexed. Yet, only Qin Feng understood that Zhang Ying regarded him with the gaze of a potential son-in-law, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. After the meal, they settled into the living room to relax. "Here, have an apple. I shall call you Little Qin, if you don't mind," Zhang Ying said with a beaming smile as she handed him a fruit. Qin Feng quickly accepted, stating, "Thank you, Annie. You are too kind." Although Qin Feng appeared somewhat disheveled, his handsome features were evident, and despite not being particularly towering, his robust physique and height of 185 meters gave him a commendable presence. The more Zhang Ying observed him, the more she appreciated him, cheerfully saying, "If you enjoy it, I can peel another for you." Lu Ruoyi frowned, sensing that her parents were behaving oddly today. In contrast, Lu Ruoli beamed with joy, for in her eyes, the more her parents favored Qin Feng, the happier she became. After all, he was the man she had chosen. Witnessing her mother's enthusiasm made Lu Ruoyi feel a twinge of jealousy. Does he not know how to peel for himself? "Mom, why are you assisting him? A guest is a guest," Zhang Ying countered. "Ruoyi, you should learn from this." Lu Ruoyi scoffed. "I see no reason to." Qin Feng interjected, "Learning is endless. Neglecting it could result in consequences." Although his comment was innocuous, It was particularly significant since he had indeed spanked her moments earlier, prompting Lu Ruoyi to glare at him with a murderous intent. Qin Feng turned away, engaging in light conversation with Zhang Ying, feigning ignorance of her ire. By the way, you've just arrived in Zhonghai. You must not have found accommodation yet? Zhang Ying inquired, her concern evident. Yes, Qin Feng replied, I haven't yet searched for a place. No need to search, Zhang Ying insisted. You can stay at our house. This declaration stirred a tempest of emotions. Absolutely not. Lu Qian and Zhang Ying, having clearly conspired, exhibited no reaction, but Lu Ruoyi was overjoyed. While Lu Ruoyi was taken aback, Lu Ruoyi was thrilled that her parents had discerned Qin Feng's merits and were eager to welcome him into their home. Envisioning the delightful encounters that lay ahead, while Lu Ruoyi, unlike her carefree sister, had vocally opposed the idea. Mom, this is simply unacceptable, Lu Ruoyi exclaimed, her expression shifting dramatically as she stood up. We have ample space in our home. What is the harm in having little Qin stay? Zhang Ying protested. Lu Ruoyi shook her head, asserting, he is merely a bodyguard. What purpose does it serve to have him living with us? Furthermore, as women, how can we allow another man to reside in our home? Lu Ruoyi quickly chimed in. Sister, I have no objections. Lu Ruoyi gritted her teeth. Her sister was quite the traitor. Yet, she remained steadfast, declaring, no means no, there is no room for negotiation. This matter is at my discretion. Lu Qian, with a cold demeanor, interjected, let Mr. Qin stay for a while. During this period, he can look for a place, and once he finds one, he can move out. Although Qin Feng felt uneasy about the arrangement, he recognized the warmth of their hospitality and reluctantly acquiesced. Lu Ruoyi noted his reaction, inwardly seething at the thought of this scoundrel taking advantage of the situation while feigning innocence. Yet, she was powerless to change the course of events and could only fume silently. Additionally, I wish to discuss something, Lu Qian continued. The company is currently facing difficulties, and many have their eyes on us. Mr. Lu is not only an exceptional bodyguard for Ruoyi, but he will also serve as protection for Ruoyi. I propose a schedule, 3 days for Ruoyi and 4 days for Ruoyi each week. This way, both sisters are attended to. Qin Feng nearly choked on an apple morsel at the audacity of his future father-in-law to propose such an arrangement. In truth, Lu Qian's suggestion was not unfounded. However, Qin Feng's intentions were far from pure, as he misinterpreted the implications. Following Lu Qian's pronouncement, both sisters' expressions shifted, and they simultaneously exclaimed, no. Lu Ruoyi would never agree to share her boyfriend, especially not when her sister had an extra day of his attention. Conversely, Lu Ruoyi had no desire to associate with this shameless individual. Not even a second of exposure was acceptable. Qin Feng also reservedly remarked, that seems rather inconvenient. Though Lu Qian had agreed to keep their engagement under wraps, he nonetheless wished to foster an environment for Lu Ruoyi and Qin Feng to bond. Thus, he decisively declared, there is nothing inconvenient about this. The decision stands, and no one may alter it. Lu Ruoyi, feeling utterly wronged, slammed her cup onto the coffee table and stormed upstairs. Slamming her bedroom door shut, Lu Qian, miffed by his daughter's blatant disrespect, contemplated confronting her, only to be restrained by Qin Feng, who suggested, Uncle, let it be. I'm a bit tired. I think I'll retire for the night. Lu Qian nodded in agreement. Indeed, Mr. Qin should rest. The rooms upstairs are prepared. Feel free to choose anyone you prefer. The Lu family villa was quite spacious, boasting 3 floors. The ground floor housed the hall, kitchen, and dining area, while the second floor was designated for the 2 sisters, and the third floor contained Lu Qian and Zhang Ying's bedroom and study. Regardless of which room he selected on the second floor, it would be adjacent to the sisters' quarters, so he chose one at the end of the hall. After yawning, as he entered his room, Lu Ruoyi shot him a playful look, hinting at something, though he refrained from acknowledging her given Zhang Ying's presence. Sure enough, 20 minutes later, Qin Feng's phone buzzed with a message. I'm about to take a shower. Would you like to join? Chapter 9. The culprit. The second floor of the Lu villa boasted only one opulent shared bathroom, situated at the end of the corridor. Qin Feng's room was adjacent to Lu Ruoyi's, while Lu Ruoyi's room was next to Lu Ruoyi's, with the bathroom conveniently located beside Lu Ruoyi's. This girl certainly had audacity. Qin Feng was taken aback upon reading the message. Here in her home, she was suggesting such a rendezvous. Anger surged within him. What did she take him for? He replied, when would you like me to come over? 5 minutes. A sense of anticipation coursed through Qin Feng as he waited. After 5 minutes, he pressed against the wall, hearing the sound of running water, and cautiously opened his door. Tiptoeing outside, the bathroom light was indeed on, and fearing Lu Ruoyi might hear him, he tread lightly. Just as he reached the bathroom, Lu Ruoyi's door swung open, and a slender arm reached out, pulling him inside. Qin Feng was taken aback, about to protest, only to realize he was alone with Lu Ruoli, who shushed him with a finger to her lips. What is going on? He whispered, perplexed. Lu Ruoli, clad in a lace nightgown, her fair skin glowing in the soft light, made it difficult for him to avert his gaze. My sister is in there, she giggled mischievously, gesturing toward the bathroom before closing the bedroom door. Qin Feng suddenly realized that this clever girl had truly deceived him. However, was Lu Ruoli taking a shower in the bathroom? The thought of Lu Ruoli's alluring figure made Qin Feng's mouth water. This reaction did not escape Lu Ruoli's notice, who pinched the soft flesh at his waist and exclaimed, "You naughty boy, what are you thinking?" "Nothing," Qin Feng shook his head and replied. "I was just regretting that I can't frolic with you in the water." Lu Ruoli shot him a disdainful glance, saying, "Who would believe you?" Qin Feng quickly changed the subject, asking, "So, what's the matter? Why didn't you come to pick me up today?" Lu Ruoli's expression turned sour as she questioned, "How come you ended up with my sister again? Tell me, did you know her beforehand?" This girl was indeed quite jealous. Qin Feng had anticipated this inquiry and promptly answered, "Silly girl, didn't I tell you I had something to attend to today? I intended to finish it and come pick you up, but I got too busy and it was delayed. As for your sister, she dislikes me so much. How could we possibly know each other? You're overthinking it." Lu Ruoli looked doubtful. "Then why didn't you answer my calls? My phone fell in the taxi, and I searched for a long time before I found it." "Oh, losing your phone is a big deal. You should be more careful next time." It seemed that girls in love often lacked critical thinking. Qin Feng's flimsy excuse was taken at face value. With a sigh, she added, "Actually, my sister doesn't really hate you. Her personality is just, sigh, she wasn't always this cold." "Oh?" Qin Feng inquired with curiosity. "Was she once fiery and passionate?" "Not exactly," Lu Ruoli pouted, looking at him reproachfully. "It's just that something happened that caused her psychological distress, which has gradually transformed her into this." Qin Feng's curiosity was piqued. What happened? Was she dumped by someone? Though it was a past event, he couldn't help but feel displeased at the thought of Lu Ruoli drowning her sorrows in drink for someone else. Sighing again, Lu Ruoli explained, "It's because of my father." Qin Feng frowned. "Because of your father?" "Yes, my father arranged a betrothal for my sister when she was young. This was only revealed to her a few years ago," Lu Ruoli divulged. Qin Feng responded nonchalantly, "Parental arrangements for marriage are quite normal." "How outdated." Lu Ruoli shot him another glare. "What era is this? Arranged marriages? Moreover, I heard that my sister's fiancé is an extremely ugly, short, and disabled man. Just think about it. How could someone as exceptional and proud as my sister possibly marry such a person?" Qin Feng felt a surge of anger, thinking, "Who on earth is slandering me?" However, he could not express his fury at the moment and held it in, saying, "Who told you that? You haven't even seen him." "My sister told me," Lu Ruoli replied, her face contorted in frustration. "That's why my sister has become like this. It's all because of him." To avoid being burdened by her thoughts, she can only devote herself entirely to her career, becoming cold and unapproachable. Understanding dawned upon Qin Feng, and he sighed internally, realizing that he was inadvertently the root cause of her plight. "It seems your sister is about to finish her shower," he noted as he heard the water stop running in the bathroom, preparing to leave. Lu Ruoli grabbed his arm and pouted, "I haven't forgiven you yet." With no way to escape, Qin Feng leaned in and placed a light kiss on Lu Ruoli's lips. "Brother Feng, why have you become so refined? I'm not used to it at all," she murmured as he was leaving. Hearing this, Qin Feng nearly stumbled in shock, thinking to himself, "This is your home. How could I possibly act wildly?" The next day, Qin Feng, accustomed to rising early, was active in the courtyard by 7 o'clock. To his surprise, Lu Ruoli was also up, fully dressed and ready for work by the time he completed a set of martial arts movements. "Wait." Seeing Lu Ruoli get into a Maserati, Qin Feng opened the car door and climbed in. "Get out." Lu Ruoli was exceedingly displeased with him. Qin Feng chuckled, "Your father asked me to protect you. It's only the first day of work. I don't need your protection. Isn't it a man's duty to protect a woman?" Qin Feng was taken aback. "You don't want a man to protect you? Could it be that you're a lesbian?" Lu Ruoli gritted her teeth, fearing Qin Feng might say something outrageous, and slammed on the gas, speeding away. A few minutes later, they arrived at an alley, where Lu Ruoli stopped and got out of the car. "Isn't this the way to the office?" Qin Feng asked in confusion, only to see her approaching a breakfast stall run by an elderly woman selling soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed buns. Watching Lu Ruoli buy breakfast, Qin Feng rubbed his nose, realizing that she still possessed a touch of warmth. However, when the food was served, there was only one fried dough stick, 2 buns, and a bowl of soy milk. Qin Feng immediately frowned. "Isn't there anything for me? Don't you know to order for yourself?" Lu Ruai shot him a cold glance. I have no money. Aren't bodyguards supposed to have their meals covered? Then ask my father for it, Lu Ruai replied. Qin Feng felt irritated. This stubborn girl needed to learn a lesson about marital duties. Just then, a tattooed young man in his 20s approached the stall and kicked the elderly woman's stand. You old hag, where's my money? You squanderer. I have no money left to give you. The elderly woman's expression shifted as she recognized him, waving her hands. Get out of here and don't disturb my business. The young man retorted, You old hag, if you don't give me money, do you want me to die? The elderly woman remained calm. Your life is your own concern. Listen up, if your mother doesn't give you money, we'll take one of your fingers instead. A sinister voice rang out as three burly men swaggered into the alley, clearly troublemakers. See, now give me the money. The young man threatened the elderly woman, who replied coldly, You've squandered all my savings. I rely on this breakfast stall to survive. I have no money to give you. Listen, old woman, give me the money. The young man insisted, kicking the stall again, knocking over the soy milk and fried dough sticks. The surrounding customers, witnessing the scene, quickly dispersed. The young man grabbed the basket of money from the elderly woman, who fought to keep it, knowing it was her hard-earned income. Let go, he shouted, kicking the elderly woman, who fell to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she muttered, What a sin, what a sin. The real pain lay deeper in her heart. The young man, seemingly oblivious, handed the basket to his accomplice and said, Take this for now. I'll make up the rest later. The accomplice scoffed, This little bit of money isn't enough. Stop talking nonsense. I want at least 3,000 a day, or I'll chop off your finger. The elderly woman, sitting on the ground, shook her head, tears streaming down her face, murmuring, I have no money left. I really have no money left. No money? The young man roared in anger, slapping the elderly woman across the face, knocking her down. Such a heartless son existed in the world. Lu Ruai's eyes flashed with cold fury. She could no longer endure the sight, and stood up. But someone was faster. Just as the young man was about to strike the elderly woman again, a figure stood before him, gazing at him with icy coldness. Chapter 10. Cherish your daughter. The individual gripping his arm was none other than Qin Feng. His eyes blazed with fury, his countenance as frigid as the depths of winter. The yellow-haired man was momentarily taken aback, only to recognize the unfamiliar man before him, and his anger flared. What do you want? Is she your mother? Qin Feng pointed at the elderly lady on the ground. The yellow-haired man retorted, So what if she is? Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Is this how you treat your mother? She endured countless hardships to raise you, and this is how you repay her? You know nothing. The yellow-haired man sneered. I don't even want to be her son. What capabilities does she possess? If she had any worth, why would she bring me into this world to suffer alongside her? I'd rather be a dog in a wealthy family than her son. Qin Feng could no longer contain his rage. With a swift motion, he slapped the yellow-haired man, sending him sprawling 3 or 4 meters away. He landed heavily. A distinct imprint of 5 fingers appearing on his face, blood spilling from his mouth, his head spinning, unable to rise. My son. The elderly lady cried out in despair at the sight, attempting to help the yellow-haired man. Qin Feng's action moved Lu Ruai, but the elderly lady quickly intervened, saying, Madam, such scum does not deserve to be your son, but he is my flesh and blood, born after 10 months of hardship. The old woman trembled, tears streaking her cheeks as she pleaded, I thank you for your help, but please, do not hit him anymore. Such is the heart of a parent. Despite the yellow-haired man's treatment of her, she could not bear to see him hurt. Qin Feng sighed internally. Are you done with this charade? A cold voice interrupted, belonging to Brother Leopard. He regarded the unfolding scene with amusement, speaking languidly. If you're finished performing, pay up. If I don't receive the payment today, I'll not only break his fingers, but also shatter a leg. And this stall? It shall never open again. Suppressing her anger, Lu Ruai retrieved her wallet, stating, 3,000, correct? Here you go. 3,000 is not enough. Brother Leopard's gaze roamed over the beautiful Lu Ruai, his lips smacking in delight. How about this, beauty? Spend the night with me, and I take the 3,000. I'll even give this old woman 3,000 in return. His 2 lackeys erupted in lewd laughter. Do you know who I am? Lu Ruai's eyes glimmered with cold intensity. Brother Leopard replied, I never inquire about the women I've been with. So, which high-end establishment do you hail from? 3,000 isn't sufficient, is it? Perhaps you mean 30,000? Provoked by his crude words, Lu Ruai dropped her bag and raised her hand to slap him. Brother Leopard, dismissively smirking, effortlessly seized her wrist. His lecherous smile lingered. This skin, so supple. Before he could finish, a thunderous sound echoed through the space. Qin Feng had suddenly appeared before him, delivering a punch that landed squarely on his face. Two bloodied front teeth flew from Brother Leopard's mouth as his body arced through the air, crashing to the ground. Dare to lay a hand on my woman. You're asking for death. Qin Feng charged, planting a foot on Brother Leopard's chest, leaving him gasping for breath. Little brat. The two lackeys finally reacted and charged at Qin Feng, only to be swiftly dispatched to the ground. Do you dare strike me? My boss is Kuan Go, who controls this territory. You Brother Leopard lay on the ground, speaking through gritted teeth, blood gushing, yet still attempting to threaten Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head, not allowing him to finish before viciously stomping on his face, silencing him completely and deforming his visage beneath his shoe. Lu Ruoyi's beautiful eyes trembled. Though she had witnessed Qin Feng's brutality before, she was still taken aback by the sight. After dispatching the thugs, Qin Feng approached the elderly lady, his icy demeanor replaced by a gentle smile. Are you all right, Mayam? I'm fine. The elderly lady stood shakily, grasping Qin Feng's hand, shaking her head. You are all good people. Please leave. They are local ruffians. They will seek revenge on you. Rest assured, I await their arrival. Qin Feng glanced at Lu Ruoyi. Are you worried about being late? You know I'm Lu Ruoyi. Who could possibly manage me? Lu Ruoyi concealed her inner turmoil, sitting back down with an air of nonchalance. This girl, Qin Feng smiled, amused by her stubbornness. As expected, a crowd quickly gathered outside the alley, led by Kuan Good, Brother Leopard's boss. He was a local thug, flanked by more than 10 men. Upon seeing Brother Leopard and his crew sprawled on the ground, his expression darkened as he glared at Qin Feng, grumbling, Did you do this? These thugs are quite industrious, aren't they? Qin Feng shrugged, pointing at the yellow-haired man on the ground. I say he did it. Will you believe me? Damn it. Waste him. Kuan Gu roared, waving his hand to signal his underlings to attack Qin Feng. Yet, within 2 minutes, the entire gang was silenced, all lying on the ground, injuries marring their bodies. Even Kuan Gu was not spared, one arm broken, howling in agony. The once arrogant thugs now looked at Qin Feng in terror. This man was no ordinary person. He was a monster. They were baffled by how he had dispatched them all with such ease. Kuan Gu, is it? Qin Feng approached him. I hear this territory is under your protection? Kuan Gu trembled, stuttering. What do you want? This stall, if you dare to meddle with it. Qin Feng's voice grew increasingly sinister. I will kill you. His words struck Kuan Gu like a chilling wave, leaving him gasping for breath. I understand. That is good to hear. Qin Feng stood up, adding, and that yellow-haired man, I want him to cease troubling this lady. Cold sweat dripped down Kuan Ji's face as he replied, Rest assured, I will see to it. Lu Ruoyi helped the elderly lady, saying, Ma'am, it's all right now. Child, your boyfriend is quite remarkable. The elderly lady observed Qin Feng with admiration, patting Lu Ruoyi's delicate hand. You've been coming here for years for breakfast, and I must offer you this advice. Such a man willing to stand up for you is rare. You should cherish him. As Qin Feng approached, the elderly lady placed Lu Ruoyi's hand back into Qin Feng's robust grasp, earnestly advising, Child, you must treasure such a daughter. Lu Ruoyi's face flushed red. Just as she prepared to explain, Qin Feng chuckled, Rest assured, while my wife may not be the most beautiful and has a bad temper, I wouldn't dream of despising her. Lu Ruoyi's expression shifted, and she stomped on Qin Feng's foot. He yelped in pain, and the elderly lady smiled with satisfaction at their playful banter. After a few minutes, Lu Ruoyi drove, the astonishment still evident in her eyes. Eventually, she broke the silence, saying, I thought you were a rogue, but it seems you possess a sense of justice. I've told you before, I have many strengths, Qin Feng replied boastfully. Lu Ruoyi shot him a cold glance. You've just offended the Black Shaka, and now you've angered another group. Aren't you concerned about causing trouble? What trouble should I fear? Qin Feng shrugged. My wife has ample wealth. She can resolve it with money. Lu Ruoyi gasped. You have a wife? Indeed, it's you. Qin Feng teased. Lu Ruoyi clenched her teeth, ready to tear apart this scoundrel's mouth, and retorted, Who is your wife? Do you believe I can kick you off this platform? Just moments ago, the old lady had spoken, and you didn't oppose it. Qin Feng sighed and remarked, I am simply too exceptional. It's no surprise that you fell for me so quickly. Lu Ruoyi was both infuriated and amused. She had encountered shamelessness before, but never had she met someone so brazen and unrepentant as Qin Feng. Any slight change in her attitude towards him vanished in an instant. Without further ado, she pressed the accelerator, speeding towards the company. By the way, why didn't you have breakfast at home and instead came here? Qin Feng asked. I've been eating here for years, Lu Ruoyi replied nonchalantly. What's the problem? No problem, Qin Feng said, but may I offer a suggestion? You should smile more. You look far more appealing when you do. Who knows? I might just come to accept you. Lu Ruoyi was outraged. Who did he think he was to consider whether she was worthy of his acceptance? Fuming, she chose to ignore him. driving straight into the company garage and swiftly exiting the vehicle without uttering another word. Qin Feng followed behind with a grin, unfazed. Upon entering the building, they were approached by a well-dressed young man in a suit, his slick-back hair presenting an air of sophistication. Upon seeing Lu Ruai, he immediately smiled and remarked, "General Lu, you arrived quite early today." Lu Ruai replied coldly, casting a glance at him. "Minister Li is not late either." "Who is this?" Minister Li inquired, eyeing Qin Feng with disdain. "How can someone like him be by your side? Have your tastes changed, General Lu?" Lu Ruai, suppressing her anger, warned, "Mind your words." Minister Li shrugged and grinned. "You know me. I speak my mind. If I offend General Lu, don't take it to heart. A loose tongue deserves a slap, otherwise it pollutes the air." Qin Feng interjected lazily. Minister Li's expression darkened. "Who do you think you are to speak?" Without further comment, Lu Ruai turned to Qin Feng and said, "Let's go," as she led him towards the elevator. Watching them leave, Minister Li's eyes glimmered coldly, muttering to himself, "What a pretentious woman. Mark my words, I will have her in my bed one day, compliant and submissive." Chapter 11. Are you a dog? In the elevator, noticing Lu Ruai's sour expression, Qin Feng couldn't help but ask, "Who was that insufferable fellow? How dare he speak to you like that?" To Qin Feng's understanding, the Dihao Group was part of Lu's family business, and Lu Ruai held the position of president, a rank far above a mere minister. He never expected such arrogance from someone of that stature. Had Lu Ruai not been there to restrain him, he would have slapped that man across the face. That man is Li Xiantian, son of Li Jihong, the minister of the Computer Technology Department, Lu Ruai explained. Li Jihong is our company's vice chairman, second only to my father. Isn't this a family business? Even if his father is a vice chairman, how could a mere minister speak to you like that? What gives him such audacity? Qin Feng questioned. Perhaps not before, but our situation has worsened over the past year or two. Lu Ruai paused, then turned to Qin Feng, icy resolve in her gaze. Why do you ask so many questions? Qin Feng rubbed his nose and replied, "Isn't it only natural to care for you?" Lu Ruai retorted, "You should care more about yourself." After that, she walked towards the experimental department, calling out, "Let Doctor, you come out to see me." General Lu, a tall woman, soon emerged, her curly hair framing a face that, despite the black-rimmed glasses, exuded natural beauty. Qin Feng was taken aback. He had expected a portly, balding old man when he heard doctor, but instead, he was met with a striking woman. "What is the situation?" Lu Ruai inquired. "Doctor," you hesitated, glancing at Qin Feng. Understanding her unspoken message, Lu Ruai stated, "Just treat him as heir. There's no need for caution." Qin Feng felt pleased. After all, heir is essential for life, and it was amusing to think he held such significance in her eyes. Doctor Yu, uncertain about their relationship, nodded and reported, "We've attempted the experiment 3 times, but each time has been fraught with complications. We were close to success but fell short. The BOD plan cannot be delayed further. The state has not granted us much time. With the official funding provided, securing further financial approval will be challenging. Furthermore, we are under scrutiny from various parties, and the experiment must not fail," Lu Ruai stated. "Take me to the experimental department." With that, she donned a lab coat and a mask. Qin Feng, puzzled, asked, "What are you doing? Performing surgery?" "We are a biotechnology company. We conduct research in the field of biotechnology," Lu Ruai shot back coldly. "Stay put in the company and don't wander off. I have matters to attend to. You'll have to fend for yourself at lunch." Without waiting for a response, she followed Dr. Yu through a heavy iron door. A biotechnology company. Qin Feng was aware of the field's significance. During his time in Europe and America, numerous government projects had been involved in genetics, mutants, and biological weapons. Far ahead of China, it became clear how Dihao had risen in prominence so swiftly and maintained its standing in the industry, having collaborated closely with official entities in research. However, left outside, Qin Feng could not remain idle. Soon, he began to wander through the company. Naturally sociable, he first visited the marketing department, chatting for an hour. Then moved on to the planning department for another 10 minutes of banter, before finally arriving at the reception area to flirt with the receptionist. They say work is busy, but it surely seemed more so than military service. As the morning passed, Qin Feng felt quite fulfilled in his aimless wandering. Just as he prepared to head to the cafeteria for lunch, he was intercepted by Li Xiantian. Qin Feng cast a disinterested glance his way and asked, "What do you want?" "You aren't an employee here, so you're not permitted to eat in the cafeteria," Li Xiantian sneered. "You should eat outside. Is the cafeteria yours to manage?" Qin Feng yawned and replied, "I can eat wherever I please. Who are you to dictate that? You arrogant little brat. Don't test my patience." Li Xiantian warned coldly. "Don't force me to call security to have you removed. It would reflect poorly on General Lu." Qin Feng ignored him and headed straight into the cafeteria to get his meal. Li Xiantian, incensed by being disregarded, charged at Qin Feng, grabbing his shoulder and demanding, "Did you not hear me speaking to you?" "I did," Qin Feng replied with a smile. "And so what?" Normally, it wouldn't matter who entered the cafeteria. Even relatives of employees could dine there. However, having offended Li Xiantian earlier that morning, Qin Feng realized this confrontation was intentional. Other employees noticed the commotion and paused to watch, as Li Xiantian had always wielded his father's influence to intimidate others. Seeing Qin Feng stand up to him, many shook their heads, sensing disaster was looming for the young man. Indeed, a surge of anger washed over Li Xiantian's face as he remarked, "Young man, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, so I won't take the blame. What, do you intend to strike?" A glint of coldness flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he crouched down to pick up a piece of iron plate. Li Xiantian, baffled, sneered, "Still wish to use a weapon? Let me tell you, I practiced free fighting during my studies." Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp crack echoed, as Qin Feng effortlessly snapped the iron plate in two with his bare hands. He then smiled at Li Xiantian and inquired, "What was that you just said?" Gasp. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. A monstrous feat. This iron plate, at least 2 inches thick, had been broken like a twig. Was this the strength of a mere human? Li Xiantian, equally astonished, particularly noted the glint in Qin Feng's eyes and the bulging muscles on his body. Instinctively taking a step back, he had contemplated striking first, but now he realized he was clearly no match for Qin Feng. However, Li Xiantian quickly regained his composure and bellowed, "Security." The security personnel rushed over, led by Captain Zhang Kehua, positioning themselves beside Li Xiantian. "Throw him out of the company." Li Xiantian arrogantly glared at Qin Feng, sneering, "Remember, it's throw." Several security guards rolled up their sleeves, eager to act, but were halted by Zhang Kehua. Recognizing Qin Feng as the individual personally welcomed by Chairman Lu Qian, he hastily remarked, "Ministerly, this may not be appropriate." "Not appropriate?" Li Xiantian fumed. "It's one thing for Qin Feng to defy me, but now even a mere security guard dares to disregard my orders." He roared, "Do you not wish to keep your job here? I assure you, many would gladly take your position." Zhang Kehua's expression soured. Caught between the desire to keep his position and not offend Qin Feng, he felt trapped. At that moment, Lu Ruoyi descended, her expression icy. "Li Xiantian, do not go too far. This is my person." Upon seeing Lu Ruoyi, Li Xiantian slightly toned down his arrogance, but replied coolly, "President Lu, the company has explicit regulations against allowing outsiders into the cafeteria. Even as the president, you cannot set such a precedent. It would throw the company into chaos." Lu Ruoyi, infuriated, realized Li Xiantian was openly disregarding her authority. She firmly grasped Qin Feng's arm and declared, "Let's go eat outside." Qin Feng chuckled, "That sounds good. I also prefer not to have a dog eyeing me while I eat. It spoils my appetite." "Who are you calling a dog?" Li Xiantian retorted angrily. Qin Feng shrugged. "Whoever fits the description, is it you?" Li Xiantian was at a loss for words, caught between affirmation and denial, his expression shifting to one of utter discontent. As they exited the company, Qin Feng remarked, "President Lu, I am quite touched that you would offend a core member of the company for my sake." "Less nonsense." Lu Ruoyi shot him a frosty glance, releasing his arm. "I did it because I cannot stand watching Li Xiantian act so arrogantly. If he is so bothersome, why not find an opportunity to have him dismissed?" Qin Feng suggested with a cunning smile. Lu Ruoyi shook her head. If it were that simple. Many of the computer technicians in the department were recruited by him. Firing him would cause significant trouble, and his father would not take it lightly. Qin Feng, indifferent to the company's internal conflicts, merely voiced a casual remark. Lu Ruoyi led him to her car, and they drove towards the commercial district. "Aren't we going to eat?" Qin Feng asked, puzzled as they entered a mall. "We need to change your outfit first." At the Armani counter, Lu Ruoyi selected a blue suit and urged, "Hurry and try this on. How does it look?" Although Qin Feng was essentially forced upon her by Lu Qian, he was still considered her subordinate. After being belittled by Li Xiantian that morning, Lu Ruoyi was keen to give Qin Feng a makeover. Standing at the entrance, Qin Feng raised his hands and feigned innocence. "I have no money." Lu Ruoyi snapped, "Don't worry, I have money. I'll cover it." Qin Feng's face lit up. "Then I can relax. You truly care." Lu Ruoyi struggled to suppress the urge to slap him, just as a couple passed by. The woman scoffed, "See? This is what a useless man looks like. No money and relies on a woman for it. You must never become like him." The timid man nodded, grinning, "Don't worry. I definitely won't be like that. I'll take care of you." Irritated, Qin Feng cast a disdainful glance at the nearly 300-pound woman, retorting, "My wife is wealthy. I proudly enjoy the fruits of her labor. What right do you have to judge? If you had the ability, you would let your man do the same." You fat hag. Enraged, the overweight woman trembled. You dare to eat soft rice and feel justified? Qin Feng lifted his chin defiantly, with a mouth like yours. You should be grateful to have a man supporting you, yet you boast about it. If you offered me food, I would find it repulsive. Go cool off elsewhere. Lu Ruoyi was exasperated. This guy wore his pride in living off others like a badge of honor, utterly shameless. She quickly pulled Qin Feng, who was still itching for a quarrel, into the store. Hurry and try it on. Humph. If you hadn't dragged me, I would have put her in her place. Qin Feng grumbled as he took the suit into the fitting room. Lu Ruoyi sighed. What a peculiar individual she had encountered. Chapter 12. The fit is off. After changing into the suit, Qin Feng emerged from the fitting room, instantly capturing the attention of everyone around. The Armani suit, tailored to perfection, accentuated his sculpted physique, the dark gray color harmonizing with his enigmatic aura. Especially highlighted was his signature devil-may-care smirk, as his gaze swept across the room. The female staff members averted their eyes, their hearts racing. He appeared as a completely different person compared to his previously disheveled state. Qin Feng twirled in front of Lu Ruoyi, smugly stating, "Is it my striking handsomeness that keeps your eyes glued to me?" Lu Ruoyi, initially surprised, responded with a dismissive huff. Who would have thought you could look somewhat presentable after changing clothes? Qin Feng replied with a grin, "It's mainly because I'm a low-key person. I dislike being ostentatious. Otherwise, I would be surrounded by admirers, and I wouldn't have time to deal with them." Lu Ruoyi rolled her eyes, pretending not to hear him. Despite his new suit, he still wore a pair of canvas shoes that were so worn they had lost their color, creating a stark contrast. Lu Ruoyi handed him a pair of leather shoes. "Go change into these." At the checkout, the total came to over 10,000. Qin Feng protested, "I can't accept this." Lu Ruoyi dismissed him, swiping her card. "Do you have money?" Qin Feng shook his head. "No? Then why speak?" Lu Ruoyi queried. "Well, there are a few beautiful women nearby," Qin Feng whispered. "I thought I'd pretend to pay, and since I can't outdo you, could you give me a little face?" Lu Ruoyi was utterly flabbergasted by his peculiar reasoning. As they exited the mall, they were approached by two uniformed police officers, a man and a woman. Upon seeing Lu Ruoyi, the female officer exclaimed joyfully, "Ruoyi, Jiang Qianqian." Lu Ruoyi responded with a smile, and the two beautiful women embraced before separating. Qin Feng chose to overlook the male officer, his gaze lingering on the female officer. Lu Ruoyi's friend was indeed impressive, exuding an aura of confidence. Not to mention her well-endowed physique, which was hard to ignore. She must have been between a D and E cup. Jiang Qianqian, with her keen observational skills as a police officer, immediately noticed Qin Feng's lingering gaze and pointed at him, asking, "Who is this person? How are you together?" "A rogue." Lu Ruoyi had grown accustomed to addressing him this way and remarked, "My father insists on assigning me a bodyguard. By the way, what brings you here? Are you on patrol?" Jiang Qianqian nodded and replied, "I just received a report from a woman claiming that an outrageous man was verbally assaulting her in the mall. I happened to be nearby, so I came to check it out." Lu Ruoyi felt a bead of sweat form on her forehead. If her close friends discovered this incident, it would severely tarnish her image. She quickly responded, "It's just a trivial matter. There's no need to get involved." "Oh," Jiang Qianqian acknowledged, then turned her attention to Qin Feng, who had been staring at her chest. With a playful smile, she inquired, "Friend, have you seen enough?" Qin Feng, caught in the act, showed no signs of embarrassment and replied, "I think I've had my fill." Jiang Qianqian maintained her smile and asked, "Is it pleasing to the eye?" Qin Feng replied, "It's passable." She continued, "Isn't it rather ample?" "What a question." Qin Feng, being forthright, answered, "It is indeed impressive, though the shape is hard to discern. If I could feel it, perhaps I could offer a better evaluation." This audacious fellow. Lu Ruoyi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, but knowing her friend's tactics, she chose to remain silent, watching the unfolding drama. "If you wish to touch, go ahead," Jiang Qianqian provocatively asserted, puffing out her chest. Qin Feng gazed at the swaying mounds, swallowed hard, and said, "I assure you, I'm not flirting." "Lu, you can vouch for me." She initiated this. Jiang Qianqian shook her head and threw him a flirtatious glance. "Don't worry, I have no tricks up my sleeve, and I want to report you to the police." Qin Feng could hardly contain himself and reached out. The male officer behind them shook his head discreetly, feeling a twinge of sympathy for yet another unfortunate soul. He knew all too well the methods of this police flower, unyielding in her disdain for lectures. She had no qualms about meting out justice. He recalled a previous incident where a man had dared to harass her, only to find himself hospitalized for half a year. His future happiness irrevocably shattered. And due to Jiang Qianqian's substantial connections, the consequence had merely been a week of suspension. As Qin Feng's hand was about to make contact with Jiang Qianqian, the flirtatious smile on her face vanished, replaced by a fierce glint in her eyes. In the next moment, she seized Qin Feng's wrist and executed a textbook shoulder throw, intending to toss him aside. As a black belt in Taekwondo, Jiang Qianqian was always confident. In such a surprise attack, no one could withstand her prowess. But just as she thought victory was assured, her expression stiffened in disbelief. No matter how much force she exerted, Qin Feng remained unmoved, his legs rooted to the ground like ancient tree roots. How could this be? Jiang Qianqian's face flushed as she exerted every ounce of strength she had. Do you enjoy this position, beautiful? Qin Feng's voice broke through her concentration, and in an instant, Jiang Qianqian froze as his large hand covered her ample chest. He even squeezed it. Flushed with shame and fury, Jiang Qianqian immediately released Qin Feng's arm and retreated, her beautiful eyes narrowing into fiery slits as she glared at him. Meanwhile, Qin Feng playfully pinched the air with his fingers, chuckling, the model is decent. But through a bra, the sensation isn't quite as satisfying. His words and actions drove Jiang Qianqian to the brink of insanity. You dare, she seethed. Qin Feng, taken aback, replied, wasn't it you who encouraged me to touch? He added, I have it recorded on my phone. You can't blame me. Jiang Qianqian hadn't anticipated Qin Feng's cunning. She yearned to retaliate against him, but in such a public setting, she had no choice but to suppress her anger, declaring, I'll remember this. We are far from finished. Without bidding farewell to Lu Ruai, she stormed off with the male officer. Qin Feng sighed. Your friend certainly has a fierce temper. Lu Ruai, having witnessed Qin Feng's shamelessness, was momentarily stunned by his words. Despite having taken advantage of the situation, he now feigned innocence. Who was he trying to fool? Yet, knowing Jiang Qianqian was a black belt, Lu Ruai initially thought Qin Feng would be the one to suffer, only to find that Jiang Qianqian had ended up losing the battle. Let us go, Lu Ruai urged as she pulled Qin Feng towards the car. Later that afternoon, upon returning home, Qin Feng appeared revitalized in his tailored suit. Zhang Ying's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Qin, that outfit suits you remarkably well. Lu Ruai's eyes sparkled with admiration, her heart fluttering. Qin Feng humbly remarked, the clothing is unimportant. It's the foundation that matters. Lu Ruai shot him a disdainful glance, wondering if he could ever speak like a normal person. Zhang Ying giggled and called for Lu Qian to join them, the family surrounding him in awe. Lu Ruai rolled her eyes. Her parents seemed like unsophisticated country folk, oblivious to social graces. During dinner, Lu Qian inquired, Ruai, how was work today? Not smooth. The experiment failed several times, she replied curtly. That's not what I meant. Lu Qian cleared his throat and continued, I meant, how did your time with Mr. Qin go today? It was fine, Lu Ruai answered distractedly, feeling vexed. That is good to hear, Lu Qian smiled. Engage in more communication. Don't hesitate to ask if you have questions. Lu Ruai found his sudden interest perplexing. Had her father taken something that dulled his senses? Fearing further inquiries, she retreated to her room on the second floor, promptly locking the door behind her. Lu Qian grumbled. Why lock the door when we're all home? Lu Ruai's icy voice replied, to guard against wolves. Despite Lu Ruai's precautions, Lu Ruoli, on the other hand, was inviting trouble. As Qin Feng lay asleep, she indeed sent him another message. After a moment of intense internal conflict, he finally rose and stealthily made his way to Lu Ruoli's room. What is the matter? He asked, maintaining a stern demeanor. I've been working all day and am utterly exhausted. Lu Ruoli, concerned, remarked, is the company busy? My sister really should give you some time off. Qin Feng thought. Your sister has such a fiery temper. I'd be grateful if she didn't torment me. I've been pondering. Lu Ruoli tilted her head. Should I tell my father about us? Qin Feng quickly interjected, no. Why not? Lu Ruai pouted. I haven't seen you all day. I miss you terribly. Father hired you as my bodyguard, so why should my sister have you? Qin Feng spoke earnestly. The world is treacherous. No, that's not right. Human hearts are complex. If you tell your father about us and he disapproves, wouldn't that mean the end for us? If he disagrees, I will elope with you. Lu Ruoli huffed defiantly. Qin Feng broke into a cold sweat and quickly replied, that's one way, but also, your family is influential. Right now, your father merely admires my looks and talents. But if he discovers our relationship, he could turn against me and have someone eliminate me. Hearing this, Lu Ruoli's face paled with concern. Then, I'll die with you. This girl was indeed deeply entangled in their relationship, and Qin Feng felt a surge of emotion. Yet he insisted, no such talk. I want to allow you to perish. Lu Ruoli, flustered, exclaimed, what do we do then? Time is on our side. Qin Feng affectionately patted her head. Our relationship will surely blossom, but there's no need to rush. Lu Ruoli's eyes sparkled with mischief. Then may I confide in my sister? Perhaps she can help me persuade you to stay. Qin Feng was alarmed. That was even more inadvisable. If Lu Ruai found out, and Lu Qian let something slip, he might very well find himself in dire straits. Thus, Qin Feng weighed the pros and cons and spoke sweetly until he finally managed to appease the young lady. Just as he was about to leave, she caught hold of him, swaying her slender waist and playfully said, "Brother Feng, you look exceptionally handsome today." Chapter 13. Arrest him. Early the next morning, Qin Feng awoke yawning. Last night, under Lu Ruoli's relentless insistence, the two had rolled about on the sheets. Although nothing transpired, it left Qin Feng in a state of burning desire, prompting him to hastily exit the room. Consequently, with pent-up frustration, Qin Feng had hardly slept well, and dark circles now adorned his handsome face, a sight that would surely break the hearts of many budding young girls. As he washed up, he shamelessly mused on this. Upon stepping outside, Qin Feng noticed that Lu Ruoi's vehicle today was not a Maserati, but rather a red BMW GT, exuding understated luxury and depth. Indeed, this car, while stable, bore a hint of flamboyance, seemingly more suited to a woman of fiery passion than to Lu Ruoi's frosty demeanor. Could it be that she was not as she appeared, harboring a fervent heart beneath her icy exterior? "What are you scheming over there?" Lu Ruoi, seated in the driver's seat, coldly regarded Qin Feng. "Are you getting in or not?" She felt an overwhelming urge to slam on the accelerator and run over this scoundrel. His lewd expression promised nothing good. "Don't get the wrong idea," Qin Feng replied earnestly. "I was admiring the car. I have no interest in you." "You?" Lu Ruoi was nearly driven to madness. "What do you mean you have no interest in me? I'm the one who has no interest in you." However, upon seeing Lu Qian, still bleary-eyed, standing at the door and waving at them with a smile, she had to suppress her urge to explode. As soon as Qin Feng got into the car and had yet to fasten his seatbelt, Lu Ruoi slammed on the gas. Vroom! The car shot forward. "Slow down." Qin Feng nearly crashed into the windshield, hurriedly fastening his seatbelt. "You sisters are going to get someone killed with your driving." "I heard you met my sister during a race," Lu Ruoi said, staring ahead but directing a question at Qin Feng. "Sort of," Qin Feng replied vaguely. Lu Ruoi's gaze turned icy. "I don't know what your ulterior motives are in getting close to my sister, but I warn you, do not harbor any intentions towards her. She is not someone you can toy with." Qin Feng thought to himself, "I have no designs on your sister. My sights are set on you instead." He nonchalantly picked his nose and flicked the result onto the windshield in front of him. "What are you doing?" Lu Ruoi noticed this and felt a mix of disgust and anger. After all, this was her new car. Qin Feng chuckled. "You said I was interested in your sister. But you are mistaken. It is this booger that is interested in her. It is the true culprit. Now that I've dislodged it, what punishment do you want me to administer?" "I can assist you." Lu Ruoi trembled with rage. She had never encountered such shamelessness, which utterly shattered her worldview. She chose to remain silent, lest she be further repulsed. However, soon, Qin Feng's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and, after a moment's thought, answered. "Brother Feng, I heard you're back in Zhonghai." "Yes," Qin Feng replied, a hint of nostalgia crossing his face. "Where did you hear that?" "Zhang Hing mentioned it." There was a brief silence on the other end before continuing. "Forget that topic. You must be looking for work after just leaving the military, right? Would you consider joining us? Are you doing well?" Qin Feng asked with a smile. "Still running the agency, hoping to introduce me to a job?" "No. My friends and I have started an advertising company, and we are currently hiring. If you're interested, you can come and give it a try. If better opportunities arise, you can leave anytime." "Thanks, brother," Qin Feng said, touched. "I'll come see you in a few days." "All right, you get back to your business. By the way, about Yue Qin, don't overthink it." A flicker of sadness crossed Qin Feng's eyes as he nodded and replied, "I understand." The caller was his childhood friend, Lu Yang, with whom he had grown up inseparably. Before leaving Zhonghai with his family, he was Qin Feng's best companion. However, since Qin Feng's voice carried, Lu Ruoi, who was driving next to him, overheard the entire conversation. After he hung up, she immediately mocked. "So, you just returned from the military, huh? A soldier who still needs his friends to find him a job? Don't tell me you're living off handouts like a kept man. What? Is there a problem?" Qin Feng glanced at her, his tone indifferent. "ISNT your job arranged by your father?" Lu Ruoi never wanted to be seen as a mere ornamental figure, and her voice turned cold. "I rely on my own abilities. I mentioned this to that insufferable woman yesterday." Qin Feng grinned. "Even if I were a kept man, living off handouts, it would still be through my own capabilities. Everyone's the same." Her face darkened. Qin Feng's audacity had thoroughly defeated her. The two fell into silence until they arrived at the company, where Lu Ruoi noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance. They were not just any onlookers, but a flock of police officers. Li Xiantian stood at the door, engaged in some negotiations with them. As Lu Ruoi and Qin Feng approached, Li Xiantian squinted before casting a smug glance at Qin Feng, declaring, "Comrades, The main suspect has arrived. That person is Qin Feng. Qin Feng was taken aback, wondering if he was being targeted for the incident from yesterday. Had Jiang Qianqian sought revenge so soon? What is going on? Lu Ruoyi inquired. We're looking for Qin Feng, the lead officer stated, ignoring Lu Ruoyi. You are Qin Feng, correct? Yes. Come with us. The officer grunted, and the surrounding aides moved in to apprehend him. Wait. Lu Ruoyi intervened, questioning, on what grounds are you arresting someone at my company? The officer replied curtly. He assaulted the heir of the Zhongshu group, Zhang Ming. We are required to take him in and proceed according to the law. Zhang Ming? Lu Ruoyi furrowed her brow and turned to Qin Feng, asking, You fought with Zhang Ming? I did. He should be in the hospital now. Qin Feng smirked. At that moment, he understood the situation, mocking inwardly. Zhang Ming, so cunning, had opted for a direct confrontation. Lu Ruoyi felt a surge of anger. How could Qin Feng admit to this? It solidified the charges against him, complicating her efforts to maneuver. She finally grasped why Lei Chao had come looking for trouble that night. His master had ended up in the hospital. What an audacious individual. Although Lu Ruoyi thought this, she still had to defend Qin Feng, stating, Officer, I believe there must be some misunderstanding here. He just confessed to the crime. What further misunderstanding could there be? The leading officer retorted coldly. We are executing our duties, so please do not obstruct us, Ms. Lu. Take him away, quickly. The aides proceeded to handcuff Qin Feng, preparing to escort him to the vehicle. Stop. Lu Ruoyi stepped in front of the lead officer, her voice icy. I know your chief. I demand to speak with him. Under normal circumstances, the police would certainly give Lu Ruoyi face. But this time, with Zhang Ming's explicit instructions, they could not afford to falter. Ms. Lu, he replied coolly, should you have any questions, you may directly approach the chief at the station. Please do not make things difficult for us. Just as Lu Ruoyi was about to say something else, Qin Feng lazily interjected, Ms. Lu, I'll go with them. It's nothing to worry about. Lu Ruoyi paused, then noted the officer's badge number coldly. I'll remember you, Zhang Ku, and if my employee suffers even a scratch, you will be the first I come for. After this, she turned to Qin Feng and said, Qin Feng, don't say anything. I'll find a lawyer. Understood. Qin Feng smiled. You truly care for me, Ms. Lu. Lu Ruoyi felt a surge of anger. How could this scoundrel still find the time to laugh at such a moment? He truly lacked any sense of propriety. Soon, Qin Feng was taken away, while Li Xiantian, standing nearby, remarked with a sarcastic tone, Lu, next time, exercise better judgment in choosing whom to associate with. We can't have just anyone parading through our doors, especially not at dawn when the police come to arrest someone. People might think something's amiss with our empire group, tarnishing our corporate image. Lu Ruoyi's delicate features darkened as she silently entered the company building, having no time to engage in a petty feud with Li Xiantian. She needed to think of a solution. Inside the police car, Qin Feng was sandwiched between two officers in the back seat. What is your name, sir? Qin Feng inquired, tapping on the front seat. Zhang Ku turned back, frowning. Behave yourself. I was merely showing concern, Qin Feng replied. It must be tough to be out here on duty so early. Zhang Ku snickered. What tricks are you trying to play? We, the police, uphold social order and punish wrongdoing. It's our duty, and what if it's hard work? Qin Feng shook his head, insisting, You've apprehended the wrong person. I am a good citizen. You broke both of young Master Zhong's hands, and you dare claim to be innocent? Zhang Ke scoffed. Are you implying we have wronged you? It was self-defense. Qin Feng defended himself. Self-defense? Zhang Ke laughed coldly. Can one inflict such harm in self-defense? Let me tell you, the person you've offended is Zhong Xiao, someone you cannot afford to cross. Don't think that the Empire Group can save you. It's merely a fledgling biotech company, utterly unqualified to rival the deeply rooted Zhong family. So, they intend to bully me and twist the truth? Qin Feng asked. Say what you will, but you know very well whom you've provoked. You're finished. Zhang Ke's words were laced with a foreboding tone. Surprised, Qin Feng exclaimed. Is the Zhong family so powerful that they can command you, a squad leader, to arrest me? Zhang Ke refused to be drawn in, instead responding with a cold laugh. You committed the offense yourself, and it's all documented. Zhong Ming merely reported you as a suspect, though supported by Zhong Xiao. Zhang Ke was not worried that someone like Qin Feng, caught in his grasp, could cause any trouble but remained cautious. Once at the police station, in a dimly lit interrogation room, Qin Feng was relentlessly questioned, yet he maintained his silence, refusing to admit guilt. Zhang Ke entered with a mocking smile. Still a tough nut to crack, are we? No matter, I have my ways. Throw him into room 003. Let us see if he confesses then, Zhang Ke declared, emphasizing each word. And make sure there's no one else in there, right? The two officers beside him shivered. Room 003 was a taboo within the station. It housed only a handful of inmates, each a dangerous criminal with blood on their hands. Chapter 14. Are we friends now? After being taken to room 003, Zhang Ke lit a cigarette at the window and made a phone call. What is the situation? Came Zhong Ming's voice. Zhang Ke took a puff and replied with a smile. Zhong Xiao, do you doubt my abilities? Good. Just don't let him off too lightly. Bring him to me later. Zhong Ming ordered through gritted teeth. Zhang Ke chuckled. Rest assured, Zhong Xiao. After hanging up, Zhang Ke continued to smoke. And after about half an hour, he strolled back in. However, upon witnessing the scene inside, his expression turned ghastly. Qin Feng was sitting upright on the lone sofa, one foot resting on a burly man, grinning at him. The other three were slapping each other, their mouths filled with anguished cries. How could this be? Zhang Ke was incredulous but quickly regained his composure, bellowing, "Bring those people out." Once Qin Feng was returned to the interrogation room, he wore an expression of innocence. Zhang Ke, suppressing his fury, demanded, "What happened?" "I was merely trying to make some friends, but these individuals, perhaps mentally challenged, lunged at me without a word. I was terrified and had to defend myself. You can't blame me for that, can you?" Qin Feng explained, feigning innocence. Zhang Ke shot him a furious glare, promptly dispatching someone to investigate, only to discover the bizarre truth. Qin Feng had indeed been outrageous. After entering, he quickly subdued the others and insisted they ask one another questions, slapping each other if they answered incorrectly. The questions were absurd, ranging from the number of stars in the sky to the sounds made by turtles and whether the chicken or the egg came first. The five hulking men had all emerged battered, bruised, and utterly defeated. Enraged, Zhang Ke trembled with fury, ordering them to write statements. Captain Zhang. At that moment, the door to the interrogation room swung open, revealing a female officer accompanied by a group of people. "Qin, help me." Seeing the newcomers, Qin Feng leaped from his seat, tears streaming as he exclaimed, "They took me to a terrifying place. Those people bullied me, and I nearly died in there. It was so dreadful and empty. And this man, he abused his power. You must help me." The newcomer was Jiang Chanqian. Upon hearing Qin Feng's pleas, Jiang Chanqian shot him a piercing glare. "Am I blind? Who is bullying whom here? If it weren't for Lu Ruai calling me, I wouldn't have bothered with this matter at all." "Officer Jiang," Zhang Ke said coolly, "this case is under my jurisdiction, and the person I've apprehended is not your concern. True, you've taken the case. But if you engage in actions that tarnish the image of law enforcement, I will intervene," Jiang Chanqian asserted with righteous indignation. "You cannot act recklessly. You are not my superior. You have no authority over me." Zhang Ke grunted in response. "Officer Jiang, I have my own procedures for dealing with criminals. I ask you to leave." Following this, the officers beside him stood in solidarity with him. Jiang Chanqian, infuriated, summoned her own team, declaring, "I will not relent today. Moreover, I have informed the director about this." Zhang Ke's face darkened with malice. "Don't be ungrateful. Do you know whom he has offended? I'll tell you. It won't matter if the director comes. This matter must be dealt with seriously. Who says the director's presence is useless?" A commanding voice suddenly resounded, followed by the entrance of a middle-aged man. Zhang Ke broke into a cold sweat. How could the director have arrived so quickly? The man was none other than Director Wang Hao. Wang Hao surveyed the room with a frigid glare and demanded, "Are we staging a rebellion here?" The officers shrank back, retreating in haste. Wang Hao then turned to Zhang Ke, asking, "What did you just say?" Zhang Ke, mustering his courage, replied, "I apprehended a suspect. But he has offended Zhong Ming of the Zhong Group." Zhang Ke thought invoking Zhong Ming's name would suffice, but the next moment, a sharp slap echoed through the air. Director Wang Hao had struck Zhang Ke across the face. Everyone stood stunned, including Jiang Chanqian, who was equally taken aback. "Director, you," Zhang Ke stammered, his anger dissipating in the face of Wang Hao's blazing fury. "Why did you hit me? Are you trying to ruin me?" Wang Hao bellowed, "Release him at once." Though Zhang Ke was seething, he dared not retort and stepped forward to unlock the door. Qin Feng interjected, "Comrade, I wish to report this man." Zhang Ke scoffed, thinking the director would dismiss Qin Feng's complaint, but to his astonishment, Wang Hao seemed to tremble upon seeing Qin Feng. After a deep breath, he instructed, "Bring this gentleman's phone to me." Officers promptly complied. Zhang Ke felt a surge of unease and asked, "Director, what do you mean by that?" "It means nothing." Wang Hao replied coldly, casting a glance at him. "The law does not tolerate leniency. If you have erred, do you not dare to acknowledge it?" But what?" Wang Hao interrupted frostily. "First, listen to the recording." Qin Feng activated his phone and played the recording, causing Zhang Ke's face to drain of color. He had not anticipated Qin Feng's cunning. He had indeed prepared for their visit to the police station. "If there is nothing further to discuss, take Zhang away," Wang Hao ordered. "I will handle it personally." Desperately, Zhang Ke protested, "It was Zhong Xiao who instructed me to do this. He indeed assaulted someone." Wang Hao's expression darkened. Take him away. Before Zhang Ku could utter another word, 2 officers seized him and escorted him out. Jiang Qianqian stood by, her face a mask of disbelief. Wang Hao had always maintained a cordial relationship with Zhang Ku. How could he truly arrest him over this matter? Yet, the scene before her was undeniably real. Soon, Wang Hao turned to her, saying, "You should leave as well." Reluctantly, Jiang Qianqian exited, leaving Qin Feng and Wang Hao alone in the room. "Mr. Qin, are you all right?" Wang Hao inquired, taking a deep breath, his gaze complicated. "Someone from above called me, instructing immediate action. Are you satisfied?" "Someone from above?" Qin Feng regarded Wang Hao with a semblance of amusement. "Who might that be?" "Oh, my authority does not extend to that," Wang Hao replied cautiously. "I am unaware of Mr. Qin's identity." Qin Feng had sent a message to his former comrades before arriving, and it was likely their influence that had led to this predicament. This was precisely what unnerved Wang Hao. The higher-ups wielded considerable power, and he was willing to offend the Zhong family to preserve Qin Feng's dignity. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, casting a glance at him. "Is my identity something you can inquire about?" Pardon me. Wang Hao shuddered, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "Mr. Qin, I assure you that I will severely punish Zhang Ku for his disrespect towards the police." "No need." Qin Feng shook his head. "Someone will come to pick me up shortly. I will leave then." "Understood." Qin Feng settled into the director's office, savoring exquisite Tiguanyin tea while perusing internal publications, seemingly at ease. Half an hour later, the sound of approaching vehicles reached them, prompting Qin Feng to announce, "I must take my leave." Wang Hao escorted Qin Feng to the office door, hesitating before saying, "Mr. Qin, I apologize for today's events, but can we consider ourselves friends now?" "Of course," Qin Feng replied, patting Wang Hao on the shoulder. "Are we not already friends?" Wang Hao, oblivious to Qin Feng's jest, felt elated. "Very well, if you ever need anything, Mr. Qin, I will certainly assist." "You are overly courteous." Qin Feng chuckled before descending the stairs. "Are you all right?" Lu Ruoi, driving a BMW, approached Qin Feng and inquired upon seeing him exit. "I am quite well," Qin Feng smiled. Before he could elaborate, Jiang Qianqian interjected sharply. "Does he look like someone with problems?" "He was just sipping tea in Director Wang's office. He probably doesn't want to leave." Lu Ruoi asked, "Is that true?" Qin Feng rubbed his nose, stating, "Well, sort of." Jiang Qianqian retorted, "If I had known you were acquainted with Director Wang, I wouldn't have come to this commotion." Qin Feng felt slightly irked. After all, he had merely touched her chest, not gone any further, yet her jealousy was palpable. However, upon hearing Jiang Qianqian's words, Lu Ruoi's eyes widened in shock. Director Wang was the head of the Zhonghai Police Department, and Lu Qian had just called, expressing his helplessness regarding the situation. How could he treat Qin Feng with such deference? Who, exactly, was this man? Chapter 15. The Turn of Events. On the return journey, Lu Qian called Qin Feng. "Mr. Qin, are you all right?" "I am fine," Qin Feng chuckled. "Chairman Lu rescued me from the station." "Roy?" Lu Qian replied with a bitter smile. "I don't have such influence, nor does she. This is all you're doing, Mr. Qin." Qin Feng countered, "We are all family. Do not be so formal." Lu Qian exclaimed in surprise, "Did Mr. Qin just agree?" Qin Feng cleared his throat, saying, "I merely spoke casually. Do not take it to heart." After hanging up, Lu Ruoi eyed Qin Feng suspiciously. "What do you mean by family?" "Your mother is considering adopting me as her godson," Qin Feng joked. "I am contemplating whether, should I accept this title, I could still engage in anything with you. It's quite a dilemma." Lu Ruoi lifted her foot, the heel of her high-heeled shoe pressing down on Qin Feng's instep. "Ouch!" Qin Feng yelped. "Drive carefully." Seeing Qin Feng's pained expression, Lu Ruoi smirked. But when she turned her head, a truck suddenly appeared, blocking the intersection. "Danger!" Lu Ruoi's complexion changed as she hurriedly slammed on the brakes. Just as they were about to collide, she managed to stop just in time, exhaling, "That was close." However, Qin Feng's expression turned grave. "Reverse, quickly." Lu Ruoi paused, then disdainfully remarked, "What are you afraid of? We haven't crashed yet." Qin Feng's countenance darkened, and he shouted, "I said to reverse." His eyes blazed with urgency. Lu Ruoi, taken aback by his intensity, momentarily froze, but Qin Feng paid no mind to her surprise. He shifted the gear into reverse and swiftly maneuvered the car backward. In an instant, they had retreated over 10 meters. Boom. At that moment, the truck erupted in a deafening explosion, sending plumes of black smoke into the air. Nearby streetlights, signs, and fire hydrants shattered under the force. Lu Ruoi stared in shock, her body trembling. Had they still been present, the explosion's shockwave would have likely overturned them, leaving them with grave injuries or worse. "Get out of this street." Qin Feng inhaled deeply, urging, "Hurry. What is happening?" Lu Ruoyi remained frozen in place, her face blank with confusion. That foolish woman. Qin Feng was exasperated. They often said that those with ample bosoms lack intelligence. But Lu Ruoyi seemed even less astute than Jiang Qianqian. He placed one hand on her thigh to help her press the accelerator while steering with the other, glancing back at the oncoming traffic. Soon, the car sped out of the street. Qin Feng quickly opened the door, saying, "Get out, I'll drive." His expression was unusually solemn. Lu Ruoyi did not hesitate, immediately switching seats with him, just as she fastened her seatbelt. Qin Feng took the wheel of the BMW GT and roared off like a beast unleashed, accelerating to 130 kilometers per hour in less than 10 seconds. "You're speeding," Lu Ruoyi exclaimed in alarm. As they wove through the dense traffic, she gasped in awe, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. "Be quiet," Qin Feng snapped. "I certainly know what I'm doing." Lu Ruoyi's cheeks flushed. She had never been scolded like this before. Yet the fierce expression on Qin Feng's face left her too intimidated to retort. "What is going on? How did you know there was a problem with that truck?" Qin Feng explained. "When we arrived, the truck was merely parked on the side, but as you drove into the street, it moved forward a few meters, and the cargo hold was open, emitting a strong smell of oil. Its rear wheels bore traces of explosive residue. Most importantly, I noticed there was no driver in sight." With a single breath, Lu Ruoyi was left dumbfounded, astonished by Qin Feng's meticulous observation. Though she was flustered, her mind was not entirely dull. She quickly inquired, "Are you suggesting that someone is ambushing us?" Following closely were two Buick cars. Qin Feng replied coldly, "I've driven at such high speeds and circled several streets, yet they still pursue us." Lu Ruoyi hurriedly glanced into the rearview mirror, but at that moment, both felt the car jolt, the sound of air being pierced. Bullets. Panic surged within Lu Ruoyi. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth. But his eyes were icy as he remarked, "Now there's another vehicle on our right. They possess silenced M14 rifles, which have minimal recoil. The bullets just struck our tires." This was the first time Lu Ruoyi encountered such a situation. "What should we do? Who's trying to ambush us?" she asked. Qin Feng replied, "It's not us, it's you." Frustrated, Lu Ruoyi retorted, "Does arguing about this help now?" "Of course it does," Qin Feng shot back coldly. "If these people were targeting me, we would have been dead by now. But they are clearly after you, which means they want you alive." Lu Ruoyi fell silent. At this moment, Qin Feng had shed his usual nonchalance, revealing a fierce demeanor akin to a lone wolf, poised on the edge of a precipice. Gazing down with a chilling intensity, bang! Another gunshot rang out. Though Qin Feng attempted to swerve the car upon hearing the shot, the vehicle was still struck on the rear door panel. While it did not penetrate, a noticeable dent marred the surface. Lu Ruoyi gasped. Had the bullet been aimed at the passenger side window, she would have been dead by now. Qin Feng frowned and admonished, "Stop screaming. Duck down. Sit tight." Lu Ruoyi dared not defy his orders, immediately complying. About 5 minutes later, Lu Ruoyi felt the car come to a halt. She raised her head to survey her surroundings and realized they had arrived at a commercial street. "What are we doing here?" she asked anxiously. "We should go to the police station and report this." "Report?" A surge of arrogance enveloped Qin Feng as he sneered. "I intend to eradicate them all." Lu Ruoyi was utterly astonished. The adversaries had at least 3 vehicles, likely over 10 men, and armed with firearms. They were far from ordinary thugs. Not only did he refuse to call the police, but he also planned to take them all out. Where did Qin Feng's overwhelming confidence stem from? Before she could inquire, he pulled her into a nearby shopping mall and instructed, "Head to the ladies' restroom. There are many people here, and they should hesitate to fire in such a crowd. Find a stall and lock the door. I'll handle the rest." In a daze, Lu Ruoyi followed him into the women's restroom. A few women exiting scolded them as they entered, calling them perverts, but Qin Feng shot them a glare that silenced them. He ushered Lu Ruoyi into one of the stalls before stepping out. It had been a long time since his return, and he had not engaged in such activities for a while. Qin Feng cracked his neck, standing at the restroom door like a powerful lion claiming its territory. Soon, several men clad in jackets and sunglasses flooded into the mall. They scanned the area and spotted Qin Feng entering the men's restroom. After him, they exchanged glances and rushed inside. They demonstrated some level of intelligence. 6 men in total pursued him. 3 entered while 3 stayed outside. However, the trio outside soon heard a series of thuds emanating from within. They quickly drew their handguns and cautiously stepped inside. Surprise! The 3 men, tense, barely crossed the threshold of the restroom when a voice echoed. As they frantically raised their weapons to fire, Qin Feng appeared with a grin. He seized one man by the head and smashed it against another, causing the remaining man's gun to be kicked away effortlessly, sending it clattering to the floor. All 5 individuals in the restroom were rendered unconscious, but one managed to turn and flee. Qin Feng picked up a silenced pistol, commenting, "A German-made Desert Eagle. Quite sophisticated indeed. Do you believe I could blow your head off before you exit the restroom?" The man hesitated, fear gripping him as he turned to face Qin Feng. His expression pale. "You little brat, don't meddle in our affairs. Do you know who we are?" Bang! A gunshot reverberated through the restroom, the echo enough to terrify anyone present. The man crumpled to the floor, clutching his head, trembling uncontrollably as if about to wet himself. Just inches away from him, a bullet hole appeared in the wall, emitting wisps of smoke. Qin Feng chuckled, "Apologies, I haven't used a gun in a while. My aim is a bit rusty. Please forgive me. But next time, I won't miss." The man looked up, horrified. "Don't shoot, don't shoot." With a swift kick to his chin, Qin Feng's smile faded, replaced by a cold demeanor. "Now, tell me what I want to know." The man, missing several teeth and bleeding from his mouth, stammered. "We were sent to capture the woman you were with earlier. We are merely following orders. We are mercenaries." "Mercenaries?" Qin Feng's gaze narrowed. Unlike thugs or enforcers, mercenaries were truly ruthless, a breed of individuals who disregarded their lives. In China, while assassins, informants, and black market dealings existed, mercenaries remained taboo, as these outlaws challenged national authority and were typically not permitted entry. However, the allure of the Chinese market was too great, enticing mercenaries from Southeast Asia and Europe to risk it all for a profit. It was evident that this group was among those low-tier mercenaries operating within China. Qin Feng inquired, "What kind of mercenaries are you?" "We are the Viper mercenaries." "Kid, I'm not warning you. I'm merely advising you that you can't afford to provoke us." Upon sensing Qin Feng's chilling gaze, the man quickly changed his tone. Qin Feng scoffed. The Viper mercenary group? He had never even heard of them. He had traversed the largest mercenary group in Southeast Asia, the Firestorm mercenaries, multiple times, while the Vipers were likely still in their infancy. "Who ordered you?" Before Qin Feng could finish his question, a scream echoed from the adjacent women's restroom. "Not good." Qin Feng's expression shifted as he dashed out of the men's restroom. Upon entering the women's restroom, he discovered that the stall where Lu Ruoyi had been was now ajar, the door hanging askew, and she was nowhere to be seen. The window was wide open, evidently the exit point for her abduction. "Damn it." Qin Feng's expression darkened as he turned to the mercenary. "How many of you are there in total?" Seeing his prey slipping away, the man taunted. "There are 9 of us in total, kid. Give up. You're no match for us." "To hell with you." Qin Feng's eyes flashed dangerously as he slammed the man's head against the wall, blood streaming from his scalp. The mercenary immediately fell silent. Chapter 16. BOD Project. Securing the silenced pistol at his waist, Qin Feng leaped out through the window. He quickly locked onto 2 figures dragging a sack toward the parking area. However, they were at a distance, and as they neared their vehicle, Qin Feng swiftly turned on the BMW GT. Despite one tire being flat, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. With a thunderous roar, Qin Feng crashed through the barricade, barreling into the pedestrian street. Surrounding pedestrians shouted in anger, but Qin Feng aimed for the Buick. Just as they attempted to pull out of the parking space, he collided with their side. Bang! The impact reverberated, leaving onlookers in shock as someone dared to crash a car in the bustling pedestrian zone. Damn it! The side window of the Buick rolled down, revealing a scarred, menacing face of a man who promptly brandished a handgun and aimed it at Qin Feng. At the sound of gunfire, the crowd erupted in chaos, shrieking in terror. The glass of the BMW shattered instantly, and as Qin Feng lowered his head, he swiftly opened the car door and rolled onto the ground, narrowly evading several bullets. "Let us go," Scarface commanded, seeing Qin Feng merge into the crowd, gesturing for the driver to move ahead. How could Qin Feng allow them to escape unscathed? Just as the vehicle began to reverse, preparing to flee in another direction, the glass beside the driver suddenly shattered. A bullet pierced through the driver's nose. Had it not been for Qin Feng's intentional diversion, the man would have already met his demise. The driver emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his face contorted in agony as blood gushed from his nose, causing him to lean back helplessly, losing control of the vehicle. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Feng's head emerged from the front, and he began to strike the windshield. Fool! Though the driver was gravely wounded, the remaining 2 occupants in the car scoffed at Qin Feng's foolishness. If it were that easy to break the bulletproof glass with your fists, then we wouldn't have it in the first place. No sooner had the words left their mouths than a chilling sound echoed, sending shivers down one's spine. Under Qin Feng's relentless blows, cracks began to spiderweb across the bulletproof glass, emanating from the point of impact. It wouldn't be long before the glass shattered completely. This maniac, Scarface, seated in the passenger seat, felt a chill run down his spine. Hearing about someone shattering bulletproof glass with mere fists was simply unheard of. He immediately turned to his companion and asked, "Where's the handgun?" "Out of bullets." The man replied, fear evident in his voice. "We didn't bring much on this trip. And some were taken from us earlier." "Useless." Scarface cursed vehemently. Just then, a loud crash resounded as the glass shattered entirely. Qin Feng crouched low, stepping onto the roof and entering the vehicle. At that moment, he appeared as a demon emerging from hell, his expression dark as he scanned the interior. Scarface, looking fierce yet quaking in fear, warned, "You little brat, don't meddle in affairs beyond your grasp." Qin Feng coldly smirked, then thrust his fist toward Scarface. Terrified, Scarface attempted to resist, but Qin Feng's punch shattered his raised arm, eliciting a scream as Qin Feng seized his head and slammed it against the glass. Shards of glass embedded into Scarface's skin, accompanied by his agonizing cries, creating a gruesome spectacle. Qin Feng then extended his foot, pressing the still screaming driver beneath the seat. Addressing the mercenary in the back, "Hand me the sack next to you, 3 seconds. We are the Venom Mercenary Group. Cross us in Southeast Asia, and you'll find no burial place. 2. You little brat, I'll give you one more chance. 3. Bang. A gunshot rang out as Qin Feng fired his silenced handgun at him. The bullet struck the man's ear, blood gushing as he slumped back into the seat. Although Qin Feng could have killed them, having retired and being in Huaxia, he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Stepping over the bodies, Qin Feng rescued Lu Ruoyi from the sack. She hadn't fainted. Upon hearing the gunfire and the sounds of struggle, she was already terrified. Now, with light streaming in from the sack, she immediately threw herself into Qin Feng's embrace. Trembling, she was too shaken to speak. Qin Feng held her gently, whispering, "It's all right. It's all right." Under normal circumstances, one would pat her back, but Qin Feng's hand, rather indiscreetly, rested on Lu Ruoyi's rear, giving it a gentle pat. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Lu Ruoyi lifted her head, her eyes filled with anger, saying, "Have you had enough?" Qin Feng rubbed his nose, about to respond, when Lu Ruoyi suddenly dove back into his arms, tightly grasping his clothing. The horrific scene surrounding them, with blood everywhere, severed noses, shattered ears, and faces covered in glass shards, had created a profound visual shock for her. Qin Feng shamelessly remarked, "President Lu, how can you be like this? Once I SNT enough. You're taking advantage of me again." At 6 in the evening, after assisting with the investigation at the police station, it was already past 7. Lu Qian stood at the entrance, his expression dark as a storm cloud. Upon seeing him, Lu Ruoyi could no longer hold back and rushed into his arms, weeping. "Mr. Qin, thank you so much." Lu Qian gazed gratefully at Qin Feng. Having understood the situation, the assailants were a reckless group of mercenaries. And had it not been for Qin Feng's timely intervention, he shuddered to think of the consequences. Qin Feng shook his head, saying, "As your bodyguard, this is my duty. Let us get in the car." At the Lu residence, Lu Ruoyi had returned to her room, comforted by Lu Ruoli and Zhang Ying, while in the study. Only Lu Qian and Qin Feng remained. "Uncle Lu, who have you offended?" Qin Feng casually reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs, holding a cup of tea. Watching his prize de Hong Pao being treated like mere boiled water in Qin Feng's hands caused Lu Qian pangs of regret. Gathering his thoughts, Lu Qian replied, "Mr. Lu, are you familiar with BW technology?" "Yes," Qin Feng responded. "Biological weapon technology. Many foreign companies are currently researching this." Pausing for a moment, he frowned and continued. "Dihua is a biotechnology company. Could it be that your company is researching this technology?" "We wish to, but the state does not permit it. Such vital technology cannot be entrusted to private enterprises." Lu Qian shook his head. Biological weapons, also referred to as biological agents, include rickettsia, viruses, toxins, chlamydia, fungi, etc. These are not within our grasp. Therefore, our research focuses on next-generation biotechnology, specifically the BOD project, which was once funded by the state. "What is that project?" Qin Feng searched his mind, but found no related information. Lu Qian explained, "Though our project is a branch of BW technology, it is even more coveted. If this project can be applied to civilian use, the profits would be limitless. Hence, the state invested in us, but also imposed regulations." Qin Feng's interest piqued as he inquired, "Could you elaborate?" Lu Qian nodded, saying, "BOD stands for biological agents, which come in various forms. Smaller ones can enhance metabolic rates, while more potent ones can regenerate muscle cells, even leading to the creation of superhumans akin to those in movies, who are incredibly strong and impervious to bullets." Qin Feng inhaled sharply, frowning. "Doesn't that mean your technology rivals the bioman technology currently being researched in America?" "Mr. Qin is aware of bioman technology?" Lu Qian's eyes widened in surprise. Then he shook his head. But it differs. Biomen are weapons of war, devoid of emotions. While our BOD technology is merely a drug, at most an injection, we're still in the research phase, so it's not that exaggerated. If successful, it will only achieve cellular regeneration at best. I understand now. Once your technology succeeds, regardless of whether it hits the market, it will create a massive upheaval, causing significant losses to traditional pharmaceutical companies and many nations' healthcare systems. A thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind, and he spoke gravely. Earlier, you mentioned looking for a bodyguard for your daughter. That was indeed true, as your experiments have reached their final stages, and those forces can no longer be restrained. Lu Qian sighed, indeed. Although our company has received state funding, it operates independently. Initially, our experiments were confidential, but somehow word has leaked recently. I worry for my family's safety, which is why I sought a bodyguard to protect them. After listening to Lu Qian's introduction, Qin Feng found himself filled with curiosity regarding this BOD technology. This agent, while not capable of transforming one into a superhuman, possesses the tantalizing potential of cellular recombination, which alone is enough to arouse immense desire. Should it succeed, it would undoubtedly cause a global upheaval. Prior to this moment, Qin Feng had been aware that the Dihao Group received state funding, but he had been oblivious to the nature of their projects. Now, with this newfound knowledge, he could not help but speculate on the old man's motives. Did that old codger know about Dihao's endeavors? Were his so-called ancestral promises mere fabrications, masking a deeper awareness of the dangers faced by Dihao, hence his decision to send Qin Feng for protection? Seeing Qin Feng's exceptional qualities, Lu Qian might have been tempted to marry off his daughter to him. The more Qin Feng pondered this, the more plausible it seemed, and he felt a twinge of irritation. Of course, Lu Qian was unaware of Qin Feng's shameless thoughts and continued. I wonder who is targeting my daughter with such malicious intent, what with truck explosions and hostage situations. If it weren't for Mr. Qin, I truly wouldn't know how to handle this. Qin Feng regained his composure and replied coolly, the mastermind behind these actions is someone known as Boss Sunday Boss Sun? Lu Qian raised his brow in concern. Which Boss Sun? Qin Feng shrugged and remarked, how would I know? Uncle Lu, think back. Are there any businessmen named Sun in Zhonghai? Lu Qian pondered for a moment before his expression darkened. Yes, Sun Chongqing, the chairman of Yunlu Group, along with the Sun family behind him. But they are not involved in pharmaceuticals. Why would they hire such people to target us? Sun Chongqing, if Uncle Lu believes it to be so, then it is a possibility. However, we cannot investigate further, as the assassins from those serpent mercenary groups committed suicide after being taken into custody. Lu Qian hurriedly asked, in your estimation, Mr. Qin, will they return after this failure? They likely won't return in the next few days, Qin Feng replied. Though he harbored a thought he kept to himself. Even if they did not return immediately, they would undoubtedly come back with even greater ferocity. Not wanting to burden Lu Qian with worry, he exited the study and stepped into the courtyard, lighting a cigarette as he contemplated before finally retiring to bed. In the dead of night, Qin Feng was stirred by a persistent knocking at the door. The sound was subtle yet relentless. He mused that it was no wonder Lu Ruoli had not messaged him today. She must be planning a surprise visit. Her audacity growing bolder by the day. Perhaps a reprimand was in order. Despite his thoughts, Qin Feng rose and opened the door, only to halt mid-motion. For it was not Lu Ruoli standing outside, but rather Lu Ruoi. Bathed in the dim light of the moon, Lu Ruoi wore a modest white nightgown that, while conservative, failed to conceal her alluring figure. The sight of her biting her lip, exuding a softness that starkly contrasted her usual icy demeanor, sent Qin Feng's heart racing. What was her intention? Was she offering herself? What was he to do? Qin Feng managed to smile. Lu Zong, let me be clear, I'm not the sort of person who... Before he could finish, Lu Ruoi's expression shifted dramatically, her confusion turning to indignation. What do you mean by that? Am I the sort of person who is? Her countenance darkened, and her voice became rigid. I merely wish to express my gratitude for today. With that, she turned on her heel and slammed the door to her room with a resounding thud. Qin Feng, having been jolted from his slumber by such an encounter, felt a surge of frustration. Was this her way of apologizing? The following morning, having torn his suit in the previous day's scuffle, Qin Feng donned his durable jacket. Outside, Lu Ruoi had returned to her usual demeanor, coolly regarding him as he emerged from his room. Don't get in the car, she stated coldly. Pardon? Qin Feng asked, taken aback. My father briefed you on the BOD project, correct? Lu Ruoi replied flatly. The funding has fallen through. Today, I am meeting an important guest to secure investment and sponsorship. You cannot accompany me. Ah, so it's a business negotiation. Take me along. I could offer some valuable insights. Precisely why I cannot bring you, Lu Ruoi shot back. Her gaze icy. That person is a leader from a prominent family in Zhonghai, elderly and temperamental. I fear you may disrupt our discussions, as this meeting is critical to our company's funding. Qin Feng seethed with indignation at her implication. Did she think he could sabotage her business dealings? Did she truly believe he would embarrass her? This ungrateful woman. But as he grappled with his thoughts, Lu Rui rolled up her car window and sped away. Frustrated, Qin Feng returned to the villa for breakfast before hailing a taxi to Dihao Company. Upon arrival, he noticed a stall set up across the street, adorned with 2 banners proclaiming miraculous cures and instant healing, featuring the name Shueishenshi. Behind the stall stood a middle-aged man in traditional garb, unassuming in stature but exuding an air of a wandering doctor. Qin Feng chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. Dihao Company truly attracted all sorts of characters, even quacks in the early hours of the day. Just then, a Mercedes-Benz approached, slowing to a halt in front of the stall. A strikingly beautiful young woman, around 22 or 23, emerged from the car, her short hair and casual attire accentuating her long, delicate legs that shimmered like jade in the moonlight. "Cures all ailments?" she inquired curiously as she approached the stall. "Indeed," the bearded man exclaimed, his spirits lifted at her presence. "Can you heal any illness?" she pressed. "Absolutely," he proclaimed confidently. "I, Shueishenshi, am somewhat renowned in the community and am honest in my dealings." The young woman's face lit up with hope, and she rushed back to the Mercedes, calling, "Grandfather, come see this Shueishenshi. He can cure any disease." "No need," came a deep voice from within the car. "We have matters to attend to. Let us proceed to Dihao." "Grandfather, just take a look. We've been to countless hospitals with no resolution. Why not try this man? He may actually help." After a brief silence, an elderly man, around 70, emerged from the car. His hair was completely gray, and while he appeared relatively healthy, his eyes were clouded and lifeless, indicating a chronic illness. "Let us see," he said, glancing at his granddaughter and then at the doctor, though his expression revealed little expectation. Approaching the stall, the bearded man theatrically checked his pulse. "You must have suffered from wind cold for quite some time. Unfortunately, due to a lack of timely treatment, your meridians are blocked, and your condition has worsened." After a moment, he withdrew his hands, shaking his head. "This ailment, while difficult, is not insurmountable." The young woman's eyes gleamed with excitement. "We've searched every hospital in Zhonghai without success. Do you truly have a solution?" A laugh, oddly inappropriate, echoed from the corner where Qin Feng stood. The young woman turned her attention to him, frowning slightly. "Who are you, and why are you laughing?" "Just passing by," Qin Feng replied with a grin. "I couldn't help but find the scene amusing." "Amusing?" she retorted, her voice sharp. "Do you not know how to speak?" The conversation unfolded with a hint of absurdity, as the young woman expressed her disdain, claiming ignorance of certain idioms. Qin Feng, casting a discreet glance at her figure, was met with her contemptuous gaze. The elderly man, however, fixed his attention on Qin Feng for a brief moment before addressing the man with the goat beard, stating, "Indeed, I have suffered from a cold. Yet my ailment is far more complex than that." "I am well aware," replied the goat-bearded man confidently. "Rest assured, I have encountered this condition no fewer than 10 times. Your current weakness stems from internal issues and surgery is unnecessary. By adhering to my prescribed treatment, you shall recover in due time." The elder's wavering faith began to solidify as he listened to the man's assured words. Seizing the moment, the goat-bearded man added, "Moreover, I possess a vial of miraculous pills, which you may take home for your grandfather." "What are these miraculous pills?" the woman inquired. "They are crafted from over 300 rare herbs," he replied earnestly. "These were bequeathed to me by my master. Had it not been for your earnest desire to aid your grandfather, I would not have parted with my last vial." The woman, elated, expressed her gratitude, stating, "To save a life is a noble act, indeed, and I appreciate your kindness." The goat-bearded man, with a glimmer in his eye, rubbed his hands together. The woman, eager to assist, patted her chest, declaring, "Rest assured, I shall pay any price if it ensures his recovery." "Foolishness," Qin Feng chuckled softly. "With over 300 herbs, even the divine Shinnon would struggle to withstand such a concoction." His quiet words, however, did not escape the ears of those around him. "What brings you to such conclusions?" the elder inquired calmly, unlike his granddaughter, who was seething with resentment. "We are unfamiliar with you, and yet you interject with your opinions, suggesting a lack of sanity." "When did I interject?" Qin Feng retorted indignantly. "I am innocent of any wrongdoing, and I shall not allow you to malign my character." The woman, now both embarrassed and enraged, shot back, "You scoundrel! Did you not just refer to us as fools? Do you possess a different perspective?" The elder pressed, intrigued. Qin Feng responded with a hint of pride, "Your complexion is pallid, indicative of internal damage. It is not solely the result of a cold. Rather, it suggests deeper internal injuries, and not trivial ones at that. If I am not mistaken, pressing 3 inches to the left of your abdomen will elicit excruciating pain. The goat-bearded man, fearing for his business, spat. Who is this impudent boy, speaking nonsense while feigning knowledge? The woman scoffed in agreement. Indeed, grandfather. Pay no heed to this rogue. Yet the elder shook his head, and upon following Qin Feng's direction, he found himself frozen in shock. Sweat pouring down as he experienced a pain beyond mere discomfort. What agony! He gasped, stepping back to regain his composure, before turning to Qin Feng with newfound respect. I was blind to your talents. Please forgive my earlier judgment. Not at all. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. The elder hesitated before asking. Might I impose upon you to provide a diagnosis? With a teasing grin, Qin Feng gestured towards the woman, saying, while your granddaughter is quite easy on the eyes. Her temperament is rather abrasive, and her voice leaves much to be desired. If she could refrain from speaking, I would consider taking your pulse. The woman, incensed by his words, shouted, I shall tear that insolent mouth of yours apart. Calm yourself, Fanghua, the elder admonished. Exercise restraint when addressing someone of his caliber. Indeed, she is attractive, yet she hardly embodies femininity, Qin Feng added, provoking further ire. Though the woman wished to retaliate, she suppressed her anger for her grandfather's sake, shooting daggers at Qin Feng with her eyes as he approached the stand. Very well, I typically refrain from intervening, but today I feel a connection with your esteemed self. Please, extend your hand. The elder complied, and as Qin Feng appeared genuinely knowledgeable, the goat-bearded man grew anxious. Do you possess no sense of ethics? This is my domain, and you brazenly attempt to usurp my business. Before Qin Feng could respond, the elder interjected, Be silent. The elder exuded an air of authority, and the goat-bearded man, confronted with the elder's fierce gaze, shrank back in silence. As Qin Feng took the elder's pulse, his expression shifted to one of gravity, remaining silent for an extended period. This elder was no ordinary man, and his affliction was equally complex. Seeing Qin Feng deep in thought, the elder's eyes sparkled with anticipation. What is your assessment, young friend? Withdrawing his hand, Qin Feng replied flatly, There is no hope. What nonsense is this? The woman erupted. The goat-bearded man mocked, a charlatan indeed. You merely felt his pulse and declare him beyond saving? Boy, you ought to study more medical texts. Qin Feng chose to ignore the insult and address the woman. Who is the physician here? You or I? Your grandfather is afflicted by internal energy, compounded by a cold that has pervaded his entire being. To survive such a grievous illness is nothing short of miraculous. Provoked by Qin Feng's words, the woman lunged at him, but the elder called out, Stop. Grandfather, this scoundrel is spouting lies. You must not heed him, she urged. The elder shook his head, his expression somber. This young friend speaks the truth. I am indeed beyond salvation. He had previously consulted many doctors, and his earlier willingness to explore alternatives was merely to placate his granddaughter's hopes. The woman trembled, tears brimming in her eyes, holding back the urge to cry. Yet your condition is not entirely hopeless. Qin Feng's voice rang out again. The woman inhaled sharply. Her teeth clenched as she glared at him, finding him insufferable. Did you not just proclaim my grandfather was beyond saving? To her astonishment, the elder appeared somewhat excited. Qin Feng chuckled. There is no one who can save him, except for 3 beings who are not of this world, divine physicians. Pray enlighten me, the elder implored. Recognizing Qin Feng's extraordinary potential, bowing respectfully, as if they were equals. If anyone from the higher echelons of Zhonghai were present, they would be astounded by the elder's deference. For he was a titan whose mere footfall could tremble the earth. Lin Banzian and Lu Guisho, Qin Feng declared. These 2 can address the root of your ailment. The goat-bearded man, perplexed, wondered who these individuals were, but the elder's expression turned to one of resignation. I am familiar with these esteemed physicians, yet they wander the world, elusive as phantoms, and I cannot ascertain their whereabouts. The woman interjected, Is there not one more? Indeed, there is another who may provide aid. Though he is not easily swayed, Qin Feng replied coolly. The woman, anxious, demanded, Then speak. Far in the distance, yet near at hand, Qin Feng teased. The woman paused. Then realization dawned upon her as she gasped in disbelief. Are you implying? Her thoughts raced to Qin Feng's earlier proclamation that the 3 were divine, and she was struck by the audacity of his self-praise. By heavens, this man possesses an audacity unmatched. After all that build-up, he is merely extolling his own virtues. She had encountered conceit before, but never such brazen self-aggrandizement. In a fit of anger, she laughed derisively. Grandfather, this man is a braggart without a shred of modesty. We must not believe him. Believe what you will, or disregard it altogether. Qin Feng retorted defiantly. Qin Feng chuckled heartily and remarked, let us consider this as me being intoxicated and spouting nonsense. Young friend, here is my business card. The elder produced a gilded card, his voice steady as he continued. If you can assist me in my healing, I shall agree to any condition you propose. Although Qin Feng accepted the card, he shook his head and replied, a physician of my caliber adheres to his own principles. My mood is rather sour today, hence I shall not offer assistance. With that, Qin Feng turned to leave. Stop right there. At that moment, a robust man with a buzz cut emerged from a luxury vehicle, grunting, how do you intend to treat Mr. Ouyang? Speak clearly. Who do you think you are? Qin Feng turned back, his expression impassive, then stamped the ground with force, coldly declaring. The man seethed with rage. If you dared to speak to him in such a manner in Zhonghai, exclaiming, you're courting death. Zhou Jie, come back. The elder shouted, and though the man was reluctant, he halted his advance. Young friend, may I ask your name? Qin Feng. His voice was audacious, carried on the wind, resonant and powerful. Once Qin Feng had distanced himself, the man muttered in confusion, Mr. Ouyang, whether that brat spoke truth or lies, he could see through your condition at a glance. We should capture him and compel him to try. The elder merely shook his head and pointed to the ground where Qin Feng had just stomped. The man followed his gaze, witnessing a visible fissure where Qin Feng had stepped. A crack about 3 to 4 inches long and an inch deep marred the asphalt. Heavens! Just a gentle stomp had wrought such destruction. Zhou Jie trembled in disbelief. Let us go? The elder soon entered the vehicle, while a woman lingered for a few moments, gazing in the direction Qin Feng had departed before finally joining them inside. Ouyang Jianghe? Qin Feng pondered as he examined the gilded card, murmuring to himself before stowing it in his pocket. Reflecting on his prior bravado, he felt a thrill. However, he did not deceive. He indeed possessed medical knowledge, imparted by the elder, bound by special regulations that forbade him from intervening lightly. He had assessed the elder's injuries. They were not merely from a fall or a cold, but inner wounds sustained from a fierce confrontation, evident even in the misaligned ribs. It was likely he had endured a struggle in a frigid locale, perhaps amidst snowy mountains or icy lakes, resulting in internal frostbite. Due to the lack of timely medical intervention, the affliction had spread to his organs and throughout his body. Hello. Qin Feng dialed Lu Ruoyi, chuckling, President Lu. I'm downstairs at the company. Would you like me to act as a mediator? Don't come up, Lu Ruoyi replied coldly. The guests have arrived. I'm very busy. Please do not enter the company. With that, she hung up the phone. Damn it, what an attitude. Qin Feng felt irked. If that was the case, he would not indulge her. Recalling a call from a good friend, he contacted Lu Yang to inquire about the address of his advertising company and hailed a cab. Xinhong Advertising Company, standing beneath the 2-story office building. He spotted Lu Yang waiting at the entrance. Looks like you're doing well. After exiting the vehicle, Qin Feng playfully punched Lu Yang in the chest. Lu Yang, a hefty man weighing around 180 pounds, winced in mock pain and chuckled. Brother, it's been years since we last met. Why not share a hug? My apologies. The fist bump was a customary greeting among military and underground brothers, which Qin Feng almost forgot. He quickly embraced Lu Yang, adding, You've gained quite a bit of weight. Aren't you worried about crushing your wife? My wife is right here. Lu Yang indicated the woman beside him. This is Ruan Lin. Qin Feng then noticed the woman next to Lu Yang, long-haired, about 5'6", slightly plump, and of ordinary appearance. However, her attire and jewelry suggested she hailed from a well-to-do family. Wife, this is Brother Feng, Lu Yang hastily introduced. My best buddy. Hello, Brother Feng. Ruan Lin greeted with a dismissive glance at Qin Feng, her demeanor slightly haughty. Qin Feng paid little heed to her attitude, having anticipated such behavior. He produced a bracelet from his pocket, smiling. When Xiaoyang asked me to be notified of your wedding, I was on a mission and couldn't find the time. This is a belated gift. Ruan Lin cast a sidelong glance at the jade bracelet, refusing to accept it. You can keep this. I must go inside now. Lu Yang, please show your friend around. The company just opened, and everything is new, so don't break anything. Dressed rather modestly, Qin Feng could tell Ruan Lin didn't regard the bracelet as anything of value. She looked down on it and turned to enter. In this society, too many were driven by status. As it was their first meeting and she was his brother's wife, Qin Feng chose not to take offense, shoving the bracelet into Lu Yang's hands, saying, You take this. Lu Yang, feeling awkward, replied, Sorry, Brother Feng. Come, I'll show you around. Chapter 19. I am still a man. The advertising company was not overly large. The first floor housed a reception area and conference room, while the second floor comprised a 300 square meter office space. Since it had just opened, there were few clients and only 7 or 8 employees. Lu Yang, who studied design in college, had interned for half a year before starting this company. He mentioned that his wife had significantly supported him, and it was partly due to her family's influence that he could establish this advertising firm in Zhonghai. Ruan Lin's family owned several small supermarkets, so she had been raised comfortably and tended to look down on others. As the company was not extensive, their tour concluded quickly. Lu Yang cleared his throat and said, "After we got married, her family suggested I start a company. They believe working for someone else isn't a long-term solution. I thought about it and agreed. Do well." Even without Lu Yang's prompting, Qin Feng understood the implication, smiling. "Don't worry, I'm not bothered by it. I'll be back in Zhonghai often, and there will be plenty of opportunities to meet. Your wife will change her impression of me." Lu Yang felt reassured, but after a brief hesitation, he said, "Brother Feng, the other day Zhang Heng came to my company, and I found out you were back. As for Su Yueqin, don't overthink it. After all, you've been gone for 5 years. People change." If Qin Feng had felt a twinge of discomfort a few days prior, he had now completely let go, responding, "Rest assured, I understand this principle. I hold no resentment towards her." Lu Yang expressed his indignation. "It's mainly that Zhang Heng guy. He flaunts his wealth and used to look down on us poor kids back in school. I really don't understand why Yueqin." "Enough," Qin Feng interrupted. "If Yueqin feels happy, that's all that matters. There's nothing more to discuss." "All right," Lu Yang nodded. "Brother Feng, have you found work since returning?" Qin Feng pondered briefly. The bodyguard position at Dihai hardly counted, and he couldn't very well say he had been assigned to a life of ease by the elder. So he replied, "Not at the moment. I'll have a word with my wife." Lu Yang entered the general manager's office. Soon, a heated argument erupted from within, causing Qin Feng to frown. In less than 3 minutes, Lu Yang emerged looking dejected and said, "Brother Feng, you've served in the military, right? Can you handle hardship? Are you suggesting I work as a security guard?" Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Lu Yang grew more awkward. "Did you hear that? Well, it's just temporary, don't worry. I promise you the best treatment. This is merely a stopgap until you find a suitable job. You can leave whenever you wish." At that moment, the office door swung open, and Ruan Lin stepped out, coldly stating, "Last time, Zhang Xiao already mentioned that your friend is nothing but a waste. He was sent to the army solely due to his poor academic performance, and now he possesses no skills at all. For him to work as a security guard is already a generous offer. Let me tell you, the salary is merely 2,500. If you dare to act on your own accord, don't blame me for being rude. 2,500 is hardly enough to rent a place in Zhonghai and cover living expenses." Ruan Lin. Lu Yang's expression darkened as he replied, "This is my good friend. He is your friend, not mine." Ruan Lin scoffed, glancing at the bracelet Lu Yang held. She sneered, "You think of him as a friend. But does he view you the same way? We didn't even make it to the wedding, and now you see what kind of gift you brought? I could buy a heap of those trinkets at a street stall. What a fool." Unexpectedly, Ruan Lin's blatant disregard for his feelings ignited Lu Yang's anger. "Ruan Lin, speak more politely." At his words, Ruan Lin exploded. "Polite? You should be polite when talking to me. Lu Yang, without me, you are nothing. Let me make it clear. I have no intention of giving him the security job. Our company doesn't lack personnel. How about a janitor position? I can still offer him 2,500. Damn it." Lu Yang fumed, stepping forward and raising his hand. "Are you going to hit me?" Ruan Lin stood unfazed, even leaning her face forward, challenging, "Go ahead. Hit me. Let me tell you, Lu Yang, if you dare to strike, you will never set foot in my Ruan family's door again." Lu Yang's hand trembled, his emotions fluctuating, and his face flushed crimson. "Forget it." Qin Feng sighed, grabbing Lu Yang's shoulder. "I came to see you today. I'm leaving." "Brother Feng." Lu Yang knew his friend's temperament too well. By leaving, their brotherhood would inevitably experience a rift. "What brother?" Ruan Lin sneered. "Lu Yang, do you think you are still in school? The only people you should call brother are those above you in status, like Zhang Heng. Look at what kind of friend you have. I was already generous to offer him a janitor position in our company. If it weren't for Lu Yang's sake, Qin Feng's character would not have allowed him to endure such disrespect." He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, thinking about how this comment would be fodder for ridicule among the group still on a mission in Africa. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed through the air. It was Lu Yang, unable to hold back any longer, striking Ruan Lin across the face. Although he had pulled back at the last moment, a clear 5-finger mark appeared on her cheek. The entire office fell silent in shock. Ruan Lin stared at Lu Yang in disbelief. "You dare to hit me?" "I hit you." Lu Yang, having crossed the line, declared, "I've had enough of you. You want to die? Lu Yang, you ungrateful scoundrel." Ruan Lin threatened, lunging towards him, but was restrained by the surrounding employees. Lu Yang sneered, "I'm not playing this game anymore. I'm leaving." With that, he threw his arm around Qin Feng's shoulder. "Brother Feng, Let's go out for a drink. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and made his way to the door. Ruan Lin shouted from behind. If you dare to leave the company's door, you will never return. And don't think you can keep your job. Without me, you are nothing. Lu Yong paused at the entrance, then burst out laughing. At least I'm still a man. Without looking back, he left. Next to the company was a restaurant where Lu Yong ordered a feast, slamming a bottle of Wulianya onto the table, cheerfully proclaiming, Brother Feng. Tonight we drink until we drop. Brother, you were a bit impulsive just now, Qin Feng remarked. I don't want my issues to create problems between you and your wife. That's not my intention. It's all right, what are brothers for? We may not always be willing to fight to the death for each other, but we certainly need to stand up when it counts. Lu Yong replied heartily. Our friendship over the years cannot be tarnished by a woman. Let us drink. It was evident that Lu Yong valued their brotherhood deeply, moving Qin Feng emotionally. Understanding Lu Yang's current circumstances, Qin Feng refrained from probing into his life, opting instead to reminisce about their school days. They shared a drink, and before long, half a gin of liquor was consumed. Is this a jade bracelet? Why is the color and pattern so dazzling? As they conversed enthusiastically, a voice interjected, carrying a tone of astonishment. A few men at the adjacent table had noticed the bracelet Lu Yong placed on the table. The voice belonged to a middle-aged man wearing large black-rimmed glasses and a suit, exuding an air of shrewdness. What? Lu Yong, slightly tipsy, inquired. May I take a look at your bracelet? The middle-aged man asked. Seeing that Qin Feng had no objections, Lu Yong nodded. Go ahead. The man picked it up, examining it closely, even donning a magnifying glass. After a moment, he trembled with excitement, exclaiming, This is Emperor Green. What green? Lu Yong was puzzled by his fervor, quickly reclaiming the bracelet. This is a wedding gift from my brother. Don't break it. Break it. That would be a crime against nature. The man bellowed, drawing the attention of his companions. Old Su, what has got you so worked up? Emperor Green, is it real? As they gazed at the jade bracelet in Lu Yang's hand, their faces were painted with astonishment. The men's eyes sparkled as if they had just laid eyes on an exquisite beauty, barely clothed and enticing. After a long silence, one man reached out to grab the bracelet from Lu Yang's hand. Though somewhat dazed, Lu Yong still had the presence of mind to push him away. What are you doing? Sorry, the man stammered, swallowing hard. I was just wondering if that bracelet is for sale? Lu Yong sneered, not for sale. Why did you touch it? Are you trying to steal it? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of trouble, against you old men. I could handle you all with one hand. That is not what I meant. The man reconsidered. If you do wish to sell it, I'll offer 300,000. Lu Yong was about to retort when he nearly dropped the bottle of liquor at the staggering offer. His eyes widened. What did you just say? 300,000 for your bracelet. The man reiterated. 300,000. Lu Yong thought the man must be out of his mind, but the others suddenly chimed in. Old Su, we weren't here, so it's fine, but now you think you can swindle him? Get lost. 300,000. You couldn't even buy a sliver of it. I'll offer 600,000. With scoundrels like you, you don't deserve such a heavenly gift. Brother, if you're selling, I'll give you 800,000. Chapter 20. Consequences for mistakes. 300,000, 600,000, 800,000. Lu Yang's body trembled. The numbers soared alongside his heartbeat, like an elevator ride. Is this real? Lu Yong scrutinized the men, wondering if they were jesting or had lost their minds. Get lost. I'm busy reminiscing with my brother. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll smash this bottle over your heads. Brother, are you truly not selling? The bespectacled man asked, his disappointment evident. In Lu Yang's view, although the bracelet held little monetary value, it represented a heartfelt gesture from Qin Feng, who was currently unemployed. Now, confronted by these individuals, Lu Yang's temper flared as he exclaimed, Are you not leaving? I shall deal with you myself. The bespectacled man hurriedly interjected, My apologies, brother. Our curiosity got the better of us. It's only the second time in many years that I've seen a jade bracelet of this imperial green variety. Pausing, he continued, Since you have matters to attend to, I won't intrude further. Here is my business card. Should you wish to sell, feel free to contact me anytime. You set the price. And here is mine as well. The others promptly produced their cards, each adorned with titles such as senior advisor or high-ranking director of various antique associations. A shiver ran down Lu Yang's spine as the effects of alcohol suddenly dissipated. Though not part of the elite society, he had gained some exposure through his wife, Ruan Lin, whose father was an avid collector of antiques and had once been a member of such associations. Yet, he had merely held an ordinary membership. The individuals before him, however, boasted positions far beyond that of Ruan Lin's father. Lu Yong recalled a saying he had heard, Antiques may endure, but gambling stones can ruin a family. Gambling with stones required experience and skill, yet much of it relied on luck. Through osmosis, Liu Yang had gathered a smattering of knowledge. Yet the imperial green jade was entirely foreign to him. Is this truly jade? Liu Yang picked up the bracelet, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, not only was it jade, but it was also an imperial green jade bracelet. Old Su, with an expression of lament, remarked, high-grade jade is classified into several categories, with the most precious being the ice and glass types. This imperial green is the epitome of jade, the purest and highest grade variety, also known as Emperor's Green. I visited the homeland of bracelets, Dazhou, and have yet to encounter a craftsman capable of such exquisite carving. Thus, even disregarding its material worth, the craftsmanship alone commands a significant value. The group, reluctant to part with the bracelet, implored Liu Yang to reach out to them should he decide to sell before departing the restaurant. After absorbing their introductions, Liu Yang's realization dawned upon him. But instead of examining the bracelet, his gaze shifted to Qin Feng, his mouth agape in astonishment. Brother Feng. Qin Feng, aware of his unspoken query, replied calmly. What they said is true. Liu Yang's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. This jade bracelet was indeed authentic, and it was the imperial green that the professionals spoke of. Could it really be valued at over 8 million? Liu Yang murmured in disbelief. Qin Feng shook his head, clarifying, that is their purchasing price. If it were to be auctioned, the price would only rise, conservatively estimated at around 10 million. Brother Feng, such a precious item, I cannot accept. Liu Yang gasped, hastily returning the bracelet to Qin Feng. How could he accept a bracelet worth so much? Even Wan Lin's family had assets of only 2 to 3 million. And this bracelet represented half of that. Yet Qin Feng so casually presented it as a wedding gift. Though touched, Liu Yang felt he could not accept it. Qin Feng returned the bracelet, warmth flickering in his eyes as he insisted, please, accept it. To me, this far outweighs our brotherhood. Seeing Qin Feng's unwavering resolve, Liu Yang had no choice but to tuck it away. Still reeling from the shock, he stammered, Brother Feng, where did you acquire this bracelet? Haven't you been in the military for the past few years? Have you been involved in smuggling? Qin Feng chuckled, playfully nudging Liu Yang. If I were to smuggle, I would first take your plump self to avoid the harshness of my eyes. They both erupted into laughter. Although the bracelet held immense value, it truly meant little to Qin Feng. Liu Yang, not one to be easily swayed by wealth, was merely astonished by its worth and Qin Feng's generosity. As reality settled back in, they resumed their drinking as if nothing had transpired. Soon, Wan Lin called, but Liu Yang glanced at the screen and hung up. It was time to return. Qin Feng stood, patting Liu Yang on the shoulder. There will be plenty of time for us to drink. First, let's settle matters at home. Quite frankly, Qin Feng did not wish for any rift to develop between the couple due to him. That troublesome woman had long been a source of his displeasure. Liu Yang, though reluctant, rose, clearly still concerned for his wife. Upon arriving at the advertising company, they were met with a crowd gathered outside. Liu Yang's expression soured as he rushed toward them. What are you doing? He shouted, horrified to find the company lobby in disarray despite not yet being renovated. The group, numbering around 10, exuded a rough, rogue demeanor, unmistakably thugs. The leader smirked. You must be Boss Liu, right? We came by once before. You opened this company without our consent. Liu Yang retorted furiously. We followed all proper procedures, registering and obtaining all necessary licenses. Why would we need your permission? The thug sneered. It seems you still don't understand. Keep smashing. The gang charged up to the second-floor office, wreaking havoc. Employees cowered in fear, and those who attempted to resist were swiftly subdued. Wan Lin, trembling, pulled out her phone, saying, if you continue this, I will call the police. Go ahead and call. The leader scoffed. We might spend a little time inside, but when we get out, your company will be in ruins, and I'll make sure of it. Liu Yang trembled with rage. These thugs were seasoned local hooligans, unafraid of consequence. Even if they were arrested, they would soon be released. The company had been in preparation for 6 months, with investments exceeding 1 million. It could not collapse like this. Wan Lin protested. 50,000 is too much. Our company hasn't even officially opened yet. We can't come up with that much. Do you think I'm a fool? The thug shot back, eyeing Wan Lin. The jewelry you wear could easily fetch 50,000. Keep trying to play games with me, and I'll raise it to 100,000. Wan Lin scornfully replied. You scoundrels. Shut your mouth, you filthy whore. One thug, irritated by Wan Lin's insult, seized her hair, threatening, say another word, and I'll ruin your face. Wan Lin. Liu Yang roared, grabbing a nearby wooden stick and charging at the thug. Yet, halfway there, another thug kicked him in the abdomen, sending him stumbling back, collapsing to the ground, pain contorting his face. Pathetic. The thug sneered, keep smashing. Let us see how you plan to run your company. Stop. At that moment, a voice cut through, belonging to none other than Qin Feng. He stepped forward, helping Lu Yang to his feet, his gaze icy as he commanded, "Release that woman." "What? Are you stepping in?" The thug taunted, still gripping Wan Lin's hair. Lu Yang, well aware of Qin Feng's temperament, urged, "Brother Feng, this is my issue. You should leave." "You are my brother," Qin Feng replied coolly. "Your company and sister-in-law are in danger. How can I stand idly by?" Deeply touched, Lu Yang implored. "They are numerous. Please don't act impulsively." "Rest assured," Qin Feng replied, fixing his gaze on the leader with a cold stare. "I want to repeat myself." "Oh, playing the hero are we?" The thug mocked. "Brothers, let us show him a thing or two. You little brat, you're asking for death." As a ruckus erupted, a brash thug lunged forward, swinging a fist towards Qin Feng's head. However, it was not Qin Feng who was sent flying, but rather the thug himself, crashing into the wall and leaving a crack in its surface. This demonstrated the immense power behind Qin Feng's kick. Without losing momentum, Qin Feng unleashed another kick, striking a nearby thug squarely in the chest, sending him tumbling into two of his companions, all three collapsing to the ground in agony. Those thugs who had contemplated joining the fray were momentarily halted, their faces a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. "Come on, it's just one person, what are you afraid of?" The leading thug bellowed in anger. Despite their hesitation, the group of thugs steeled themselves and charged at Qin Feng, but they were no match for him. Within minutes, they all lay defeated on the ground, their cries of pain echoing throughout the room, leaving Lu Yang and Wan Lin in stunned silence. Qin Feng approached the remaining leader, who had thus far refrained from engaging. "Don't come any closer," the thug stammered, backing away nervously. "I'm with Brother Xie Yun. If you dare to touch me, you'll regret it." Qin Feng merely shook his head and replied, "When one errs, they must face the consequences. It's the code of the streets." With that, he delivered a swift slap, sending the thug sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Lu Yang and the others were awestruck by Qin Feng's ferocity. But as reality set in, panic gripped them. "Brother Feng, you need to leave. We can't afford to cross Xie Yun," they urged. Xie Yun was notorious as the most powerful thug in the area, backed by the Blackshaw Society, one of the most ruthless underground factions in Zhonghai. Not even Lu Yang, nor Wan Lin's family, dared to provoke him. Just then, a chilling voice interrupted. "Where do you think you're going?" Three figures strode in through the company's entrance. The leader, though unremarkable in appearance and stature, exuded an aura of menace that set him apart from ordinary thugs. This was Xie Yun, whose reputation was formidable, once a silver belt champion in the underground boxing scene, known for his brutal fighting style. The mere mention of his name could silence even the most obstinate infants. As he surveyed the scene, his gaze settled on Qin Feng. "You're quite bold to strike my men," he stated. Qin Feng remained silent, while Lu Yang quickly interjected, "Brother Yun, I'm sorry. I didn't realize they were your men. We'll pay you 100,000 immediately." 100,000? Xie Yun sneered coldly. "You think that will suffice? 30,000 in medical expenses is the minimum." Lu Yang turned pale. He had barely managed to scrape together the funds for the company's launch, and 30,000 was beyond his reach. "I can offer you 30,000. Qin Feng interjected calmly. "Oh," Xie Yun raised an eyebrow, revealing a sinister grin. "You seem quite affluent, but 30,000 is still insufficient. I want one of your arms as well." Qin Feng stepped forward, pressing down on one of the fallen thugs. "So, Brother Yun, you want 30,000, but we must also discuss another matter." Xie Yun paused. "What matter?" "The damages caused by your men during their rampage here demand tenfold compensation. I estimate 70,000 at the very least. As for my educational fees, I'll charge you a modest sum. Let us round it to 150,000. After deducting the 30,000, you owe me 120,000. Qin Feng's audacious demand left the onlookers aghast. Lu Yang's companions exchanged fearful glances, astonished at the audacity of Qin Feng to confront Xie Yun. Xie Yun's expression darkened. "Are you toying with me?" Shrugging nonchalantly, Qin Feng replied, "If you wish to take your men back, you must pay a price." Xie Yun's voice turned icy. "I could give you the money, but do you dare to accept it? Shall we find out?" Qin Feng smirked defiantly. Furious, Xie Yun lunged, throwing a powerful punch towards Qin Feng. Unlike the other thugs sprawled on the ground, Xie Yun was a skilled fighter, his punch slicing through the air with force. Yet, Qin Feng did not flinch. Instead, he met the incoming blow with one of his own, determined to engage in a test of strength. Xie Yun scoffed. "You fool. Do you truly think you can match me?" The thugs, despite their pain, smirked at the impending clash. With a resounding thud, the two fists collided, reverberating through the room. A scream pierced the air as Xie Yun was sent hurtling backward, while Qin Feng stood his ground, his feet unyielding. The side of Xie Yun's arm twisted grotesquely from the impact left everyone in shock. Qin Feng glanced at the writhing Xie Yun on the ground, his expression cold. Brother Yun, do you truly believe I would hesitate to accept? Xie Yun, eyes wide with disbelief, stammered, I'm with Master Ma. But before he could finish, Qin Feng seized his head and slammed it down onto the floor. Will you pay? Qin Feng inquired, his tone devoid of warmth. You. I will kill you. Xie Yun rasped, barely coherent. Kill me? Qin Feng chuckled, leaning closer to Xie Yun's ear, his voice a chilling whisper. Have you ever taken a life? I have. Xie Yun's body trembled, his face paling as he gazed into Qin Feng's eyes, which radiated an unsettling intensity, reminiscent of a merciless beast. Struggling to maintain his composure, Xie Yun faltered, I don't have that much money right now. Bring me paper and a pen, Qin Feng commanded. Lu Yang, still in shock, quickly complied, handing over the requested items. Write an IOU, Qin Feng instructed, tossing the paper before Xie Yun, his patience wearing thin. Overwhelmed by humiliation, Xie Yun gripped the pen with trembling hands and, under Qin Feng's unyielding gaze, inscribed an IOU for 120,000. Taking the note, Qin Feng kicked Xie Yun away, stating coolly, You claim to be part of the Blackshaw Society? Deliver this sum here, and should you dare to default, I will come looking for you. Get lost. Gasps of disbelief filled the air as the onlookers absorbed the audacity of Qin Feng, contemplating when such a brazen individual had emerged in Zhonghai. However, Xie Yun had already witnessed Qin Feng's capabilities. He rose to his feet and departed with his subordinates. Yet, before leaving, he cast a venomous glare at Qin Feng, brimming with resentment. Once Xie Yun and his men had completely vacated the premises, the advertising agency regained its tranquility. Qin Feng observed the employees, who stared at him in a daze, and frowned, saying, Aren't you going to tidy up? Oh, okay. Coming to their senses, the employees promptly began to pick up the shattered items. Ruan Lin felt a twinge of fear upon seeing Qin Feng, recalling his earlier display of power against Xie Yun. She worried that he might seek revenge for her previous disrespectful remarks. After a moment of silence, Lu Yang sighed and remarked, You've landed yourself in serious trouble. Are you referring to the Black Fiends? Qin Feng smiled slightly. I had heard of that force before I left Zhonghai. Since you are aware, why would you dare to act so recklessly? Lu Yang trembled slightly. Qin Feng chuckled and said, What can I say? We are brothers. A warm current coursed through Lu Yang's heart, and he patted his chest, declaring, Brother, you stood up for me today. Rest assured, if Xie Yun dares to come after you again, I will never betray you. Ruan Lin, overhearing this, was about to voice her thoughts, but, upon glancing at Qin Feng, swallowed her words. Qin Feng shook his head and said, No need for that. If they trouble you, just call me. I'll handle the debts for you. Lu Yang forced a wry smile. Although he had witnessed Qin Feng's prowess and knew of his skills, the Black Fiends were a formidable underground organization. How could one man possibly stand against them? Nonetheless, Qin Feng's loyalty inspired Lu Yang to resolve not to betray him, even if Xie Yun returned. At that moment, the phone rang. Qin Feng glanced at the screen and saw it was Lu Ruoyi calling. Director Lu, has the negotiation concluded? Yes, we are wrapping up for the day. Where are you? I'm at Xinhong Advertising Company. I'll come pick you up. All right, I'll send you my location. After hanging up, Lu Yang inquired. Someone is coming to get you? Yes, Qin Feng nodded with a smile. One of my admirers, persistent as ever. You're just boasting, Lu Yang scoffed. Half an hour later, a striking silver Maserati appeared at the company entrance, and an almost blindingly beautiful woman stepped out. The sight of such a striking car alongside a captivating beauty was enough to set any man's heart racing. It was Lu Ruoyi. Upon spotting Qin Feng, Lu Ruoyi remarked coolly, What are you doing here? Get in the car. Qin Feng took the passenger seat and waved goodbye to the astonished Lu Yang, saying, Bro, I'm off. Call me if you need anything. With that, he urged Lu Ruoyi to drive. She huffed softly, muttering something under her breath before pressing the accelerator. Lu Yang took a while to regain his composure, awe evident in his tone as he said, Brother Feng was telling the truth. I've never seen a goddess of this caliber before. Ruan Lin's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a mask of shock. That was Lu Ruoyi, the top beauty in Zhonghai's business world. Lu Yang's body trembled. Lu Ruoyi? That was really her? Ruan Lin nodded emphatically. I can't be mistaken. That was Lu Ruoyi. Simultaneously, a tumult of emotions surged within her. Compared to the Lu family and the Dihao group, the Ruan family felt like a speck of dust in the sun. The fact that Lu Ruoyi came personally to pick up Qin Feng left her feeling both ashamed and astonished, especially after her earlier insults. Lu Yang inhaled sharply. Realizing why Qin Feng had dismissed those ruffians so easily, he was backed by such a formidable figure. Ruan Lin suddenly turned to Lu Yang and said, Did you not say he was just an ordinary person, your high school buddy? 5 years can change a person significantly, Lu Yang replied, pulling out a jade bracelet and handing it to Ruan Lin. Do you have any idea how much this bracelet is worth? Ruan Lin no longer underestimated Qin Feng. After examining it closely, she gasped, this is real jade. How much is it? Tens of thousands? Someone just offered over 8 million for it. It's imperial green jade. Lu Yang forced a smile. Wife, let's not judge someone by their appearance in the future. Ruan Lin shuddered, nearly dropping the bracelet. At that moment, a wave of deep shame and regret washed over her. Chapter 22. I am your father. As they sat in the car, Lu Ruoyi asked, is this the company your friend runs, the one you mentioned last time? Qin Feng nodded. I didn't expect you to remember so well. Of course. Who do you think I am? Lu Ruoyi smiled faintly, implying that if she couldn't remember such things, she wouldn't be fit to be a president. Was the negotiation successful? Qin Feng shifted the topic. Lu Ruoyi shook her head, sighing softly. It's a bit complicated. The other party isn't very willing to invest. Qin Feng inquired. Isn't your project supported by the government? How could the funding chain be broken? The expenses for the laboratory are too high. While the government has provided some funding, the process of applying and getting approvals is excessively time-consuming. We are now at the final stage, and we cannot afford to delay the experiments, Lu Ruoyi stated solemnly. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't need to contact a third-party company for assistance. Qin Feng remarked, you must be regretting not bringing me along today. Considering the negotiation didn't go well, Lu Ruoyi replied coldly, if we can't secure the funding, our experiments will have to be halted. I don't have the mood for jokes. Was the person you met today an old man? Qin Feng queried. How do you know? Lu Ruoyi shot him a glance. Qin Feng shrugged. Only a man who is either impotent or elderly would reject someone as stunning as you with such calmness. Lu Ruoyi shot him an exasperated look. If anyone else had said that, she would have been furious, but for some reason, Qin Feng's words made her feel somewhat pleased. Regaining her composure, Lu Ruoyi said, that was the head of Xiangrui Group, Mr. Ouyang Jianghe, a colossal figure in Zhonghai's real estate sector. Qin Feng laughed heartily. Then you should regret not bringing me along even more. Why is that? Lu Ruoyi asked. Because with me there, the negotiation would have been a guaranteed success. Moreover, Mr. Ouyang Jianghe would treat me with utmost respect and readily agree to your terms. You're delusional. Lu Ruoyi, already in a foul mood, scowled at his flippant remarks. However, since the funding amount is substantial, I prepared myself for a potential failure, as we cannot rush things. I plan to visit Xiangrui Group in person tomorrow to familiarize myself with them. Just as Qin Feng was about to respond, Lu Ruoyi abruptly slammed on the brakes. Ahead of them stood a man leaning against a striking white Aston Martin, holding a bouquet of flowers and smiling in Lu Ruoyi's direction. They had entered a villa complex. Nearing home, and the man seemed to have been waiting for a while. Ruoyi, why have you been ignoring me lately? The man, dressed in an English-style outfit and smiling, asked. Qin Feng grumbled, who is this show-off? Don't get out of the car, Lu Ruoyi instructed. He is the second son of Danyang Group, Qin Yu. Qin Feng, however, was not listening and followed Lu Ruoyi out of the car, much to her dismay. As Qin Yu was about to deliver the roses to Lu Ruoyi, he noticed Qin Feng standing beside her, and his expression changed instantly. Who is this brat? He inquired coldly. Qin Yu, you are not welcome here, Lu Ruoyi replied icily. Please leave. I am asking who this guy is, Qin Yu retorted, pointing at Qin Feng. Why is he in your car? Lu Ruoyi disdainfully responded. What does it have to do with you? Don't block my way, I want to go home. Qin Yu initially fumed, but quickly composed himself and smiled at Qin Feng. Is this guy the reason you've been ignoring me lately? Lu Ruoyi, well aware of Qin Yu's cunning nature, understood that the more he smiled, the more treacherous he became. I warn you, he has nothing to do with this. Don't cause him trouble. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's gaze turned even colder. Ignoring Lu Ruoyi, he approached Qin Feng, raising his chin to look down at him. What is your name? Which family are you from? Qin Feng, feeling intimidated, stammered. We are from the Qin family. My name is Qin Dai. Qin Yu looked at Qin Feng with disdain. How could someone like him compete with him? He searched his mind for the name and murmured. Qin Dai? Good son. Qin Feng smiled. At that moment, Qin Yu realized he had fallen into Qin Feng's trap, and his expression darkened further. He reached out to grab Qin Feng by the collar but was reprimanded by Lu Ruoyi, who warned, Qin Yu, this is my doorstep. If you dare act recklessly, don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, Qin Yu's hand froze midair. Qin Feng felt a twinge of disappointment. If Qin Yu had advanced further, he could have severely injured him. Qin Yu turned to Lu Ruoyi, arrogantly stating, Lu Ruoyi, remember, you are my woman. If anyone dares approach you, I will make them regret it. After saying this, Qin Yu tossed the roses into a nearby trash bin and sped off in his sports car. However, as he drove past Qin Feng, he rolled down the window and gave him a chilling smile. a smile laden with menace and warning. Qin Feng was not someone to be trifled with, and he despised those who were both more arrogant and better-looking than himself, which perfectly described Qin Yu. Once Qin Yu had left, he asked, "How dare this guy act so recklessly at your doorstep?" "There are several prominent families in Zhonghai," Lu Ruoyi replied solemnly. "The Ouyang family and the Qin family are among them. The Qin family has deep roots in Zhonghai, with a history nearly a century old, spanning from the Republic era to the present. They have extensive involvement in various fields, business, politics, and the underworld. Compared to them, our Lu family is insignificant." "So that's the reason for his arrogance?" Qin Feng inquired. "Qin Yu has pursued me for a long time," Lu Ruoyi sighed softly. Initially, he maintained his composure. But after being rejected multiple times, his true nature emerged. He has an older brother who is the leader of the Black Society, possessing immense power in Zhonghai. So as long as he does not go overboard, my father has no choice but to endure. "Now I see," Qin Feng nodded. The Qin family's influence was vast, which explained why Lu Qian dared not offend them. However, he had already formed a rivalry with Qin Yu. Upon returning to the Lu family, Lu Ruoyi, not wanting Lu Qian to worry, refrained from mentioning her encounter with Qin Yu. After dinner, Lu Qian summoned Lu Ruoyi to his study, likely to discuss the negotiations with Ouyang Jianghe, while Qin Feng and Zhang Ying engaged in casual conversation in the living room. Lu Ruoyi's younger sister, Lu Ruoli, was particularly cheerful, likely anticipating that Qin Feng would accompany her to school the next day. To ensure their mother did not forget, she even reminded Mom, "I think it's been 4 days now. My sister should have handed Qin Feng over to me. I still need to accompany your sister on a business matter tomorrow." Qin Feng interrupted. What business could be so important? Lu Ruoli pouted, clearly displeased. Lu Ruoli, watch your language. Qin Feng chose not to engage further, but fortunately, Zhang Ying intervened, admonishing her, "You need to be more respectful." Lu Ruoli pouted, visibly annoyed, and began to playfully rub her toes against Qin Feng's calf. Fearing Zhang Ying might notice, Qin Feng quickly grasped her leg, assuring, "I shouldn't take too long. Once I finish, I'll come to your school." "That's more like it." Lu Ruoli huffed, her demeanor brightening as if she had won a victory, her eyes sparkling like a mischievous fox. The following day, Qin Feng accompanied Lu Ruoyi to Xiangrui Group. Although Lu Ruoyi suggested he stay in the car, Qin Feng insisted on going inside, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. "Just don't speak out of turn. Just stand by my side," Lu Ruoyi instructed as they entered the elevator. Qin Feng chuckled. "Understood, I'll be the eye candy." Having already experienced his thick skin, Lu Ruoyi pretended not to hear him. "Apologies, but our chairman's schedule is fully booked," a tall, attractive secretary at the reception informed Lu Ruoyi apologetically. "Ms. Lu, I'm really sorry. Please come back another day." Lu Ruoyi, anxious, urged, "I have urgent matters. Could you please inform him?" "I'm truly sorry." The secretary maintained her politeness, shaking her head with a smile, determined not to leave without seeing the chairman. Lu Ruoyi sat down, stating, "Then I shall wait until Chairman Ouyang is available to see me." After waiting for an hour, Lu Ruoyi inquired again, but the secretary simply shook her head. "Ms. Lu, our chairman is quite firm. If he said he wouldn't meet today, then he won't." Lu Ruoyi pleaded, "Please, could you just give it another try? I'd appreciate it." The secretary, feeling helpless, went inside to relay the message but quickly returned, without needing to say more. Lu Ruoyi could see from her face that there was still no hope. Frustrated, Lu Ruoyi realized that if she continued to wait, not only might she not get an audience, but it could also irritate Ouyang Jianghe. Hence, she had no choice but to pull Qin Feng along as they left. With a sigh at the entrance, Lu Ruoyi remarked, "If this doesn't work out, I'll have to think of another approach. But if even the Ouyang family is unwilling to help with funding, then options in Zhonghai are exceedingly limited. I can't possibly seek help from the Qin family." Just as Lu Ruoyi was about to drive away, she noticed Qin Feng standing at the car door. Surprised, she asked, "Why aren't you getting in?" "I want to give it a try," Qin Feng replied with a faint smile. Lu Ruoyi was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Looking up at the towering Xiangrui building, Qin Feng smiled lightly before turning and walking through the entrance of Xiangrui Group. Chapter 23. A warning to the beautiful lady. Qin Feng approached the secretary once more, who looked puzzled as to why he had returned after leaving with Lu Ruoyi. "Could you please inform them that Qin Feng is here?" he requested. "Qin Feng." The secretary searched her mind for the name, but ultimately shook her head. "I'm sorry, sir, but I cannot announce your presence." Qin Feng's expression hardened. "As the chairman's secretary, it is your duty to announce important guests. By refusing me, do you not fear the chairman's displeasure? Who do you think you are?" The secretary replied coolly. "And who is Chairman Ouyang? He is not someone you can meet just because you wish to." Even Lu Ruoyi wasn't granted an audience, let alone her subordinate. With that thought, a look of disdain crossed the secretary's face as she coldly added, "Don't waste my time. I have documents to attend to." Qin Feng nodded, suddenly stepping aside, and, with all his might, bellowed towards the office door. "Qin Feng is here, rejected at the door. Ouyang Jianghe, is this how you treat your guests?" The female secretary was taken aback, quickly attempting to cover Qin Feng's mouth. However, his shout was deafening, and it was impossible to silence him. He shouted not once, but repeatedly for the second and third time. Who was making such a commotion? At that moment, someone rushed out, angrily yelling at the outside. Upon seeing this person, the secretary's face turned pale. The man was Zhou Jie, nominally the company driver, but actually the adopted son of Ouyang Jianghe. Although Zhou Jie held no formal position in the company, his status granted him considerable power, equal even to that of the general manager or president. If Zhou Jie were to direct his anger at her due to Qin Feng's disturbance, her job would be in jeopardy. The secretary hurriedly said, "Brother Jie, he is a subordinate of General Liu from the Dihao group. I will call someone to have him removed. Don't chase him away." At this moment, Zhou Jie turned his gaze to Qin Feng, narrowing his eyes slightly. Qin Feng recognized him as the driver who had previously attempted to block his path. "Hello." Qin Feng greeted with a wave. "Driver, could you kindly inform them that I am here to see Old Master Ouyang?" Zhou Jie stared at Qin Feng for a few seconds before responding in a deep voice. "What business do you have with the chairman?" Qin Feng threw him a flirtatious glance and replied, "You know what I mean." The secretary was taken aback, but soon became astonished, realizing that Qin Feng was acquainted with Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie did not respond, but turned and entered the office. "Do not worry," Qin Feng reassured the visibly anxious secretary, gently patting her shoulder and holding her delicate hand. "I would never dream of having someone as beautiful as you fired. I won't be reporting you to the chairman." Just as the secretary was pondering the implications of Qin Feng's words, the chairman's door suddenly swung open. Ouyang Jianghe appeared, leaning on a cane, slowly emerging from within. The old man looked quite spirited, his face glowing with health, and upon seeing Qin Feng, a look of surprise crossed his wrinkled features. "Mr. Qin, your esteemed presence is a great honor. Forgive my failure to welcome you properly." The secretary stood in shock, unable to believe her eyes. The chairman, who had not even met Lu Ruoyi, was now personally coming out to greet her subordinate with such formality. "Old master, why did you come out personally?" Qin Feng feigned surprise and then winked at the secretary before stepping directly into the chairman's office. Inside the office, Qin Feng sat across from Ouyang Jianghe, smiling as he remarked, "Old master, you appear to be in excellent health. I presume you have been taking plenty of tonics. However, one must be cautious with medicine, as it can be toxic." Ouyang Jianghe nodded, saying, "I understand. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit today, Mr. Qin?" "Nothing much, just came to see you," Qin Feng replied. Ouyang Jianghe then asked cautiously, "Were you not previously accompanied by the Liu family girl?" "I am their bodyguard," Qin Feng stated. "Oh." Ouyang Jianghe sighed in relief, then expressed his astonishment. "With your medical skills, it seems a waste for you to be merely a bodyguard." Qin Feng looked at him with a half-smile and asked, "Are you suggesting you might arrange a position for me?" "Good birds choose good trees to perch upon. That is only natural," Ouyang Jianghe replied earnestly. "As long as Mr. Qin is willing to join my side, I can agree to any conditions you may have. What if I seek your granddaughter's lifelong happiness? Would you agree to that?" Ouyang Jianghe was momentarily taken aback by this audacious suggestion. Zhou Jie, standing nearby, immediately erupted in anger. "You insolent brat. Speak respectfully. The young lady's reputation is not something you can tarnish at will." Qin Feng glanced at him and retorted, "That woman is not your wife. Why are you so agitated?" Zhou Jie, both furious and incensed, appeared ready to strike, declaring, "Do you believe I will not teach you a lesson?" Qin Feng shrugged and said, "Old Master Ouyang, is this how you treat your guests?" Ouyang Jianghe remained unperturbed, blocking Zhou Jie from advancing. Zhou Jie, unwilling to relent, glared at Qin Feng with murderous intent. Had it not been for Ouyang Jianghe's presence, he might have truly engaged in a physical confrontation. "My adopted son has a fiery temper. Although Ouyang Fenghua is not his biological daughter, he treats her as such. It is only natural for him to react this way," Ouyang Jianghe explained. Zhou Jie, in his 30s, absurdly regarded the 20-something Ouyang Fenghua as a daughter. Qin Feng shook his head, pondering the complex relationships and ethics among the wealthy. Such matters were difficult to navigate. "I recall you mentioned wanting me to assist in your treatment, if I am not mistaken," Qin Feng said, playfully twirling the gilded business card in his hand. "Since Mr. Qin is the Liu family's bodyguard, you must have come to advocate on their behalf," Ouyang Jianghe surmised thoughtfully. "However, 3 billion is not a trivial amount to entice your involvement." Qin Feng was surprised to learn that Lu Ruoyi intended to invest 3 billion, but quickly clarified, no, 3 billion is not enough to qualify for my assistance. I am not here to advocate for the Liu family. I merely came to check on you, old Master Ouyang. This is what it means to set the price from the ground up, to possess a rare commodity. Ouyang Jianghe knew well Qin Feng's intentions. Yet as long as Qin Feng did not admit it, the initiative in the transaction remained firmly in his hands. Ouyang Jianghe could see through this, but Zhou Jie, the brash one, could not, and immediately mocked. 3 billion is not enough for you to act? Who do you think you are? Anyone can boast. Do you believe I will throw you out? Qin Feng merely shrugged and replied, Old Master Ouyang, do you not find this rather unseemly? After a moment of silence, Ouyang Jianghe said, Zhou Jie, you may leave. Zhou Jie protested, Chairman, do not let this brat deceive you. Leave. Zhou Jie had no choice but to exit the office begrudgingly, casting a fierce glare at Qin Feng as he departed. Once he was gone, Ouyang Jianghe spoke in a serious tone, Mr. Qin, if what you said earlier is true, what would it take to secure your assistance? An investment in Dihao is the first step, Qin Feng replied with a faint smile. You are aware of your own condition, old master. You have internal injuries and have been poisoned. Apart from Lin Banjian and Lu Guishuo, only I can provide the cure. Upon hearing the word poisoned, Ouyang Jianghe's expression shifted to one of excitement, though it soon turned serious. I hope what you say is true, but if you dare deceive me, there will be no place for you in Zhonghai, no matter how large it is. Rest assured, Qin Feng smiled. Entering into a deal with me will never result in loss. Outside the company, Lu Ruoyi gazed at the composed and serene Qin Feng, and a flicker of hope surged within her heart, which had previously been devoid of expectation. Did you meet old Master Ouyang? I did. Get in the car, he replied. Once inside, she could no longer contain herself and asked, Have you known old Master Ouyang for a long time? How did he agree to see you? Qin Feng shook his head. Perhaps my reputation precedes me. Old Master Ouyang may have heard of me. Lu Ruoyi retorted, Be serious. Only then did Qin Feng sit up straight, crossing his legs as he said, All right, I will be serious. I have met old Master Ouyang, and he verbally agreed to invest, but it depends on my performance. What kind of performance? Lu Ruoyi asked nervously. Qin Feng pretended to ponder before replying, Tomorrow. The Ouyang family will hold a charity auction, and they have invited me to attend. Lu Ruoyi suddenly slammed on the brakes, exclaiming in shock, The Ouyang family's charity auction? They invited you? Qin Feng looked at her incredulously and asked, Why are you so surprised? Taking a deep breath, Lu Ruoyi replied, Do you understand what the Ouyang family's charity auction signifies? That was a gathering place for all the distinguished figures of Zhonghai. Those who received invitations were individuals of notable stature. Qin Feng chuckled. I thought it was a trivial affair, and I was hesitant to attend. Now that you mention it, I feel reassured. At this point, he playfully patted Lu Ruoyi's head and said, Rest assured, I will discuss the investment matter thoroughly with old Master Ouyang. You need not worry at all. Although Lu Ruoyi was internally astonished, seeing Qin Feng's pretentious demeanor stirred a strong impulse within her to give him a kick. However, since Qin Feng appeared impervious to her irritation, she could only gnash her teeth in frustration as she returned to the company. Upon arriving at Dihao, Lu Ruoyi ignored Qin Feng and got busy with her work. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, feeling quite bored at the office, received a phone call from Lu Ruoyi's younger sister, Lu Ruoli. He knew that the girl missed him dearly, and since there was nothing left to do at Dihao, Qin Feng decided to take his leave. However, as he reached downstairs, he spotted an Aston Martin parked nearby. Once again, it was Qin Yu. Given Qin Yu's notorious reputation in Zhonghai and his pursuit of Lu Ruoyi, the surrounding employees began to murmur as they saw him waiting for Qin Feng. As Qin Feng approached the car, Qin Yu tapped the hood, casting a somewhat provocative glance at him. Qin Feng smiled and slid into the vehicle. After he settled in, Qin Yu tossed a piece of paper to him, regarding him with indifference as he coldly stated, Name your price. Walk away from Lu Ruoyi. Qin Feng took the paper and noted that it contained basic information about him, his name, age, the fact that he was an orphan, and that he had served in the military. Most of his details were classified, so no matter how influential Qin Yu was, he could not unearth the more profound truths. After reading it, Qin Feng shrugged and said, I don't understand. What do you want with me? Qin Yu misinterpreted Qin Feng's question as fear. He smirked arrogantly and replied, I have no idea about your relationship with Lu Ruoyi, but as a powerless veteran, what makes you think you can compete with me? Leaving Lu Ruoyi would be your wisest choice. Although he was unaware of the true nature of Qin Feng and Lu Ruoli's relationship, for someone of his privileged background, eliminating a potential threat was a trivial matter. However, he had clearly picked the wrong person. Qin Feng regarded him with mild disdain and retorted, What are you to Lu Ruoyi? Who she chooses to be with is none of your business. Qin Yu's expression grew icy as he replied, Qin Feng. I have no interest in idle chatter. If it weren't for Lu Ruoyi, you, an insignificant nobody, would never have the right to speak to me. He then placed a bank card beside Qin Feng, declaring, "There's 10 million in this card. Leave Lu Ruoyi and get lost." Without answering, Qin Feng lit a cigarette and stated coolly, "What if I refuse? My car, no smoking." Qin Yu frowned as he watched Qin Feng light up, then paused before sneering. "Refuse? That's simple. If you offend me in Zhonghai, you will learn what true cruelty is." Suddenly, Qin Feng flung open the car door and tossed his cigarette, but onto the driver's seat. "What are you doing?" Qin Yu shouted in surprise. Swatting the cigarette, but away. Qin Feng smiled at the wind and calmly replied, "Young Master Qin, I am simply curious about what you consider cruelty." After that, he gently patted Qin Yu's face and turned to leave. Once Qin Feng was gone, Qin Yu finally came to his senses, realizing that he had been publicly humiliated by Qin Feng. He erupted in a furious shout. "Damn it!" Gasping for breath, he glared viciously and declared, "You ungrateful brat. You'll regret this. Just wait and see." Lu Ruoli's school was called St. Yadi Private University. The students fortunate enough to study there were either affluent or academically gifted. It was the largest private university in Zhonghai. Lu Ruoli was already a sophomore. After waiting for a while, without success in hailing a taxi, Qin Feng boarded a bus that happened to arrive. The bus was not crowded, and he quickly secured a seat, reclining comfortably. St. Yadi was located in a newly developed area of Zhonghai, nestled within the new university town. Gazing out at the retreating scenery, the azure sky, and the drifting clouds, Qin Feng felt a profound sense of tranquility, casting aside the earlier threats from Qin Yu. After a few stops, the bus began to fill up, and as seats became scarce, some passengers were left standing. Next to Qin Feng sat an elderly woman with a stooped back, clutching a handrail as the vehicle swayed. She carried a large bag of potatoes and appeared utterly fatigued. Noticing that no one offered her a seat, Qin Feng stood up and said, "Grandma, I'm getting off soon. Please take my seat." A few young students nearby scoffed, calling him a fool. Ignoring their remarks, Qin Feng insisted on giving up his seat. The elderly woman, with a raspy voice, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, dear." Once seated, she rubbed her aching legs and offered him a few potatoes, saying with a gentle smile, "These are from my garden. Take some home and enjoy their taste." The potatoes were round and slippery, challenging to hold. But Qin Feng couldn't bring himself to refuse the elderly woman's kindness. He carefully gathered them in his coat and smiled. "Thank you, Grandma." Suddenly, a menacing voice pierced the air. "Get up, old hag. Make way. Can't you see I have nowhere to sit?" Qin Feng turned to find a burly, dark-skinned man shouting at the elderly woman. She hesitated for a moment, but then shakily stood up. The man, reveling in his perceived victory, looked around, noticing that no one dared to intervene. When he saw Qin Feng help the elderly woman aside, his grin only widened. However, as soon as he sat down, a sharp pain struck his left ribcage, followed by a powerful force that sent him crashing against the side of the bus. He turned to confront his assailant, cursing, "You little brat. Wanna die?" Qin Feng remained silent, delivering a series of fierce kicks targeting the man's vulnerable ribs. The man was taken aback, unable to react as he absorbed the blows, each kick landing like a hammer. Initially, he had thought Qin Feng was merely a coward for helping the elderly woman, but now he found himself facing a furious lion. The entire bus fell silent. Conversations say children of today seem to have little inclination towards such foods. This fellow possesses a remarkable audacity, engaging in conversation with the driver, asserting that it is precisely due to their aversion that we must guide them towards healthier eating habits, employing contemporary scientific methods to educate them. He claims that potatoes boast the highest nutritional value among vegetables, and that consuming them raw, with the skin on, is even more beneficial. How absurd. What other methods could there be? My son consumes McDonald's daily, and if I attempt to deny him, he throws a tantrum. He is now as plump as a pig. Just the sight of him makes me want to give him a good thrashing, yet my hand falters. The driver sighed deeply. One must not indulge excessively. A measured application of discipline is beneficial for a child's healthy development. Alas, it is difficult to bear striking one's own offspring. The driver lamented. Discipline is necessary. My child is 6 this year, and I have instilled proper values in him. Should he dare to talk back, I promptly deliver a slap. If he misbehaves, he faces 3 days of hunger, and if he shirks his studies, I do not hesitate to employ physical reprimands, even utilizing a whip or a stick, until he is unrecognizable to his own mother. Now he is obedient, managing all household chores, exhibiting utmost filial piety, frequently inquiring about my and my wife's well-being, excelling in all his subjects, and has even been recognized as an outstanding student leader in the city. Bragging without hesitation has always been Qin Feng's forte. Continuing with, I now enjoy a life of leisure at home. All thanks to my son who caters to my every need. I must admit, my back feels a bit sore. Perhaps I shall request a massage from him upon returning home. The driver, both astonished and envious, muttered, Is it truly so effective to discipline a child? I shall give it a try. He began to fantasize about the unwavering obedience of his son post-discipline, and as he reveled in his thoughts, a smile crept upon his lips. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, his words would have a profound impact on another family. Lu Ruoli had already made several phone calls urging his arrival. Upon reaching St. Yadi University, Qin Feng refrained from further boasting to the driver and hastily made his way inside. Where are you? Qin Feng inquired over the phone. By the flower bed. Can't you see me? Came the reply. Having entered the university, Qin Feng wandered for quite some time, following Lu Ruoli's instructions, yet he could not locate her. Instead, he encountered several fashionable young women in short skirts, strolling by in groups, providing him with quite the visual feast. What are you looking at? Just then, a sudden tap on his head interrupted his admiration. Turning around, he found Lu Ruoli standing on the flower bed behind him, her face adorned with an expression of displeasure. Quite sour, aren't we? Qin Feng jested, holding his nose. Whose vinegar jar has been overturned? Humph, I am indeed jealous. What of it? Moreover, you have been following my sister around these past few days, and yet you find these ordinary girls appealing? Qin Feng thought to himself that even her sister's jealousy was unwarranted. He chuckled as he lifted her down from the flower bed, playfully pinching her curvaceous backside. How rude. Lu Ruoli's cheeks flushed slightly. This is still a school. Though she protested, her face beamed with delight. Qin Feng found amusement in her boldness at home juxtaposed with her coyness at school. What do you have there? Lu Ruoli noticed the bag in Qin Feng's hand. Potatoes, to nourish you, he replied. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up and came to a halt before them. A young man with slightly dark skin but a notably sunny demeanor emerged from the vehicle. He appeared quite handsome, likely among the school's elite. And upon spotting Lu Ruoli, he flashed a smile. Ruoli, it's getting late. Shall we head to the cafeteria for lunch? He seemed to disregard Qin Feng entirely. Lu Ruoli scrunched her adorable nose in irritation. I'm busy. The young man remained unfazed, offering a gentle smile. Ruoli, don't be upset. I'll make it up to you later, all right? Many eyes are upon us. The young man and Lu Ruoli seemed to be of considerable renown within the school, drawing the attention of onlookers who pointed and whispered among themselves. As he spoke, he reached out his hand toward Lu Ruoli. I have a boyfriend now. Lu Ruoli retorted coldly, retracting her hand. Mo Lu, you should give up. Mo Lu's hand froze midair, his expression shifting as he forced a smile. I understand you're angry with me. I didn't stand up for you when Zhongming troubled you, but that won't happen again. Our family has acquired a piece of land from the Zhong family, and soon its value will surpass theirs. Once that happens, you won't need to fear the Zhong family. Lu Ruoli looked at Mo Lu with disdain. For individuals like him, family interests always took precedence, which is precisely why, despite his merits, she could not accept him. You claim to have a boyfriend. Mo Lu smiled confidently. That must be to provoke me, right? Tell me, aside from me, who else at St. Yadi could possibly be worthy of you? Qin Feng silently admired Mo Lu's audacity, realizing their boldness was comparable. Apologies, my friend, but you seem to have overlooked someone. At that moment, Qin Feng approached. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, but Mo Lu's attempt to reach out prompted him to act. With a friendly demeanor, he stepped beside Lu Ruoli and addressed Mo Lu. If you seek to be deemed worthy of Lu Ruoli, you ought to consult with me. What are you? Mo Lu had noticed Qin Feng earlier. However, his attire had not impressed him. Now, upon hearing Qin Feng's interjection, he scoffed disdainfully. Are you a servant of the Lu family, here to deliver potatoes? You have no place to speak here. He is my boyfriend. Lu Ruoli exclaimed, wrapping her arm around Qin Feng's. Mo Lu's eyes narrowed. But he quickly composed himself, forcing a tender smile. Ruoli, I know you're only trying to make me jealous. That's fine. I'll show you my sincerity, and soon you'll realize it. Lu Ruoli shook her head. Mo Lu, I don't like you. Please stop bothering me. I fear my boyfriend may misunderstand. Is he truly your boyfriend? Mo Lu's forehead twitched with suppressed fury, yet he managed to maintain his composure, coldly glaring at Qin Feng. Which family do you belong to? Qin Feng shook his head. I belong to no family. Mo Lu's smile widened. Ah, so you possess no standing in Zhonghai? I left for 5 years and have just returned, so I am indeed unencumbered, Qin Feng replied. Mo Lu's grin grew even broader. Excellent. So you are a person of no influence, possessing nothing at all. Allow me to inform you that I am Mo Lu, the heir of the Mo family, which controls nearly all the upscale hotels in Zhonghai. To enter Zhonghai's customs and official points of entry, one must navigate through our family's enterprises. Not to mention, I personally own a third of the largest seafood market in Zhonghai, along with 2 venture capital firms. A person like me, born with a golden spoon, could squash 100 individuals like you with but a flick of my finger. At this point, Mo Lu slightly raised his chin, casually asserting, "Now tell me, what qualifies you to be with Lu Ruoli?" In the face of Mo Lu's confidence, Qin Feng took Lu Ruoli's hand and responded nonchalantly, "Because she likes me. Is that not sufficient?" In the next moment, the smile vanished from Mo Lu's face, replaced by a stiff and cold expression. Chapter 25. A punch for a punch. Is loving someone and being with her a sufficient reason? To be honest, it is indeed sufficient. Yet, ingrained in Mo Lu's upbringing was the notion of equivalence, if not inequivalence, in exchanges. He had never considered the concepts of liking or disliking. While he undoubtedly found Lu Ruoli attractive, his primary interest lay in the power and prestige of the Lu family. Unlike Zhong Ming, Mo Lu, though hedonistic, was a multifaceted scion, excelling academically and possessing an appealing appearance, sailing smoothly through life. Yet, it is precisely such individuals who harbor intricate thoughts and deep-seated cunning. If one were to purely assess the depth of affection, Mo Lu's feelings paled in comparison to Zhong Ming's sincerity. At least Zhong Ming's schemes were straightforward and transparent, devoid of any ambiguity. In contrast, Mo Lu was the type to calculate and weigh advantages and disadvantages carefully. Those who stand above him endure humiliation, while those below him are trampled without mercy. Such individuals are not uncommon in reality. Thus, after a brief moment of astonishment, Mo Lu quickly regained his composure, maintaining an air of arrogance as he gazed at Qin Feng, casually remarking, "If Miss Lu were an ordinary person, your statement might hold water. Alas, Miss Lu is backed by the Lu family, the largest biotechnology company in Zhonghai. It is essential to consider social standing. Right now, Miss Lu's affection for you is merely youthful naivety. She cannot distinguish between fondness and excitement, nor between love and disdain. How could she not know? I am aware that she is quite fond of me and harbors a strong dislike for you," Qin Feng retorted, infuriating Mo Lu even further. He continued, "As for your assertion regarding social standing, I have already met Miss Lu's father, Lu Qian. He stated that he would offer me the Dihao as a dowry." Lu Ruoli exclaimed in surprise, "Is that true?" Qin Feng quickly grasped her hand, signaling her to remain silent. This girl had truly become foolish in love. Naturally, Mo Lu did not believe Qin Feng's claims, sneering, "So, you insist on competing with me?" "That was not my intention," Qin Feng shrugged, replying, "You initiated this conflict." At that moment, a man rushed over, shouting, "Mo Xiao, this is the guy who inexplicably assaulted me just now. You must avenge me." Qin Feng recognized the man as the one he had taught a lesson on the bus, and a cold smile spread across his face. This individual was also a student of Shangyadi, albeit a year below Mo Lu, serving as his lackey. Now that his subordinate had been beaten, Mo Lu seized the opportunity, looking at Qin Feng with a cold smile, and saying, "Dare to strike me? Without a valid reason. Do you think this matter can be resolved?" The man clutched his chest, writhing in pain, his awkward running posture drawing attention from the gathered crowd, who quickly discerned the severity of his injuries. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. He refused to give up his seat to an elderly lady on the bus. "What kind of reason is that?" The onlookers were astounded. To beat someone senseless for not yielding a seat? If such a trivial matter warranted violence, one might as well kill for lesser offenses. Indeed, upon hearing this rationale, Mo Lu's expression darkened. "You think you're quite the fighter?" Mo Lu asked coldly. Qin Feng shrugged again, replying, "I'm average, but my dogfighting techniques are particularly refined." Mo Lu's eyes glinted with malice. "How about this? Let's settle it with a duel." Qin Feng nodded. "All right. You cannot fight him." At that moment, Lu Ruoli anxiously grasped Qin Feng's arm, saying, "Mo Lu is the president of the karate club and has won the citywide youth championship, achieving a record of 13 consecutive victories in challenge matches." Mo Lu smirked, stating coolly, "He may decline to fight, but I demand an apology on his knees." "Go ahead, you loser." To challenge Mo Xiao is to overestimate your own abilities. Mo Xiao, teach him a lesson. How dare this penniless fool associate with the goddess Lu? We are all behind you. The crowd of students continued to swell, most recognizing Mo Lu and gleefully mocking Qin Feng, who remained unfazed, stretching his neck and saying nonchalantly, "How shall we proceed?" "Oh." Mo Lu's eyes sparkled with amusement. "You accept?" Qin Feng responded, "Right now, I don't wish to waste time on trash." Mo Lu suppressed his anger, saying, "Let us engage in free fighting at the gym. There's ample space and a ring." Qin Feng chuckled. As a strong man, I can fight anywhere. However, since you made the request, I shall oblige. Lead the way. The students looked at Qin Feng with pity, believing him to be utterly oblivious to the dangers he faced, his arrogance likely to provoke Mo Lu's wrath. Mo Lu turned to leave, remembering that mere words would not serve him well, as his karate master had advised. He intended to make Qin Feng kneel and beg for mercy. Lu Ruoli, visibly anxious, clutched Qin Feng's arm, asking, "Do you have confidence?" With bravado, Qin Feng replied, "Rest assured, I can resolve it with a single punch." The crowd shook their heads at his audacity, thinking him foolishly overconfident, unaware of the peril that awaited him. Both Mo Lu and Lu Ruoli were well-known figures at Shangyadi, and the news of Mo Lu challenging Qin Feng spread like wildfire, quickly reaching every corner of the school. By the time Qin Feng and Mo Lu arrived at the gym, a considerable crowd had already gathered outside. Most conspicuously, 6 men clad in karate uniforms awaited at the entrance, Mo Lu's elite subordinates. Upon seeing Mo Lu approach, they bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Greetings, President." Their voices boomed, exuding a powerful presence. Although universities typically host numerous clubs, the karate club at Shangyadi undoubtedly stood out, not merely for its physical benefits, but also due to the president's formidable reputation, attracting countless eager underclassmen. Mo Lu smiled faintly, saying, "I didn't expect all of you to show up." One member provocatively glanced at Qin Feng before respectfully stating, "Upon receiving news of the president's challenge, we rushed over immediately." However, the president need not waste time on such a petty character. A simple notification would suffice. Another added, "With so many challengers daily, if every Tom, Dick, and Harry dared to boast in front of the president, how could he manage? Let me deal with him. The president need not lift a finger." The karate club members radiated confidence, their disdainful remarks elevating Mo Lu's stature even further, while many students looked on with admiration. Mo Lu was indeed the shining emblem of their school's karate club. Only Qin Feng remained unfazed by their theatrics, finding their display rather amateurish. Mo Lu, reveling in the attention, smirked, "No worries. This time I initiated the challenge. I have offered him an opportunity to withdraw, yet he remains ungrateful." A burly man stepped forward from the karate club, sneering at Qin Feng. "Now I offer you a chance. Crawl through Mo Xiao's legs and bow 3 times. He will spare you the humiliation." Laughter erupted around them. In such an atmosphere, even Lu Ruoli, who had witnessed Qin Feng's prowess, felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, the rumors surrounding Mo Lu were numerous. Lu Ruoli scolded, "Hu Hao, do not go too far." Hu Hao shrugged dismissively, retorting, "Miss Lu, I wonder what you see in this guy. Hiding behind a woman, he truly is worthless. Will I be striking you or your dog?" Qin Feng directed his gaze at Mo Lu, saying coolly, "My services come at a premium." Mo Lu replied nonchalantly, "You may test that." Qin Feng nodded and pulled Lu Ruoli behind him. In an instant, no one noticed how he struck, his hand moving as if casually swatting away a fly. Yet it landed squarely on Hu Hao's face. Hu Hao's body flew back as though propelled by a spring, crashing into his fellow karate club members before hitting the ground heavily. Clutching his face in anguish, he bore no resemblance to the arrogant figure he had just been. The karate members, supporting Hu Hao, were both anxious and furious, exclaiming, "You actually ambushed him." Qin Feng shrugged, replying coldly, "Your master has spoken. You are nothing but noise. Silence yourselves." His audacity had undoubtedly offended many, but he seemed unfazed. Mo Lu waved his hand dismissively and stepped in front of Qin Feng, sneering, "No wonder you're so fearless. It turns out you have some skills. This makes things interesting." Qin Feng shook his head and retorted, "Stop with the nonsense. If you want to fight, then let us get on with it." Mo Lu's expression darkened as he led the way. On the arena, Mo Lu had changed into a pristine karate uniform, tying his hand wraps while fixating on Qin Feng from 5 meters away. He stated coolly, as a martial artist, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the president of the school's karate club, the national champion of the youth karate division. And I have achieved 13 consecutive victories in the challenge matches at the capital's Karate Association. I am a permanent member of the Japanese Karate Sports Committee." With Mo Lu's background and these titles, he certainly commanded attention, and as he spoke, the surrounding students erupted into thunderous cheers. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already been intimidated, but they were faced with Qin Feng, a far more reckless individual. Qin Feng impatiently declared, "So what? Eastern martial arts are worthless. I could knock you down with a single blow." Mo Lu's face darkened further, suppressing his rage. "I've already given you a chance, since you refused to recognize it. You can only blame yourself." Everyone could see that Mo Lu was enraged, and the consequences of his fury were severe. In that moment, the way they looked at Qin Feng was akin to gazing at a corpse. Mo Lu stepped forward, exuding an aura as fierce as a tempest. Coldly staring at Qin Feng and arrogantly proclaimed, "Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll give you one chance." Before he could finish, his pupils dilated in shock. For at that moment, Qin Feng had already made his move. Like a leopard stealthily prowling through the jungle, he lunged at Mo Lu. In Mo Lu's eyes, Qin Feng's fist appeared to swell in size, leaving him no time to evade. Bang! Like a kite severed from its string, Mo Lu was struck in the chest and sent flying off the stage, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise for a long while. From the moment Mo Lu began to speak to the instant he fell silent, only 2 seconds had elapsed. The onlookers stood frozen in disbelief, engulfed in silence. Amidst their astonished gazes, Qin Feng slowly withdrew his fist and remarked indifferently, "I told you, a single punch is all it takes." Chapter 26, 1 against 6. Nothing could be more ironic. Just moments before, Mo Lu had boasted grandly, crafting an imposing image of himself, yet in an instant, Qin Feng had sent him flying with a single blow. The defeat was so clean, so effortless, that Mo Lu's earlier bravado now seemed like a mere jest. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's earlier bravado had transformed into undeniable reality. Lying on the ground, Mo Lu struggled to lift his head, clutching his painfully throbbing chest, stammering, You attacked me without warning." Qin Feng scoffed. "Didn't you say it was free fighting? Losing is losing. Where's the need for excuses? Didn't your master teach you that blabbering before a match is a taboo? Allow me to instruct you." Mo Lu, filled with fury, retorted, "You attacked me. That's against the rules. This doesn't count." Qin Feng replied, "In life and death, there are no rigid rules. Did I launch a sneak attack? We're both standing in the arena. Should I wait for you to finish your nonsense?" Mo Lu was so furious he nearly spat blood. Qin Feng had not only defeated him physically, but was also trampling his spirit. However, the loser is always wrong, and Mo Lu was far from accepting his humiliating defeat. Just then, Hu Hao suddenly leaped onto the arena, glaring coldly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng scanned the group and casually remarked, "What? Are you trying to gang up on me?" Hu Hao replied icily, "You attacked me earlier. Now I challenge you." Qin Feng countered, "Your master has already lost. What gives you the right to challenge me? Engaging with you would simply waste my time." Hu Hao, both angered and frustrated, knew Qin Feng spoke the truth. If Mo Lu was defeated so soundly, he would stand no chance either. Sighing, Qin Feng added, "Since your karate club is unwilling to accept this, I shall make you concede." Pausing momentarily, he gazed at the other 5 members of the karate club. Standing confidently with his hands behind his back, he proclaimed, "You all can come at me together." The crowd erupted into an uproar. Although his earlier victory over Mo Lu was astonishing, many believed he had merely succeeded through a sneak attack, and if a real fight ensued, Mo Lu might not have been the only one to fall. Hu Hao and the others, while perhaps not stronger than Mo Lu individually, were 6 in number. Qin Feng was actually daring to take on 6 opponents simultaneously. One of the karate members glared with fiery anger, declaring, "Kid, you're provoking the honor of our karate club." Qin Feng smiled arrogantly, "Not only am I provoking, but I also intend to trample it. Come at me." It must be noted that Qin Feng's audacity was boundless. Unable to withstand the provocation, the 6 members charged toward Qin Feng, fists flying and legs soaring, ready to deliver a fierce assault. Lu Ruoli covered her mouth, unable to bear witnessing the impending chaos. In such a fray, Qin Feng's situation seemed dire. Bang, bang, bang. But soon, the air was filled with a series of dull thuds, and in an instant, the 6 assailants were sent sprawling away from Qin Feng, all tumbling off the stage. The gymnasium fell silent once more. In utter stillness, one could hear a pin drop. The students of Shangyati were well aware of the karate club's formidable reputation. Yet even so, facing 6 karate experts, Qin Feng had effortlessly triumphed. Once again, with a single strike, he had achieved a swift and decisive victory. In that moment, countless astonished gazes were fixed upon the solitary figure standing tall in the arena. His presence reminiscent of a mountain rising majestically into the clouds. Why humiliate oneself? Qin Feng shook his head, akin to a solitary champion seeking defeat. Sighing as he leaped down from the stage, Lu Ruoli was the first to regain her composure, rushing into Qin Feng's embrace. "The karate champion is nothing to be feared." Qin Feng gazed into Lu Ruoli's eyes and softly inquired, "In the future, should I accept or decline challenges of this magnitude?" "Whatever you choose," Lu Ruoli replied. Her cheeks flushed with happiness. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, fully aware that Qin Feng was merely posturing, yet they found no grounds for rebuttal. Particularly Mo Lu, whose face contorted with rage, his fists clenched tightly. Hand in hand, they slowly made their exit from the gymnasium under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. "Ruoli, I heard someone challenged your boyfriend. Just as they stepped outside, a plump figure rushed toward them, breathless, exclaiming, "Are you all right?" Lu Ruoli whispered into Qin Feng's ear. "This is Shi Qinfeng, my best buddy, nicknamed Fat Shi." After glancing at Shi Qinfeng, she added, "You should go inside and see for yourself." Shi Qinfeng dashed into the arena and emerged less than 5 minutes later, his face a mask of shock as he pointed at Qin Feng, stammering. Did he do all this by himself? Lu Ruoli proudly wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's shoulder, declaring, "What do you think? My boyfriend is amazing, isn't he?" He stirred up quite a storm. Shi Qinfeng, though wary of Qin Feng's prowess, couldn't help but slap his thigh, excitedly proclaiming, "That SMO Lu. The MO family, SMO Lu." Before Lu Ruoli could respond, Qin Feng nonchalantly interjected, "Do you know why Zhongming hasn't he been coming to school lately?" Shi Qinfeng paused in confusion. "Why?" Qin Feng smiled. "Because I knocked him into the hospital." Shi Qinfeng was initially taken aback, then retreated a couple of steps. Pointing at Qin Feng, You actually beat Zhongming too?" Qin Feng nodded and shrugged. "So? Do you think I would be afraid of MO Lu and the MO family?" Shi Qinfeng gave Qin Feng a thumbs up, complimenting him with a "You're impressive," before turning on his heel and exclaiming, "Take care of yourself," as he dashed away. "This fellow ran faster than a rabbit." Lu Ruoli hurriedly said, "Don't mind him. He's good at everything except having courage." Qin Feng shook his head and remarked, "It's about time. You should head to class. I'll wander around the school for a bit." Lu Ruoli obediently nodded. "All right. But you can't leave before me." Qin Feng readily agreed and began to meander around the school. However, despite his desire to stroll casually, the advanced communication tools had ensured that news of his recent victory over Mo Lu, defeating 6 opponents, had spread throughout St. Yadi School, complete with photos uploaded to the campus network. As he walked down the street, many people pointed at him. Particularly, the younger female students gazed at him with starry eyes, which made Qin Feng unable to resist feeling a bit narcissistic. "I'm actually quite low-key." When school ended, Qin Feng and Lu Ruoli got into a car and headed back to the Lu residence. Upon arriving home, they found Lu Qian and Zhang Ying waiting for them on the sofa. Lu Ruoli was in good spirits today, having Qin Feng by her side. However, Qin Feng noticed that Lu Ruoli was absent, which made him a bit anxious. Lu Qian explained, she received a sudden message and went to the company. Qin Feng sighed in relief, asking, what did she go to the company for? "It seems there's an emergency." Lu Qian replied. "I didn't ask for specifics about the section she's in charge of." Zhang Ying interjected, "Ruoli didn't cause you any trouble today, did she?" "Mom, am I that kind of person?" Lu Ruoli pouted. "I'm very well behaved, all right?" Qin Feng smiled. "The second young lady is very diligent." Zhang Ying responded, "That's good." After dinner, the family relaxed on the sofa, but Lu Ruoli still had not returned. Qin Feng went to the balcony to call her, concerned since she had been attacked a couple of days prior. "I'm at the company, very busy, can't talk right now." Qin Feng was puzzled, wondering what could be so urgent that she wouldn't leave work. Lu Qian, worried about Lu Ruoli, suggested that Qin Feng go check on her. Upon arriving at the company, he noticed that the 3rd floor was brightly lit, indicating many employees had not left yet. Just as he exited the elevator, he bumped into Dr. Yu, who stopped him to ask, "Why are you here?" "I'm concerned about the company's situation," Qin Feng replied. "Is there a problem with your experiments?" Dr. Yu adjusted her black-framed glasses and replied, "No, it's a technical issue. Just as we were about to leave, the company's system was suddenly attacked, and now it's severely compromised. We're in the process of recovering and eradicating the virus." Uncertain about the relationship between Lu Ruoli and Qin Feng, Dr. Yu casually mentioned this. Qin Feng nodded, realizing the company's system had been hacked, which explained the bustling activity in the corridors, resembling a scene from an apocalypse. For a company of this experimental nature, a leak of confidential information would render all efforts futile. Dr. Yu was busy, so after bidding her farewell, Qin Feng headed to the computer department. The atmosphere there was chaotic, with people bustling about. Just as Qin Feng was about to enter, Li Xiantian suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Li Xiantian coldly glared at Qin Feng. "This is a secure area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed." Qin Feng stated, "I'm looking for Lu Ruoli." Li Xiantian sneered. Becoming more arrogant, "The general manager is busy inside. If you want to see her, wait outside. If you dare to step over this threshold, I will accuse you of being a corporate spy. Do you want to test my patience?" Qin Feng's eyes flashed coldly. "Get out of my way." Infuriated, Li Xiantian, as the head of the computer department, felt his territory was being challenged. "Minister Li, in this critical situation, do you still have time to bicker with others?" At that moment, a cold voice interrupted. Lu Ruoli emerged, her expression as frosty as ever, yet showing signs of fatigue, making Qin Feng feel a pang of concern. Li Xiantian turned to her and said, This guy wants to force his way into the computer department. I suspect he is a spy sent by other forces. Not allowing him in is for the company's protection. Lu Ruoi suppressed her anger. You know very well he is my person. Li Xiantian shook his head, sighing. You're too naive, General Manager. You don't even understand his intentions toward you. I'm doing this for your own good. Get lost. Qin Feng had no intention of wasting words with him. He shoved Li Xiantian aside, who stumbled against the door, his face a mixture of shock and rage. In the 27th chapter, Deathwing, Qin Feng asked Lu Ruoi, how is the situation here? When can you come home? Lu Ruoi shot Li Xiantian a cold glance. You can ask him. Qin Feng turned to Li Xiantian. I'm asking you. Li Xiantian's anger surged. Who was this brat to speak to him like that? He lifted his chin. I have no obligation to answer you. The BOD experiment is in its final stages. If something goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility? The system is compromised by a virus, and you say you have no obligation to answer me. Qin Feng shouted, the company supports you. And this is when you mess up? His sudden roar startled not just Li Xiantian, but even Lu Ruoi. Qin Feng's gaze was frigid as he continued. Speak. What is the current status? Can it still be salvaged? Under the unexpected pressure of Qin Feng's imposing aura, Li Xiantian momentarily forgot about Qin Feng's identity and instinctively replied, we've researched the virus extensively, but there are no records. My team is urgently backing up data, trying to conceal the company's information and minimize losses. Qin Feng responded coldly, no records? Is that your excuse? As a minister, you've grown too complacent. Lacking any sense of urgency, Li Xiantian wiped the sweat from his forehead. The hacker's technology is extraordinarily advanced. I suspect they're not domestic, but from abroad. We only discovered this as we were leaving work, and it's been just over 2 hours since the attack, causing widespread system failure. Our technicians are doing everything they can. Qin Feng stated icily, doing everything? Is being helpless your solution? I don't care if they're domestic or foreign. The entire state's departments are monitoring the BOD technology. If a problem arises, neither you nor Dihao can bear the blame. If this cannot be resolved, pack your things and leave. Shut up. I want results, not excuses. After saying this, Qin Feng dragged a stunned Lu Ruoi into the computer department. A few moments later, Li Xiantian, still dazed from the confrontation, finally regained his senses. Who did this brat think he was to speak to him like that? Entering the computer department, the chaos was palpable. Employees were sweating profusely, engrossed in their tasks, and the air was filled with arguments and criticisms, utterly disorganized. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. The foul-mouthed Li Xiantian chased after him, but before he could utter another insult, he saw Qin Feng striding toward the largest computer at the central control station. That computer serves as the core of the company's system, responsible for data backup, transmission, and control. Although the system has been breached, the primary concern is not the host machine itself. A malfunction there would spell disaster for the entire company. Thus, when the employees witnessed Qin Feng grasping the mouse, their faces turned ashen. Li Xiantian erupted with a fierce shout. What are you doing? Someone stop him. 2 technicians rushed towards Qin Feng, attempting to pull him away, but he effortlessly dispatched them with a swift kick. Trembling with rage, Li Xiantian demanded, you insolent brat. What exactly do you intend to do? Qin Feng glanced up, his gaze icy, and replied, silence. Call the police, quickly. This kid must be a spy trying to steal our data. Li Xiantian seethed with fury. As someone attempted to call for help, Lu Ruoi hurriedly interjected. Li, at this critical juncture, are you still defending this guy? He is clearly an infiltrator, waiting for this very moment. Lu Ruoi frowned, then turned to Qin Feng, inquiring. Qin Feng. To be honest, she was equally perplexed by his actions. Qin Feng focused intently on the computer screen for a moment, then lifted his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lu, I can handle this virus. What? At this declaration, the surroundings fell into stunned silence. Lu Ruoi blinked in disbelief. What did you say? After confirming his statement, Qin Feng repeated, I said this virus is a trivial matter, quite simple. Simple? The crowd gasped in astonishment. The virus was on the verge of engulfing the entire system, with only the host machine barely holding on. How could he claim it was simple? Was he belittling the technical staff? Enraged, Li Xiantian scoffed. Do you know who we have here? The least among us are top graduates from prestigious universities. We have master's degree holders, returnees. If they can't resolve it, how can you dismiss it as trivial? Indeed, they may not be able to. But that does not imply that I cannot. Qin Feng retorted with an open hand. For reasons unknown, Lu Ruoi found herself somewhat convinced by his confident demeanor. After all, this individual was shrouded in mystery. You understand computers? She asked. Perhaps more than that, fellow. Qin Feng shot a glance at Li Xiantian, then stated earnestly. I can not only eradicate the virus, but also minimize all losses, and even trace the hacker's location. The surrounding employees scoffed dismissively. They had initially found Qin Feng somewhat credible, but his subsequent claims reeked of bravado. What level of hacker could thwart them all? Surely a world-class hacker. If he were indeed a master, he might eliminate the virus, but tracing such a hacker's IP address was beyond imagination. Don't listen to his nonsense. Li Xiantian interjected with a derisive laugh. Lu, this kid is just boasting. Does he even know what a virus is? He probably doesn't even recognize code. Following Li Xiantian's remark, his sycophants joined in laughter, brimming with mockery. Lu Ruoyi stated, Qin Feng, if you truly possess the ability, please assist us. The company is in dire straits, and we require your help. Initially, Qin Feng was more than willing to assist at the icy beauty's behest. But his irritation towards Li Xiantian's pompous demeanor led him to declare, I can certainly help, but I require an apology from this fellow. His previous attitude towards me was quite unfriendly, and when I am in a foul mood, I tend to shy away from such matters. An apology? Li Xiantian regarded Qin Feng as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. Did this kid just demand an apology from me? Brothers, did you hear that? Ha ha. As Li Xiantian chuckled, he realized no one joined in, causing his laughter to falter. What was happening? He noticed that the employees in the IT department were all gazing intently at the large screen behind the host machine, which was projecting Qin Feng's every move. Li Xiantian furrowed his brow and looked over as well. To his astonishment, Qin Feng's fingers flew across the keyboard, tapping away with remarkable speed. In less than a minute, the virus that had previously occupied the red zone had diminished by a tenth. Impossible. As someone well-versed in computers, Li Xiantian understood the implications of what he was witnessing. Qin Feng had actually eradicated the virus. This seemingly nonchalant individual could truly accomplish such a feat. My heavens! Who is this person? Remarkably adept, he was able to craft code swiftly enough to repel the hacker. The surrounding programmers gasped in amazement, their eyes wide with disbelief as they observed Qin Feng's prowess. Well, just a small demonstration, Qin Feng proclaimed, reclining with an air of arrogance. The decision lies with you. Will you apologize? In that moment, the previously chaotic IT department fell utterly silent. Having witnessed Qin Feng's extraordinary abilities, they no longer doubted his bold assertions. Simultaneously, their gazes turned towards Li Xiantian, whose expression darkened like a storm cloud, heavy with impending turmoil. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. Though he couldn't deny that Qin Feng's capability to combat the hacker and eliminate the virus had exceeded his expectations. A distinguished middle-aged man, evidently a senior figure in the company, cleared his throat and suggested, Minister Li, given the current crisis, perhaps you should consider apologizing. The other employees regarded him with similar expressions, though no one spoke further, the implication hanging in the air. Li Xiantian felt a surge of uncontainable anger, especially upon witnessing Qin Feng's smug demeanor. He longed to drag him down and pummel him. At that moment, Lu Ruoyi interjected coldly, Minister Li, should you refuse to apologize, the losses incurred by the company will fall upon you and your father. Upon hearing this, Li Xiantian's face turned pale. His expression shifted through various shades before he finally grit his teeth and conceded, Fine, it's all for the company. Qin Feng, I was wrong earlier. I apologize to you now. Not sincere enough. Qin Feng shook his head dismissively. You don't seem genuinely contrite. Veins bulged on Li Xiantian's forehead as he growled. Don't push your luck. Forget it. Forget it. I quit, Qin Feng said, raising his hands as if to leave. Although Lu Ruoyi relished the thought of Li Xiantian's humiliation, she understood that this was not the time for Qin Feng to depart. She swiftly rebuked, Minister Li. All right. Li Xiantian felt a level of humiliation he had never experienced in his life, repeating the word all right thrice before bowing at a 90-degree angle and stammering, I apologize. I am sorry. That's sufficient. That's sufficient. I'll let it slide this time for Lu's sake, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, though it was Li Xiantian who had apologized. Qin Feng's comments made it seem as if he were doing Lu Ruoyi a favor, nearly causing Li Xiantian to choke on his indignation. Lu Ruoyi disregarded him and turned to Qin Feng, asking, Shall we begin now? Very well, this virus is called the Red Atom Bomb. An upgraded version of the Red Bomb. I will resolve it in 20 minutes. Qin Feng smiled lightly, then focused intently on the screen, commencing a battle of wits against the hacker on the other side. Chapter 28, Artificial or Natural. As time slipped by, each person remained fixated on the large screen, the atmosphere thick with tension. On the screen, the red zones indicating the virus were gradually being dispelled by Qin Feng, while the green zones began to regain dominance, steadily increasing. Lu Ruoyi felt increasingly anxious. If the virus could not be contained, The losses to their company would be catastrophic. She had merely forced herself to remain calm moments ago. As time passed, her palms began to sweat. Finally, 20 minutes had elapsed. "The master is about to make a desperate counterattack," shouted a programmer, fixated on the screen. Beep, beep, beep. With his proclamation, the computer's mainframe erupted into alarms. Qin Feng's fingers hesitated for a moment before a smile crept onto his lips. "Do not worry, I can handle this." In the next instant, his fingers flew across the keyboard with such grace it resembled a piano performance, swift and fluid. Yet, it was merely a prelude. 2 minutes later, Qin Feng exhaled a sigh, and the alarms abruptly ceased. It was over. Not only had the virus been eradicated, but he had also traced the hacker's IP address, launching a virus of his own, one he had just reprogrammed, which as of now had no resolution. Even if the hacker had backed up some data, it would soon vanish, leaving him with nothing to salvage. Fantastic. A cacophony of cheers erupted around him, akin to a tidal wave, as the programmers went wild. Programmers, too, held their beliefs. And Qin Feng's actions had driven away a world-class hacker while simultaneously compromising their adversary's system. How could they not be elated? Amidst the jubilation, only Li Xiantian wore a grim expression, lost in thought. Qin Feng smiled confidently, waving at the programmers, quickly rising to his feet. However, as he turned, he unexpectedly collided with something soft, momentarily stunned. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ruoyi had positioned herself directly in front of him, and his rising motion had inadvertently led his lips to meet the soft peaks of her bosom. An instantaneous silence enveloped the room. Not only was Qin Feng taken aback, but the surrounding employees, including Lu Ruoyi, were equally stunned. The first to regain composure was Qin Feng, who slightly leaned back, swallowing hard. "Lu, was that natural or artificial?" "Natural? Artificial?" A few dark lines appeared on the foreheads of the employees. Qin Feng's words were utterly shocking. You scoundrel." Lu Ruoyi exploded. She had been groped. Unbearable. Qin Feng shivered at her outburst, hastily jumping from his seat, moving aside as he cleared his throat. "This isn't my fault. Who told you to be so ample?" "Ample?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyi's face darkened to the hue of coal. Embarrassment and fury surged within her, especially upon witnessing Qin Feng's shameless demeanor as he feigned innocence. The surrounding employees stared in disbelief. This master truly was a force to be reckoned with, and he dared to tease their ice-cold beauty of a president. "Lu, we should now attend to the aftermath," a middle-aged technician interjected. "The company has already incurred losses, and although this gentleman has salvaged the situation, vital project data must not leak." Lu Ruoyi took a deep breath, regaining her composure, then shot a fierce glare at Qin Feng. "I understand." At that moment, Qin Feng addressed Li Xiantian. "By the way, you're the head here, right? Have your team restore the other computers swiftly so the company system can resume operations. Compile a list of any lost data and those infected, and present it to Lu and me for review." Li Xiantian bristled with indignation. "Why should I listen to you?" Lu Ruoyi replied coolly, "Follow his instructions." Li Xiantian felt even more humiliated, jealousy igniting within him. Once the computer department's matters were settled, Lu Ruoyi and Qin Feng exited. As they left, the previously skeptical computer whizzes now surrounded Qin Feng, eager to ask questions, their faces brimming with admiration. Qin Feng deftly entertained their inquiries before dismissing them. "I didn't expect you to be knowledgeable about computers," Lu Ruoyi remarked as they stepped out of the department. She was aware of the caliber of programmers in the department, professionals hired at great expense to protect the company's secrets. It was astonishing that Qin Feng had resolved an issue they could not. "Modesty is key," he replied, just when Lu Ruoyi thought Qin Feng was displaying rare humility. He continued, "I possess many talents, much like your bosom. Both are genuine." Lu Ruoyi's face turned cold, and she swiftly entered her office. Qin Feng stood puzzled, questioning why she was upset. He had merely spoken the truth. As the computer department gathered the necessary data and wrapped up, nightfall approached. Qin Feng observed Lu Ruoyi emerge from her office, utterly exhausted. "Finally, we can leave work. Let us go home for a nice meal," he said with concern. Lu Ruoyi shot him a cold glance. "You didn't do any of this. Are you suggesting I eat your cooking? That can be arranged. I'll whip something up at home for you. I should mention, I trained in the culinary arts, and leaders have called me a Michelin-level chef. You're in for a treat." Lu Ruoyi paused, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Lu Ruoyi, that scoundrel just touched you, and you're still capable of such flirtation." To mask her inner turmoil, she adopted a stern expression and coldly ordered, "Let us go," striding towards the exit. Qin Feng followed with a playful grin. Unbeknownst to them, on the 4th floor of the company, a shadow lurked at the edge of a dark corridor, fixated on them. Only after Lu Ruoyi's car started and disappeared from view did Li Xiantian pull out his phone, his face darkening. On the other end, a robust voice echoed, "What happened?" "The plan has failed," Li Xiantian replied harshly. "I do not know where this brat came from, but he neutralized the virus, and now Lu Ruoyi has left early." "Neutralized the virus? How is that possible?" "Absolutely certain." Li Xiantian ground his teeth. "I do not know where Lu Ruoyi found this bodyguard, but he is well versed in computers, even driving away the hacker we hired. Incompetent." The voice on the other end was icy. Li Xiantian hurriedly retorted, "Forgive me, father." The person he was speaking to was his father, Li Hai, the vice president of the Emperor Group. Taking a deep breath, Li Hai replied, "Since she has left early, the plan cannot proceed. I will notify them to re-strategize for next time. Ensure you manage your own affairs, and do not expose any flaws." Li Xiantian nodded vigorously. Rest assured, she won't suspect a thing. Simultaneously, in a slum in São Paulo, Brazil, a young boy munched on a piece of toast smeared with honey. Before him sat an antiquated computer monitor. Yet, no one dared to underestimate this setup. He had breached numerous nations' firewalls, cracked difficult codes, and developed terrifying viruses using it. He was a 16-year-old prodigy, a renowned hacker across South and North America, even Europe. This system is too simplistic. The boy had taken on a task online to breach a computer system and steal data, expecting some challenge. However, it had proven to be exceedingly easy. The virus he deployed was a modified version of his red bomb, not the most formidable in his arsenal, but more than sufficient for this system. As he casually prepared to conquer the mainframe of the system, his expression suddenly froze, and a piece of toast fell from his mouth. The honey spread stained his clothes. Yet he remained oblivious, his eyes wide with horror as he gazed incredulously at the screen before him. How could this be possible? His virus was being continuously dispelled by someone. The youth hurriedly attempted to retaliate, but his efforts were evidently futile. The virus was being eradicated bit by bit, and beads of sweat began to accumulate on his forehead. "This is bad," he thought. "They are tracing my IP." At that moment, the computer emitted a blaring alarm. He wanted to struggle, but it was too late. In the next instant, the entire screen went black. He had lost, utterly defeated. Moments later, a pair of blood-stained wings appeared on the screen, resembling the image of a fallen angel, their wings unfurling as if two sharp blades had pierced his heart. Death's wings. The boy shuddered, suddenly recalling the legend, standing frozen in place. Terror etched across his face. Meanwhile, in the car, Qin Feng and Lu Ruoyi were driving home. On the way, Lu Ruoyi made a phone call to Lu Qian to assure him of their safety. After hanging up, her beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, "What did you learn in the military?" Qin Feng, skilled in both combat and firearms, now also adept in computers, piqued Lu Ruoyi's interest. "I am a versatile soldier, proficient in various fields," he replied. Chapter 29. The helmsman of the Zhong family, Lu Ruoyi, shot Qin Feng a disbelieving glance and retorted, "Is there really such a thing as a versatile soldier in the military? Who are you trying to fool?" Qin Feng shrugged nonchalantly, believe it or not. This time, he was not exaggerating. Those who made it into their Longya special forces were indeed required to master numerous skills. "Let me give you a hint," Qin Feng added after a moment's thought. "While I was dispelling the virus earlier, I noticed something amiss. The firewall of your mainframe system is actually quite robust. The reason it was breached so quickly is that someone exploited it." Not comprehending these technicalities, Lu Ruoyi inquired, "What do you mean?" Qin Feng crossed his legs and explained, "It means that someone from within your ranks opened a path, leaving the door wide open, allowing that hacker to enter with such ease." Lu Ruoyi, sharp as ever, grasped the implication immediately and stated solemnly, "Are you suggesting there is a mole?" "I'm not certain, but it is quite likely," Qin Feng replied. "You should investigate those around you." "Understood." A glint of cold determination flashed in Lu Ruoyi's eyes as she regained her commanding aura. "Whoever it is, once I uncover their identity, they shall not escape retribution." Upon returning to the Lu residence, Qin Feng collapsed into a deep sleep. The next day, he resumed his role as Lu Ruoyi's bodyguard. Following the previous day's events, Qin Feng had become quite renowned at Shinjiaida University, attracting attention from various clubs, including taekwondo, martial arts, and basketball societies, all eager to recruit him. After all, defeating Mo Lu, a prominent figure in the karate club, demonstrated Qin Feng's formidable prowess, making him a valuable asset to any organization. Though he wished to maintain a low profile, the enthusiasm surrounding him was overwhelming. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Ruoyi attended class, he slipped away from the throngs of recruiters and strolled outside the campus. After aimlessly wandering for a while, the day eventually drew to a close, and Lu Ruoyi, having spent the day with Qin Feng, was in high spirits, clinging to his arm as they returned home. Despite his attempts to persuade her to let go, They entered the house in tandem, only to be approached by Lu Qian, who seemed to have something important to discuss. Mr. Qin, please come to my study for a moment, Lu Qian beckoned. Puzzled, Qin Feng followed Lu Qian into the study, where Lu Qian remarked, I heard from Ruoyi that you are attending the Ouyang family's charity gala tonight. Oh, I almost forgot, Qin Feng exclaimed, smacking his forehead. Lu Qian was taken aback by Qin Feng's casualness regarding such an important event. I heard it's to secure funding for our Dihao Corporation? He continued. Indeed. Qin Feng acknowledged. That is one aspect. The other is simply to befriend old Master Ouyang. Since he extended the invitation, it would be impolite not to attend. Lu Qian expressed gratitude. We haven't even become family yet, and you are already helping us with such matters. I feel somewhat burdensome. However, rest assured, any expenses incurred at the auction will be covered by our Lu family. Lu Qian's generosity left Qin Feng with no choice but to accept, recognizing that with financial backing, he might indeed uncover some hidden treasures at the auction. Curiously, he asked, Isn't Lu uncle attending as well? Lu Qian appeared slightly embarrassed as he explained, Mr. Ouyang did not extend an invitation to our Lu family. After observing Lu Qian for several days, Qin Feng noted that he rarely visited the company, seemingly entrusting projects to Lu Ruoyi while taking a back seat. This revelation puzzled him, especially since he had expected old Master Ouyang to invite many prominent figures from Zhonghai. Lu Qian cleared his throat. Our Lu family has only recently risen in Zhonghai. Old Master Ouyang traditionally invites families with deep-rooted histories, often those that have been established for decades. Understanding dawned on Qin Feng, connecting Lu Ruoyi's unpleasant encounters with the Ouyang family, including being barred from entering the company premises. It became apparent that Lu Qian's influence was limited. After exchanging a few more words, Qin Feng exited the study, greeting Zhang Ying and her companions before promptly heading to the charity auction venue, the Dongdi Grand Hotel, situated in the heart of the city. This five-star establishment is one of the Ouyang family's premier hotels. Although it was still early, with nearly an hour before the 8 p.m. event, the venue was already bustling with distinguished gentlemen and elite individuals from Zhonghai. Ouyang Jianghe, one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Zhonghai, was also its most significant philanthropist, hosting an annual charity auction to raise funds for building schools and aiding impoverished communities. Due to his stature and reputation, he consistently attracted numerous business leaders and prominent families, whether for show or genuine intent. As Qin Feng stepped out of the taxi, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices at the hotel entrance. Elegantly dressed high-society individuals strolled in with their glamorous partners, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a grand summit for the affluent. The red carpet extended before them, adorned with distinguished guests and luxury vehicles. Various groups exchanged greetings, while reporters circled the entrance, snapping photos. In stark contrast, Qin Feng's arrival was rather modest. He disembarked from a taxi and adjusted his worn jacket, prompting the driver to question if he was at the right location. Just as he approached the entrance, two black-clad bodyguards intercepted him. Please present your invitation, one of the guards demanded. I am here at the sincere invitation of old Master Ouyang. If I delay his important matters, can you bear the consequences? Qin Feng replied confidently. The two guards exchanged incredulous glances before erupting into laughter. One sneered. And who exactly invited you? Qin Feng proudly proclaimed, Chairman Ouyang Jianghe. Get lost, they shouted. The man in black grew cold-faced and waved his hand, saying, Who dares to impersonate a relative of our chairman? The farther you roll away, the better. Do not obstruct those behind you. Just as Qin Feng was about to speak, a middle-aged man suddenly approached him and said casually, Young man, you wish to enter the gala, do you not? Qin Feng glanced at the man, replying, Indeed. You must be Qin Feng, the middle-aged man said, dressed in a sharp suit, exuding the air of an upper-class individual. The two black-clad guards at the entrance clearly recognized him, allowing him to pass without interruption. Qin Feng found it curious and asked, You know me? Of course. The man smiled. My surname is Zhong Difu. I am the chairman of the Zhong Group, the head of the Zhong family, and the father of Zhong Ming. Initially, Qin Feng pondered the background of Zhong Difu, wondering how he could possibly know him. However, upon hearing the latter two titles, he understood immediately. Though Zhong Difu wore a smile, it concealed a deadly intent, with a chilling gaze. Is there something you wish to discuss? Qin Feng replied coolly. Are you feigning ignorance? Zhong Difu maintained his smile and continued, Regarding my son, Mr. Qin, should you not provide me with an explanation? What heinous deeds did he commit to warrant being sent to the hospital by you? Qin Feng retorted. Are you unaware of your son's character? Should I be responsible for disciplining him? A flicker of cold light flashed in Zhong Difu's eyes as he leaned closer to Qin Feng, whispering ominously. I do not know how you are acquainted with Wang Hao, nor how you managed to emerge unscathed from the police station. But let me make it clear, opposing me in Zhonghai, I can devise 100 ways to make your life a living hell. Qin Feng shrugged, saying, your family is indeed substantial, and I am but a small fry, certainly no match for you. However, I possess a rather unpleasant habit of disliking threats. Even if I were to perish, I would take someone down with me. Oh, Zhang Difu paused, then shot a cold glance at Qin Feng. Are you suggesting you wish to confront me? Qin Feng smiled. I do not quite grasp the intention of the head of the Zhong family. After all, the decision rests with you. Zhang Difu, having navigated Zhonghai for many years, had never encountered someone as audacious as Qin Feng. The scene at the entrance drew the attention of many onlookers. Though Qin Feng remained unfazed, Zhang Difu, unwilling to lower his status and provide fodder for gossip, suppressed his anger and threatened, young man, temper your wrath, lest it backfire on you. Qin Feng grinned. Thank you for the reminder, head Zhong. Since you are so kind, allow me to caution you. Should you fail to discipline your son, and he dares to provoke me after leaving the hospital, it may not be as simple as lying on a sickbed. Zhang Difu had intended to enter the hall, but paused upon hearing this, turning to glare at Qin Feng. What did you just say? Qin Feng shrugged. I can act as your son's surrogate father and discipline him properly. Rest assured, I shall not charge you for my educational services. I am rather altruistic. Scoundrel. Zhang Difu had never been so humiliated, especially by a younger person. He raised his hand, intending to slap Qin Feng. Yet, at the moment his arm was lifted, he suddenly met Qin Feng's gaze. In that instant, Zhang Difu trembled as if confronted by a ferocious beast, mercilessly fixated upon him in a desolate wasteland. The slap hung suspended in midair, unable to descend. What is happening? Zhang Difu, seasoned in the storms of life, had faced kidnappers before, yet never had he felt such dread and helplessness as he did now in front of Qin Feng. The insidious fear crept into his heart like a relentless tide. Qin Feng slightly lowered his eyes, and as he did, the pressure that had surged returned to its normal state, allowing Zhang Difu to breathe again. Boss, this man is a master. A voice whispered in his ear. Zhang Difu narrowed his eyes. It was his bodyguard. He had no reason to doubt his words, for this man had been by his side for over 20 years, excelling in both perception and skill. The next moment, Zhang Difu lowered his hand and gently patted Qin Feng's shoulder, saying, well, you are truly formidable, very impressive. Though his tone was not filled with malice, it was laced with an ominous undertone. After speaking, Zhang Difu entered the hall. The Zhong family was a preeminent clan in Zhonghai, with deep-rooted influence and a status that was unparalleled. As the current head of the Zhong family and the leader of the Zhong group, Zhang Difu was a figure known by all in this circle. The encounter with Qin Feng left many onlookers bewildered, unable to comprehend the connection between the two men. Yet, Zhang Difu maintained a stoic facade, concealing the rage that brewed within him. Even the two black-clad guards remarked, so you know Chairman Zhong. Please, go ahead. Qin Feng scoffed. Who recognizes that old fool? I am standing right here, and someone will surely usher me in. Zhang Difu had nearly entered when he heard this remark and almost lost his temper. He feigned ignorance and hastily departed. The audacity of Qin Feng left those who overheard him utterly dumbfounded. However, even more astonishing events were to unfold. The Ouyang family seemed to have received word, and moments later, a figure emerged from within, Zhou Jie. The boss wants you on the second floor, Zhou Jie stated bluntly. He held no cordiality toward Qin Feng, and if it weren't for Ouyang Jiang's orders, he would have no interest in engaging with him. Brother Jie, you arrived just in time, Qin Feng said, casually draping an arm over his shoulder. These two wouldn't let me in, claiming I lacked the qualifications and told me to leave. I am now rather hesitant about whether to enter or not. Seeing the camaraderie between Qin Feng and Zhou Jie, onlookers began to realize that Qin Feng was indeed an invited guest of Ouyang Jiangha. The two black-clad guards who had insulted Qin Feng turned pale. Zhou Jie, though cursing Qin Feng in his heart, cast a cold glance at the two guards and said flatly, you can take the day off tomorrow. Brother Jie. No need for further discussion. Zhou Jie interrupted impatiently before leading Qin Feng inside. Once they had entered, the crowd began to murmur, speculating on Qin Feng's identity. Upon reaching the second floor, they entered a spacious lounge where Ouyang Jianghe awaited. Upon seeing Qin Feng's arrival, he rose from the sofa and smiled. Mr. Qin, I have been eagerly anticipating your arrival. Qin Feng replied, no need for such formality, Mr. Ouyang. Please, take a seat. Since both parties were engaged in a transaction with mutual needs, Ouyang Jianghe displayed no airs, and Qin Feng reciprocated with a friendly demeanor. Producing an item he had prepared earlier, Qin Feng gestured toward a resting bed beside the sofa, saying, Old Master Ouyang, please lie down. Ouyang Jianghe had invited Qin Feng with the intention of initiating treatment. He intended to assess the effectiveness before agreeing to Qin Feng's requests. The charity auction was merely a means to give Qin Feng an identity, a tactic to win hearts. However, Ouyang Jianghe could never have anticipated that Qin Feng had already offended many in Zhonghai and was indifferent to this so-called invitation. Upon hearing Qin Feng's suggestion, Ouyang Jianghe nodded slightly and reclined on the bed. Qin Feng exchanged a glance with Zhou Jie, who reluctantly stepped outside. It was then that Qin Feng commenced his diagnosis of Old Master Ouyang, producing silver needles to begin the treatment. As Ouyang Jianghe remarked, he had sought the expertise of numerous traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, yet none had proven effective. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's effortless mastery of acupuncture for the first time, he felt a newfound sense of assurance in the fluidity of the technique. However, Qin Feng's expression soon turned grave. Ouyang Jianghe had been poisoned, having sustained severe injuries while battling in a frigid environment. After careful analysis, Qin Feng concluded that he had at most 3 to 5 years left to live. Healing his wounds would require more than just a couple of treatments. Thus, he expressed that the number of people capable of saving him was exceedingly few. The poison, known as Linghua, required Qin Feng to draw Ouyang Jianghe's blood for analysis, which only deepened his solemnity. Indeed, Ouyang Jianghe confirmed, "I am afflicted with Linghua poison. It is said that an antidote is rarely found, and ordinary Western medicine cannot detect it. Young friend, can you help me?" Qin Feng replied with a confident smile. "If I say there is no problem, then there is no problem. I will first administer the poison, but the process may be painful due to the prolonged presence of the stagnant blood." Ouyang Jianghe gritted his teeth. "Please proceed." Half an hour later, Qin Feng emerged from the resting room, drenched in sweat from the treatment. He signaled Zhou Jie to enter. Inside, Ouyang Jianghe lay on the bed, his complexion noticeably pale, breathing heavily and gazing at the ceiling, appearing extremely weak. Zhou Jie, furious, demanded, "What have you done, you scoundrel?" Qin Feng calmly responded, "This is merely the first step in treating the old gentleman. The toxins within him have blended with various bodily fluids, hence the painful process, which may also deplete some of his nutrients." Ignoring Zhou Jie's outburst, Qin Feng produced a prescription, saying, "Take this and prepare the medicine according to the proportions I've outlined, to be administered twice daily, without fail." Zhou Jie, observing Ouyang Jianghe's frail state, was unwilling to accept Qin Feng's assertions. Just as he was about to explode, Ouyang Jianghe coughed and instructed, "Follow his instructions." Zhou Jie was taken aback. "Foster father." It was rare for Zhou Jie to address Ouyang Jianghe in such a manner, but the latter's sudden flush of color had astonished him. In years past, he had never witnessed a hint of color return to Ouyang Jianghe's face. This implied that Qin Feng truly was a miraculous healer. Suddenly, Zhou Jie stood respectfully, accepting the prescription from Qin Feng, bowing deeply. "I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I beg your forgiveness, esteemed healer." Qin Feng shook his head with a gentle smile. "Ignorance is not to be blamed. It is understandable, considering my youth and lack of credibility. However, rest assured, I have pledged to treat the old gentleman's ailment." Zhou Jie, feeling ashamed, replied, "Mr. Qin, you are magnanimous." Ouyang Jianghe interjected, "The charity auction is about to commence. Zhou Jie, help me up." Once upright, he regarded Qin Feng intently, saying, "Mr. Qin, feel free to explore. I will discuss the investment matters with the Liu family tomorrow." Qin Feng responded, "There is no rush." Afterward, he departed. The charity auction, hosted by the Ouyang family, was attended by affluent guests. With less than half an hour until the 8 o'clock start time, Ouyang Jianghe had preparations to make. Upon leaving the resting room, Qin Feng descended to the second-floor hall. Unlike a typical auction, this charity event featured an invitation-only format, with expansive round tables set up around the banquet hall, resembling a grand buffet gathering. Amidst the clinking of glasses and lively conversations, many familiar faces mingled. As Qin Feng navigated through the crowd, he felt somewhat out of place, yet he held a cup with an air of composure. Suddenly, Ouyang Fenghua, clad in an eye-catching white gown, appeared by his side. Her long hair cascaded down, and a brilliant diamond adorned her chest, accentuating her delicate collarbone and enticing figure, making her stand out like a dazzling gem amidst the throng. However, her expression was decidedly unfriendly as she glared at Qin Feng. He smiled and replied, "Your grandfather invited me." Ouyang Fenghua scoffed, "My grandfather would invite you? Nonsense. I will have you thrown out." Qin Feng reflected on the women he had encountered in Zhonghai. Lu Ruoli was sweet and romantic, Lu Rui was icy and aloof, while Ouyang Fenghua was brash and unreasonable, embodying the traits of a spoiled young lady. Unperturbed by her demeanor, Qin Feng replied coolly, believe it or not. I am unafraid to tell you the truth. Your grandfather summoned me to discuss your lifelong affairs. Ouyang Fenghua's body quivered. What lifelong affairs? Qin Feng jested. What else could it be? He finds you bothersome and wishes to marry you off, yet he insists that I marry you, which I have outright refused. You. Ouyang Fenghua's face flushed with anger. Had it not been for the crowd of acquaintances, she would have kicked Qin Feng where it hurt to teach him a lesson. Just then, another voice piped up in surprise. Qin Feng turned to see a familiar face and couldn't help but smile. Zhao Qingqing, whom he had previously encountered when dealing with Zhong Ming, approached with her father, a middle-aged man who bore a resemblance to her. Zhao Qingqing was astounded to see him. In a gathering of elites, how had a mere bodyguard gained entry? She had come alongside her father for a glimpse of such a grand event. Miss Qingqing. Qin Feng greeted. It has been several days. Zhao Qingqing looked between Ouyang Fenghua and Qin Feng, clearly taken aback by their acquaintance. Her father inquired, do you know him? Zhao Qingqing shook her head. I do not. With that, she led her father away to another table. Remembering Qin Feng's ruthlessness, Zhao Qingqing recalled her father's warning never to offend such a person, especially after witnessing how he had so easily dispatched Zhong Ming. Although she held no grudge, she preferred to maintain her distance. Once they had moved aside, Ouyang Fenghua furrowed her brows and asked, do you know Zhao Qingqing? Qin Feng chuckled. I know many people, including you, Miss Ouyang. Ouyang Fenghua huffed. I am not acquainted with you. Do not presume any connections. Suddenly, another voice called out, Qin Feng. A man approached, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an air of affluence. Qin Yu. Displaying an air of superiority, his piercing gaze was reminiscent of a predator. Qin Feng had anticipated encountering Qin Yu at such an event, so he remained unfazed, casting a cursory glance before withdrawing his attention as if he hadn't seen him. You brat. Qin Yu seethed inwardly at being ignored, yet he maintained his composure before Ouyang Fenghua, stating, Miss Ouyang, I have a matter to discuss with this friend of mine. Might you excuse us? Young Master Qin knows him? Ouyang Fenghua was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. She had not expected Qin Feng to be acquainted with so many prominent second-generation heirs in Zhonghai. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed like a serpent, yet his smile remained. I suppose we share a slight connection. Ouyang Fenghua nodded slightly and stepped aside. Qin Feng attempted to move away but was halted by Qin Yu. What are you hiding for? Qin Yu coldly scrutinized Qin Feng. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Now you know to conceal yourself? He continued with an air of disdain. I have a peculiar affliction known as idiot phobia. Qin Feng chuckled. When I see an idiot, I must retreat. Otherwise, my condition might flare up. And I cannot endure that. Qin Yu inhaled deeply, seemingly attempting to rein in his emotions, then fixated his frigid gaze on Qin Feng. Kid, you are merely a regular veteran, perhaps just a special forces soldier. Tell me, what gives you the audacity to contend with me? I have no intention of contending with you, Qin Feng replied, his voice growing somber. Of course, I am not one to shy away from trouble. If you truly choose to confront me, do not say I did not warn you. The consequences will be something you and your Qin family cannot bear. Qin Yu initially appeared taken aback, then erupted into uproarious laughter, nearly shedding tears from the hilarity. His laughter drew the attention of those nearby, who turned to observe. When they realized it was Qin Feng conversing with Qin Yu, expressions of astonishment washed over them. Earlier, they had witnessed the exchange between Zhong Difu and Qin Feng, and now, with Qin Yu joining the fray, this young man seemed shrouded in mystery. Who was he, and how did they all know him? At that moment, Zhou Jia emerged from backstage, ascending the auction stage and clearing his throat. The brilliant lights surrounding them softened, and the murmurs subsided. Please take your seats, Zhou Jia announced. We shall commence the charity auction shortly. Those still moving began to settle down, their gazes directed towards the elevated platform. Qin Yu's laughter abruptly ceased as he leaned in closer to Qin Feng, whispering mockingly, I remember you have a brother named Lu Yong, right? His tone dripped with derision and a chilling undertone. Suddenly, Qin Feng's pupils constricted. What are you planning? Unbeknownst to him, his fists had clenched tightly. Give him a call. Qin Yu sneered, casting a scornful glance at Qin Feng before returning to his original position. Nearby, Zhong Difu remarked with a grin, so, Qin Ershao has a grudge against that fellow? Qin Yu replied nonchalantly, he has offended me. There is no favorable outcome for him. Zhong Difu beamed. With your father absent today, we share a common adversary. Let us toast. Not quite an adversary, merely a bothersome flea to be squashed, Qin Yu arrogantly asserted, adding, no need for Uncle Zhong to intervene. Zhong Difu nodded in agreement, and the two clinked their glasses, sharing a knowing smile. It seemed the high-ranking individuals of Zhonghai had casually decided another's fate. After Qin Yu departed, Qin Feng lingered for a few seconds before his expression darkened. and he turned to exit the hall. Zhou Jie noticed Qin Feng's departure, but chose not to comment. At that moment, Old Master Ouyang entered, taking the stage to preside over the proceedings. Though Qin Feng had recently rendered aid, Old Master Ouyang's complexion had regained some color, and he appeared less lifeless than before. After a few words, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Soon, the first auction item, a piece of Tang Dynasty blue and white porcelain, was introduced. Despite its collectible value, the attendees were seasoned enough to have encountered similar items. Yet, in a bid to curry favor with the Ouyang family or enhance their own reputations, this porcelain piece, valued at merely over 200,000, quickly soared to over 400,000 within minutes, doubling its price. It was astonishing how such a charity auction disregarded the value of money. Ouyang Fenghua stood beside Zhou Jie, having noticed Qin Feng's absence for nearly 10 minutes. She had learned from Zhou Jie about Qin Feng's remarkable treatment of her grandfather, leading her to regret her earlier demeanor towards him. Finally, Qin Feng returned, but his countenance was grim. His calls went unanswered. The advertising agency's number was likewise unreachable. Recalling Qin Yu's earlier taunt, years of experience warned him that Lu Yang was in peril. In an instant, a blaze of fury ignited within him, consuming him entirely. As he re-entered the hall, his gaze transformed into that of a ruthless wolf, fixated solely on one individual, Qin Yu. Ouyang Fenghua, oblivious to Qin Feng's transformation, approached from the side, intending to surprise him with a playful tap on the shoulder. However, as she reached out, Qin Feng seized her wrist, causing her to wince in pain. "Ouch!" she exclaimed softly, feeling a bruise form instantly. Just as she prepared to reprimand Qin Feng, she caught sight of his eyes and trembled. Were those the eyes of a human? No, they resembled those of a ferocious beast, a primordial predator. With a chilling resolve, he commanded, "Stand aside." What is wrong with you?" Ouyang Fenghua stuttered, tears brimming in her eyes from the pain and shock. Qin Feng released her, remaining silent and cold as he strode towards the front rows where the elite of Zhonghai gathered, including the Zhong and Qin families. All eyes were fixed on the auction stage, oblivious to Qin Feng's return, except for one person, Qin Yu. He had been closely observing Qin Feng's movements, and upon seeing him re-enter, a victorious smile spread across his face. He raised his glass and casually remarked, "So, did you inquire about your brother's situation?" He sensed the intensity in Qin Feng's gaze, but felt no fear. After all, they were in the Ouyang family's charity auction venue. Qin Feng would not dare act recklessly. Should Qin Feng choose to retaliate, he would not only offend the Qin family, but also the Ouyang family and all the affluent individuals present, powerful clans. Anyone with sense understood the stakes. Yet, he clearly underestimated Qin Feng's temperament. In that moment, Qin Feng was akin to a lion unleashed from its cage, a dragon emerging from the depths. The response to Qin Yu's taunt was not a verbal retort, but rather a swift motion. Qin Feng lunged forward, seizing Qin Yu's hair and slamming his face onto the table. Bang! A resounding crash echoed, splintering the table into fragments. Food and drink flew everywhere, leaving the onlookers in shock. Soon, Qin Feng's icy voice pierced through the stunned silence. "If anything happens to him, I will annihilate your entire clan." Chapter 32. Who dares to object? With Qin Feng's actions, the auction fell silent. The atmosphere froze, everyone's gaze shifting between Qin Feng and the crumpled figure of Qin Yu, who was pinned to the table. A profound shock gripped the crowd, especially Zhong Difu, who instinctively jumped up and stepped aside. In the oppressive silence, only Qin Feng's chilling voice resonated, sharp as a knife. "Hiss!" Many in attendance gasped in astonishment, not only at Qin Feng's audacity, but also at his ominous declaration. "If anything happens to him, I will annihilate your entire clan." How audacious! Qin Yu's face was smeared with food and drink, shards of glass cutting into his skin. He struggled to turn over, but found it utterly impossible. Qin Feng's strength was overwhelming, pinning him in place. In that instant, humiliation surged within him like a tidal wave, enveloping him completely. Zhong Difu, standing nearby, was the first to react, angrily scolding, "You little brat, what are you doing? Old man, if you don't want to die, then shut your mouth." Qin Feng cast a cold glance at him, his eyes sharp like a hawk surveying the ground below, filled with malice. Zhong Difu trembled at his words, but a wave of furious indignation surged within him. How dare Qin Feng address him as old man? Not only Zhong Difu but everyone present gasped in astonishment. Qin Feng was utterly audacious. Not only had he beaten Qin Yu, but he had also damaged the dining table and now dared to rebuke the patriarch of the Zhong family. Who in Zhonghai possessed such audacity? Zhong Difu's expression darkened. "What did you say?" "I said shut your mouth." Qin Feng retorted coldly, "Otherwise, I will end you." Qin Feng, you are going too far. At this moment, a voice emerged from the left. A young man stood up, and the crowd turned to see Mo Lu, a young scion from the Mo family. Mo Lu had suffered humiliation at the hands of Qin Feng previously, and now found an opportunity to confront him for offending two major families in Zhonghai. He pointed an accusing finger at Qin Feng, exclaiming, "You have such gall to lay hands on the second young master Qin and show disrespect to Uncle Zhong. The aristocracy of Zhonghai cannot tolerate your actions. What are you even worth?" Qin Feng sneered, "A defeated foe dares to speak so boldly to me. If you don't silence yourself, don't blame me for giving you a beating as well." Mo Lu trembled with rage, his face contorted. But upon meeting Qin Feng's gaze, a shiver of dread coursed through him, causing him to involuntarily shudder and fall silent. "You are truly arrogant." Zhong Difu was at his wit's end, as chaos erupted in the auction hall. Qin Feng continued to grip Qin Yu's hand, and everyone instinctively stepped back, creating a space around them. Arrogance. A murderous smile curled at the corners of Qin Feng's lips, his eyes dark as a devil's. "If I were truly arrogant, this fellow would already be dead." At this moment, Zhou Jie could no longer remain seated. "Mr. Qin, the one you hold is the second young master of the Qin family, Qin Yu. I do not know what grievances you two hold, but if there are any conflicts, please let him go and speak of it amicably. This is my own affair. You need not concern yourselves," Qin Feng replied, albeit lifting Qin Yu's head to reveal his glassy, battered face, coldly demanding, "Where is he?" Qin Yu trembled, stammering, "You. If you dare treat me this way, you will pay dearly." Qin Feng's eyes grew cold once more, and he lifted Qin Yu again, slamming his head into the ground with a resounding thud. The ferocity of Qin Feng was such that even Zhao Qingqing, who had witnessed it before, felt her body tremble uncontrollably, let alone the others who were left dumbfounded, their eyes quivering. This man completely disregarded those around him, merciless and brutal. That was the second young master of the Qin family. Old Zhong. Zhong Difu could no longer contain himself, letting out a furious roar. A hidden bodyguard, a formidable fighter, emerged beside him, launching a punch at Qin Feng. He was a tall man clad in a gray suit, with a buzz cut, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Clearly a seasoned warrior. His fierce expression and thunderous strike were terrifying. This man was Zhang Yida, a well-known protector who had been with Zhong Difu for many years, renowned among the elite of Zhonghai. It was said that Zhang Yida hailed from the birthplace of Zhang family fist, a disciple of its art, and had once traveled the world seeking worthy opponents. Thus, upon his arrival, everyone assumed Qin Feng was doomed. For once Zhang Yida struck, it would be either death or injury. The force of his punch compressed the very air as it barreled towards Qin Feng, who could not evade while holding on to Qin Yu. The only option left was to release Qin Yu and dodge. Yet, Qin Feng defied all expectations, lifting Qin Yu high into the air, positioning him in front of himself. If the punch continued, it would inevitably land on Qin Yu. Damn! Zhang Yida had not anticipated such treachery from Qin Feng, but it was too late to retract his punch. He could only pull back slightly. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Qin Yu's chest, sending him hurtling backward onto the auction stage, crashing down with such force that he spat out bile. After the blow, Qin Yu hunched over, unable to straighten his body, his pupils dilated, his face flushed, gasping for breath. "Scoundrel!" Zhang Yida trembled in rage, glaring at Qin Feng. "You have violated the ethics of martial arts. I had thought you a master." Qin Feng remained silent, letting out a grunt before delivering a swift kick. Taken off guard, Zhang Yida barely raised his hand to block, but it was futile. When their limbs collided, Zhang Yida felt as though he had been electrocuted, and Qin Feng's leg struck forcefully against his kneecap. Pain. A searing agony coursed through him, causing cold sweat to pour down his face. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to retaliate, but Qin Feng had already executed a 360-degree turn in midair, delivering a side kick that sent Zhang Yida flying. Spittle flew, and he lay motionless on the ground. Zhong Difu staggered back 2 steps, his mind racing. His top bodyguard had been so easily defeated by Qin Feng. "I strike. Who dares to object?" Qin Feng's icy gaze swept across the room, coldly challenging. Although the attendees were all prominent figures, few possessed the remarkable skills of Qin Feng. And with Zhang Yida's humiliating defeat, they dared not voice their grievances. This sense of humiliation was profound. They were all influential members of Zhonghai, yet here they were, being so brazenly insulted by a mere junior, unable to retaliate. In the silence, Qin Feng leaped onto the auction stage, lifting Qin Yu's head once more. "My patience is limited. If you do not speak in 3 seconds, I will kill you." Qin Feng's chilling voice resonated, causing Qin Yu to tremble. Raising his head to meet Qin Feng's gaze, unable to doubt the truth of his words. This man was a beast, devoid of emotion or law. A creature that disregarded all rules. He was capable of anything. Realizing this, as Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, Qin Yu hastily exclaimed, "In his company. He is still in his company. What I said before still stands. Second young Master Qin, you should pray that my brother remains unharmed." Bang! Qin Feng stomped down, knocking Qin Yu unconscious, then kicked him against the wall. With that, he coldly exited the hall. No one dared to obstruct him as he arrogantly departed. Once outside the hotel hall, the surrounding silence shattered, giving way to heavy breathing. Each breath echoing the inner turmoil and fury of those present. Damn it! Finally, Zhang Difu could no longer hold his anger, slamming his palm against the nearby dining table. His face a mask of rage. Chapter 33, Domineering. Who were the people present? They were the elite families and leaders of Zhonghai. Together, they controlled over 70% of the economic lifeblood and influence of Zhonghai. Lying on the ground was the unconscious Qin Yu, along with the Dongyang group, which commanded a third of Zhonghai's underground power. Yet now, all of them had been subdued by this one individual, this audacious youth who showed no regard for anyone's status, turning the entire charity auction into chaos. Ouyang Fanghua had already covered her mouth, still in shock from the recent events. She genuinely did not expect Qin Feng to exhibit such volatility. He had only stepped out of the hall for a brief moment, and upon his return, chaos ensued. Whether it was Qin Yu, Zhang Difu, or Mo Lu, these three families were merely slightly inferior to the Ouyang clan. Yet Qin Feng's actions had undoubtedly offended the entire upper echelon of Zhonghai. Who on earth was he? After an extended silence, someone, unable to contain themselves any longer, directed their gaze at the enraged Zhang Difu and finally spoke up. Another voice chimed in, "Such an arrogant individual, daring to strike young Master Qin and reprimand you. Chief Zhong, he deserves to be buried alive. Old Zhong, don't you have connections in the police? Call the authorities. Calling the police is futile." Zhang Difu's expression darkened as he replied, "That brat is a retired Special Forces soldier, and he seems to have a connection with the police chief, Wang Hao. Even if this incident reaches Wang Hao, it will be swiftly buried." It was evident that Zhang Difu had done his homework regarding the individual who had injured his son, who had invited him. How had he gained entry to the charity auction? How could such a lunatic have been allowed in? By the way, Qin Yu has fainted. Call for an ambulance and notify the Qin family head. Yet another person suggested. I was the one who extended the invitation. Ouyang Jianghe, who had remained silent until now, finally stepped forward and waved away the host who had been standing awkwardly to the side. "Ouyang, old master." The crowd below gasped in disbelief. Their astonishment was not at Ouyang Jianghe's invitation to Qin Feng. After all, it was apparent to any discerning observer that there was a connection between Qin Feng and the Ouyang family. What shocked them was that Ouyang Jianghe had chosen to intervene at this moment. All present were astute individuals. This action was not merely to placate the situation, but carried a deeper implication, a protective stance towards Qin Feng. With this statement, Ouyang Jianghe had openly acknowledged their relationship. Inform Qin Zhongqiang. Ouyang Jianghe directed with a glance at the earlier inquirer before addressing Zhou Jie. Have him come to retrieve his son. Zhou Jie, with a look of deep astonishment in his eyes, recognized that Qin Feng's fury and aggression exceeded his expectations. Upon hearing Ouyang Jianghe's command, he nodded and stepped aside to make the call. At this moment, Ouyang Jianghe surveyed the room and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the unforeseen circumstances at this charity auction were unexpected, and regardless of the situation, it is my failure as the host. I apologize to you all." The crowd simmered with frustration, yet out of respect for Ouyang Jianghe, murmurs of "It's fine, that brat was too arrogant. And this is not the fault of the Ouyang family head," began to circulate. Ouyang family head, Zhang Difu could no longer restrain himself. Although he understood that Ouyang Jianghe was seeking an exit from this predicament, he could not leave without clarity on the matter. He interrupted the murmurs, narrowing his slanted eyes, and inquired, "I wish to know, what is the relationship between you and that young man?" Ouyang Jianghe met Zhang Difu's gaze and asked, "Are you certain you wish to know?" "Absolutely." Zhang Difu replied darkly, "You witnessed his actions earlier. I find it difficult to comprehend why you did not intervene. Why did you not stop him?" Ouyang Jianghe nodded, scanning the audience before casually remarking, "I believe everyone shares your sentiments. Am I correct?" Although many did not voice their thoughts, their intentions were clear. Most harbored similar thoughts to Zhang Difu, yet those without a powerful background remained silent, while those with similar standing refrained from questioning for fear of offending. "Very well." Ouyang Jianghe paused before declaring, "He is my life." "What?" A chorus of gasps echoed around the room, each individual staring in astonishment at Ouyang Jianghe. Zhang Difu's expression darkened as he pressed, "Ouyang family head, what do you mean?" I do not wish for anyone to harm him for at least 1 month. Ouyang Jianghe's tone turned grave. To harm him is to harm the Ouyang family. To threaten our very foundation. His words struck like thunder, reverberating through the hall. Qin Feng had already offended nearly everyone present. Yet Ouyang Jianghe not only refused to punish him, but instead chose to protect him. What was the nature of their relationship? Ouyang Jianghe had proclaimed him as his very life. Furthermore, the stipulation of 1 month underscored Ouyang Jianghe's formidable authority. It was well known that he was a man of his word. With that said, Ouyang Jianghe continued coolly. This charity auction has concluded on an unsatisfactory note. I shall host you all again in the future. If there are no further matters, please feel free to leave. The Ouyang family was deeply entrenched in Zhonghai. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were the foremost family, with their influence and reach far surpassing that of the Zhong and Qin families. Nevertheless, Zhong Difu could not conceal his resentment. Ouyang family head, is this truly appropriate? That young man injured my son and disrespected me. Are we to simply let this go? As for the Qin family, I shall discuss matters with Qin Zhongxiang personally. Ouyang Jianghe interjected, his voice cold. But I am firm on this, for 1 month. He is off limits. Zhong Difu's eyes narrowed, concealing the glint of menace within as he replied, Ouyang old master, I understand. With that, he departed, carrying the unconscious Zhang Ida towards the exit. Ouyang Jianghe remarked indifferently, no need to see him off. Soon after, the heads of the Zhao and Mo families began to take their leave. As these elite families exited the hall, the remaining guests found little reason to linger. Unlike Zhong Difu's defiance, they were respectful as they bid farewell to Ouyang Jianghe. Within 20 minutes, the hall was cleared. Adoptive father, Zhou Jie approached Ouyang Jianghe. Observing the discontented atmosphere, his eyes were filled with complexity. Ouyang Jianghe's previously treated face, marked with wrinkles, now bore a hint of redness, but after this incident, it appeared older and wearier. He waved his hand, silencing Zhou Jie's impending words. Have you made the call? Yes. Qin Zhongxiang is furious and likely to confront you about it. Insisting you hand over the individual responsible, Zhou Jie hesitated before adding, let him come. Ouyang Jianghe's face flickered with disdain. There was a glint of malice in his eyes. This Qin Zhongxiang, emboldened by his rising power over the last decade, increasingly disregarded the Ouyang family. Now he even used the excuse of not attending my charity auction, sending his son instead. I shall await him here. But adoptive father, by defending that young man, you have offended so many. Zhou Jie pondered before speaking, is it worth it? I expect to recover within a month. Ouyang Jianghe paused before stating, of course, my protection of him for this month is not solely due to my illness. It serves to extend an olive branch, to signify to him that I stand by his side. Zhou Jie was taken aback. What do you mean? Ouyang Jianghe shook his head and gazed out the window, remaining silent. Deep within his heart, an absurd thought lingered, one that even he questioned. That threat to annihilate his entire family was not mere bravado. It was a genuine conviction. Even if Qin Feng had offended countless individuals, even if he had severely injured Qin Yu, even without his protection, he should remain unscathed. Having lived for over half a century, Ouyang Jianghe was acutely aware of the dynamics in Zhonghai and recognized just how ludicrous and absurd this thought was. Yet that man was shrouded in mystery, so enigmatic that his investigations had yielded no results, so mysterious that he would rather offend numerous prominent figures in Zhonghai than clarify his own stance. Chapter 34. A certain death trap. After exiting the Dongdi Grand Hotel, Qin Feng hailed a taxi and headed towards the Xinhong Advertising Company. Even while seated in the vehicle, gazing at the fleeting scenery outside the window, an unsettling turmoil churned within him. Upon arriving at the company's entrance, he alighted from the car and, noticing the lights illuminating the first floor, strode directly inside. The glass door at the entrance was shattered, leaving only one door intact. Upon entering, he spotted 6 delinquents gathered around a table, engaged in a game of poker. As they noticed Qin Feng's arrival, one of them shot him a sideways glance, then picked up a photograph from the table, sneering, brothers, the main character has arrived. At that moment, all 6 of them rose, brandishing iron rods and machetes. Their faces twisted with disdain as they fixated on Qin Feng. Where's Lu Yong? Qin Feng swept his gaze around. Lu Yong? You mean that fat guy? He's upstairs. But I reckon he's being tortured to an unrecognizable state. With his words, the others erupted into raucous laughter. Qin Feng's expression darkened. He charged at the 6 men, seeking death. Despite their heavy weapons, Qin Feng dared to initiate the attack, enraging them as they swung their weapons towards him. Yet, they were no match for him. Enraged, Qin Feng had no intention of playing games. Every strike he delivered was lethal. Within a minute, all 6 lay on the ground, either with broken arms or shattered legs. Stop. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the second-floor corridor. There stood Xie Yun, his face bandaged, his exposed eyes filled with malice. He glared at Qin Feng, brandishing a pistol, and coldly warned, "If you don't stop, I will shoot." Qin Feng coldly regarded Xie Yun, hoisting one of the delinquent's bodies. His gaze darker than that of Xie Yun. After a brief pause, Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile. What was he smiling about? The unsettling sight of Qin Feng's smile made Xie Yun tremble with anger. "I told you to let him go. Are you deaf?" In a sudden motion, Qin Feng exerted force, hurling the delinquent into the air. He then propelled himself toward the second floor, not using the stairs, but leaping into the air. Using the thrown delinquent as cover, he grasped the edge of the nearly 3-meter-high railing, and with a powerful pull, he found himself face to face with Xie Yun. "I remember warning you. It seems the punishment for your debts was far too lenient." Xie Yun was still in shock at Qin Feng's astonishing agility, but in the next instant, Qin Feng was already before him. In a panic, Xie Yun pulled the trigger, but his speed was evidently lagging. Bang! Accompanied by the gunshot, Qin Feng's foot struck fiercely against Xie Yun's right hand, sending the gun flying, followed by a spinning kick that connected with his jaw. Xie Yun let out a pained scream, collapsing heavily to the ground. Qin Feng caught the pistol midair and aimed it at Xie Yun, who clutched his bleeding mouth. Retreating in terror as he gazed at Qin Feng. "Hand over Lu Yang, or I will kill you," Qin Feng declared coldly. "Do not doubt my words." Just then, the doors of several rooms on the second floor swung open, and at least 40 individuals emerged, some wielding firearms, others brandishing spring knives and other cold weapons. Their murderous intent palpable as they glared at Qin Feng. In the next second, the dim lighting of the company transformed into blinding brightness, and from the central room, a man emerged. He appeared to be between 35 and 40 years old, sporting a pair of thin mustaches, his gaze as cold as a hyena, exuding an air of ruthlessness. As he stepped forward, he began to applaud, fixing his eyes on Qin Feng with a smile. "You must be Qin Feng, right? Such boldness to storm in here alone to rescue someone. In my years in Zhonghai, you are the third to be so audacious." Unfortunately, the previous two have already met their demise. Surrounded by so many, Qin Feng remained unmoving, his tone icy as he asked, "Where's Lu Yang? Put down your gun, and we can talk." The middle-aged man stroked his mustache, speaking nonchalantly. "Of course, you may refuse, but I cannot guarantee the fate of your friend." If he were merely threatening Qin Feng, he would have ignored him, but now that Lu Yang was mentioned, it struck at Qin Feng's vulnerable spot. "Where is he?" Qin Feng pressed. The middle-aged man shook his head, his eyes glinting with malice. "I do not wish to repeat myself. Now, put down your gun." Qin Feng held a single handgun, while over a dozen guns were pointed at him from all directions. If he surrendered his weapon, he would be left utterly defenseless. Seeing Qin Feng still motionless, the middle-aged man sneered, "Bring him up." From one of the rooms, Lu Yang was dragged out by 2 delinquents. Lu Yang was a pitiful sight, bloodied and barely clothed. His face bore 2 deep lacerations, inflicted by either a blade or a whip, with flesh visible beneath the torn skin. Lu Yang, akin to a broken doll, could barely move, his legs shattered, yet he remained conscious, albeit barely. Upon witnessing this, Qin Feng gritted his teeth in fury, comprehending the unspeakable torment Lu Yang had endured. Through the blood-soaked hair, Lu Yang managed to open his swollen eyes and saw Qin Feng. "Feng, bro, what are you doing here? You need to leave quickly." Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng inhaled deeply, his eyes instantly turning crimson. A volcanic rage erupted within him, releasing an overwhelming aura of murderous intent that chilled the very air around them. "Let him go." Qin Feng enunciated each word with precision. The middle-aged man had yet to respond when one of his subordinates cursed angrily. "Do you even know who you're talking to? This is Master Ma of the Black Sha Society. You little punk, kneel before Master Ma." As he stepped forward to slap Qin Feng, he was suddenly kicked down from the second floor by Qin Feng. His body crashed through the railing before landing on the first floor. Clutching his waist and unable to rise, Master Ma's expression shifted between surprise and suspicion. "You dare!" In an instant, the delinquents raised their weapons, aiming at Qin Feng. They had not anticipated that he would be so audacious as to act in such a dire situation. "Has no one informed you that using a gun is illegal?" Qin Feng retorted coldly. "Who granted you such authority? Illegal?" Master Ma erupted in laughter as if he had heard the greatest joke. After a few moments, he restrained his mirth. "Let me tell you, when the sky darkens over Zhonghai, I am the law here. You refuse to drop your weapon, huh?" With that, Master Ma seized Lu Yang by the head and delivered a brutal slap. Given Lu Yang's already battered state, he could not withstand the blow, collapsing to the ground. Master Ma then yanked him up again, raising his head before ruthlessly kneeing him in the face. Pooh! Lu Yang spat a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. Brother! Qin Feng bellowed, but was met with the cold steel of a gun, rendering him immobile. Will you release him? Master Ma, with a heart of stone, once more seized the unconscious Lu Yang, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he regarded Qin Feng. Qin Feng gasped heavily, his deep, beast-like growl reverberating through the air. After a few moments, he declared, I will put down the gun. You must release him. You are here for me, not for him. Such loyalty, such brotherhood. Master Ma let out a hearty laugh, and many of his subordinates joined in. However, the mirth quickly faded from Master Ma's face as he warned. 3 seconds. If you do not comply, I will kill him. I will comply. Qin Feng inhaled deeply, crouching down to gently place his handgun on the ground. Chapter 35. Killing you is like slaughtering a dog. Witnessing Lu Yang suffer such torment because of him was unbearable, even for a heart seasoned by war like Qin Feng's. His teeth clenched. For Lu Yang's safety, he slowly crouched and set the gun down. At that very moment, Master Ma signaled, and 2 of his lackeys lunged towards Qin Feng. Isn't he quite the arrogant one? The lackeys jeered, one swinging a fist toward Qin Feng's head while the other aimed a kick at his chest. A chilling crack echoed through the space as both their limbs were seized by Qin Feng's hands, twisted violently, and all bones shattered. In the next breath, Qin Feng hurled them down the stairs. Their screams pierced the air, and the gangsters were filled with rage and disbelief. How audacious was Qin Feng to retaliate? Master Ma's pupils constricted as he bellowed, You dare to fight back. Qin Feng's eyes glimmered with a fierce crimson, retorting, You never said I couldn't. Do not move. Master Ma gritted his teeth. If you make a move, I will strike your brother. Qin Feng stood defiantly, observing the flicker of pity on Lu Yang's face before he replied, All right, I will remain still. At this moment, it was Xie Yun, lying on the ground, who could no longer contain himself, having been taught a lesson by Qin Feng just days prior, and narrowly escaping severe injury moments ago. He sprang to his feet and landed a punch squarely on Qin Feng's chest. Bang! Qin Feng took the blow but barely flinched, remaining silent. Quite resilient. Aren't you? Xie Yun sneered, following up with another punch aimed at his abdomen. He put all his might into this strike. Yet it felt as if he had struck a steel wall. Qin Feng remained unyielding, while Xie Yun staggered back, his anger flaring anew upon meeting Qin Feng's gaze. What are you staring at? Xie Yun shouted. If you dare glare at me again, I'll gouge your eyes out, you filthy dog. Qin Feng merely stared coldly, his silence unnerving. Damn it! Xie Yun's fear escalated, and he kicked at Qin Feng's knee. Finally, Qin Feng's leg bent slightly, but he quickly straightened again. Ha ha ha! Xie Yun laughed maniacally. I thought you were made of iron. Turns out you can be moved. I heard soldiers value brotherhood, but today, Master Ma has set this trap just for you. Who would have thought you'd actually walk into it? Since you seek death, I shall grant it. With that, Xie Yun snatched a spring knife from a nearby thug and brandished it before Qin Feng, taunting, Do you see this? I will plunge it into your flesh and twist it around. Do you know what that pain feels like? I guarantee it will be excruciatingly delightful. This is what second young Master Qin desires. Master Ma murmured, We need him alive. Rest assured, Xie Yun replied, Master Ma, do you doubt my ability? I will sever one of his arms first, then you can deal with him at your leisure. Fine, Master Ma nodded, understanding that Xie Yun harbored grievances to vent. Up until now, Qin Feng was utterly defenseless, yet inexplicably, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes, nor even the slightest tremor. He appeared as cold as a venomous serpent lurking in the tropical rainforest, sending chills down Master Ma's spine. Thus, as Xie Yun prepared to intimidate Qin Feng further, Master Ma barked, Hurry up! With a cruel smile, Xie Yun swung the spring knife toward Qin Feng's arm. But the blade halted midair as Qin Feng seized his wrist with lightning speed. What are you doing? Xie Yun's face contorted in agony, cold sweat pouring down as he shouted, You dare resist? You're asking for death. Without a word, Qin Feng tightened his grip on Xie Yun's wrist, causing the spring knife to fall into his own hand. In an instant, he gripped the hilt and retaliated with a savage thrust. A sickening sound resonated as the blade penetrated Xie Yun's body, blood spraying violently. You will soon experience the pain you described. Qin Feng's voice was chilling, devoid of emotion. In the next moment, he propped Xie Yun's body upright with the spring knife, then twisted it mercilessly. A blood-curdling scream erupted as Xie Yun endured unimaginable agony, before being flung toward Master Ma. Stop him quickly. Everything unfolded too rapidly. No one anticipated Qin Feng would strike at that moment. By the time they regained their senses, Xie Yun's fate hung in the balance as his body hurtled toward Master Ma. Master Ma roared in panic, retreating swiftly, Through Xie Yun's body, he could clearly see Qin Feng brandishing the bloodied spring knife, charging toward him. The corridor on the second floor was somewhat cramped. Yet Qin Feng wielded the knife as if he were a phantom. None of the approaching thugs could withstand his assault, either being cleaved to the ground or pierced and slammed against the walls. In mere seconds, Qin Feng was drenched in blood. Fire! Shoot him! Master Ma cried in desperation. Having navigated the underworld for so long, he had never encountered a maniac like Qin Feng. It was utterly unfathomable. With no time for astonishment, as Qin Feng drew closer, Master Ma's heart raced, and he unleashed another furious shout. Though the lackeys hesitated to use firearms due to the crowd, Master Ma's command, coupled with Qin Feng's ferocity, ignited their fear, and they opened fire. Bang! 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 The air erupted with gunfire, the entire company reverberating under the onslaught of bullets. Qin Feng hoisted a thug's lifeless body with his left hand, gripping the spring knife with his right, advancing several steps. The thug had been riddled with bullets. His body a sieve, blood gushing forth, and against the backdrop of crimson, Qin Feng resembled a demon from the depths of hell, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Devoid of mercy, all that resided within him was the desire to kill, kill, kill. This was no mere man. This was a beast unleashed, a savage lion. Master Ma trembled with fear. Despite their numbers and firepower, they were unable to halt a mere Qin Feng. A pack of useless fools. Master Ma's resolve began to waver, especially as he observed Qin Feng closing in within 10 meters. He immediately turned to flee. Yet for Qin Feng, 10 meters was but a fleeting moment. Noticing Master Ma's attempt to escape, Qin Feng hurled the corpse he had used as a shield into the air and dashed toward him in the blink of an eye. With a swift strike, Master Ma's right leg was severed by Qin Feng, the fracture appearing as if it had been meticulously sliced, revealing the chilling white bone and gruesome flesh beneath. Immediately, blood gushed forth from the wound like a deluge. Master Ma, having lost a foot, stumbled and collapsed to the ground. As he gazed at his severed limb, the searing pain coursed through him, compelling him to emit anguished cries. My leg! Ah! When Qin Feng approached, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, akin to a drowning man deprived of air, filled with agony and dread, nearly suffocating. I will kill you, like a dog. Qin Feng's merciless voice echoed throughout the company. After he took Master Ma hostage, none dared to make a move. They looked at him with profound horror, as if staring at a monster. Chapter 36. Hell. Qin Feng's chilling voice resonated like a fierce wind from the depths of the abyss, sending shivers down spines and leaving mouths parched. Following his words, he abruptly picked up a handgun from the ground, aiming it at Master Ma's direction, coldly commanding, "Have your men drop their weapons and throw them to the first floor." Drop them now? Master Ma, gripped by inexplicable terror and an intense desire to win, dared not defy Qin Feng's orders. He hurriedly shouted to those around him. As his words fell, the remaining thugs, still brandishing their weapons, relinquished their guns and stood aside, watching Qin Feng. Good. Once they had discarded their firearms onto the first floor, Qin Feng suddenly aimed at one of them and fired. Despite having endured a hail of bullets earlier, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. As Qin Feng's gunshot rang out, the faces of the thugs turned pale, their hearts feeling as though crushed by a heavy weight. Ah! A scream soon pierced the air. One of the thugs standing nearby was struck, blood gushing from his left arm as he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Bang! Another shot fired. Another thug was hit, his arm pierced through. The onlookers recalled that these two had just dragged Lu Yang from the room. Now was Qin Feng's moment of retaliation. The surrounding ruffians were filled with rage, yet paralyzed by fear. After firing twice, an eerie silence enveloped the area, punctuated only by the sound of ragged breathing. They stood before Qin Feng like a herd of sheep, while he embodied the ruthless predator, the ferocious wolf. Qin Feng then dragged Master Ma's body and approached Lu Yang. The severed leg left a long trail of blood on the floor, and Master Ma endured excruciating pain from the friction against the ground, gasping for breath. Which hand did you use to strike him? Qin Feng's voice rang out. Master Ma lifted his head, trembling, and asked, "What?" Not going to answer? After his words, Qin Feng stomped down on Master Ma's severed leg. Ah! Master Ma writhed on the ground, releasing screams that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul. Will you speak? Qin Feng remained unfazed by Master Ma's agony, his tone still flat. You devil! Master Ma cried out, trembling as he pointed at Qin Feng. Master Ma, having long navigated the underworld, had dealt with many adversaries and employed various brutal methods, yet he had never encountered anyone as composed as Qin Feng, whose gaze regarded him like carrion, as if he were merely livestock. A chilling thought crossed Master Ma's mind. If this man truly wished to inflict torment, he would surely make him wish for death, subjecting him to the most harrowing tortures. Still not speaking? Qin Feng smirked. Then I'll assume it was your left hand. With that, he picked up a nearby spring knife and, in the horrified gaze of Master Ma, brought it down viciously upon his arm. Apart from the thumb and pinky, the 3 middle fingers were severed. Blood erupted as if a faucet had been turned on. Master Ma was on the verge of losing consciousness. Yet Qin Feng's grip on his neck prevented him from fainting. The seasoned thugs surrounding them could not bear to watch, their eyes glazed, their spirits trembling. Brutal, too brutal. Just then, a cacophony of sirens blared outside. It was unclear who had called the police. Perhaps the alarm had been raised long ago. As 4 or 5 police cars with flashing lights arrived outside the advertising company. Moments later, a dozen fully armed officers stormed in. Leading the group was an officer familiar to Qin Feng, Jiang Qianqian. However, upon witnessing the carnage on the 1st and 2nd floors, their mouths fell agape, and their pupils dilated as they gasped in shock. They had received numerous calls from the surrounding public alerting them to the commotion, but they could never have anticipated such a scene. Severed limbs, blood flowing freely, shell casings scattered, and over 20 bodies sprawled on the ground, lifeless or unconscious. Yet, what captivated their attention most was the man drenched in crimson, as if he had emerged from a pool of blood, standing defiantly. One hand wielded a spring knife, while the other gripped a handgun. When he turned, his emotionless gaze struck at their souls, leaving them profoundly shaken. Is this hell? One officer murmured in horror, echoing the thoughts of them all. Put down your weapons. After a brief silence, one officer reacted first, drawing his gun and aiming it at Qin Feng, shouting loudly. Qin Feng offered no reply, instead turning his gaze back to Master Ma, asking, "Did your right hand move just now?" Boom. Qin Feng's question struck like thunder, reverberating in the hearts of those present. The thugs were incredulous. Now that the police had arrived, Qin Feng still dared to act so brazenly. He was still interrogating Master Ma. The officers were equally taken aback, but their shock quickly transformed into deep-seated anger. This cruel man was utterly disregarding their authority. "I command you to lower your weapon." The officer who had yelled previously barked. "Then release your hostage and crouch down with your hands on your head." "Hostage?" Qin Feng smirked disdainfully, shaking his head, and continued to address Master Ma. "You still want to speak, will you?" With that, his gaze shifted to Master Ma's right hand. Master Ma's heart lurched, and he cried out in desperation, "Officer, save me. Please save me." But before he could finish, Qin Feng's knife struck down once more. 3 more fingers were brutally severed. This time, not only were the thugs immobilized, but even the officers stood in shock. Master Ma finally succumbed to the pain and blood loss, his head tilting as he lost consciousness. "Bastard!" The chastising officer cursed vehemently. Having never encountered a fiend like Qin Feng, so utterly lawless and unrestrained, he aimed his weapon at Qin Feng, ready to pull the trigger. "Don't move." At that moment, a voice rang out. It was Jiang Qianqian, restraining his gun. "Captain," the officer exclaimed, momentarily stunned, before adding, "This man is a lawless savage, brutally ruthless, utterly arrogant. I recommend we fire upon him immediately and bring him to justice." Jiang Qianqian shook her head, extending her hand to signal for everyone to remain still. Then, she stepped forward, gazing intently at Qin Feng. In the present moment, Qin Feng stands in stark contrast to the carefree individual she once perceived him to be. He is now enveloped in an aura of hostility and ferocity, resembling a merciless executioner, his eyes only aware of the taste of blood. This menacing presence she had previously sensed in only one person, a former elite of the Huaxia Special Forces, a killing machine belonging to the state. To Jiang Qianqian's astonishment, she discovers that Qin Feng possesses a similar aura, one that is even more domineering, colder, and more ruthless than the individual she had encountered before. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qianqian finally speaks. "Qin Feng, do you realize what you are doing?" Qin Feng casts a fleeting glance at Jiang Qianqian before turning away to lift the unconscious Lu Yang from the ground. At that moment, Lu Yang suddenly stirs awake, his voice trembling with a hint of desperation. "Brother Yang, please help me save Wanlin. They've sent someone to the Yujing Huading community. I fear something terrible may happen." A glimmer of coldness flashes in Qin Feng's eyes as he gazes at Lu Yang, who has been battered beyond recognition. In that instant, regret and tenderness flicker across his gaze. "Rest assured, brother, I vow to ensure your sister-in-law's safety." Qin Feng enunciates each word with conviction, yet soon after, his eyes are once again shrouded in an icy void. "If you consider me a friend, call for an ambulance immediately." Gently, he sets Lu Yang back down before dashing into the room on the 2nd floor. A shattering of glass is heard, followed by Qin Feng leaping through the window. Chapter 37. Master Tan Ba. Upon witnessing Qin Feng lift Lu Yang, Jiang Qianqian begins to comprehend his motives. Men are often deeply emotional, valuing not only romantic love, but also friendship and brotherhood. With Lu Yang in such a dire state, how could Qin Feng not be enraged? Some may fight fiercely for a beloved, while others stand resolute for their brothers. Jiang Qianqian is acutely aware of the nature of the individuals surrounding them. They belong to the Black Shasha Society of Zhonghai, a nefarious underground force notorious for their ruthless deeds. Even Master Ma has faced incarceration multiple times, his crimes often shielded by powerful connections and a lack of concrete evidence, allowing him to evade justice time and again. Jiang Qianqian harbors an intense hatred for this man, longing to see him brought to justice. Yet, she understands that despite their villainy, Qin Feng's actions stand in direct opposition to the law, a precarious situation. With a commanding shout, a police officer fires in the direction of Qin Feng's departure. The bullet strikes the door, but Qin Feng has already vanished from sight, followed by the sound of shattering glass. He has escaped. The other officers react swiftly. As a few attempt to pursue him, Jiang Qianqian intervenes. Call for an ambulance first. She glances at Lu Yang on the ground, and then at the thugs from the Black Shasha Society. Take them with you as well. Captain Jiang, one of the previously vocal officers exclaims, visibly agitated. That lunatic has already fled. We must apprehend him. Should we heed your advice or mine? Jiang Qianqian replies, her tone unyielding. The officer shudders under her gaze, reluctantly conceding. With such a large-scale shooting incident and widespread conflict, if we let him escape, we'll have to answer to the chief. I will provide an explanation to the chief myself, Jiang Qianqian assures him coolly. Just do as I say. Once the thugs are apprehended, Jiang Qianqian murmurs to herself, Qin Feng, the extent to which I can assist you is limited to this. The rest is up to you. Qin Feng leaps from the window, his figure disappearing into the darkness as he swiftly exits the advertising company. Spotting a taxi approaching through the night, he raises a hand to flag it down. To Yujing Huading, he instructs, opening the door. The driver, however, instantly regrets his decision upon seeing Qin Feng, who appears as though he has emerged from a battlefield, exuding an aura of terror. Brother, I'm about to end my shift. Are you getting in or not? Qin Feng brandishes his firearm, aiming it at the nape of the driver's neck. The driver freezes in fear before hastily starting the vehicle. After a brief journey, they arrive at Yujing Huading, a mid-range residential community. As night falls, the lights in the buildings begin to dim, with only a few flickering stars illuminating the surroundings. Covered in blood, Qin Feng strides into the security room of the community. The guards attempt to obstruct him, but he dispatches them with a swift kick. Inside the security room, he discovers the location and floor number of Wan Lin's residence before making his way there. The guards, trembling at his menacing demeanor, dare not intervene. Upon reaching Wan Lin's home, Qin Feng kicks the heavy door open. The fortified door crumbles under his force as he bursts into the living room, narrowing his eyes and scanning the area. No one is present, but the room is in disarray. It is evident that the occupants received word of the impending danger and Wan Lin has been taken. Damn it! Qin Feng slams his fist onto the table, shattering the solid wood surface into splinters. As the dust settles, a piece of paper drifts down, revealing a drawing of a white silhouette, reminiscent of the grim reapers of folklore. Upon seeing this image, Qin Feng's pupils constrict in alarm. The Black Shasha Society is led by two formidable figures known as Black Wuchang and White Wuchang. This time, Qin Yu has leveraged his older brother Qin Meng's connections to summon the power of the Black Shasha Society, specifically to draw out White Wuchang, with Master Ma being one of his subordinates. Though Qin Feng has only recently arrived in Zhonghai, he has diligently investigated the affairs of the Black Shasha Society after crossing paths with them. It is clear that the ones who have abducted Wan Lin and her family are indeed connected to White Wuchang. Their audacity in leaving a note for Qin Feng demonstrates their utter disregard for him. Very well. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Qin Feng recalls his promise to Lu Yang to ensure Wan Lin's safe return. Tonight, he must fulfill that vow, even if it means confronting the highest echelons of the Black Shasha Society. Exiting Wan Lin's residence, he retrieves his phone, contemplating briefly before dialing. Hello. Soon. A languid voice responds, accompanied by soft, alluring gasps from a woman that provoke the imagination. Tell the woman beside you to leave. I have business to discuss with you. Qin Feng's tone is frigid. Upon hearing his voice, there is a momentary pause, followed by a cautious inquiry 5 seconds later. Is that you, Brother Feng? It is I. The voice on the other end trembles. Brother Feng, why are you calling me at this hour? Are you in Zhonghai? Qin Feng replies coldly. Help me investigate the whereabouts of White Wuchang from the Black Shasha Society. I require an accurate answer. You must present yourself before me within 10 minutes. I'm indeed in Zhonghai, and I can gather information, but appearing before you in 10 minutes. Isn't that asking too much? Enough with the excuses. I'm at Yujing Huiting. With that, Qin Feng hangs up. He stands at the entrance, waiting for 10 minutes, and as the clock approaches 11, he notices headlights illuminating the distant street. Soon, a modified Jeep Cherokee pulls up at the community entrance. Behind the wheel sits a disheveled man in his 30s, sporting a stubbly chin and small, shifty eyes, an unmistakable figure of ill repute. Yet, to those familiar with the underworld, his identity is clear. He is none other than the infamous Tan Ba, revered not only in Zhonghai, but throughout Southeast Asia. Get out. Yet, for such a prominent figure, Qin Feng exhibited not a shred of respect. Instead, like an eagle grasping a chick, he unceremoniously yanked Master Tan from his seat and positioned him in the passenger seat while he took control of the vehicle. Master Tan seemed accustomed to this treatment. His gaze towards Qin Feng filled with trepidation. Once they settled in and closed the doors, Qin Feng ignited the engine. Brother Feng, where have you been? Just returning from a mission? Master Tan inquired, astonished at the sight of Qin Feng, blood-soaked and exuding an intimidating aura. Without responding, Qin Feng directly demanded, where's the information? The Black Killing Society is one of the two dominant forces in the underbelly of Zhonghai, established by Qin Ming of the Qin family, who serves as their greatest backing. Bai Wuchang, one of their leading figures, is often mentioned alongside He Wuchang as the dual harbingers of doom. Who wants to hear your exposition? Qin Feng retorted, his brow arching menacingly. Do you wish to taste lead? Master Tan promptly fell silent, muttering, at the Crimson KTV. Lead the way. The Scarlet KTV, located on North-South Road, was ablaze with lights, even at the hour of 10. The entrance was teeming with individuals seeking solace in intoxication, their laughter laced with decadence. Are you certain this is the place? Upon reaching the KTV's entrance, Master Tan peered through the window at the voluptuous women, swallowing hard. Bai Wuchang's lair is indeed here. By the way, Brother Feng, how has the Black Killing Society wronged you? That lad Bai Wuchang has some connections with me. Would you like me to speak with him? Perhaps he could apologize? Apologize? A cold smile crept across Qin Feng's lips. Master Tan trembled internally. He recognized that smile all too well. Perhaps I should exit the vehicle first before he could finish. Qin Feng had already swung the steering wheel, aiming directly for the KTV's entrance, flooring the accelerator. The modified Jeep roared forth like a beast unleashed from its cage, crashing through the doors. At the entrance, numerous onlookers, startled by the sight of Qin Feng barreling towards them, hastily retreated. With a resounding crash, the Jeep smashed through the glass doors, shattering them into fragments. Several inebriated patrons at the front desk, startled, felt as though they had danced with death. Soon, however, they erupted into curses. What the hell? Who's driving like a maniac? Are you trying to die? As they raged, their voices fell silent upon catching sight of Qin Feng's piercing gaze, sharp and merciless. Drenched in blood, fear etched across their faces, they hastily vacated the premises. Brother Feng, what is this? Master Tan stammered, equally taken aback. Qin Feng did not reply. Instead, he opened the car door and stepped out. Sir, are you driving under the influence? A staff member approached, but upon seeing Qin Feng's bloodied visage, he halted in his tracks. Unfazed by the chaos, Qin Feng seized the staff member by the collar, coldly demanding, where's your manager? Bring him out. The staff member trembled, unable to meet Qin Feng's fierce gaze. Soon, the door to the back room swung open, revealing a corpulent middle-aged man who pointed at Qin Feng, bellowing, do you know where you are? How dare you stir trouble here? Qin Feng regarded him coolly. Are you the manager? The manager, puffed up with arrogance, retorted, I don't care who you are. I'll say it again. Drive your car out, pay for the damages, and leave, or you will regret stepping into this world. Qin Feng chuckled. No wonder the Black Killing Society, under Bai Wuchang's protection, boasts such audacity. He advanced, grasping the manager by the throat, and stated nonchalantly, Bai Wuchang should be here. Lead the way to his private room. The manager, ensnared, felt the presence of several thugs lurking nearby. Yet their resolve faltered upon witnessing the glint of a firearm in Qin Feng's hand. Big brother, don't act rashly, the rotund manager quaked in fear, quickly conceding. Lead the way. Under the manager's guidance, Qin Feng traversed the KTV towards the private rooms. Meanwhile, Master Tan, rendered powerless, could only watch him depart. After navigating several corridors, the manager stopped before a door. What is going on? Two bodyguards clad in black stood sentinel at the entrance. Upon seeing the manager in Qin Feng's grip, they let out a roar. Qin Feng flashed a chilling smile, just a little disturbance. With that, he seized one bodyguard's head and forcefully slammed it against the wall, rendering the two guards unconscious before they could react. Inside the room, illuminated by colorful lights, sat a man nearing 30, surrounded by revelers, a woman feeding him fruit. This man was none other than Bai Wuchang, one of the two heads of the Black Killing Society. True to his name, Bai Wuchang had a fair complexion, donned gold-rimmed glasses, and appeared more scholarly than nefarious. Yet, it was precisely this facade that had deceived many, allowing him to perpetrate evil under the guise of civility. As he inhaled deeply from his water pipe, a sense of ease washed over him. The task assigned by young Master Qin seemed devoid of challenge. With a sigh, he recalled his conversation with Master Ma. Realizing Qin Feng had ventured into the advertising company alone, an act of sheer folly. Initially, he had anticipated that Qin Feng's background as a special forces soldier would pose some difficulties, but it appeared he had overestimated the situation. Now that Qin Feng had stepped into their trap, he would either perish or emerge severely wounded. Bai Wuchang, ever the schemer, had ensured he left himself an escape route. In addition to luring Qin Feng through Lu Yang, he had also taken Lu Yang's family hostage as a precaution. With the plan now in full effect, Qin Feng was ensnared in a deadly predicament, allowing Bai Wuchang to relax. In truth, had he reached out to Master Ma at this moment, the outcome might have been vastly different. Yet, Bai Wuchang's overconfidence blinded him to the possibility that anyone could infiltrate his lair unscathed. As he savored the moment, a sudden crash interrupted his reverie. The door was kicked open. Who dares? Bai Wuchang fumed, indignant that someone would intrude upon his private domain. Yet, what he received in response was the body of the rotund manager, hurtling through the air and landing heavily on the table before him, sending drinks and his water pipe flying. Glaring at the manager who had rolled onto the floor by his sofa, Bai Wuchang narrowed his eyes. What is happening? The manager, feeling as though his bones would shatter, pointed towards the door, his lips quivering. As Bai Wuchang turned his gaze, he found himself face to face with none other than Qin Feng. You wretched boy, are you seeking death? A moment ago, a startled naked beauty, who had been draped over the figure of the white Wuchang, regained her composure and loudly chastised Qin Feng, accusing him. Do you know where this is? Who do you think you are? Unfazed, Qin Feng merely cast an indifferent glance her way. The beauty, fuming with rage, retorted, I see you are clearly tired of living. Daring to cause a ruckus here in front of the big boss Bai. Bang! Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Feng had already fired a shot. He raised his handgun and discharged it into the ceiling, the muzzle still smoking, causing an immediate silence to fall over the room, halting both the music and the earlier shouting. This was soon followed by a chorus of terrified screams. Silence. I'm only here for Bai Wuchang. Qin Feng frowned, his gaze sweeping across the opulent surroundings before he stated coolly, for those who are unrelated, I'll give you 3 seconds to leave. Without needing to hear the latter part of his command, the scantily clad women felt the threat to their lives and scrambled out of the private room. Soon, only Bai Wuchang remained. Maintaining a facade of calm, Bai Wuchang's pallid complexion betrayed his unease. Having seen Qin Feng's photograph, he lit a cigarette and asked in a low voice, Who are you? Despite his composure, his eyes trembled with confusion over how Qin Feng had escaped from the clutches of Ma Yi and managed to find him here. Qin Feng did not respond. Instead, he stepped forward, snatched the lit cigarette from Bai Wuchang's hand, and pressed the burning tip harshly against his forehead. Bai Wuchang, who had tried to maintain his poise, let out a piercing scream as the acrid smell of singed flesh filled the air. Qin Feng placed a foot on his back, forcing his face against the glass coffee table, and said coolly, Are you playing dumb? I came to find you, not to indulge in your pretentiousness. You know my purpose. Bai Wuchang's earlier calm evaporated completely as his face was pressed against the table. Trembling, he pleaded, Qin Feng, don't be impulsive. Don't do anything rash. This KTV is crawling with my people. If you dare to act, you know the consequences. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, Make a call and bring your people here, or I will kill you right now. As he spoke, Qin Feng rifled through Bai Wuchang's belongings and retrieved his phone, leveling the gun at his temple. Don't doubt my words. Try anything funny, and I'll blow your brains out. The intensity of Qin Feng's menace was palpable, and Bai Wuchang nodded repeatedly before dialing a number. Bring that family here, quickly. It was evident that Wan Lin and her family were also being held hostage at the KTV. Within 10 minutes, a knock echoed from outside the room. Qin Feng placed his foot on Bai Wuchang's head, aimed his gun at him, and said flatly, Come in. The door swung open, and several thugs entered, accompanied by a visibly frightened Wan Lin and a middle-aged couple, presumably her parents. Chapter 39, Madness. It had been over 3 hours since Wan Lin and her family were taken, and they remained oblivious to the unfolding events. However, the notorious Black Sha Society instilled fear in them, leaving them well aware that their situation was dire. Qin Feng assessed the trio. noting only minor injuries likely incurred during their struggle, which alleviated his concerns. He coldly remarked, "You should count yourselves fortunate that you have not suffered any serious harm." Bai Wuchang replied, "In this line of work, who doesn't know the principle of not harming family? If I can't even manage that, how can I command respect?" "Don't get too smug," Qin Feng interrupted, crushing Bai Wuchang's head underfoot. The latter fell silent instantly. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Ruan Lin burst out, "Brother Feng." Qin Feng smiled warmly and reassured her, "Sister-in-law, rest assured, I will safely take you all home today." Ruan Lin nodded, grasping her parents' hands in silence. "Take us out," Qin Feng commanded, gripping Bai Wuchang by the nape and dragging him out of the private room. Outside, a crowd of Black Sha Society thugs had gathered. Seeing their leader being handled like a mere chicken, they glared furiously. As Qin Feng approached the entrance, the thugs followed closely behind, torn between protecting Bai Wuchang and seeking an opportunity to retaliate against Qin Feng. Most wielded sharp weapons, while some brandished firearms. The tension mounted as Ruan Lin and her family felt their legs weaken, whereas Qin Feng remained impassive, meting out slaps to Bai Wuchang for any slight movement. Finally, they reached the KTV's main entrance. Upon noticing the jeep that had crashed through the doors and the surrounding walls, Ruan Lin's family gasped in shock. Bai Wuchang, too, was left dumbfounded, finally comprehending the sheer madness of Qin Feng. "Get in the car." Qin Feng urged the three to take the back seat, then addressed Tan Bei at the driver's position. "Drive? You all go first." Tan Bei, taken aback by Qin Feng's ruthless methods, poked his head out and asked, "Where to?" "Enough with the nonsense." Qin Feng shot him a glare. Tan Bei shivered, instantly silenced. As the jeep barreled out of the KTV, Qin Feng remained behind with Bai Wuchang, who had endured a few slaps along the way and now felt dazed, muttering, "The people you wanted to save have already left. You can let me go now. Do you think I'm a fool? Or do you believe you are clever?" Qin Feng coldly scrutinized him. Releasing Bai Wuchang now would only lead to a hail of bullets, as the open area left no room for escape. Suppressing his anger, Bai Wuchang retorted, "Don't get too cocky, Qin Feng. This is still our Black Sha Society territory. If you let me go now, we can still negotiate." "Negotiate my foot." Qin Feng struck Bai Wuchang's face again, coldly stating, "Your people severely injured my brother. And while it was Qin Yu's directive, you are not innocent either. You are Bai Wuchang, right? Let me tell you, if anything happens to my brother, the entire Black Sha Society will pay the price." Such bravado. Surrounding thugs and henchmen could no longer contain themselves upon hearing this, and one bellowed, "You think you can wipe out our Black Sha Society? You must be out of your mind. You little punk, if you dare to let go of our boss, I'll take you on myself." Qin Feng shot a glance at the burly man before swiftly pulling the trigger. The bullet whizzed past the man's face and lodged itself in the wall behind him. The gunshot silenced the crowd, and after a few seconds of stunned silence, the burly man trembled, feeling the blood trickle down his cheek. "Ah!" The man crumpled to the ground, his teeth chattering, having danced with death moments before. He lost all bravado, especially upon catching the cold glint in Qin Feng's eyes, realizing that the shot had been deliberately aimed. "Coward! You think you can take me on?" Qin Feng disdainfully regarded him before dragging Bai Wuchang out of the KTV. The surrounding thugs were momentarily subdued by the display of power from Qin Feng and took a while to gather themselves before following suit. "Find me a car," Qin Feng ordered Bai Wuchang. "This should be an easy task for your big boss Bai. Where's the car? Hurry and bring it out." Bai Wuchang, frightened, understood that any delay could result in his immediate demise at Qin Feng's hands. An Audi A7 coupe was parked at the entrance, and as a subordinate stepped out, he was immediately intimidated by Qin Feng's gun, causing him to retreat hastily. Bai Wuchang, wearing a smile, said, "Brother Feng, the car has arrived. It's time to let me go. Accompany me for a while." Qin Feng grunted in response and allowed Bai Wuchang to take the passenger seat before starting the engine. The Audi A7 roared to life, and Qin Feng deftly maneuvered it into the flow of traffic. In less than 200 meters, the car door was kicked open, and Bai Wuchang was violently thrown out. Though only 10 seconds had passed, the vehicle had accelerated beyond 100 kilometers per hour. At such a speed, Bai Wuchang's frail body could not withstand the abrupt loss of weight upon leaving the car, causing him to roll several times on the ground, leaving a long trail of blood before finally coming to a halt. Bai Lauda, the henchmen and thugs, who had regained their senses and rushed out, erupted in a collective shout. "Damn it!" Several of them, their eyes aflame with fury, fired repeatedly in the direction Qin Feng had departed. The gunshots echoed, but the Audi had already vanished, leaving them unable to pursue. "I'm fine. It's nothing serious." Bai Wuchang, supported by his subordinates, coughed up blood from his mouth and nose but insisted, "Hand me the phone. I need to make a call." "Bai Lauda, your injuries are more important." One of his men pleaded, "Let me call an ambulance and get you to the hospital." "No, just give me the phone." Reluctantly, the subordinate handed over the device. With trembling hands, Bai Wuchang dialed a number. The call was directed to Qin Yu. After a prolonged wait, someone finally answered, but it was not Qin Yu's voice. It was his elder brother, Qin Ming, the head of the Black Killers gang. "Qin Xiao?" Bai Wuchang, suppressing his agony, was taken aback. Qin Ming's deep voice resonated through the line. "Bai Lauda, it seems things have gone awry." "Yes, that person rescued his brother." "Where are you now?" "What about young Master Qin Yu?" "I'm at the hospital." "The hospital?" "My brother has been hospitalized due to that scoundrel's attack." Qin Ming's voice turned icy, reminiscent of a biting winter wind. "I will not let that scoundrel go." "Qin Xiao, I need to discuss something with you." Bai Wuchang's voice trembled with urgency. "Let us not act rashly. That fellow may have connections beyond our understanding. My brother is gravely injured, and you want me to refrain from action?" Qin Ming's tone was cold. "Let me be clear, no matter who he is, I will make him wish he were dead." Bai Wuchang hurriedly interjected. "I saw someone in that scoundrel's jeep. It was Tan." Yet, before he could finish his thought, the severity of his injuries overwhelmed him, and he violently coughed, spewing blood before losing consciousness. "Bai Lauda!" His subordinates gasped in horror, their cries filling the air. At that moment, in a VIP room of the 3rd People's Hospital in Zhonghai City, Qin Ming listened to the chaotic sounds on the phone, furrowing his brow before ending the call. "What is happening?" a middle-aged voice inquired. Qin Ming's expression shifted to one of respect as he turned to the figure by the bedside. "Father." It was Bai Wuchang on the line. "He is injured, and the plan has failed. That scoundrel must have escaped from him." "Useless," Qin Zhongxiang uttered coldly. Though his voice was low, it was laced with a violent intent. His gaze fixed on his younger son, lying battered and unconscious on the hospital bed, intensified his murderous resolve. "I apologize." Qin Ming shivered, lowering his head. The Qin family, a colossal force in Zhonghai City, had risen to rival the Ouyang family after years of rapid development, led by the man before him, Qin Zhongxiang. Once a soldier, he had returned from service to take over the family business, transforming the Qin group into a formidable power in Zhonghai. Old Qin, within the VIP room, a middle-aged woman, tears streaming down her face, lamented over her son Qin Yu's battered state. "You must capture that scoundrel. He dared to do this to our heir. He must be torn to pieces." Qin Zhongxiang grunted, his voice icy. "Rest assured, I will not let him escape." "Father, regarding Uncle Ouyang." Qin Ming hesitated. "He seems to be shielding that scoundrel. Initially, I had instructed my brother to investigate this person's identity just in case, but he did not listen, and I was left with no choice but to let him proceed." "What use is it to mention that now?" Qin Zhongxiang cut him off, his anger palpable. "The deed is done. Are we to remain passive just because the old bastard Ouyang is protecting him? Can you bear to see your brother so gravely injured without seeking vengeance?" "I did not mean that." "Then what do you mean?" Under Qin Zhongxiang's piercing gaze, Qin Ming could only lower his head once more. "Father, I understand what must be done." "Good." Qin Zhongxiang's expression softened slightly. "When I went to retrieve your brother earlier, I had a meeting with that old Ouyang. In the past, we had to regard the Ouyang family with some caution, but now that our family has ascended, their threat is negligible. We need not concern ourselves with them." With that, Qin Zhongxiang stepped out of the room, pausing at the door to say, "Stay with your brother and your mother. I have matters to attend to." "Understood, father." Qin Ming bowed deeply. Once his father left, he clenched his fists tightly once more. "Do not blame your father," Ding Shufang comforted, tears in her eyes. "He is only worried about your brother, my poor son." A fierce glint flashed in Qin Ming's eyes, but he quickly subdued it, responding, "I am fine, mother." Though Qin Zhongxiang had 2 sons, he seemed to favor the younger one, Qin Yu, while being harshly critical of the elder, Qin Ming. Despite leading one of the underground forces in Zhonghai, he rarely received any warmth from his father. Even Qin Ming himself could not fathom why, having felt only endless reprimands throughout his life. The earlier remark of useless was not merely directed at his subordinates, it was a reproach aimed at him as well. Yet, under the weight of his father's presence, even Qin Ming, a man of imposing stature, felt suffocated, not daring to voice his thoughts during their conversation. There was a rumor in Zhonghai's upper echelons that Qin Ming was actually the adopted son of Qin Zhongxiang, raised to secure the position of family head. In the past, Qin Ming dismissed such tales as baseless, but as he grew older, he began to notice how he differed from his father in both appearance and stature, which, coupled with his father's demeanor, left him with an unsettling sense of doubt. As Qin Feng drove the Audi A7, he arrived at the Yujing Huading community, where the jeep was already waiting. Upon exiting the car, Wan Lin rushed over, her face a mixture of relief and shame. "Brother Feng, thank you." "There's no need for thanks." You are Liu Yang's wife, my sister-in-law. This matter arose because of me. It is my duty to assist. Qin Feng took a deep breath and glanced at her parents, who stood behind her in a state of confusion. Uncle and aunt, please head home. Rest assured, no one will dare to trouble you any further. Despite being business people, the disparity between Ruan Lin's parents and the individuals Qin Feng usually interacted with was vast. Thus, they were at a loss for how to inquire further, even hesitant to call the police. After hearing Qin Feng's words, they nodded, a hint of anxiety evident as they entered the residential complex. Brother Feng, where is Liu Yang? Ruan Lin asked. He is in the hospital, Qin Feng replied apologetically. I'm sorry I couldn't protect him. Ruan Lin immediately grew anxious. Which hospital? I don't know for the moment, but I will go shortly. You need not worry. Liu Yang will be fine with me around. Qin Feng's tone turned serious. What you need to do now is rest well and not worry Liu Yang. Tears welled in Ruan Lin's eyes. I want to see him. Suddenly, 3 police cars appeared in the distance, racing towards the entrance of the complex. With the flashing lights and blaring sirens, they quickly surrounded Qin Feng and Ruan Lin. The cars formed a triangular blockade, and soon 6 or 7 police officers emerged, led by Officer Jiang Qianqian. Unlike before, they were now armed and aimed their weapons at Qin Feng. Officer Jiang, Qin Feng said, maintaining a calm demeanor. I've been waiting for you. You've been waiting for me? Jiang Qianqian, gripping her handgun, eyed Qin Feng, whose bloodstains had dried in the wind but still reeked of iron. Liu Yang has been sent to the hospital, correct? Qin Feng inquired. Jiang Qianqian replied, the owner of that advertising company. Yes? He has been taken to Xinqiao Hospital. But his injuries? She glanced at Ruan Lin, her sharp intellect prompting her to withhold further details. Ruan Lin felt a tightening in her chest. Officer, what happened to my husband? He is fine, Jiang Qianqian reassured her, then turned her gaze back to Qin Feng, her expression growing increasingly severe. Qin Feng, since you are here waiting for us, you need to come with us today. Don't worry, I just need to say a few words, Qin Feng responded. A nearby officer barked, don't try to play tricks. If you attempt to escape, we'll issue a citywide manhunt. My good sir, you have a gun. How could I possibly escape? Qin Feng shrugged. I'm merely asking for the right to say a few words. The officers fell silent. Recalling the earlier scenes at the advertising company and the KTV, where Qin Feng had maneuvered through chaos with ease. If he truly wished to flee, they doubted they could stop him. Jiang Qianqian said, fine, I'll give you time. I am a law-abiding citizen, Qin Feng smiled. I intend to uphold the law. Pulling Ruan Lin aside, he advised, you should return and comfort your parents. For now, refrain from going out. If anything seems amiss, call me immediately. Here is my number. I want to see Liu Yang, Brother Feng. Why are they coming for you? They should be apprehending those responsible. You should avoid seeing Liu Yang for today, Qin Feng stated. I will visit him later. As for my situation with the police, you need not worry, I will be fine. Ruan Lin looked at the determination etched on Qin Feng's face, wanting to say something, but ultimately holding back. Return home. I'll inform you when it's time to see Liu Yang, but for now, you are in danger. This is not the right moment. Deliberately escalating the seriousness of the situation, he ushered Ruan Lin into the complex before walking towards the jeep. Master Tan, Qin Feng said, thank you for your efforts today. Tan Bei, gripping the steering wheel, cursed, efforts? You madman. Unfazed, Qin Feng replied, I need your help again. Wait for me at Xinqiao Hospital in 2 hours. I'm an old man now, seeking to enjoy my twilight years, Tan Bei retorted. I'll leave the decision to you, Qin Feng replied, before striding towards Jiang Qianqian and getting into the police car. As the sirens wailed and the police vehicle departed, Tan Bei grumbled. I knew his return to the country would bring trouble. Despite his words, he drove towards Xinqiao Hospital. In the police car, Qin Feng found himself once again shackled, reclining on the back seat with his eyes closed, attempting to rest. The officer beside him remained tense, despite Qin Feng being unarmed, keeping his gun at the ready. The events of the day had left a profound impact on the officers involved. Jiang Qianqian sat in the front passenger seat, observing Qin Feng through the rearview mirror with a furrowed brow. To be honest, her impression of Qin Feng had been deeply etched, but not particularly favorable. She had thought him a carefree rogue with some skills, but when he unleashed his fury, he transformed entirely, exuding an aura of lethal seriousness that instilled fear. How did you know I would come to apprehend you? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qianqian finally asked. A smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips. Is it really that hard to guess? You must have learned of Ruan's father and daughter being taken hostage while at the KTV and rushed over. Stop with the antics. The officer beside her snapped. Do you realize the trouble you've caused us? We dispatched 2 teams to apprehend you, you criminal. Be serious. I assure you, I am a serious individual. I simply possess a naturally optimistic disposition. Officer, I'm absolutely terrified right now. Jiang, would you care to comfort my wounded soul? Jiang Qianqian waved her hand, signaling the irate officer to remain silent, then gazed intently at Qin Feng for several seconds. I have read psychological reports on criminals, which indicate that some emotionally disturbed and volatile individuals often exhibit dual personalities. Do you belong to that category? Qin Feng grinned widely. What do you think? Seeing him revert to his flippant demeanor, Jiang Qianqian narrowed her eyes. Which one is the real you? What is your true identity? Curiosity often marks the beginning of a woman's affection for a man. Officer Jiang, I advise you not to be overly curious about me. Qin Feng cast a quick glance at Jiang Qianqian, then resumed his rest. With no further insights to extract from Qin Feng, Jiang Qianqian fell silent. The convoy of police cars soon arrived at the station. Though it was already past 10:30, the precinct was brightly lit, with numerous officers and patrol cars stationed outside. As Jiang Qianqian had remarked earlier, Qin Feng had indeed caused quite a stir that evening. Inside, commanded the young officer escorting Qin Feng, clearly a man of justice. Visibly outraged by the bloody scenes of the day, Qin Feng simply smiled, refusing to engage in a battle of wills. Upon entering the interrogation room, they were met with a stark fluorescent light illuminating the otherwise oppressive space. Qin Feng was familiar with this environment, taking a seat without needing any prompting. Moments later, Jiang Qianqian and two officers entered and seated themselves opposite him. Name, gender, ethnicity, birthday. Jiang Qianqian coldly inquired. Aren't you already aware? Qin Feng replied. You primarily wish to ask about my birthday, correct? He recounted the motive behind the crime and the sequence of events in detail. Jiang Qianqian, suppressing her anger, pressed for answers again, while another officer recorded the proceedings beside her. What about Zhang Ke? Qin Feng retorted with a question of his own. Has your director dealt with him? Jiang Qianqian, infuriated, slammed her hand on the table, stating, Qin Feng, maintain a proper attitude. We are the ones interrogating you, not the other way around. I understand, Qin Feng nodded, adding, what about Director Wang? Enough. Jiang Qianqian, at her wit's end, exclaimed, will you speak or not? You are well aware of the events that transpired. What more is there for me to say? Qin Feng raised his chin defiantly, leaning against the cold chair. Before my lawyer arrives, I reserve the right to remain silent, do I not? Jiang Qianqian, puzzled, asked, you have a lawyer? When were you notified? Qin Feng chuckled. I have numerous lawyers in Canada, Vancouver, Washington. Which one would you prefer I notify? You. Jiang Qianqian realized that Qin Feng was being obstinate and, with a huff, declared, I know the reason for your actions today. We are equally outraged by this incident. I am doing my utmost to assist you, but the law is the law. You cannot disregard it and treat your actions as legal instruments. Upon hearing her words, Qin Feng straightened up, his demeanor turning icy. Officer Jiang, I have never considered myself a weapon of the law, nor have I ever acted against national ethics. Knowing I am a veteran, you must understand my devotion to my country and the law. Those I struck were deserving of it, and those I killed were likewise justified. As he spoke, there was an undeniable aura of righteousness and intensity surrounding him. Jiang Qianqian, momentarily taken aback by his gaze, stubbornly countered, but your actions, responding with violence, are no different from the Blackshaw Society. Moreover, taking a life demands a life. There can be no exceptions, regardless of your intentions. It was self-defense. Qin Feng reclined back in his chair, coolly asserting, they sought to kill me and my brothers. I merely defended myself. Jiang Qianqian, agitated, retorted, are you refusing to cooperate? I have been quite cooperative. What more do you want from me? Qin Feng replied. Jiang Qianqian found herself at an impasse, truthfully. She was somewhat in awe of Qin Feng's singular bravery in rescuing Lu Yang and the Ruan family, reminiscent of the legendary Guan Yu from the Three Kingdoms period, who traversed perilous paths to safeguard his kin. Yet, Qin Feng's current demeanor left her feeling embarrassed and unable to maintain her authority. At that moment, the door to the interrogation room swung open, revealing Director Wang Hao. Director, Jiang Qianqian exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. How could I not come after such a significant incident? Wang Hao replied sternly, you all may leave. I will handle this. But Director, Jiang Qianqian attempted to protest, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from Wang Hao, prompting her to storm out in frustration. As she departed, her gaze lingered on Qin Feng, who remained nonchalantly relaxed, even with Wang Hao's arrival. Mr. Qin, once they had vacated the room, Wang Hao's stern countenance transformed into a beaming smile as he approached and promptly removed the handcuffs from Qin Feng's wrists. Qin Feng flexed his wrist and remarked, I truly apologize for troubling you at such a late hour, Director Wang. Not at all, not at all, Wang Hao replied with a smile. Qin Feng, intrigued, asked, I caused such a significant ruckus today. Why are you not the least bit angry? Wang Hao explained, it is only right to contribute to the organization. Those from the Black Sha Society are a cancer to Zhonghai City. I have longed to bring them to justice. However, their operations are too clandestine. And that old fox Qin Zhongqiang is exceedingly cunning. Without solid evidence, they have evaded capture. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that Wang Hao had ulterior motives, and reiterated. Organization? What organization? Just as Wang Hao was about to respond, his mobile phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. He then handed the phone to Qin Feng, saying cautiously, Mr. Qin, it's your call. My call. Qin Feng, bewildered, took the phone, realizing it was already connected. Hello? Who is this? You little rascal, you betted my granddaughter and then vanished, even changing your number. I'll skin you alive. The moment Qin Feng recognized the voice, the pieces fell into place regarding Wang Hao's earlier comments. He paused for a few seconds before forcing a smile and nervously saying, Old Chief, what a surprise to hear from you. A heads up would have been appreciated to prepare myself. On the other end, it was indeed his former superior, Chu Yunlong. Chapter 42. Lu Ruo's suspicions. After some time at home, Lin Xiao finally set out just past 6 in the evening. Upon arriving at the designated location, he discovered it was a roadside stall, a bustling eatery by the Changxiao Canal, surrounded by numerous bars, shaded trees, and a picturesque setting. This place, known as Shiyan Bridge, was a popular drinking spot during his student days, celebrated as Beihai City's cultural food street. What brings you here? Lin Xiao immediately spotted the brothers from the Blood Wolf squad gathered at 2 tables, mingling together. We're saving you some money. Ma Yu chuckled, come on over. We've been waiting for you. No need to save me money, Lin Xiao replied as he took a seat, greeting Iron Monkey and Mang Niu with a smile. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to a feast. Even if I'm broke, I can still afford it. We prefer places like this, Ma Yu shook his head. Going to those so-called star-rated hotels or upscale restaurants might make us feel too restrained. Lin Xiao realized that these special forces veterans, accustomed to navigating perilous situations, cherished the freedom of enjoying drinks in a casual setting. When are the brothers leaving? Lin Xiao inquired of Iron Monkey. Iron Monkey shyly smiled. The plane leaves tomorrow afternoon. The current Iron Monkey was a far cry from the first time Lin Xiao had met him. Now he appeared almost childlike in his demeanor. Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Raising his glass, this toast is for all you brothers. Tonight, we will not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Agreed, not leaving until we're drunk. The brothers of the Blood Wolf squad echoed enthusiastically. As the drinks flowed, inhibitions faded. Within an hour, 21 individuals had downed 13 crates of empty beer. Ma Yu leaned closer to Lin Xiao. Brother, have you forgotten the promise you made to me? What promise? Lin Xiao was taken aback. Ma Yu sighed. To accompany me to meet the old chief. Oh, right. Lin Xiao snapped back to attention. I'm sorry, brother Ma. I've been incredibly busy lately. When shall we go meet the old chief? I'll be leaving in a couple of days. Let us make it soon, Ma Yu urged. I truly made a solemn vow, so please don't let me down. How could I possibly let brother Ma down? Lin Xiao said, feeling embarrassed. Rest assured. I will definitely go. Boss, what are you talking about? Iron Monkey interjected, his voice booming. Did I just hear the name of the old chief? The old chief wants to meet Lin Xiao. Ma Yu replied seriously. You, with your drunkenness, should step aside. Iron Monkey insisted. Boss, let me say a few words. Brother Lin, you absolutely must meet this old chief. Everyone in our system knows of him. His legendary exploits will astound anyone who hears them. Iron Monkey, let us converse. Lin Xiao was quite intrigued and said, Brother Ma, do you mind? Discussing the leaders behind their backs is typically considered quite impolite, but as the drinks flowed, Ma Yu chose not to intervene, turning his head as if he had not heard. Once the floodgates of conversation opened, the chatter became uncontainable. Through the cacophony of voices, Lin Xiao finally discerned the identity of the esteemed elder leader. Listening to the brothers of the Blood Wolf squad recount his exploits filled Lin Xiao with fervor. Hua Xiao's Mad Dragon, Hong On Long. Previously, Lin Xiao had often encountered eulogies stating that someone's life was illustrious and legendary, yet this description truly resonated with Hong On Long. Throughout his lifetime, he engaged in countless battles, from the Korean War to the Huayin War and the conflict in the Paracel Islands, leaving his indelible mark. His command during several small-scale skirmishes in the Paracel Islands has become a classic example in military textbooks. Not only did he possess profound strategic acumen, but his martial prowess was also fearsome. Once imprisoned on the Indian border, he ingeniously devised a way to escape, overcoming numerous foes single-handedly. During the battle in the Paracel Islands, he innovated the Dragon Pool tactic, leading to the demise of an enemy colonel and dismantling their defensive systems. thereby securing victory in the small-scale conflict. In the Huaxia self-defense war, relying solely on a remnant of 30 soldiers, he broke through an encirclement of 500 enemies. An event that shocked the nation and even drew attention from the British press, proclaiming him a dragon emerging from the deep sea. His feats were numerous, each seemingly worthy of a legendary tale. It was as if the exaggerated accounts of historical figures seen in street stalls had been applied to him. Yet all of it rang true for Hong Onlong. Even after the war, having retreated into the shadows as a nominal general, abstaining from any military affairs, he remained an idol for countless soldiers, revered by many. He was a living legend, the brightest star on the military insignia. That such a person would invite him when he was in Taoyao? It was no wonder Ma Yu claimed that refusing such an invitation was audacious. Upon reflection, it truly was, unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, as he marveled at the tales recounted by the brothers of the Blood Wolf Squad. An unexpected group had arrived at the Anhai Security Company. Due to the late hour, few employees remained, only Supervisor Zhang Kai and a few subordinates, all preparing to close up for the day. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as the glass windows of the company were shattered. Not just one pane, but every window facing the street shattered simultaneously, sending shards flying. The Anhai Security Company, located on the ground floor near the sidewalk, was met with startled gasps from passers-by as the glass shattered. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Kai rushed out of his office, his eyes widening in shock upon witnessing the scene. "Who did this?" he exclaimed. Before he could finish, a group of people leaped through the broken glass, all clad in black with sunglasses, exuding a menacing aura. "Who are you?" Zhang Kai initially suspected they were competitors attempting to sabotage their growing reputation, given Anhai's status as a nationwide chain. However, upon seeing 3 individuals walk through the front door, he realized the situation was far graver. The leader among them, dressed in a striking white suit amidst the sea of black, stood out prominently. Stone Xiao. Zhang Kai swallowed hard, quickly suppressing his fierce demeanor, and forced a smile. "What brings you here?" The visitor was none other than the young master of the Shi family, Shi Patian. True to his name, Shi Patian was a formidable figure, with a robust physique and a buzz cut that exuded dominance. "Why am I here?" Shi Patian shot a glance at Zhang Kai before delivering a kick that sent him crashing into the desk, groaning in pain as he fell to the floor, eliciting gasps from the security personnel. "Don't call the police," Zhang Kai yelled, struggling to rise despite the agony. Having dealt with various wealthy individuals, he was not unfamiliar with Shi Patian, a man whose family wielded immense power and influence even in the underworld. Calling the police was out of the question. "Young Master Shi," he said, clutching his abdomen, forcing a smile. "What is you so irate?" "Huh," Shi Patian sneered. "Are you playing dumb? Smash everything." The black-clad men immediately began wreaking havoc, and when the employees attempted to intervene, they were met with violent retaliations from the unruly intruders. Zhang Kai was paralyzed with fear, unsure of how he had provoked this calamity, but he dared not interfere. He took a moment to call the manager, hoping the higher-ups could intervene. Anhai Security had some backing. Zhang Kai relied on the owner to pacify the situation. "Calling anyone will be futile," Shi Patian remarked, noticing Zhang Kai's actions. "Today, I will show no mercy to anyone." "Young Master Shi, what is the meaning of this? Our company has no grievances with you," Zhang Kai managed to say through clenched teeth, suppressing his anger. But before he could finish, 2 black-clad figures lunged at him, delivering a brutal beating. "How dare you speak to young master like that? You seek death." After taking several punches, Zhang Kai gritted his teeth, refusing to fight back. His body trembled, sweat beading on his forehead as he knelt, clearly in excruciating pain. "At least you seem to understand," Shi Patian said, placing a polished shoe on Zhang Kai's head. Speaking arrogantly, "I will finish my destruction first, then I will tell you why." Chapter 43. Put on your jacket before heading home. "What nonsense?" Lu Qian interrupted. "Rui, come back and hug your sister." "What is Mr. Qin doing?" "They are worried about him." Lu Rui refused to let go. Qin Feng gently patted her back. Recognizing her tearful state and understanding her genuine concern, he felt a stirring of emotion. Initially, he had only sought to end their engagement in a moment of levity, never anticipating the depth of her feelings for him. This realization placed him in a dilemma. However, before Lu Qian could speak again, Qin Feng wiped the tears from Lu Rui's face and softly said, "Am I not fine now? Don't cry. You are already a university student, an adult. How can you still be in tears?" Lu Rui laughed through her tears and replied, "Isn't it all because of you?" At that moment, Zhang Ying approached, discreetly pulling Lu Rui aside, and turned to Qin Feng, asking, "Young Qin, are you all right? We heard you caused quite a scene at the charity auction. It scared us half to death. I apologize for worrying you." Qin Feng replied, "Lu uncle, and Zhang, please head back first. Aren't you coming back with us? Lu Qian asked, astonished. He had come specifically to bail Qin Feng out, and his lawyer was still on the way. Hearing that Qin Feng still had matters to attend to, he furrowed his brow. Qin Feng pulled Lu Qian aside and whispered, Lu uncle, I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I will not cause you any trouble. I will handle matters with the Lu family and the Zhong family, even the Black Killers. What are you saying? Lu Qian retorted. Displeased, his expression stern. If that were my intention, why would I come to pick you up today? Although our Lu family may not be as powerful as them, we certainly are not afraid. Qin Feng, you underestimate me. Qin Feng revealed a bitter smile and said, I understand that Uncle Lu means well, but I will handle this matter myself. Lu Qian intended to say something further, but at that moment, the sound of a siren interrupted him as a police car emerged from within. Jiang Qianqian rolled down the window, coldly observing Qin Feng, who was still exchanging pleasantries with Lu Qian, and asked, Are you getting in or not? Lu Ruoyi's eyes brightened as she inquired, Qianqian, where are you going? Asked the scoundrel. Jiang Qianqian gritted her teeth, pointing at Qin Feng. Qin Feng chuckled and replied, Lu Zong, it's getting late. You should accompany your parents and Ruoli home first. I will return later. After saying this, Qin Feng climbed into the police car and instructed, drive. Jiang Qianqian was furious, thinking that if it weren't for Wang Hao's orders, she would have loved to shoot Qin Feng. However, now was not the time for anger. She exchanged greetings with Lu Ruoyi's family before driving away. After they departed, Lu Qian also took his family and left. The police station saw a steady stream of people exiting, and in a corner, Zhou Jia cautiously peeked out his head, contemplating before making a phone call. Foster father, I have arrived at the police station, but Qin Feng has already left. Left? Ouyang Jianghe's voice came through the phone, pausing for a moment before adding, I understand. Return now. Yes. Zhou Jia hesitated, and then continued, Foster father, Wang Hao is surprisingly protective of him. He has never done this in Zhonghai for so many years. Is there some collusion between them, or does Qin Feng hold something against Wang Hao? Today's incident is no small matter. If things go awry tomorrow, it will make headlines. Yet, even under such immense pressure, Wang Hao still dares to let Qin Feng go? Zhou Jia initially intended to smooth over relations as per Ouyang Jianghe's instructions, but even Ouyang Jianghe's status did not suggest that Qin Feng could be released so easily. Something against him? Ouyang Jianghe chuckled softly. I do not know if Qin Feng has anything on Ouyang Jianghe, but what I do know is that someone is putting pressure on Wang Hao, perhaps even from above. Do you have any idea how many families are watching now that Qin Feng has been arrested tonight? Even if Wang Hao had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to release him. Zhou Jia asked foolishly from above. Ouyang Jianghe did not respond to Zhou Jia, but simply said, return first. After ending the call, Ouyang Jianghe stood on the villa's balcony, gazing into the distance, murmuring to himself, it seems I need to encourage Feng Hua to spend more time with Qin Feng. Inside the car, Qin Feng closed his eyes after getting in. The Thunder Shadow project was nearing its final stage. Boss, why must you choose this moment to retire? Coldblade is already dead. I have no reason to stay any longer. No, boss, we cannot do without you. You promised us you would always lead us. I am sorry, brothers. I do not wish to witness the demise of another among you. Consider me a coward, I apologize. I hope we remain brothers in the future. Boss now? Unbeknownst to him, memories of past farewells flooded his mind. Today, Chu Yunlong's call seemed to open a window to a bygone era, transporting him back to those tumultuous days. Yet, as he had said, with Coldblade gone, what significance did proceeding with the Thunder Shadow project hold? Even in his absence, it would remain unchanged. I am sorry, old chief. Qin Feng shook his head, removed his SIM card, and replaced it with a new one. Jiang Qianqian, driving the police car, observed Qin Feng's actions. Upon witnessing his adeptness in changing the card, she couldn't help but scoff. It's clear you do this often. Were you a spy before? Shut up. Qin Feng tucked away his phone and replied coolly, just focus on driving. Jiang Qianqian fumed, realizing this man was infuriatingly exasperating. Nevertheless, she restrained her anger and asked, what is your relationship with Director Wang? Are you his godson? An illegitimate child? I will report your malicious slander of a leader to Director Wang, Qin Feng stated calmly. As for your inquiries, I do not intend to answer. We have arrived. Jiang Qianqian, aware that she could not argue with Qin Feng, parked with a huff. Outside, they had indeed reached Xinxiao Hospital. Are your people stationed up there? Which ward? Qin Feng inquired as he exited the car. There are officers on duty, Jiang Qianqian replied, following him out. However, Qin Feng halted her, and she snapped, what are you doing? I did not ask you to accompany me upstairs, Qin Feng replied blandly. Call your colleagues stationed here and inform them that I am going up. I do not wish for any conflict, and then you may leave. Jiang Qianqian retorted angrily. What do you mean? Do you truly see me as your driver? I brought you here, and now you want me to leave? What? Do you expect me to stay for a midnight snack? Qin Feng remarked. Let me remind you, you forgot to wear your bra. Go home and get some sleep. Jiang Qianqian gasped, covering her ample bosom, her expression a mix of shock and indignation as she glared at Qin Feng. In her haste to leave home, she had indeed forgotten it. Qin Feng had the chance to remind her earlier, but watching her ample curve sway in the car had been a sight to behold. So he delayed until now to mention it. Jiang Qianqian, blushing with anger, retorted, You rogue. Thank you for the compliment. Qin Feng laughed lightly before turning and entering the hospital. Upon entering the ward, he beheld Lu Yang, unconscious and wearing an oxygen mask. Qin Feng's expression shifted between stormy and serene. After the examination, it was revealed that Lu Yang bore over 20 injuries, illustrating just how cruel Ma Yi and his men had been. Among these injuries, the most critical were 3 fractured ribs and 2 broken legs. Given the current treatment conditions, even if Lu Yang were to awaken, it was likely he would spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Qin Feng clenched his fists and stood still for half an hour before his face finally regained a mask of calm. However, those who knew him well understood this was merely a fade for his extreme anger. Brother, do not worry. I will ensure you recover, by any means necessary. After transferring Lu Yang to a private room, Qin Feng summoned the head of Xinxiao Hospital, repeatedly urging him to provide vigilant care. He also arranged for the most authoritative orthopedic and internal medicine specialists from Germany to be contacted before he finally stepped out of the hospital. As Qin Feng exited the inpatient building, a flash of lightning tore through the sky, illuminating his solemn face with startling clarity. The spring thunder, approaching summer, resonated with a deafening roar, and heavy rain began to pour. A jeep was parked at the hospital entrance, and amidst the torrential downpour, Qin Feng approached the vehicle and climbed inside. Where to? Inside the car, Tianbei lit a cigarette. Noticing Qin Feng extending his hand, he offered one and lit it for him, then asked, What's on your mind? Qin Feng took a puff, resting his right arm against the car window, and replied nonchalantly, Let us have a drink and reminisce. Not in the mood, Tianbei yawned. It's getting late. I'll drive you home. I need to sleep soon. Qin Feng responded coldly, Are you coming or not? Tianbei shivered at the tone, replying, What you mean is not reminiscing. This is outright threatening. Damn it. Feng Ge. I don't want to get involved in this mess. I've washed my hands of it. Qin Feng flicked the ash from his cigarette and remarked, Wash your hands. Can you truly wash away the past? If I casually brought up a few of your old deeds, you'd be facing a long prison sentence. Tianbei exclaimed, You can't disregard the code of the underworld. I am speaking of the code, which is why I'm being so straightforward with you. Qin Feng stated calmly, I intend to deal with the Dongyang group and the Black Shajia. Will you join me? How many people do we have? Tianbei inquired warily. Qin Feng smiled broadly and replied, Just me. Brother Feng, are you joking with me? Tianbei exclaimed, Do you think this is abroad? This is China, where the law prevails. How can you act recklessly? Taking on the Black Shajiao alone is impossible. After a pause, Tianbei continued, Even if you genuinely wish to confront them, do you think your organization would approve? You could land in serious trouble. How about this? I'll handle it for you. And I'll have Qin Ming apologize to you. I must eradicate them, by any means necessary, Qin Feng said, extinguishing his cigarette, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. Also, I am not acting as Dragon Tooth or Dragon King. Upon hearing this, Tianbei hesitated, his words caught in his throat. Then, he trembled slightly, staring at Qin Feng in horror. Are you saying you intend to use that identity? A cruel smile crept across Qin Feng's face, sending chills down Tianbei's spine. That identity belonged to an unparalleled assassin, a mercenary who had once dominated the underworld. Known as Deathwing, he had been among the top 3 on the European underground blacklist. It has been 2 years. It is time to resurrect this identity, lest they think I am dead, Qin Feng stated coolly. Help me issue the Deathwing summons, but limit it to the vicinity of Zhonghai. The Deathwing summons. Tianbei shuddered at the thought, recalling its terrifying significance. The summons was inspired by an ancient arrow that pierced the clouds, symbolizing a call to arms. The Deathwing summons was one of the most feared calls in the global underground. Are you certain? Tianbei asked, struggling to suppress his inner turmoil. You've known me long enough. Have you ever seen me hesitate in such matters? Qin Feng replied, Use your name to issue it. I want to see how Dongyang Group and the Qin family can withstand my wrath. With that, Qin Feng kicked Tianbei's chair and said, Enough chatter, drive me home. I need to return after drinking. With a resigned sigh, Tianbei complied, though he couldn't help but tremble internally, reflecting on the perilous beast the Qin family had awakened. They were doomed. After parting ways with Tianbei, it was already past 1 in the morning. Qin Feng staggered to the hospital to check on Lu Yang before returning to the Lu residence. Lu Qian and Zhang Ying were already asleep. Qin Feng took a shower, discarding his bloodied clothes, then returned to his room and opened his suitcase. Since returning to Zhonghai, he had rarely touched this suitcase. Inside were not particularly valuable items, just a few clothes, medals, a pen, a notebook, and other trifles. After changing, he gazed at a decorative pendant within, sighing softly. The pendant, made of an unknown material, gleamed with a silvery hue that wasn't the bright sheen of mercury, but rather a muted silver with a hint of gray. Its unique shape initially resembled a sword, but upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a willow leaf dagger, measuring about 3 to 4 centimeters long and 2 centimeters wide. Exquisitely crafted, this pendant had once belonged to Coldblade, a brother he had lost in the Dragon Tooth. After Coldblade's death, it was entrusted to Qin Feng for safekeeping. He hadn't brought it out in ages, not due to forgetfulness, but rather a fear of the memories it evoked. Today, a call from old Chief Chu Yunlong stirred the stagnant waters of Qin Feng's heart, leaving him restless. Knock, knock. A gentle knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Qin Feng placed the pendant back in the suitcase and stood up, frowning. Who is it? Initially, he expected it to be Lu Ruoli, as she had been quite worried about him that day. However, upon opening the door, he was surprised to find Lu Ruoli. Director Lu? Qin Feng asked, puzzled. Having learned from previous experiences, Lu Ruoli was dressed in casual home attire instead of her pajamas. She appeared somewhat restrained before entering, but upon crossing the threshold, she composed herself and gestured inside. Qin Feng, may I come in to talk? Of course, Qin Feng replied with a smile, inviting her in. Lu Ruoli sat on the edge of the bed, bathed in the soft, silvery glow of the moonlight, which felt like an endless love confession, accompanied by a gentle breeze that stirred the heartstrings. Despite having encountered numerous beauties from various countries, Qin Feng couldn't help but acknowledge that Lu Ruoli was a true beauty. Her presence was ethereal, akin to clouds veiling the moon and snowflakes dancing in the wind. Though she bore the demeanor of an ice queen, she was not entirely unapproachable. Her occasional warmth made her even more captivating. Noticing Lu Ruoli sitting upright, Qin Feng broke the silence first, smiling, is there something on your mind? Having grown accustomed to Qin Feng's unpredictable nature, Lu Ruoli found his current seriousness somewhat disconcerting. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, are you all right today? What happened? Why did you confront Qin Yu during the charity auction? Lu Ruoli had only received limited information and assumed Qin Feng had attacked Qin Yu, leading to his arrest. Since Lu Qian hadn't informed her, Qin Feng had no intention of clarifying. He chuckled and said, I've always found him intolerable. He espionaging my woman. I should have killed him outright. Lu Ruoli retorted, I'm being serious here. Qin Feng shrugged, I am serious too. Otherwise, do you think I would associate with such a worthless playboy? It's all because of you, Director Lu. With a soft sigh, Lu Ruoli said, if you're unwilling to share, I won't press you. I'm just worried about you. Seeing Lu Ruoli's lovely features, Qin Feng felt a stirring in his heart. He moved closer, inhaling her fragrance, and whispered, Director Lu, are you really worried about me? Yes, Lu Ruoli replied, avoiding his intense gaze and turning her head slightly. I just want to understand the reason. If there's any way I can help, I'll speak to the Qin family on your behalf. Qin Feng replied, that won't be necessary. The Qin family won't last much longer. Lu Ruoli was taken aback. What do you mean? Instead of answering, Qin Feng changed the subject. By the way, before the charity auction today, I finalized arrangements with old Master Ouyang. I almost forgot to mention it to you. I expect he will reach out soon to discuss the investment. Of course, you two will handle the specifics. I won't interfere. Chapter 45. Countering each move. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoli felt both puzzled and delighted. You've reached an agreement? Brother Feng, you're truly something else. Qin Feng boasted. When have I ever deceived you? But you disrupted the Ouyang family's charity auction. How could he agree to invest in us? Lu Ruoli questioned, bewildered. I heard you even offended the head of the Zhong family, Zhong Difu. I clicked with old Master Ouyang right away. It was like we had known each other for ages, Qin Feng fabricated. I merely shared a few words, and knowing he could profit from your biological project. He readily agreed. As for the chaos I caused, that's just a side matter. He won't backtrack. Lu Ruoli took a deep breath, contemplating for a moment before saying, thank you. Don't mention it. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively and said, these are trivial matters. If President Lu truly wishes to assist, I happen to have a request for you. Lu Ruoli, with a serious demeanor, replied, speak freely. I shall not decline as long as it is within my capabilities. In truth, I am afflicted by an ailment, Qin Feng sighed. I suspect my time is limited. The abrupt shift in tone caught Lu Ruoli off guard, and after a moment of silence, she inquired, You are unwell? Is it a terminal illness? AIDS? Cancer? Syphilis? Qin Feng inwardly cursed, wondering what on earth was going through her mind. Why could she not think in a more positive light? I suffer from lovesickness, he shamelessly declared. I cannot eat or sleep, and I've lost several grams. Of course, if you are concerned about my condition, the remedy is simple. Just warm my bed each night. Lu Ruoyi's face turned a mix of red and pale, and she eventually retorted, shameless. Qin Feng chuckled, opening his mouth. You keep calling me shameless. Look, I have teeth, and they are quite agile. Would you care to experience them? Lu Ruoyi was at a loss for words, yet for reasons unknown. Qin Feng's return to his roguish demeanor eased the tension she had felt moments before. All right, I shall retire to my room for some rest. As she turned halfway, she suddenly asked, what is the situation between you and my sister? Qin Feng was taken aback by Lu Ruoyi's unexpected question and instinctively replied, both are unmarried. What do you think the situation is? Lu Ruoyi shivered slightly, then nodded. Under the moonlight, her enchanting face bore an inscrutable expression, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him. Very well, I understand. Oh dear, I was merely jesting. President Lu, come back. I will warm your bed. By the time Qin Feng realized what had happened, it was too late. He intended to chase after her, but Lu Ruoyi had already slammed the door shut. This little vixen was becoming increasingly cunning, launching a verbal ambush when I least expected it. Frustrated, Qin Feng lamented that he had always been the one scheming against others, but now, having walked too close to the riverbank, he had finally gotten his feet wet. Yet, fatigue overcame him, and he fell into a deep sleep without further contemplation. Qin Feng slept soundly until the following afternoon. Lu Qian and Zhang Ying, aware of the events from the previous day, refrained from waking him. Even Lu Ruoyi's younger sister, Lu Ruoli, exhibited remarkable maturity, going off to school without a fuss. During the next 2 days, Qin Feng found himself either enjoying tea and idle chatter with Lu Qian or visiting the hospital to check on Lu Yang, awaiting the arrival of the orthopedic specialist team he had arranged. Although Qin Feng possessed medical knowledge, specializing in traditional Chinese medicine, he understood that expertise in orthopedics lay with the German specialists. Despite being confined to the Lu residence, he was oblivious to the turmoil his circumstances had incited within the upper echelons of Zhonghai society. Following that day, although Wang Hao managed to suppress official news and reports through various connections, he could not halt the spread of rumors and gossip. Even the incident in which Qin Feng had single-handedly toppled the lair of Bai Wuchang paled in comparison to his altercation with Qin Yu. What shocked many was the apparent silence from the Qin family and the Haisha society regarding these events. Having suffered such a significant loss, they refrained from immediate retaliation, likely due to Qin Feng's protection from the Ouyang family, a fact that circulated among the elite of Zhonghai. On the third day, Qin Feng visited Xinxiao Hospital, the day the German orthopedic specialists were scheduled to arrive. He took the time to give some final instructions. During this period, Ruan Lin had been by Lu Yang's side at the hospital, their deep affection evident as they wept daily. Sister-in-law, everything will be fine. I assure you Lu Yang will regain his vitality, he consoled her. Yet, despite his comforting words, Ruan Lin's pallor betrayed her worry. Having offered all the solace he could, Qin Feng sighed and exited the hospital. Upon reaching the street, he clenched his fists. His silence over the past few days did not indicate a desire for peace. Rather, he awaited the summons to action. Once Lu Yang's surgery was successful, he intended to strike against the Qin family. Surely, they would not let him off so easily. It was a test of patience for both parties. Just then, his phone rang. Qin Feng, come here, Lu Ruoyi said. The Xiangrui group just called. They are sending a negotiation team over. All right, I shall be there shortly. After hanging up, Qin Feng made his way to the Dihao company. Over the past 3 days, Lu Ruoyi had been eagerly anticipating contact from the Ouyang family's Xiangrui group. According to Qin Feng, Ouyang Jianghe had already agreed to invest, yet inexplicably, no actions had been taken. Although Qin Feng remained unaware of Ouyang Jianghe's true intentions, he advised Lu Ruoyi against initiating contact. Ouyang Jianghe had clearly stated his support for Qin Feng during the auction and given his current reliance on Qin Feng's assistance. Qin Feng felt no apprehension that the old man would suddenly turn against him. Upon entering the Dihao company, Qin Feng spotted Li Xiantian standing below. Li glanced at him with disdain, saying, "What are you doing here? You are not my superior. I have no obligation to report to you." Qin Feng cast a contemptuous look at Li Xiantian and teased, "What is this? After a few days, Minister Li has taken on the role of a doorman?" Li Xiantian retorted angrily, "Qin Feng, I am still a department head. Mind your manners and show some respect." "Apologies, but I do not hold a position here." Qin Feng replied with a smile. "Thus, your authority does not extend over me." Li Xiantian was both furious and exasperated. Today, important guests are visiting the company. I am waiting for them downstairs. If you intend to enter, then do so without obstructing my path. If you tarnish our guest's impression of Dihao, you will be held accountable. What an ungrateful fellow. Qin Feng shook his head. I resolved a major issue for your IT department the other day, and instead of a word of thanks, you treat me like this. At least a dog knows to wag its tail in gratitude. Who are you calling a dog? Li Xiantian shouted. Qin Feng shrugged. Never mind. Some people lack even a shred of self-awareness, so I shall refrain from further comment. Just as Qin Feng was about to enter the company, a Lincoln sedan rolled up to the steps of the Dihao company. Upon seeing the vehicle, Li Xiantian ceased his banter with Qin Feng and hurried down the stairs. Welcome. Welcome, he exclaimed, playing the role of a servant as he opened the car door with a fawning smile. Young Master Mo, welcome. Qin Feng had anticipated that Li Xiantian was waiting for someone from the Ouyang family, but to his surprise, the young man who emerged from the car was Mo Lu, whom Qin Feng recognized. After stepping out, Mo Lu surveyed the surroundings and addressed Li Xiantian. Minister Li, my father invited me here. Where is Vice Director Li Hai? My father is waiting for you upstairs, Li Xiantian said with a forced smile. Mo Lu's gaze swept over the area and landed on Qin Feng, prompting him to smile. Qin Feng, you also work here? Indeed, Qin Feng replied, detecting a hint of mockery in Mo Lu's eyes. He grinned. I am here perfecting my dog training skills. I am nearly a master. Would young Master Mo care to give it a try? Mo Lu's expression darkened. If it had been anyone else, he would have retaliated. But he dared not with Qin Feng, settling instead for a cold response. What a ruffian. How does someone like him even qualify to be in your company? With him here, I have no intention of entering. What is going on? Lu Ruoi emerged from the building with her assistant, her brows furrowing upon witnessing the scene. Mo Lu? She was no stranger to Mo Lu. He was not only the heir of the Mo family, but also a classmate of her sister Lu Ruoli. President Lu, your timing is impeccable, Li Xiantian busily remarked. Isn't our company on the verge of a financial crisis? My father and I exerted considerable effort to reach out to the Mo family, persuading young Master Mo to come and take a look. And yet, before young Master Mo even arrived, that scoundrel Qin Feng has already offended him. Chapter 46. Do we count as the Ouyang family? As Li Xiantian spoke, a sense of pride was evident on his face. It was undeniable that Dihao was in urgent need of sponsorship funds. Large families like the Mo family, who were titans in Zhonghai, were not ones to offend. The Lu family not only needed to be conciliatory, but also required extensive flattery due to the financial matters at hand. Furthermore, with Mo Lu already present, it was inconceivable for Lu Ruoi to let him leave without consequence. Thus Li Xiantian was certain that Lu Ruoi would punish that insolent Qin Feng. Even if no tangible harm came to Qin Feng, it would at least provide him some satisfaction. You contacted the Mo family? Lu Ruoi's brow furrowed even more. Li Xiantian, oblivious to the subtle change in her expression, continued with increasing arrogance. Indeed, my father and I struggled greatly to connect with the Mo family. Look, young Master Mo has already arrived. Lu, you must not let this rascal Qin Feng drive young Master Mo away. You must punish him severely. Lu Ruoi cast a cold glance at him and said, who authorized you to make contact? Your father? Or was it your idea? What? Li Xiantian was taken aback and hurriedly replied, I was only thinking of the company's interests. We were hacked last time, and the company was already facing issues. That incident was a further blow, and my father worked tirelessly to connect with young Master Mo. We were about to discuss the company's funding, Lu Ruoi stated. So this was entirely your father's and your idea, without notifying me or Director Lu. Li Xiantian cleared his throat and said, I wanted to wait until everything settled down before giving you a surprise. Lu Ruoi coldly replied, your actions constitute a violation of protocol, disclosing the company's secrets to other enterprises. I will address this with you later. Li Xiantian anxiously protested, I did this solely for the company's sake. Lu, you cannot allow your disdain for this rascal to delay the funding we desperately need. Our financial chain is breaking. I have my own judgment, Lu Ruoi responded. Have you all finished? Mo Lu interjected coldly. Lu, I am here out of respect for Lu Ruoi and at the persistent pleading of your company's vice chairman. Is this how you treat me? And that young man beside you, I find him quite displeasing. If your Dihao wishes to secure investment from our Mo family, it would be best to dismiss him, or at the very least, keep him out of my sight. Apologies, Lu Ruoi shook her head, young Master Mo. I cannot comply with this request. Your presence here was not my decision, and on behalf of Dihao Group, I apologize for the misunderstanding. Mo Lu, visibly irritated, responded. What do you mean? Are you mocking me? Your financial chain has already fractured. In all of Zhonghai, aside from our Mo family, How many others possess such strength? You must consider this carefully. Qin Feng laughed. Young Master Emo, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Focus on practicing your karate for the sake of your nation. Leave the business dealings to those more adept, lest you find yourself outmaneuvered. Mo Lu, infuriated, retorted, Qin Feng, I am speaking with the president of Dihao. You have no right to interject. Qin Feng replied, in truth, I too have secured a sponsor, but seeing young Master Mo here makes me uneasy. Uncertain if they measure up to the task of elevating Dihao. Mo Lu sneered, regretting your decision now? Let me inform you. I have no intention of proceeding unless Lu Ruoyi personally comes to find me. Otherwise, this discussion is over. With that, Mo Lu turned to leave. Li Xiantian hurriedly grabbed the car handle to prevent him from shutting the door, then turned to Qin Feng and scolded, you wretched boy. If this deal falls through because of you, can you bear the consequences? After a pause, he earnestly implored Lu Ruoyi, Lu, I do not know what connection you have with this fool, but what kind of investment can he attract? Is there anyone in Zhonghai more powerful than the Mo family? Do not be misled by him. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted. Is there a force more powerful than the Mo family? I wonder if we count. As the words fell, a sleek silver Bentley elegantly approached the company entrance, coming to a halt beside the Lincoln. In the next moment, a stunning beauty clad in a professional suit emerged from the vehicle, her captivating gaze sweeping past Qin Feng before settling on Mo Lu Ouyang Fenghua. Upon seeing her, Lu Ruoyi's eyes narrowed. Mo Lu was equally taken aback, exclaiming, Miss Ouyang, what brings you here? I am the investor he sought, Ouyang Fenghua replied coolly. I just overheard young Master Mo's comments implying the Mo family's singularity in Zhonghai. Is that truly the case? Mo Lu, flustered, quickly responded, that was not my intention. I merely stopped by to take a look. Pausing, he noticed 3 representatives from the negotiation team disembarking from the Bentley and promptly added, so Miss Ouyang is here to negotiate. I shall not disturb you any further. While Zhonghai boasted numerous large families, only 2 could be deemed truly powerful, the Ouyang family and the Qin family. The Ouyang family, with a vast commercial empire spanning Zhonghai and neighboring cities, was well known, while the Qin family, led by the low-profile Qin Xiong, was a formidable force in the military district of Zhonghai, remaining discreet. Beyond these 2, others were merely aspiring first-tier families, with the Qin family recently gaining momentum, forming a potential tripartite balance of power. The Mo family, slightly beneath the Qin family, certainly could not compete with the Ouyang family. As Mo Lu spoke, he noticed Qin Feng's knowing smile, which filled him with both embarrassment and anger. Young Master Mo. Li Xiantian attempted to interject, but Mo Lu delivered a swift kick to send him sprawling. Get lost. Though Mo Lu, a karate master, could not contend with Qin Feng, dealing with a half-hearted contender like Li Xiantian was no challenge. With a final remark, he climbed into the Lincoln, Miss Ouyang. Please continue your discussion. I just remembered I have something to attend to. The soup at home is nearly done. Farewell. With that, Mo Lu departed hastily. It was only then that Li Xiantian regained his senses, gasping in astonishment. Miss Ouyang? You are Ouyang Fenghua from the Ouyang family. Indeed, Qin Feng grinned. It appears my connections may have proven more fruitful, leaving Minister Li in disappointment. Internally, Li Xiantian was aghast. The Ouyang family was a dominant force in Zhonghai. If they were to collaborate, not only would the funding be secured, but many future dealings would also become significantly easier for Dihao. Yet he could hardly fathom how Qin Feng managed to attract someone from the Ouyang family. How embarrassing. Lu Ruoyi shot a cold glance at Li Xiantian and stated, You go up. Li Xiantian hesitated, then suppressed his shock as he ascended the stairs. Lu Ruoyi then turned to Ouyang Fenghua, asking, Miss Ouyang, why didn't I see Chairman Ouyang? My grandfather sent me, Ouyang Fenghua explained. He is unwell and unable to travel. This is our negotiation team, and regarding the investment, you may discuss it with them. Understood. Lu Ruoyi realized it was unreasonable to expect Ouyang Jianghe to personally visit Dihao. Ouyang Fenghua's presence already conveyed significant goodwill. Most importantly, Lu Ruoyi was not concerned about superficial appearances. As long as the funding was secured, everything else could be negotiated. Miss Ouyang, please. Lu Ruoyi and her assistant cleared a path, leading Ouyang Fenghua and her team upstairs. However, Ouyang Fenghua shook her head and said, I won't go up. Let the negotiation team handle it. I just need to borrow one person from you. As she spoke, Ouyang Fenghua took Qin Feng's hand and said, Come with me. Upon witnessing Ouyang Fenghua naturally grasping Qin Feng's hand, Lu Ruoyi's expression suddenly turned tense. What are you going to do? She asked. Just a small matter, Ouyang Fenghua replied. Lu, please take care of your company's affairs first. My grandfather assured me that the investment will not be an issue. Lu Ruoyi shook her head. grasping Qin Feng's other hand. Qin Feng cannot leave. He will accompany me to the negotiation. Chapter 47. I am willing. Ouyang Fenghua frowned, saying, Qin Feng is neither a business consultant nor a lawyer. He is merely a bodyguard. Lu, why do you insist on bringing him along? Lu Ruoyi felt an inexplicable sense of frustration, especially since Ouyang Fenghua was also a stunning beauty, leaving her feeling even more unsettled. This is rather interesting, Ouyang Fenghua quipped, raising an eyebrow. We have already agreed to invest. What do you mean by this, Lu? Do you intend to go against the Ouyang family? Lu Ruoyi, unable to decipher her own feelings, felt uncomfortable under Ouyang Fenghua's scrutiny. She could only stubbornly reply, I need Qin Feng's assistance. Ouyang Fenghua shook her head. Everyone knows you are a business prodigy, Lu. Needing assistance from someone unrelated to the profession might elicit laughter from the industry. Lu Ruoyi retorted. You need not worry about that, Miss Ouyang. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation grew increasingly heated, taking on a tone of rivalry. Surrounded by the fragrance of the two women, Qin Feng found himself unexpectedly in demand. Clearing his throat, he interjected, Actually, you both should consider my opinion. Silence. Lu Ruoyi, feeling her pent-up frustration, glared at Qin Feng. Look at the mess you've created. If you want to go, then go. With that, she flung his hand away and strode up the stairs. Perplexed, Qin Feng was left bewildered by the sudden outburst. To be honest, after their previous night's trial, Lu Ruoyi had deliberately distanced herself from Qin Feng, barely speaking to him over the past 3 days. Had it not been for the Ouyang family's impending investment negotiation, she likely wouldn't have called him. Yet, the atmosphere had been pleasant moments ago, and now it had exploded. Mr. Qin, Lu is indeed the most beautiful woman in the business world. It seems she finds it hard to resist you, Ouyang Fenghua remarked, her feminine intuition picking up on the tension, a faint smile gracing her lips. Qin Feng responded, If your words weren't so irksome, you two could be ranked among the most beautiful in the business realm. Lu Ruoyi, still within earshot, nearly erupted upon hearing this. Suppressing the urge to retaliate against Qin Feng, she led the negotiation team into the elevator. Can I be released now? Qin Feng lazily asked once Lu Ruoyi had entered the elevator. Ouyang Fenghua chuckled, releasing her grip on his hand. Let us go. It's time to get in the car. At Dihao Group, upon seeing Lu Ruoyi and the representatives from Xiangrui Group enter the president's office, and observing Qin Feng and Ouyang Fenghua departing in a Bentley through the window, Li Xiantian's expression darkened as he headed to the vice-chairman's office. Dad, Li Xiantian said as he entered, finding a balding man seated on the office sofa. The man bore a resemblance to Li Xiantian, but had a more sinister demeanor, his wolf-like eyes suggesting a ruthless and calculating nature. I have seen it, Li Hai said, lifting his teacup and moving to the window. I will call the Mo family shortly to apologize. Dad, that kid is actually involved with the Ouyang family, Li Xiantian exclaimed, filled with indignation. He yearned to deal with Qin Feng, but found himself at a loss for means. I can't believe his luck, he continued. Damn it. He better pray he doesn't fall into my hands. Recently, a rumor had been circulating widely among the higher echelons of Zhonghai. Li Hai glanced at his son and asked, Do you know what it is? Li Xiantian paused. I've been helping you with your work lately, and haven't had time to follow any rumors. Besides, I know nothing of the upper circle. What has happened? Actually, I'm not part of that circle either. It was a business owner who informed me, Li Hai said, pointing to his phone. He continued, The Ouyang family held a charity auction a few days ago, but it was sabotaged by someone who also injured the second young master of the Qin family, Qin Yu, scolding Zhong Difu and beating his bodyguard. What? Li Xiantian's body trembled. Although he wasn't part of that circle and their family lacked the capability, he still understood the significance of the families Li Hai mentioned. Who is so audacious? He asked, incredulous. Is that Qin family member back? You mean Qin Heji? No. Although he was once arrogant, he knew better than to provoke so many enemies for his family, Li Hai replied. The person's name is Qin Feng. Li Xiantian frowned. Qin Feng. Why does that name sound so familiar? Oh, is he the one sharing a name with Lu Ruoyi's companion? Realization dawned on him as he looked at Li Hai, who maintained a grim expression. He gulped. Dad, are you implying that person is Lu Ruoyi's bodyguard? Li Hai slammed his fist on the desk in frustration, exclaiming, That Lugan scoundrel has somehow found such a mysterious expert who keeps ruining our plans. Li Xiantian felt as if he were suffocating, struggling to breathe, still reeling from the shock. How could it be possible? That Qin Feng is so formidable. He injured someone and remains unscathed, appearing lively? That is also the puzzling part. Li Hai gritted his teeth. This person is too enigmatic. We must expedite our plans. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. Li Xiantian remarked, I thought by securing the Mo family's assistance, We could pull them into our scheme and enhance our influence in the board meeting. But I didn't expect them to involve the Ouyang family. Dad, if that kid is so capable, could he discover our intentions? Are we in danger? From Li Xiantian's perspective, it was difficult to comprehend why. After the chaos at the charity auction, Ouyang Zhanghe would still agree to participate in the investment negotiations. Li Hai replied nonchalantly, "Don't worry, we are merely the vanguard. If trouble arises, others will take the blame. Moreover, this plan involves several families and foreign interests. No matter how strong he is not invincible. We've planned this for too long. I refuse to believe he can turn the tide for Lu Gan. All right, you may leave. I need to make a phone call." "Yes." Li Xiantian, still astonished, stumbled out of the room. Inside, silence fell once more, and after a moment, Li Hai picked up the phone to make a call. "Was it old Master Ouyang who instructed you to do this?" In the back seat of the Bentley, Qin Feng yawned. Ouyang Fanghua smiled. "What?" Qin Feng lightly raised his hand and said nonchalantly, "I am quite an old-fashioned person, often referred to as the steadfast Lu Xiaowei. Your beauty trap holds no allure for me." He could discern that Ouyang Fanghua's recent actions were deliberately intended to provoke Lu Ruoi. After enduring countless battles and cunning deceptions on the battlefield, if Qin Feng failed to perceive such a trivial ploy, he would have wasted his time. Pausing momentarily, he added, "However, I am curious about the purpose behind Ouyang's grandfather instructing you to act this way. I am merely a bodyguard for the Lu family. How does this benefit you?" Suddenly, Ouyang Fanghua leaned closer, her breath warm against his ear as she said, "You consider yourself old-fashioned?" A fragrant scent wafted towards him, reminiscent of orchids, intoxicating him. Qin Feng quickly steadied himself and replied, "Miss Ouyang, please conduct yourself with decorum." In an unexpected moment, Ouyang Fanghua pressed her cherry lips against Qin Feng's cheek, then covered her mouth with a soft laugh, her gaze laced with provocation as she remarked, "Lu Xiaowei, no one compelled me to do this. It was entirely my choice." Qin Feng's face flushed crimson, not out of shyness, but from the irritation sparked by her provocation. How dare she mistake his restraint for weakness? Just as Ouyang Fanghua prepared to pull away, Qin Feng seized the back of her head and cradled her face, his gaze intense as he warned, "Do you realize you are playing with fire?" Ouyang Fanghua playfully licked her lips, her eyelashes fluttering as she teased, "Shall we see?" She appeared both anxious and eager. A combination that pushed Qin Feng over the edge, compelling him to lower his head and capture her enticing lips in a fervent kiss. Ouyang Fanghua let out a startled gasp, her voice muffled by his kiss. Her eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that Qin Feng had dared to kiss her. For a brief moment, she remained frozen, as if carved from stone. Though Qin Feng's actions were bold, he withdrew after less than 10 seconds. "You." Ouyang Fanghua furiously wiped her lips, her expression a mix of shame and anger as she glared at him. Qin Feng smirked and said, "I warned you. You were indeed playing with fire, and you didn't heed my caution. You actually kissed me." Ouyang Fanghua seethed, "You scoundrel. I'll have my revenge." With that, she lunged at him, hands clawing. Qin Feng effortlessly caught her wrists and remarked, "The driver can attest that you initiated this. You have no one to blame but yourself." Clearly, Ouyang Fanghua was no match for Qin Feng, struggling in vain without even grazing him. Upon recalling the presence of others in the car, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "Let us go," Qin Feng urged, giving a gentle kick to the driver's seat. "We shouldn't keep Ouyang's grandfather waiting." As the dedicated chauffeur of the Ouyang family, he knew all too well the temperament of this headstrong young lady, who could hardly be described as merely willful. That would be an understatement. Yet, he was astonished that such a haughty and spoiled character could exhibit such courtesy towards Qin Feng, even after being so brazenly kissed. In that moment, the driver held Qin Feng in newfound esteem, suppressing his astonishment as he said, "Understood." The car started, but instead of heading towards Xiangrui, it drove towards the villa of Ouyang Jianghe. Ouyang Fanghua sat silently by the window, continuously wiping her lips, likely cursing Qin Feng in her mind. Meanwhile, Qin Feng reveled in the moment, enjoying the scenery outside. Upon arrival, Ouyang Fanghua exited first, regaining her imperious demeanor as she coldly addressed Qin Feng. He smiled gently and replied, "Now this is the Ouyang young lady I recognize." With a frosty tone, Ouyang Fanghua retorted, "You seem to take pleasure in maintaining that sullen expression." Qin Feng shrugged, "Indeed, it's merely that you are astonishingly beautiful, Miss Ouyang. If you were to adopt the cliché demeanor of the typical seductress, you would lose your uniqueness." Ouyang Fanghua's face flushed with indignation. "You talk too much nonsense." Despite her words, she felt a surge of delight. Though his comment was somewhat unflattering, it nonetheless contained a compliment about her beauty, leaving her inexplicably pleased. As Qin Feng stepped out of the vehicle, He surveyed the expansive estate and marveled, what a grand place. Surrounded by verdant mountains and lush trees. With a natural lake nearby, it was indeed a paradise of chirping birds and fragrant blossoms. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng noted that while it might not rival the tropical rainforests and primal woods he had traversed, it was refreshingly clear compared to the city's pollution. Today marked the day of his scheduled treatment with Ouyang Jianghe, and as they approached the entrance, they spotted a middle-aged man exiting the villa. This man, dressed sharply with a neatly parted hairstyle and formal attire, was clearly a businessman. "Uncle Sun," Ouyang Fanghua exclaimed upon seeing him. The middle-aged gentleman smiled and greeted her before turning to Qin Feng, inquiring, "And who might this be?" "This is Qin Feng," Ouyang Fanghua replied. "My grandfather sent for him." "Ah, so you are Mr. Qin," the middle-aged man exclaimed with delight. "I am Sun Chongqing, chairman of Yunlu Group. I have long heard of your esteemed name. And today I see that you are indeed a promising youth." Qin Feng's attire and demeanor hardly suggested a promising young man. He seemed more like a youthful rogue. Nevertheless, adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face, he shook Sun Chongqing's hand and replied, "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Sunday." Just as he was speaking, a realization struck Qin Feng, causing his expression to stiffen. The name Sun Chongqing was familiar. It had been mentioned during a perilous encounter with the Poison Snake mercenary group when he had inquired about the orchestrator behind their ambush. The mercenaries had named none other than this Sunday. According to Lu Qian's analysis, the only person in Zhonghai capable of commanding such mercenaries was none other than this Sun Chongqing of Yunlu Group. Is something amiss? Sun Chongqing sensed Qin Feng's subtle shift in demeanor and inquired curiously. Qin Feng maintained his composure, retracting his hand with a feigned smile. "It's my first time shaking hands with such a prominent businessman. I must admit I am a bit nervous. Please excuse my awkwardness." "Please, you flatter me," Sun Chongqing replied with a wry smile. "If I qualify as a prominent businessman at Ouyang's residence, I must be a mere novice." "Did Mr. Sun just visit Ouyang Jianghe?" Qin Feng asked. "Just a brief matter, Mr. Qin. I have another appointment to attend, so I want tea linger. I hope to share tea with you another time." Sun Chongqing appeared reluctant to divulge more, casting a glance at Ouyang Fanghua as he said, "Miss Ouyang, I must take my leave. Goodbye, Uncle Sunday." As he departed, Sun Chongqing handed Qin Feng a business card, urging him to keep in touch. Once Sun entered his BMW 7 Series, Qin Feng examined the card in his hand. Yunlu Group engages in trade. He pondered aloud, and they have customs connections. With such a significant trade port in Zhonghai, Sun Chongqing must be exceedingly wealthy. Indeed, Ouyang Fanghua replied proudly. Uncle Sun built his fortune from the ground up. The Sun family was merely a modest household in his father's generation. Yet he transformed Yunlu Group into what it is today in just 30 years, a true legend. Qin Feng inquired, "But what does his rise have to do with you? Why are you so pleased?" Ouyang Fanghua explained, "Uncle Sun was a former student of my grandfather. Our families are close friends. You wouldn't understand." "Oh." Qin Feng initially intended to inquire further about Ouyang Jianghe, but upon hearing a particular remark, he reconsidered and abandoned the thought. Arriving at the threshold of Ouyang Jianghe's bedroom, he found Zhou Jie already waiting there. Zhou Jie's demeanor towards Qin Feng had undergone a complete transformation, while it lacked overt respect. It was no longer confrontational as it had been before. "The chairman has been waiting for quite some time," Zhou Jie announced as he opened the door. "Mr. Qin, please enter." Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Feng stepped inside. The opulence of the wealthy household was evident, adorned with renowned calligraphy and paintings, antique vases, and exquisite tasseled carpets, all exuding an air of grandeur and luxury. Without further ado, Qin Feng directed Ouyang Jianghe to recline on the bed and commenced the treatment. The essence of Ouyang Jianghe's ailment lay primarily in detoxification and recuperation, with detoxification being the pivotal step, while recuperation followed. Unfortunately, many physicians who had previously attended to him had merely focused on recuperation without identifying the viral presence within him. Even when detected, there was no attempt at eradication, which had led to the current predicament. 2 hours later, having completed the acupuncture and detoxification, Qin Feng observed the poisoned liquid in the bowl, furrowing his brow. "Young friend, what troubles you?" Ouyang Jianghe inquired. "Nothing," Qin Feng replied, summoning Zhou Jie. "Did you prepare the concoction according to the prescribed ratios?" Zhou Jie responded, "Yes, but I was informed that one branch of mugwort is highly toxic, so I omitted it at the doctor's insistence." "Foolish." Qin Feng's eyes darkened with anger. "Are you treating the patient? Or am I? Or is that doctor? If you trust him over my expertise, then summon him to treat the old master. I shall take my leave." One branch of mugwort is notorious for its lethal potency. Grinding it thrice in a mill can be fatal. At that moment, Ouyang Fonghua arrived at the door and quickly interjected. It was I who advised Zhou Jia against including it. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh, rising to his feet. No wonder I sensed the toxins were not dissipating as expected. It seems you do not trust my judgment. Very well, Ouyang Laoi, since your people doubt my medicinal approach, feel free to seek alternative expertise. Enraged, Qin Feng disregarded anyone's feelings or opinions. Upon witnessing his outburst, Ouyang Fonghua was taken aback. Young friend, please do not be agitated. Ouyang Jianghao exclaimed, sensing Qin Feng's intent to leave. He sternly admonished Zhou Jia. Why are you not promptly following the young friend's instructions and adding the necessary herbs? Yes. Zhou Jia trembled and hurried out. Ouyang Fonghua muttered, it's merely a prescription issue. You could have explained it better rather than getting so angry. There is a way of medicine. Every physician holds their craft in esteem. I stated that my prescription would resolve the issue, and if you disregard my instructions, you insult me. Qin Feng shot a frosty glance at Ouyang Fonghua, sneering before turning to Ouyang Jianghao. Ouyang Laoi, I require your complete trust. I do not wish for a repeat of this situation. As a physician, especially one skilled in traditional Chinese medicine, it is not uncommon for them to possess a certain temperament. To question their prescriptions and techniques is akin to striking a blow to their pride, naturally inciting ire. This holds true even for someone like Qin Feng. Though Qin Feng spoke the truth, Ouyang Fonghua felt deeply wronged. It's just a prescription. Why such fury? Do you understand the consequences of incorrect ratios and improper combinations? Qin Feng's voice turned chilling. Had I not discovered this in time, your grandfather would not survive the night. Do you believe that? Because of your foolishness and doubt, you would have caused Ouyang Laoi's demise. Will you find peace in your conscience for the rest of your life? Qin Feng's thunderous voice resonated like a rumble of thunder, leaving Ouyang Fonghua shaken, her complexion pale. Having been pampered since childhood, she had never endured such indignity. Even if Qin Feng spoke the truth, she could not accept it. She stomped her foot in frustration, declaring, Qin Feng, I hate you. With that, she dashed out in tears. Qin Feng let out a sigh, uninterested in pursuing her. Shortly after, Zhou Jia returned with the prepared herbal concoction, which Qin Feng administered to Ouyang Jianghao. After wiping his hands and rising, he stated, the next treatment will occur in 5 days. Follow my prescribed formula, and by then, the toxins should be completely eradicated. Afterward, we will focus on your recovery based on your condition. Ouyang Jianghao felt a marked improvement in his health during this period. Setting down the empty medicine bowl, he bowed slightly to Qin Feng, saying, thank you, young friend. Qin Feng accepted the gratitude with ease, replying, there is no need for thanks. This is merely a transaction, with both parties benefiting. Ouyang Jianghao smiled wryly. In truth, I would like to genuinely befriend you. Qin Feng responded coolly, if Ouyang Laoi is sincere, then let there be no hidden agendas. I do not appreciate such duplicity. Understanding the implication, Ouyang Jianghao paused before saying, my granddaughter is quite remarkable. Enough, Qin Feng interjected, waving his hand. I have little resistance to beautiful women. To prevent myself from faltering, I shall have to decline treating you further. Ouyang Jianghao's wry smile deepened as he continued, my granddaughter's proud demeanor is not inherent. Her life has been fraught with hardship. She has wronged you today, but I ask that you do not hold it against her. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. What do you mean? After a moment's hesitation, Ouyang Jianghao sighed. Fonghua lost her parents when she was 6, and I raised her alone. As you know, upbringing by a grandparent lacks the guidance of parents, and fearing she would suffer, I indulged her whims, which has shaped her character. Qin Feng was somewhat moved. It was no wonder he had never seen Ouyang Fenghua's parents. They had passed away. What caused their demise? A car accident, Ouyang Jianghao replied. Natural disasters and man-made calamities are unavoidable. Qin Feng shook his head, skeptical of Ouyang Jianghao's account. However, since the man was unwilling to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. Deep down, Qin Feng's impression of Ouyang Fonghua had not been particularly favorable. He considered her a spoiled young lady, willful and domineering. Yet, hearing Ouyang Jianghao's explanation stirred a sense of shared empathy within him, for he too had experienced the loss of his parents. I shall return in 5 days, Qin Feng stated, standing to leave. He paused at the door, then asked, Ouyang Laoi, may I pose a question? What is it? Ouyang Jianghao replied, taken aback. That young boss from earlier, what is your relationship with him? What brings him to you? Our relationship is quite good, Ouyang Jianghao responded. He was once my student, and after finding success, he often comes to visit. Today, he came to present me with a piece of Wang Shiji's calligraphy. Qin Feng scrutinized Ouyang Jianghao's expression but discerned nothing amiss. He then smiled lightly. I shall take my leave now. Once Qin Feng exited, the tension on Ouyang Jianghao's face finally eased. It was indeed peculiar. He felt more pressure facing that young man than he did when dealing with the influential figures in the capital. Ouyang Jianghe murmured to himself, shaking his head and sighing. It seems that our Ouyang family cannot wade into this murky water. As he exited the villa, Qin Feng was about to leave when he noticed a figure in a corner of the corridor. To his surprise, it was Ouyang Fenghua, seated on a redwood chair intricately carved with phoenix motifs, leaning against an artificial rockery pond, her legs crossed, and her body hunched, burying her head deeply between her knees. Her silky hair cascaded down, obscuring her face. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng decided to approach her. "Are you angry?" He spoke softly. Upon hearing his voice, Ouyang Fenghua's delicate frame trembled, yet she remained silent. "I was a bit impulsive earlier," Qin Feng continued. "I apologize for being harsh with you." Ouyang Fenghua turned her head away, stubbornly refusing to respond. "You aren't crying, are you?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow, placing his hand gently on her shoulder. "At your age, still shedding tears like this? What does that have to do with you?" Ouyang Fenghua snapped, pushing his hand away. "Don't touch me." "Very well." Qin Feng nodded and promptly turned to leave. Ouyang Fenghua immediately lifted her head, and upon realizing he was genuinely walking away, she exclaimed, "Qin Feng, you scoundrel." Qin Feng glanced back, observing the unmistakable traces of tears on her face. He frowned. "Didn't you tell me to go? Did I mean it? You just walk away because I said so?" Ouyang Fenghua, suppressing her anger, retorted, "Is it so hard for you to say a few kind words?" Qin Feng chuckled. "I am not eloquent. Words do not come easily to me." Ouyang Fenghua replied, "Since the day I met you, I have been in a foul mood. On our first day, you insulted me for being big-chested and brainless. The second time, you hit me during the charity auction, and today you even kissed me. That was indeed your misunderstanding. Big-chested and brainless was meant as a compliment about your figure. How could you perceive it as an insult? And at the auction, I don't recall striking you," Qin Feng pondered. "As for the kiss, I apologize for that. My tongue was too clumsy, and I failed to restrain it." Ouyang Fenghua trembled with indignation. You. Enough, Qin Feng sighed, then reached out to grasp Ouyang Fenghua's delicate wrist. "Come, let's go have a drink." "I don't drink," she protested, a hint of panic in her voice. "How else shall we untangle your troubles?" Qin Feng smiled brightly, faced with his charming demeanor. Ouyang Fenghua's heart fluttered, and against her better judgment, she found herself being led to the garage. The array of cars was impressive, choosing one was simple. And Qin Feng picked a Tesla, known for its rapid acceleration. As they finally set off, Ouyang Fenghua returned to her senses, realizing that he was treating this place as if it were his own home. "Wait, I was just angry. How did I end up here drinking with him?" she thought, bewildered. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, who was completely unaware of her inner turmoil, they traveled to a barbecue stall in the city. Ouyang Fenghua had expected a high-end restaurant with exquisite wines, but instead, they arrived at a bustling street filled with raucous men, clad in tank tops and guzzling beer, which made her instantly furrow her brows in discontent. This street, known as Jujia, was a hub for casual dining in Zhonghai, a place where Qin Feng had often dined before leaving the city. For him, drinking here was perfectly acceptable, but for Ouyang Fenghua, it felt beneath her station, too crude and unsophisticated for a lady of her standing, accustomed to the finest luxuries. Without allowing her a moment to reconsider, Qin Feng strode into Jojia. How could he bring me here? She fumed internally, yet eventually followed him into the alley. He soon approached a barbecue establishment named Fengxie, greeting the owner with a friendly smile. "Ah, it's Xiaofeng," the middle-aged woman exclaimed, recognizing him immediately with a warm smile. "It's been ages. Have you graduated and returned?" "Yes, I just got back from military service," Qin Feng replied, returning her smile. "That's commendable. Serving the country and strengthening oneself," she remarked. "Is that your girlfriend?" "She's stunning. She is beautiful, but her temper leaves much to be desired," Qin Feng chuckled. "Business is good, I trust?" "Same as always," she smiled. "Take a seat. What would you like to eat? I'll get it started for you." Qin Feng nodded, finding a spot to sit. The owner embodied the hard-working spirit of the establishment. Having run this stall for nearly a decade, he reminisced about the youthful days spent here with friends, engaging in laughter and dreams, all while Sui Weqin sat beside him. Her smile as radiant as the sun. Yet now, everything had changed. Steeling himself against the flood of nostalgia, he turned to Ouyang Fenghua, who stood awkwardly at the edge of the table. "Why are you just standing there? That woman just called me your girlfriend, and you didn't deny it," she shot back, eyeing him suspiciously. "When did I ever agree to that? Are you harboring ulterior motives? Whether it's true or not is irrelevant. There's no need for lengthy explanations." Qin Feng replied, "You should not be standing here. It's unsafe. A woman of your beauty could attract unwanted attention." Ouyang Fanghua had already sensed the leering gazes from several nearby tables, making her increasingly uncomfortable. After she sat down, Qin Feng placed 3 or 4 bottles of beer on the table, opening one for each of them. The cups are in that plastic bucket. Help yourself. That's so filthy. Ouyang Fanghua grimaced at the sight of the bucket, filled with glasses that had been rinsed but were likely used by countless others. Then let us drink straight from the bottle, Qin Feng proposed, raising his beer. I'll drink first as a gesture of goodwill. Within seconds, he downed an entire bottle, wiping his mouth afterward. This drink is my apology to you for earlier. I was unaware of the situation and acted harshly. Is he actually apologizing? Ouyang Fenghua's eyes sparkled with surprise, her desire to leave momentarily waning. However, she pouted, 1 bottle isn't enough. Qin Feng nodded and opened another, finishing it just as swiftly. Is that sufficient? If not, I'll drink more, he replied cheerfully. Watching him drink with such bravado stirred an unfamiliar emotion within Ouyang Fanghua. You, someone so proud, why would you apologize to me? Because we share similar experiences, Qin Feng shrugged. I too am without parents, or rather, I have no idea where they are. Ouyang Fanghua shuddered at his words, falling silent as she opened her own bottle, clinking it against his before downing its contents. Refreshing. Qin Feng grinned. Shall we continue? Of course, let's continue. Ouyang Fanghua provocatively glanced at Qin Feng and said, however, my alcohol tolerance is likely inferior to yours, so I shall drink 1 bottle while you must consume 2. Very well. Qin Feng chuckled in response. Let's do it. After 6 bottles of beer were downed, Ouyang Fanghua had managed to drink 2 herself. A rosy hue quickly spread across her charming face, and as the lights began to dim, her beauty shone like a ripe peach, strikingly alluring. Your alcohol tolerance isn't merely lacking, it's practically non-existent, Qin Feng observed, noticing her eyes were becoming somewhat dazed. He gently restrained her hand as she attempted to open another bottle, frowning. Take it slow. Rarely does this scoundrel apologize to me today, so I am quite pleased. Ouyang Fanghua, her eyes slightly hazy, burst into a fit of laughter, easily breaking free from Qin Feng's grasp. Are you trying to take advantage of me again? Qin Feng could only manage a wry smile. Isn't that Qin Feng? At that moment, a voice cut through the air. A nearby table had called out to them. Luo Pingyuan. Upon spotting the group of 4, 2 men and 1 woman, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. The individual who had just spoken with derision was a young man sporting slick-back hair, known as Luo Pingyuan, who had always trailed behind Zhang Hong during their school days. The couple appeared to be inquiring about Qin Feng's identity. After a brief whisper from Luo Pingyuan, they turned to look at Qin Feng, chuckling amongst themselves. Luo Pingyuan then rose and approached Qin Feng's table, stating, I heard you returned from the military. Have you forgotten your old classmates? Qin Feng chose to ignore him. Luo Pingyuan, glancing at the empty beer bottles on Qin Feng's table, remarked, Indeed, the soldier drinks quite well. Come, let us share a few drinks. I have no time. Qin Feng replied coolly, Keep your distance. Who do you think you're talking to? Another man, adorned with a large gold chain, interjected, exuding a nouveau riche air. With a grunt, he coldly stated, So you're Qin Feng? Don't overestimate your worth. We're inviting you for a drink out of respect. Hey, don't frighten my classmate. Luo Pingyuan feigned concern and then insincerely added, Qin Feng, we're old classmates after all. It's been so long since we last met. Sharing a couple of bottles isn't too much to ask, is it? Qin Feng shot him a glance and replied, I only drink with friends. Also, kindly ask your entourage to step aside, or I cannot guarantee he will remain standing to converse with me. You little brat. The man, seething with rage, rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Qin Feng. Luo Pingyuan intercepted him, casting a glance at Ouyang Fanghua beside Qin Feng. Swallowing hard, he said, Qin Feng, quite impressive. Upon your return, you found another girlfriend. No wonder you've forgotten Su Yueqin entirely. Shut your mouth. Qin Feng glared at him coldly, then added, Considering our past as classmates, I'll give you the chance to leave. Luo Pingyuan appeared somewhat intimidated by Qin Feng, but quickly sneered. Since you refused to accept my invitation, don't blame me. Qin Feng, do you think this is still the schoolyard where might makes right? He continued. Let me tell you, in this society, wealth reigns supreme. I've established a logistics company with over 60 employees. What skills do you possess to challenge me? And as for this lovely lady, this worthless scoundrel will deceive you. I'm only looking out for your best interests. Ouyang Fanghua, seated with an elegance akin to a daffodil blooming amidst muck, was impossible to overlook. Were it not for her stunning beauty, Luo Pingyuan would hardly have bothered with Qin Feng. His final words, however, revealed his true intentions. Although slightly tipsy, Ouyang Fanghua remained quite lucid. With a raised brow, she disdainfully retorted, Leave. Luo Pingyuan's expression soured as he replied, "Beautiful lady, we genuinely wish to befriend you. Do not be so inhospitable. Should you choose not to leave, I shall have you stuffed into a sack and tossed into the Huangpu River to feed the fish," Ouyang Fonghua threatened, her eyes glinting with menace. Luo Pingyuan's face darkened, while a woman at his table, sporting bleached hair, shouted, "What's your problem? You think just because you have a bit of beauty, you can look down on others?" Ouyang Fonghua cast a glance at her and scoffed, "Plastic-faced blonde, keep your mouth shut. With your face so thin from cosmetic procedures, you hardly resemble a pig. Individuals like you waste both air and resources. Your existence is a burden. Hurry and return to your mother for a redo. Perhaps you might salvage your intelligence." When it comes to boldness, Ouyang Fonghua was indeed formidable. Her words left not only Luo Pingyuan and his companions stunned, but also made Qin Feng break into a sweat. Her ability to insult without resorting to profanity was truly impressive. Chapter 51. The Rising Dragon Society. Deng Jun, I shall tear that foul mouth of yours apart. The woman, clearly incensed by the humiliation, charged towards Ouyang Fonghua, claws bared. Qin Feng discreetly kicked a beer cap away, causing the bleached woman to slip and fall hard, landing ungracefully. Initially tense, Ouyang Fonghua quickly burst into laughter. Indeed, one with subpar intelligence cannot even walk properly. Damn it! The man beside her, evidently her boyfriend, noticed Qin Feng's subtle actions and erupted in fury, charging toward him. Luo Pingyuan made no effort to stop him, his own icy demeanor suggesting he sought to teach Qin Feng a lesson. Just as the man reached Qin Feng, he suddenly stood, grasped the man's wrist, and twisted it gently, eliciting a pained gasp. "Let me go?" The man wheezed, his wrist caught in Qin Feng's iron grip, agony radiating through him. Witnessing this, Luo Pingyuan finally recalled Qin Feng's military background, halting in his tracks, his expression darkening. "Qin Feng, release him. Do you think this is school, where you can flex your muscles? Do you even know who he is?" "I truly do not," Qin Feng replied. "Perhaps you could enlighten me." "He is Wang Li, the general manager of the Zhongjiang Group. You cannot afford to offend him," Luo Pingyuan admonished. "What is the Zhongjiang Group?" Qin Feng turned to Ouyang Fonghua. She shrugged dismissively. "I have no idea, probably some insignificant little company." Indeed, with Ouyang Fenghua's stature and background, only a select few companies would pique her interest. The Zhongjiang Group was not among them. The Zhongjiang Group is a local clothing conglomerate in Zhonghai, a partner of my logistics company. Luo Pingyuan scolded, "Qin Feng, you have crossed a line, you won't come out unscathed." Since returning to Zhonghai, Qin Feng had encountered numerous affluent families. He had dared to offend the likes of the Qin and Zhong families, so how could he regard the Zhongjiang Group with any seriousness? Nevertheless, he reconsidered and finally released Wang Li. "You little brat." Wang Li staggered back, clutching his bruised wrist, a sinister expression on his face. "Now you're afraid? But it's too late. Today, not only will I deal with you, but I will also have my fun with your woman." Qin Feng merely wished to enjoy his drinks peacefully and avoid further conflict. However, upon hearing those words, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. "Try saying that again. I'll say it as many times as I want, you dog bastard." Wang Li was in the midst of his brash taunts when suddenly, Qin Feng seized a beer bottle from the table and brought it crashing down onto Wang Li's head. Golden beer mixed with crimson blood streamed down, the shattered glass scattering in all directions, sending a visceral shockwave through the onlookers. But Qin Feng's actions did not stop there. He grasped Wang Li's head to prevent him from collapsing, then shoved the jagged remnants of the beer bottle into his mouth. How ruthless! Not only were the likes of the white-haired girl and Luo Pingyuan taken aback, but the other patrons at the table were equally stunned. Qin Feng's actions were simply ruthless. "Ah!" Wang Li let out a pained scream, unsure whether to cover his head or his mouth, as he staggered backward before collapsing in agony. "Are you still going to shout?" Qin Feng inquired nonchalantly, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. An immediate silence enveloped the surroundings. Meanwhile, Wang Li, now in excruciating pain, wept uncontrollably, utterly disheveled. "Why you?" Luo Pingyuan stammered in anger and agitation, unable to articulate a complete sentence while pointing at Qin Feng. "I'll call for help right now." The white-haired girl, having regained her footing, seethed, "This brat will regret ever stepping into this world. Yuangu, don't blame me for not giving you face." With that, she produced her phone and began dialing. "It's fine, he disrespected me first. Since he disregards our camaraderie, let it be as it may, you all have the final say." Luo Pingyuan suppressed his shock, responding coldly. Qin Feng smirked disdainfully. It was rich of Luo Pingyuan to play the victim, considering he had never once thought of the camaraderie they shared. "Those two scoundrels. I swear I will make them pay." The white-haired girl hissed, her gaze filled with venom as she finished her call. You think you can just leave? Though Ouyang Fanghua was a wealthy heiress, she had never encountered such brutality. As she observed the commotion instigated by the white-haired girl, she instinctively tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve. Her anxiety palpable. Leave? Why would we leave? Qin Feng chuckled, his grip tightening around Ouyang Fenghua's delicate hand. We haven't even enjoyed our drinks yet. Where would we go? Ouyang Fenghua, her face flushed from both alcohol and embarrassment, lowered her head to hide her crimson cheeks from Qin Feng's gaze. I'll do as you say, she murmured, a hint of resolve in her voice. She recalled that Qin Feng was the type of person who dared to confront even Qin Yu, and had once dragged White Wuchang out of a KTV for a thrashing. It would be beneath him to fear the individuals before them. Let us sit down and continue drinking, Qin Feng declared, acting as if nothing had transpired. As he urged Ouyang Fanghua to take her seat once more, he opened a bottle of beer, consuming nearly half before offering it to her. This is yours, if you don't mind. Ouyang Fanghua glanced at him, her eyes shimmering with intrigue, her lips as vibrant as a sunset. She softly replied, Are you taking advantage of me? Yet she accepted it without hesitation, a thrill coursing through her as the onlookers bore witness. Qin Feng, you truly have a bold spirit. Luo Penyuan was both astonished and enraged. Qin Feng's complete disregard for them, even as he resumed drinking, was infuriatingly arrogant. Qin Feng merely scoffed, ignoring him entirely. Luo Penyuan hurried to assist the battered Wang Li, his heart racing at the sight of Wang Li's condition. He pulled the bottle from Wang Li's lips, observing the mangled state of his mouth, and trembled as he asked, Wang, are you all right? Blood oozed from Wang Li's injuries, his shattered teeth rendering him incapable of responding. Approximately 20 minutes later, a group of men stormed in from outside, their bare chests and shoulders adorned with tattoos and scars, exuding an air of menace. Armed with various weapons, including switchblades and clubs, they had arrived. Ouyang Fanghua downed the last of her drink, feeling slightly tipsy. She licked her lips sensually and gestured to Qin Feng. He glanced back, affirming, I understand. This confidence and bravado instilled a sense of calm in Ouyang Fanghua, even as she felt both anxious and exhilarated at the sight of the approaching men. Military brother, you've finally arrived. The white-haired girl dashed toward the group, yelling. He assaulted Wang Li, that brat over there. And he had the audacity to claim you're nothing. He's waiting right here to see what you'll do. The leader of the group, a burly man in his 30s with a fierce demeanor, bore a tiger tattoo on his chest, an intimidating sight. Upon hearing the white-haired girl's words, he cast a cold glare at Qin Feng and demanded, Is that so? Who dares to disrespect me, Deng Jun? The white-haired girl, in tears, exclaimed, Everyone knows that you protect 9th Street, being the foremost enforcer of the Shenglong Society. Look at Wang Li. He's in this state because he's your friend. Damn it. One of Deng Jun's underlings, witnessing Wang Li's plight, seethed with fury. Which scoundrel did this? Come out. The white-haired girl, in her desperation to incite animosity against Qin Feng, spared no words. Her statement had the desired effect, igniting fury not only in Deng Jun but also among his underlings, who roared like enraged beasts. In Zhonghai, the underground forces were divided into 3 factions. Besides the Haisha Society, there were 2 other powers, the Shenglong Society and the Skull Society. The Haisha Society was powerful, working for the Qin family and maintaining close ties with the legitimate world. The Skull Society, on the other hand, operated in the shadows, engaging in nearly all illicit businesses within Zhonghai, thus adopting a more subdued approach compared to the Haisha Society. The third faction was the Shenglong Society, which controlled several gambling establishments and underground markets, sharing the black boxing scene with the Haisha Society. Although it lacked the Haisha Society's influence, it was nonetheless formidable. As soon as Deng Jun's name was mentioned, many patrons, who had been enjoying their barbecues, instinctively began to leave, fearing the wrath of these ruthless enforcers. Luo Penyuan felt a surge of confidence upon seeing Deng Jun take charge, a cold smile forming as he regarded Qin Feng, silently predicting his downfall. Feng Jia, the barbecue stall owner and an acquaintance of Qin Feng, approached with a smile, saying, Gentlemen, military brother, our humble business. You know it's military brother. What more is there to say? A thug behind him barked, shoving Feng Jia aside. Stumbling, she nearly lost her balance, though she managed to force a smile. Big brother. The thug glared at her, threatening, If you keep talking, I'll smash your stall. You can forget about setting up here again. Feng Jia, terrified, fell silent. As an ordinary person trying to make a living, she knew better than to provoke such men. Just then, Qin Feng finished his last drink and stood up leisurely. That's him. The white-haired girl shouted, pointing at Qin Feng. Military brother, he disrespected you. Look, he is still drinking. Is it you who struck my friend? Deng Jun squinted at Qin Feng, his voice low and menacing. Although Qin Feng's back was all he could see, Deng Jun felt an inexplicable familiarity. And despite his nonchalant demeanor, he sensed a weightiness that unsettled him. When Qin Feng turned to face him, Deng Jun was taken aback. "You little punk. Our military brother is asking you a question." One of Deng Jun's underlings shouted as Qin Feng remained silent. Qin Feng smiled gently, a smile that only served to infuriate the thug even more. "What are you grinning about?" he scoffed, brandishing a spring knife and ruthlessly hacking at the nearby dining table, reducing it to splinters. The sheer force of his actions made Feng Jia's brow twitch, while the curious onlookers retreated, keeping their distance. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed through the air. It was none other than Deng Jun who delivered it, but surprisingly, it was not aimed at Qin Feng, but at the thug behind him. The thug stood bewildered, clutching his face as he looked at Deng Jun, exclaiming, "Brother Jun, why did you hit me? I was going to kill you." Deng Jun's expression turned fierce, and he swiftly struck the other side of the thug's face. A sharp crack resonated, sending the thug flying, showcasing Deng Jun's immense strength. "Brother Jun, what are you doing?" Bai Mao Nu asked, astonished, observing that Deng Jun didn't appear intoxicated. Why was he attacking his own man? But before she could voice any further questions, Deng Jun kicked her sharply in the face, sending her sprawling 3 to 4 meters away, crashing into a table before landing on the ground. Bai Mao Nu lay there, both pained and confused, trembling as she uttered, "Brother Jun, you've got the wrong person. I'm hitting you, you foolish woman. Damn you all, trying to kill me." Deng Jun shot her a cold glance before stepping forward and delivering a kick to the already injured Wang Li, sending him crashing down. The force of the kick struck his ribs, causing him to lose consciousness from the pain. Deng Jun's sudden rage left everyone around him utterly astonished. Weren't these people summoned by Bai Mao Nu? Weren't they Wang Li's friends? Why were they now attacking their own? After unleashing his fury, Deng Jun's gaze turned towards Qin Feng, and in an instant, he transformed from a fierce lion into a docile kitten, addressing Qin Feng with an unexpected title that shocked everyone. "Brother Feng, Brother Feng, what is going on?" Luo Pingyuan instinctively recoiled, taking a few steps back. A playful smile crept across Qin Feng's lips, filled with amusement as he asked, "You know me?" Deng Jun began to sweat profusely, replying, "I didn't know you before, but I do now. Brother Jun." The gangsters behind Deng Jun were utterly confused, ready to speak when Deng Jun abruptly turned and slapped one of them on the back of the head, growling, "What are you standing there for? Call him Brother Feng." Though they didn't understand, the gangsters quickly straightened up, shouting towards Qin Feng, "Brother Feng." Their fervor rivaled the aggressive demeanor they had displayed upon arrival. Everyone present was taken aback. They had anticipated a conflict or even a fierce battle, yet this was the unexpected outcome, particularly the other barbecue stall owners on Geo Street, who were well aware of Deng Jun's ruthless reputation. They knew him to be a man of fierce temperament, a person who would not hesitate to sever a limb for an affront. Even when the police intervened, it was a mere formality. Now, this fierce man appeared as fearful as a mouse before a cat upon encountering Qin Feng. It was simply unbelievable. Qin Feng nodded, saying, "I'm leaving. This stall owner is an acquaintance of mine, and I don't wish for you to disturb her. Rest assured." Deng Jun nodded, suddenly striding towards Luo Pingyuan, knocking him down with a slap, then stepping on his face. "Brother Feng, how should we deal with this person?" "Do as you wish." Qin Feng shrugged. Honestly, at his level, it was unnecessary to squabble with someone like Luo Pingyuan, who wasn't even worthy of being an enemy. With that, Qin Feng took Ouyang Fanghua by the hand and began to walk away. After a few steps, Deng Jun called out, "Farewell, Brother Feng." The gangsters echoed in unison, "Farewell, Brother Feng." Their voices surged like a river, rolling and crashing, ascending to the heavens. Ouyang Fanghua chuckled softly. "I didn't realize you had such influence. When did you become connected with the underworld?" Qin Feng, noticing her playful blush, grinned mischievously. Perhaps he felt overshadowed by my handsomeness and, in his despair, lost his sanity. Ouyang Fanghua rolled her eyes at him. "Stop talking nonsense. Have you been drinking?" Concerned, Qin Feng replied, "Had I known your tolerance for alcohol was so low, I wouldn't have let you drink so much. Let us go rest for a bit." Behind Geo Street were several hotels, and Qin Feng shamelessly led Ouyang Fanghua to such a place in mere moments. Though Ouyang Fanghua was tipsy, she recognized the surroundings and furrowed her brow. Was this intentional? "How do we end up here?" Feigning surprise, Qin Feng responded, "I had no idea these places existed. I intended to take you home. But if you can't contain yourself if you can't hold on, we can go upstairs and rest until you sober up." "You rogue." Ouyang Fanghua pouted, scolding him. Normally, her reprimands were filled with fierceness and pride, but at this moment, They carried a playful tone, reminiscent of lovers' banter, especially under the colorful, seductive lights from the street lamps and hotel signs casting over her delicate features. A wave of intense hormones surged within Qin Feng. Chapter 53. I'll spank you. Qin Feng's heart raced as he grasped Ouyang Fenghua's hand, which, though she slightly resisted, soon relaxed into his grip. Her hand was soft, almost boneless, with tender, fair skin, exquisitely smooth. Merely holding it lightly sent Qin Feng's imagination spiraling. Shall we go inside for a moment? He inquired tentatively. Ouyang Fenghua nodded, lowering her head as she murmured, Suddenly, a car approached in the distance. At first, Qin Feng paid it no mind. But upon recognizing the vehicle as a Maserati, he sobered up significantly. Sure enough, the car soon parked in front of their hotel. Then, Lu Ruoyi, her face ashen, stepped out of the Maserati in high heels, casting a cold glance at Qin Feng and then at Ouyang Fenghua, standing silently at the entrance, not uttering a word. Yet, despite her silence, Qin Feng felt an icy chill, akin to a flurry of snowflakes descending upon him. With a forced smile, he greeted, Manager Lu, it's late. Aren't you heading home? Why didn't you answer your phone? Lu Ruoyi finally spoke, her voice frigid and laced with a palpable distance, reminiscent of their initial encounter at the company. This is it, she's angry. Qin Feng's heart sank, and he hastily checked his phone. After arriving at Ju Street, he had muted his ringer, and now he discovered several missed calls. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't feel so guilty, but given that Lu Ruoyi was his fiancée, and considering the entanglement with Lu Ruoyi, the addition of Ouyang Fenghua into the mix, if Lu Ruoyi were to find out, given her temperament, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos. Qin Feng forced a smile, but before he could speak, Ouyang Fenghua interjected, He's not your man. Why does it matter if he answers your calls? Qin Feng cursed inwardly. Ouyang Fenghua's comment left no room for negotiation. Indeed, Lu Ruoyi's expression completely fell. And then she coldly remarked, It seems I have disrupted your good fortune? Especially upon observing Ouyang Fenghua's inebriated state, her anger surged uncontrollably. What good fortune? Ouyang Fenghua interjected, wrapping her arm around Qin Feng's, casting a provocative glance at Lu Ruoyi, and said, What exactly do you wish to convey? Qin Feng is merely your bodyguard. Why do you meddle so much? Do you have feelings for him? Qin Feng cleared his throat, attempting to withdraw his arm, yet Ouyang Fenghua held on tightly, fearing that any forceful movement might hurt her. Nevertheless, upon hearing Ouyang Fenghua's inquiry, Qin Feng pricked up his ears, evidently intrigued by Lu Ruoyi's response. Lu Ruoyi, infuriated, took a deep breath to suppress her rage and said, Since you are aware he is a bodyguard, then I am his employer. Does an employer not have the right to inquire about their bodyguard's whereabouts? While you may not be wrong, it appears you are overstepping your boundaries. Ouyang Fenghua retorted fiercely. The two young women seemed like sworn enemies from a past life, arguing upon their first encounter. Qin Feng felt a headache coming on and hastily interjected, Let me have a word. Silence. Lu Ruoyi scolded. Qin Feng, irritated himself, thought, Damn it. I haven't even fulfilled the engagement with you or done anything with you, and you're throwing such a fit. It's utterly irrational. Ignore her. Ouyang Fenghua taunted, casting another provocative glance at Lu Ruoyi before declaring, She is nothing but a madwoman. Lu Ruoyi's gaze turned icy. It was the first time she had been insulted in such a manner, and it nearly drove her to madness. Just then, another Bentley approached. Qin Feng was taken aback and asked, Is that your ride? Yes, Ouyang Fenghua nodded. I called the driver earlier at the barbecue stand. I was afraid something might happen. Qin Feng was utterly displeased. It turned out Ouyang Fenghua had summoned the vehicle long before, feigning a desire to share a room with him. While Qin Feng seethed, a waft of fragrance enveloped him as Ouyang Fenghua leaned in, kissing him lightly on the lips. It was a fleeting moment, and as she pulled away, her cheeks flushed, the intoxication evident in her gaze. I seemingly have developed a bit of fondness for you, she whispered in his ear, causing him to shudder. In the next moment, Ouyang Fenghua released him and dashed towards the Bentley, saying, Until we meet again. If you fancy that Tesla, I'll gift it to you. If not, I'll have it taken back. Once inside the car, Ouyang Fenghua turned to smile at Qin Feng. As the Bentley roared to life, she completely disregarded Lu Ruoyi, her laughter echoing like the gentle chimes of summer winds, leaving behind a lingering sweetness. Yet, with Ouyang Fenghua gone, only a cold-faced Lu Ruoyi remained, and Qin Feng dared not linger in such tantalizing thoughts for long. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Ruoyi expressionlessly climbed back into her car. Quick-witted, Qin Feng rushed down the stairs and grasped her arm. Let go, Lu Ruoyi commanded, her car door obstructed by Qin Feng's body, unable to close. Miss Lu, Surely you must allow me to join you? Qin Feng pleaded. Didn't I leave you a Tesla? Lu Ruoyi retorted with a cold laugh. Well, I've had a drink. So you intend to drive back sober? Lu Ruoyi was infuriated, struggling fiercely and threatening. If you don't let go, I'll scream. Qin Feng, unfazed, replied, scream all you want. No one will come even if you shout until your throat is raw. Though he found the situation odd, Qin Feng's thick skin allowed him to feel no embarrassment. Lu Ruoyi understood that when Qin Feng acted shamelessly, she stood no chance. Resignedly, she ceased her struggles and exclaimed, "What is wrong with you? Do you have no sense of shame?" Qin Feng, puzzled, asked, "What does this have to do with shame? You've already with my sister, yet you can still act this way with Ouyang Fenghua? How can you face my sister? You scoundrel!" Qin Feng was taken aback. "Who told you that? You said it yourself yesterday." Qin Feng felt a rush of frustration and replied, "I was merely jesting. I am entirely innocent with your sister. And the same applies to Miss Ouyang. It's not as complicated as you think." Lu Ruoyi scoffed. "Do you take me for a fool with a large chest and a small brain? Do I not have eyes?" Qin Feng thought to himself that this girl certainly had a knack for self-deprecation, but said, "Miss Lu is undoubtedly astute and exceptionally intelligent. Otherwise, how could she occupy such a prominent position in the company and secure funding from the Ouyang family? So, how did the negotiations go today? Did anyone make it difficult for you?" Though Lu Ruoyi realized Qin Feng was deliberately changing the subject, she still felt a surge of pride as she replied, "With me leading, the negotiations went splendidly. The funds will be in place within 2 days, and the contract has been signed." "Remarkable," Qin Feng exclaimed. "Such a momentous occasion warrants a toast, don't you think?" Lu Ruoyi's expression darkened again. "Didn't you just finish drinking with Ouyang Fenghua? By the way, I forgot to ask, how was that kiss she gave you? Was it delightful?" This girl seemed relentless. Qin Feng's temper flared as he grasped Lu Ruoyi's arm and pulled her out of the car. "What are you doing?" Lu Ruoyi gasped. Without answering, Qin Feng swiftly understood his intentions. He cradled her in his arms, slid into the driver's seat, and positioned her across his lap in a reclining posture. Lu Ruoyi found herself in a most compromising position, her face buried near the gear shift, a thoroughly embarrassing pose. Struggling to turn her head, Lu Ruoyi saw Qin Feng staring at her backside, prompting her to kick her legs and shout, "Qin Feng, if you dare to." Before she could finish, Qin Feng's hand struck down. With a resounding smack, he landed a firm slap on Lu Ruoyi's rear. She felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in disbelief. Her face flushed crimson, then turned pale with rage, unable to articulate the tumultuous emotions within. "Qin Feng, I will kill you," she screamed. "Why shout?" Qin Feng relished the sensation, stating, "If you continue to misbehave, I might just have to strike you again. You dare? Try it." Lu Ruoyi's eyes blazed with fury. "Qin Feng had previously you were talking nonsense." Lu Ruoyi retorted angrily. "Haha, your body cannot lie," Qin Feng remarked, becoming addicted to the thrill, and struck down once more. This time, caught off guard, despite gritting her teeth, a soft sound of pleasure escaped Lu Ruoyi's lips. How could this happen? She thought, gazing at Qin Feng's ambiguous smile, wishing she could burrow into the ground. Although she hailed from a prestigious family, she had always been fiercely independent, never relying on her family for anything throughout her studies or career. Of course, there were times when someone would bring her food if she was hungry, or offer her a coat when she felt cold, and there were bodyguards to fend off any bullies. She had never truly suffered. However, this very circumstance had bred in her a haughty demeanor, cold as ice. At that moment, a middle-aged couple emerged from the hotel entrance, evidently having just checked in, both looking invigorated. Upon noticing the scene between Qin Feng and Lu Ruoyi, the woman remarked, "The youth of today are truly audacious." Already getting into it before entering the hotel, the man, rather lewdly, suggested, "When shall we give it a try? I've heard most women find such things quite enjoyable." "You are insufferable." The woman giggled shyly, her eyes betraying a hint of desire. Listening to their conversation, Lu Ruoyi felt a surge of shame and rage, wishing fervently to disappear. Qin Feng, not wishing to go too far in public, whispered, "Lu, if you offer a simple apology, nothing too sincere, just a token gesture, I will let you go. In your dreams." Lu Ruoyi initially stood firm, but upon seeing Qin Feng raise his hand again, she panicked and blurted, "All right, I was wrong. I was wrong earlier. Now that's more like it." Qin Feng chuckled, releasing her, only to swiftly leap 3 meters away. True enough, Lu Ruoyi retaliated with a kick in her high heels, and had Qin Feng been a moment slower, it would have surely struck a sensitive spot, jeopardizing his future happiness. "You are truly cunning, Lu," Qin Feng teased. "I will remember this, Qin Feng," Lu Ruoyi declared from her car, fighting back tears, casting a cold glance his way. I never wish to see you again. With that, she started her Maserati and drove away. Qin Feng shook his head. Realizing he wouldn't be returning to the Lu residence that day, her jealousy was fierce, and given how things had escalated, it was wise to let her cool off before returning, lest he be inviting trouble. After the earlier incident, much of Qin Feng's inebriation had dissipated. Just as he was leisurely exiting Jujia, he spotted someone standing at the street corner. What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? It was Deng Jun. Qin Feng approached with a slight smile. Deng Jun was alone, his previously boisterous followers nowhere to be seen. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Deng Jun appeared flustered, quickly explaining. Brother Feng, you misunderstand. I have matters to discuss with you. What matters? Qin Feng inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Deng Jun replied, Our leader wishes to meet you. Your leader? Qin Feng frowned. I am not well acquainted with your organization, and I have no ties with your leader. Why would he want to see me? Deng Jun insisted. Brother Feng, you are now a notable figure in Zhonghai, having single-handedly ventured into the lair of the Bai Wuchang and left them at a loss. Our leader has long admired your reputation and, upon hearing I nearly offended you, sent me to make amends and invite you for a chat. Not interested. Qin Feng waved his hand, fully aware of the intentions behind Deng Jun's invitation. He had no desire to become embroiled in the gang rivalry, even though he was determined to confront the Black Shots. This was a personal matter for him. Seeing that Qin Feng was genuinely about to leave, Deng Jun hurriedly interjected. Brother Feng, get lost. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. I do not wish to repeat myself. The intensity of Qin Feng's eyes struck Deng Jun like a plunge into a bottomless pit filled with viscous blood, sending a shudder through his entire being. Such a gaze seemed inhuman, devoid of emotion, cold and merciless. He had no doubt that Qin Feng had taken lives. Only a butcher could possess such a detached glare. Deng Jun felt a chilling certainty. Should he attempt to impede Qin Feng, he might very well be killed in the next moment. The Black Shots are after you. Yet, recalling his leader's orders, Deng Jun suppressed his fear and called out after Qin Feng. Brother Feng, our leader wants to help you. Qin Feng halted, hands in his pockets, and replied coolly, Do you believe I require your assistance? Truth be told, had Qin Feng said this earlier, Deng Jun might have laughed it off. Who did he think he was? Did he believe that merely storming into a KTV would render him invincible? The Black Shots were a formidable force. How could one man stand against them? However, after experiencing the profound aura of menace emanating from Qin Feng, Deng Jun found no humor in the situation. He sensed that this man was not jesting. He possessed genuine confidence. Just as Deng Jun was at a loss for how to persuade him, Qin Feng's demeanor shifted. A faint smile gracing his lips. Since your invitation is sincere, I shall consider meeting your leader. After all, I am somewhat curious about the three major underground powers of Zhonghai. Deng Jun was momentarily stunned, then quickly recovered, exclaiming joyfully, Excellent. I will lead the way. Inside Deng Jun's Passat, Qin Feng remained silent. His change of heart was calculated. While he feared no confrontation with the Black Shots, he was not entirely alone in Zhonghai. With the Lu family as a concern, having another ally might provide an additional layer of security. Brother Feng, we have arrived. Deng Jun parked the car and respectfully assisted Qin Feng out. Once outside, Qin Feng observed a large venue, the dazzling neon-lit sign of the Queen Bar standing out vividly. It was peak hours for nightlife, with many men and women congregating outside, some unable to contain their affections. The Queen Bar was one of the largest in Zhonghai, under the protection of the Shanglong Society, a property of theirs. As Deng Jun's right-hand man, he clearly held significant sway here. Upon exiting, he was greeted by numerous subordinates and staff, even some patrons offering him smiles and flattery. However, upon noticing Qin Feng behind Deng Jun, many were curious about his identity, wondering how he could command such respect from Deng Jun, who seemed almost obsequious in his demeanor. Chapter 55. Your position is marginally acceptable. The Queen Bar was unlike ordinary establishments, spanning thousands of square meters with 2 levels. The upper floor was reserved for private rooms. Upon entering, Qin Feng was immediately engulfed by a cacophony that roared like a tidal wave. Guided by Deng Jun, they made their way to the staircase leading to the second floor, halting before the entrance to the private rooms. It was evident that access to the second floor was not for the average person. Several men donned in black suits and sunglasses stood guard, unmistakably bodyguards. Upon seeing Deng Jun, they bowed deeply, calling out, Brother Jun. Deng Jun inquired, Is boss went upstairs? After receiving confirmation, he turned to Qin Feng, stating, Brother Feng, I will inform him. Qin Feng nodded, and Deng Jun whispered to the bodyguards before they entered. A few minutes later, a man towering nearly 2 meters approached. His physique was remarkably robust, his muscles well-defined, exuding the power of someone who clearly devoted significant time to training. This individual was none other than Wen Quan, the leader of the Shenlong Society. It was said that before establishing the Shenlong Society, Wen Quan had spent some time as an underground fighter. Upon returning to Zhonghai, he leveraged his connections and personal strength to dismantle the dominance of the Haisha Society and the Skull Society, establishing his own power in the underbelly of Zhonghai. Indeed, Wen Quan was a legendary figure in the underworld. With a smile on his face, he extended his hand and declared, "Brother Feng, it is an honor to have you here." Despite the surrounding clamor, Wen Quan's voice resonated with clarity and strength. "Boss Wen." Qin Feng nodded and shook his hand. However, his expression quickly turned to one of concern as Wen Quan's grip tightened, as if he intended to crush his hand. "Boss Wen, this greeting is rather excessive," Qin Feng remarked with a neutral expression, subtly increasing his own grip in response. Wen Quan's face stiffened as he felt not only the waning strength in his arm, but also a powerful force emanating from Qin Feng, rebounding ferociously. Pain surged through him. Even someone as formidable as Wen Quan could not escape the intense discomfort. "Brother Feng's reputation is well deserved. I was indeed presumptuous," he stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Qin Feng slowly released his hand, saying, "I hope it was unintentional, Boss Wen." Wen Quan discreetly withdrew his hand behind him, concealing the fact that it had turned pale and was trembling. When he turned to face Qin Feng, he noticed the latter still wore a smile, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, it was this very smile, concealing a blade of malice, that filled Wen Quan with trepidation. He had no doubt that if he remained silent, Qin Feng would continue to grip his hand until bones shattered. "Please come in," Wen Quan said gravely, gesturing to invite Qin Feng into one of the spacious private rooms on the second floor. The room spanned over 30 square meters, featuring a large glass coffee table at its center and a floor-to-ceiling mirror. From the mirror, the view was splendid, allowing a clear sight of everything happening below. Directly opposite was the DJ booth and a large screen, where an array of men and women danced energetically in the central dance floor. Aside from Qin Feng and Wen Quan, there were 5 or 6 alluring women present, not only of Asian descent, but also blonde, blue-eyed Europeans, all adorned with flirtatious smiles as they approached Qin Feng. Wen Quan chuckled, saying, "This is the real welcome gift, Brother Feng. Choose whichever lady you fancy. We can arrange for her to accompany you tonight. 6 of them are at your service." Surrounded by their intoxicating fragrance, Qin Feng maintained a serious demeanor and replied, "What is the meaning of this, Boss Wen? Do you see me as a lecherous man? Heroes appreciate beauty, and especially someone of your stature, Brother Feng, must have an affinity for lovely women," Wen Quan retorted. "We are all friends here. There is no need for such modesty. I have no interest in these women." Qin Feng shook his head firmly. "If we are to discuss business, they should leave." Wen Quan's gaze narrowed. In his position, few dared to defy his wishes, let alone reject his goodwill. However, given Qin Feng's recent notoriety in Zhonghai, he was inclined to be accommodating. After a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand, instructing, "You may leave." The women, reluctant to depart, were accustomed to lecherous middle-aged men or those of less appealing appearance. A strong and handsome man like Qin Feng was a rarity, and someone even Wen Quan sought to befriend. As they left, their eyes were filled with longing. As they exited, Qin Feng, feigning nonchalance, playfully pinched the dairy re of one of the foreign women, feeling a twinge of regret as he pondered the high cost of maintaining this faade. Once the room was clear, only 3 individuals remained: Qin Feng, Wen Quan, and a scruffy-looking man who appeared to be a bodyguard standing beside Wen Quan. Wen Quan gestured toward the leather sofa and opened a bottle of red wine. "Brother Feng, please have a seat." Qin Feng sat down, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling window at the performance below, and said casually, "If you have business, just get to the point." "Boss Wen." "Very well, straightforward it is. I sought you out, Brother Feng, to forge a friendship and discuss matters regarding the Shenlong Society," Wen Quan replied, lighting a cigarette. Qin Feng encouraged him to continue. Wen Quan's eyes flickered with dissatisfaction, yet he pressed on, "Recently, you have made an enemy of the Haisha Society, and they will not let this slide easily. If you were to join the Shenlong Society, I can guarantee that they would not dare to act against you." Qin Feng exhaled a puff of smoke and chuckled, "Is this the reason for your invitation? I am well aware of your capabilities. But this is no longer an era where one can traverse the world alone. We need friends, brothers, and support. Furthermore, I can promise you a position as a hall master within our ranks should you join us." "A hall master?" Qin Feng shook his head, laughing softly. "That position is too insignificant." Wen Quan, sensing an opportunity, hastily added, "Of course, we can negotiate. Your joining would undoubtedly bolster the Shenlong Society. If hall master is insufficient, We could eventually promote you to the position of Chief Hall Master or Vice President. These are all feasible. Qin Feng shrugged and replied, but frankly, I am not particularly interested in such roles. Wen Quan's brow furrowed. Surely, these positions cannot fail to satisfy you? The truth is, I have grown accustomed to a free-spirited life. I dislike constraints. Titles like Chief Hall Master or Vice President would only serve to stifle me, Qin Feng explained. Wen Quan's expression darkened, a hint of anger simmering beneath the surface as he replied sternly, Brother Feng, do you wish to take my position as president? Wen Quan believed he had been sincere in his attempt to befriend Qin Feng, offering attractive terms. Even if one were strong, they were still but a single individual. Facing the Haisha society and the Qin family, how could he possibly contend with them? While Wen Quan sought to ally with Qin Feng, he was also offering protection. If Qin Feng failed to appreciate this, it would be seen as an outrageous display of arrogance, dismissing the Shenglong society entirely. I do not wish to be beholden to others. Qin Feng extinguished his cigarette. Thus, your invitation to join the Shenglong society must come with sincerity. If you were to relinquish the position of president, I might consider it. Arrogant, excessively so. Wen Quan's expression darkened ominously. Kid, do not push your luck. Before Wen Quan could respond, the scruffy man beside him spoke coldly, his eyes glinting with menace. Qin Feng glanced at him and said, Boss One, I have heard you were once an underground fighter. What level is your bodyguard? Wen Quan replied coolly, Qin Feng, it is crucial to possess self-awareness. I have presented you with generous terms to join us. If you continue to disregard this, our discussion may end here. And do not assume you are the only one capable of infiltrating the Crimson KTV. My subordinate can accomplish that too, albeit with less fanfare. Qin Feng chuckled softly, pondering when his deeds had become something others could replicate. Just as he was about to speak, his phone rang. It was Master Tan on the line, who immediately said, Brother Feng, the summoned personnel have arrived. Damn it, they are all tough nuts and remarkable individuals. Upon hearing your summons, they are all pumped up. Where are you? They want to meet you. Chapter 56, The High-Stakes Gamble. Qin Feng calculated the days. It had been over 3 days since the summons was issued, and the time for reckoning was nigh. Glancing at his watch, he declared, Have them come directly to the Queen's bar. I shall not be joining you. Master Tan replied, You handle the negotiations. With that, he hung up the phone. Upon Qin Feng's return, he found Wen Quan's demeanor considerably less amiable. Coldly, Wen Quan remarked, The terms I provided are final. If you truly believe you can stand against the Black Shale Society alone, then there is nothing more to discuss. This meeting ends here. Qin Feng turned to the burly man with a beard, countering with a question, Your boss just claimed you could handle this. You must possess considerable skill. What is your background? Los Angeles Chinese boxing champion. The burly man retorted, Zhu Zhan. Recalling the name, Qin Feng realized it belonged to someone of little renown, likely far down the blacklist and considered inconsequential. Shaking his head, he sighed. It appears that Master One has yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Those who invite me to collaborate are usually mafia lords or heads of syndicates, not someone from the Rising Dragon Society. To aspire to take your position is to overrate your worth. Comparing me to a bare-knuckled fighter is unnecessary. I see no reason to continue this conversation. Rubbish. Though Qin Feng did not explicitly state it, his dismissive tone had thoroughly enraged Zhu Zhan. The latter coldly asked, Master One, may I take action? Wen Quan, irked by Qin Feng's arrogance, nodded in agreement. Zhu Zhan stepped toward Qin Feng, extending his arm with a sneer. Kid, I've heard of your exploits. You indeed possess some skill, and I respect your courage. However, this venue is too confined. Let us settle this through a contest of wits. What is the point of that? Qin Feng replied with a faint smile, addressing Wen Quan, Master One, do you have a revolver? Wen Quan furrowed his brow. What do you intend to do? A test of nerve. Qin Feng grinned. This brother seems unconvinced. Let us see. Wen Quan, perplexed, signaled a subordinate to fetch a revolver. Placing it on the table, Qin Feng picked it up, opened the chamber, and emptied 5 of the 6 bullets, leaving just 1. After spinning the chamber, he returned the revolver to the table. Master One, there is but 1 bullet in this revolver. We shall take turns aiming it at our own temples. Is this not more intriguing than a mere contest of wits? Wen Quan's eyes narrowed as he comprehended Qin Feng's intent. His heart raced with turmoil. This man was utterly deranged. He wished to gamble with their lives. If you are to wager, what shall the stakes be? Wen Quan, having come to understand Qin Feng's character, knew this man would not engage in such a dramatic gamble without a significant reward. Indeed, Qin Feng smiled faintly. The stakes are simple. If I lose, it shall be my life. However, if I win, not only will I take the life of your prized subordinate, but you shall also heed my command. Obey my command. The words sent a shiver through Wen Quan. This declaration surpassed mere aspiration for his position. It suggested Qin Feng aimed to become the supreme ruler of the rising dragon society. In the next moment, several individuals armed with guns surged into the room, all aiming at Qin Feng. One thug coldly stated, "Qin Feng, Master Wen has shown you favor by discussing matters with you. You have gone too far. You're courting death." Another chimed in, "Master Wen, give the order, and I will eliminate him immediately." These thugs surrounding the room were all loyal to Wen Quan. Qin Feng's arrogance had pushed them to their limits, and they would not allow him to disrespect their leader. The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension, the air crackling with impending violence. Yet, in the face of so many weapons, Qin Feng remained unfazed, his expression calm, even sporting a slight smile as he addressed Wen Quan, "Master Wen, in the world of the martial, one must abide by the rules of the underworld. Are you conceding? Or are you afraid?" "Stop." Wen Quan's face shifted through various emotions before he bellowed. His subordinates hesitated, "Master Wen, put down your weapons." Wen Quan's expression was fierce as he turned to Zhu Zhan. "Do you have any objections?" Zhu Zhan, taken aback by Qin Feng's audacity, glanced at the revolver on the table, his expression shifting. Finally, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Master Wen, you have shown me kindness. I will follow your lead. Whatever you decide, I shall comply." "Very well." Wen Quan stood, declaring, "Qin Feng, I accept your wager." Qin Feng laughed heartily. "Splendid. Master Wen, shall we check the revolver for any tampering?" "No need for inspection," Wen Quan said darkly. "I trust you would not dare to cheat." Qin Feng smiled slightly. "Since you are so agreeable, I shall not hesitate. I will go first." With that, Qin Feng picked up the revolver and aimed it at his own temple. This revolver game, once popular in South America, involved a 1 in 6 chance of death with each pull of the trigger. However, as the rounds progressed, the odds of death increased. Zhu Zhan had intended to take the initial risk, but seeing Qin Feng already poised with the gun, he swallowed his impulse. The next second, click. Qin Feng pulled the trigger without flinching. A resounding click echoed as the chamber spun empty. The first round, a blank. Luck was on his side. Qin Feng smiled slightly. "Fortune favors me." Wen Quan, darkly contemplative, replied, "Yet I do not believe you can maintain such good fortune." As Qin Feng squeezed the trigger again, everyone held their breath. Such a high-stakes gamble was unprecedented in their lives. With one bullet already fired, only 5 remained, one of which was deadly. "Zhu Zhan," Wen Quan growled. Zhu Zhan nodded, prepared to take the revolver, but Qin Feng showed no intention of relinquishing it. Instead, he smiled, "I believe my luck is exceptionally good." With that, before their astonished gazes, Qin Feng continued to pull the trigger. Click, click, click. 4 more rounds, all blanks. This time, not only did Zhu Zhan's body stiffen, but the others were equally dumbfounded. Had anyone ever played so recklessly? It was as if he valued his life not at all. "Master Wen, it is now your turn." Qin Feng extended the revolver towards Wen Quan. As Zhu Zhan instinctively stepped back, sweat beading on his forehead, the dread within him escalated. Qin Feng's expression remained innocuous, yet to all present, it appeared as that of a devil, chilling to the bone. This man was a lunatic, a complete madman. 5 consecutive triggers pulled. A 5 in 6 chance of death. Wen Quan, having navigated the underworld for years, had never encountered someone as ruthless as Qin Feng. He understood the terror of such individuals, capable of inflicting pain not only upon their enemies, but upon themselves as well. "Master Wen, it is your turn," Qin Feng reminded him once more. Zhu Zhan's fingers turned pale as he reached for the revolver, trembling uncontrollably. Inside this revolver remained the last bullet, the one that would seal his fate. With such odds, did he dare to play? The pressure from the surrounding gazes was palpable, and as he reached for the revolver, an overwhelming psychological terror washed over him. Akin to knowing the path ahead in a seemingly inevitable situation of demise, how could Wen Quan allow Zhu Zhan to perish? Gritting his teeth, he uttered solemnly, "Qin Feng, you are indeed formidable. I concede." As his words fell, Zhu Zhan's arm drooped, as though he had been stripped of all vitality. And he slumped back into his chair, his body drenched in cold sweat, befitting the reputation of the so-called Chinese boxing champion of Los Angeles. Chapter 57. The shock from a blacklist powerhouse. Qin Feng's actions made the attendees of the Rising Dragon Society acutely aware of the extent of his madness. He had continuously pulled the trigger, wagering against a 6/5 probability. Who, aside from lunatics and desperados, would dare such a gamble? No wonder he dared to charge through Master Ma's encirclement or storm into the Crimson KTV. At this moment, Wen Quan's eyes were rife with profound apprehension and astonishment. "I refuse to believe it." Suddenly, the despondent Zhu Zhan seemed to recollect something, hastily seizing the revolver from the table and firing it towards the ceiling. Bang! The sharp crack of the bullet rang out, piercing through the cacophony of the bar. The next moment, the gun felt unbearably hot in Zhu Zhan's hand, and he cast it aside, collapsing onto the sofa, his complexion even paler than before. It was real. There truly was another bullet in the revolver. In that instant, his gaze was filled not only with shock, but also with a deep sense of respect. Conceded? Qin Feng smiled faintly and said, "Very well, Boss One. According to our wager, should we not fulfill our agreement? Enough of this nonsense." After a brief silence, a lackey at the door regained his senses and shouted, "Dream on if you think Boss One will heed your commands." Bang! Before the lackey's words could settle, Qin Feng appeared before him, raising his hand to send him flying. The lackey crashed heavily to the ground, a distinct five-finger imprint adorning his face, glaring at Qin Feng and demanding, "Do you dare strike me?" The sudden turn of events prompted others to raise their guns at Qin Feng. His voice was icy as he remarked, "I am merely teaching your boss a lesson. As a subordinate, you have no right to interrupt before your boss speaks. Do you understand the code of the martial world? Is there no distinction between ranks?" The crowd simmered with rage. At that moment, Wen Quan raised his hand, commanding, "Put down your guns." "Boss One," the lackeys shouted in unison. "Stand down." Seeing Wen Quan's anger, the group reluctantly lowered their weapons, though their eyes remained fixed on Qin Feng with hostility. Even Deng Jun, who had brought Qin Feng, did not anticipate such a forceful encounter between Qin Feng and Wen Quan. He stood at the door, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Qin Feng, even if I were to concede my position to you." Wen Quan rhythmically tapped his fingers on the coffee table, producing a sharp, crackling sound. "Do you believe you can command respect? Would my brothers of the Rising Dragon Society be willing to serve you?" This was an inept attempt to exert psychological pressure. But Qin Feng remained unfazed, chuckling softly as he replied, "Boss One, I have no desire to occupy your position. To me, it is merely a hot potato. All I require is your obedience. Obey you alone." The fierce glint in Wen Quan's eyes flickered as he said, "Qin Feng, you are indeed extraordinary. The most ruthless I have encountered. I admire your audacity and courage, but if you think this will make me submit, you underestimate both me and the Rising Dragon Society." Qin Feng smiled lightly, saying, "Ultimately, Boss One, you are merely reconsidering because I lack influence and stand alone." Wen Quan replied nonchalantly, "Say what you will. However, my earlier promise still stands. Should you wish to join, I will immediately grant you the position of vice president. If you decline, you may leave, and I will treat this as if nothing occurred." Although Wen Quan had verbally acquiesced, his potential change of heart was inconsequential, for this was his territory. After Qin Feng's audacious intrusion into the Crimson KTV, Wen Quan could not afford to be unprepared, hence his lackeys were keenly observing Qin Feng's every move. Should he exhibit any hint of defiance, they would not hesitate to fire. The situation was starkly clear. Qin Feng stood alone, while Wen Quan commanded the Rising Dragon Society. The disparity of strength was evident. Anyone not a fool would know to retreat. Yet Qin Feng defied this logic, suddenly smiling as he declared, "I do not intend to join, nor do I plan to leave. I shall wait for Boss One to change his mind." With that, he plopped down onto the sofa, crossed his legs, and sipped a glass of red wine. Wen Quan was taken aback, his brows knitting together as he coldly asked, "Qin Feng, my patience is limited." "What do you mean?" "You will know soon enough." Qin Feng gestured towards the outside, just as Wen Quan was about to inquire further. A resounding bang erupted at the entrance. The explosive sound reverberated through the bar, followed by a cloud of dust that engulfed the first floor. In the next moment, screams erupted as startled patrons turned in alarm. Moments later, a brawny man clad in a jacket strode into the bar. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes, a buzz cut framing a strikingly handsome face, yet his demeanor exuded arrogance, with two powerful arms cradling a rocket launcher over his shoulder. "If you value your lives, get out." He laughed boisterously. "You have 1 minute to decide." Goodness! Terrorists! The patrons were paralyzed with fear, gazing at the rocket launcher, and hastily fled towards the exit and emergency exits. Even the DJ and performers who had been dancing frantically rushed away. The cacophony of screams, terror, and outrage nearly drowned out the music, and within mere seconds, the bar descended into chaos. "What is happening?" Wen Quan stood up, gripping the railing at the window, and beheld the brawny man, his body jolting in shock. Heavy weaponry. Someone dared to wield a rocket launcher in his establishment. The launcher was approximately 60 centimeters in diameter. Once fired, it would obliterate the entire bar. Suddenly, a thunderous engine roared, and a motorcycle burst through the entrance. It was a stunningly modified Harley, and riding it was a fully armed individual, clad in a helmet and leather attire. Judging by her slender figure, she was undoubtedly a woman. "It's too noisy." Despite the patrons and staff scrambling for safety, the music blared on. The woman, dissatisfied, pulled out a silenced handgun. Bang, bang, bang. She fired at various corners of the bar, swiftly reloading as she unleashed 12 shots in quick succession. The surrounding speakers were shattered by the bullets, crashing to the ground as the music abruptly ceased, leaving the area silent as patrons fled in terror. Once silence fell, the woman cranked up heavy metal music from her motorcycle, casually picked at a toothpick, and coolly remarked, "Now that's more like it." Damn it. The brawny man with the rocket launcher glared at her in fury, declaring, "Turn off your music. It's unbearable." The woman scoffed, "Shut up, bulldozer. You're just a tasteless fool. Do you dare to turn me into dust? Try it," she retorted, raising her chin defiantly. Enough. At that moment, an armored vehicle stormed in through the dust, and 3 individuals emerged, with the foremost being Master Tan Ba. Beside him stood 2 individuals, a tall, slender man clad in a trench coat and another man, whose expression was devoid of emotion, standing at less than 5 feet tall, incessantly toying with a dagger in his hand. Master Tan coldly remarked, "Are you here to meet the senior, or to disrupt the gathering? Is there no semblance of decorum?" The woman and the burly man exchanged glances, then snorted disdainfully, ceasing their quarrel. "Deng Jun, go down and inquire about his identity." When Quan leaned over the railing on the 2nd floor, his face ashen, a sense of trepidation gripping his heart. These individuals were clearly not to be trifled with. He had no idea when he had offended them. At this moment, the subordinates of the Shenlong Society were also in a state of panic, having never encountered such formidable characters. After hearing Wen Quan's thunderous shout, Deng Jun hesitated, reluctant to descend. Just then, Zhu Zhan rose from the sofa, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "That woman referred to that man as Bulldozer. Could it be the one who nearly made it onto the global blacklist?" "What?" Wen Quan was taken aback. Bulldozer was a moniker for a notorious mercenary from Southeast Asia. Zhu Zhan inhaled deeply, his voice quaking. He once single-handedly infiltrated the royal palace in Saudi Arabia, abducting the royal family's youngest child and extorting 300 million while making a clean getaway, utterly lawless. Moreover, a year ago, he demolished the Shimitan Bridge in Singapore simply because a local tycoon had offended him, and that bridge was indeed the tycoon's property. A few years prior, there were reports of the Jingu Shrine in the island nation being half-destroyed. Rumor has it he was behind that as well. Having traversed the North American boxing scene, Zhu Zhan had some understanding of the blacklist, but as he recounted these events, his eyes trembled, and his voice quivered with fear. Chapter 58. Greetings, Senior. What? Zhu Zhan was astonished, yet Deng Jun and the subordinates of the Shenlong Society appeared even more stunned, especially upon hearing the burly man's exploits. Their eyes widened in disbelief. They were merely a group of low-level thugs, and compared to these reckless mercenaries, they seemed worlds apart. Moreover, based on Zhu Zhan's descriptions, if a confrontation were to ensue, the Shenlong Society would surely be no match for this bulldozer. That woman, if I am not mistaken, is likely called Night Owl, known for her deep affection for Harley motorcycles. Zhu Zhan stammered. Unlike Bulldozer, she is an assassin, renowned for her exceptional marksmanship. Of course, as an assassin, she does not rely solely on handguns. She also excels in throwing darts and knives. Any method of killing you can conceive, she is adept at. And she has made it onto the blacklist, ranking among the top 100. Bulldozer. Night Owl. The blacklist. When Quan's pupils constricted in alarm. Even if he had never encountered the underworld, as the leader of the Shenlong Society, he was somewhat aware of the blacklist, a ranking from the dark underbelly of society. Every entity possesses both a fade and a shadow. The blacklist represents that shadowy aspect. It is a global ranking that encompasses mercenaries, assassins, maniacs, and mad scientists, among others. Even the infamous Deathwing of Qin Feng earned his name in the underworld. The blacklist is the most authoritative testament to an underground figure's prowess. Entry into the top 100 symbolizes both reputation and strength. In Zhonghai, Wen Quan had yet to hear of anyone who had made it onto the blacklist, and even when considering all of China, those who did were exceedingly rare. Yet he could not fathom why the Shenlong Society, which had no ties to these individuals, was suddenly facing such a deadly confrontation. The man who entered behind them, the one with the mustache, must be Master Tan. Zhu Zhan continued. As for the 2 beside him, I do not recognize them, but anyone who associates with them is either an assassin or a mercenary, and their reputations are likely formidable. Master Tan. Wen Quan's heart trembled once more. He was all too familiar with this name, the largest information broker in Southeast Asia, possessing connections that could reach the heavens, even though he himself did not belong to any faction and had no background. To provoke him was akin to awakening a venomous serpent lurking in the tropical rainforest, with the risk of being bitten at any moment. Countless individuals sought his information, and many were willing to assist him. Now, the bar was eerily quiet. Although the subordinates of the Shenlong Society gripped handguns or rifles, they were all intimidated by the 5 individuals. At this juncture, when Quan could no longer remain in the shadows, he opened the glass door and descended. Zhu Zhan followed closely behind him, yet the dozens of subordinates of the Shenlong Society were overshadowed by the imposing presence of the 5 desperate men. When Quan approached the 5, his voice steady yet firm. Master Tan, I wonder what offense I, have committed to warrant such a ruckus? Master Tan smiled lightly, saying, You misunderstand. Big Brother One, we are not here to seek you out. When Quan was taken aback but restrained his anger, You have driven away my guests and wreaked havoc in my establishment, and you expect me to believe you are in the wrong place? Master Tan, I respect your status, but the Shenlong Society is not a venue where just anyone can cause a disturbance. Who do you think you are? Night Owl shot a cold glance at Wen Quan, her voice laced with murderous intent. If you dare speak to Master Tan that way again, I will shoot your bird and then blow your head off. Wen Quan fumed. He was no ordinary thug himself, and despite the formidable presence before him, he had his pride to uphold. He raised his hand, and his subordinates stepped forward. As he coldly declared, Try saying that again. Night Owl smirked, her hand moving to load her firearm. Do not anger her, Miss Night Owl. At that moment, the slender man in the trench coat spoke calmly. Allow me to handle this. As he spoke, the slender man stepped forward, smiling. Big Brother One, I apologize for the disturbance. Let's celebrate our first encounter with a little magic. Wen Quan retorted angrily. Who the hell wants to see your magic? Spare me your theatrics. The slender man shook his head, saying, Big Brother One, you are being irrational. If you do not wish to see magic, then I shall resort to a little trick. With that, the slender man suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Everyone stared in disbelief as he produced a sound from his fingers, bewildered by his antics. Yet, 1 second later, boom, the bar's counter exploded. A fireball shot skyward, shattering the entire ceiling. In the blaze, every face was starkly illuminated, especially that of Deng Jun and the others, who instinctively recoiled several steps, staring in horror at the slender man. You. Wen Quan pointed at the slender man, utterly speechless with shock. Surprised? The bomb at your entrance was also my doing, the slender man said with a slight smile, narrowing his eyes. And there is more to come. Rubbing his thumb and middle finger together once more, he snapped again. Boom. In the central area, flames surged skyward, and the ground erupted, creating a massive crater 5 to 6 meters wide, shaking the entire bar as if it were an earthquake. You. Wen Quan was at a loss for words. At this moment, Zhu Zhan pointed at the slender man, incredulous. You are the bomb fanatic, Guijun. Looks like I still have some reputation, Guijun replied nonchalantly. His eyes filled with disdain. Zhu Zhan gasped. Goodness, these people are all extraordinary, fierce individuals. How could they all converge at the Queen's Bar? It's simply outrageous. In order to prevent any conflict with Wen Quan and his associates, Zhu Zhan immediately addressed Tan Ba Yi, saying, Elder Yi, although you are in Zhonghai, we have always maintained a respectful distance from one another. There has never been any conflict or entanglement between us. Why must we ruin the harmony? If you have come to the wrong place, please leave. Our people will not obstruct you. Zhu Zhan was acutely aware of the nature of this group, knowing that opposing the Shenlong Society would only lead to disaster unless they could capture them all at once. Just one night owl or one bomb maniac could easily disrupt Wen Quan's peace of mind. At that moment, a calm voice emerged. The crowd turned to see that Qin Feng, who had been comfortably seated on the sofa on the second floor, had suddenly stood up, leaning against the window. He leaped down from nearly 5 or 6 meters high. Qin Feng, what is he doing? Wen Quan was taken aback. Brother Feng. Tan Ba Ye's face broke into a smile upon seeing Qin Feng. Weren't you supposed to be absent? Qin Feng looked towards Tan Ba Ye, who shook his head, saying, These stubborn fellows insisted I come along. They were afraid of being too tense in your presence. Greetings. Qin Feng nodded towards the 4 individuals. At the sight of him, Night Owl dismounted from her motorcycle, removing her helmet to reveal a strikingly beautiful face, albeit a bit tanned. Meanwhile, the bulldozer lowered his rocket launcher, and Guijun along with another shorter man stepped forward, their expressions filled with reverence as if they were pilgrims. Greetings, senior. They bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle towards Qin Feng, their eyes ablaze with admiration. What? This scene left all members of the Shenlong Society in utter shock. Deng Jun and Zhu Zhan felt as if they were caught in a torrent, unable to contain their overwhelming emotions. The most astonished among them was Wen Quan. He had previously dismissed Qin Feng as a solitary figure unworthy of commanding him, yet now, these fierce individuals, who even instilled fear in Zhu Zhan, were bowing to Qin Feng with utmost sincerity. This realization sent tumultuous waves crashing through his mind. He never anticipated such a resounding slap to his face. "Greetings, senior?" Qin Feng chuckled softly upon hearing those words. In truth, he had been a senior to this group. Having entered the European underground world 5 years ago and retreating 2 years ago, while they were still struggling to make a name for themselves. When Lauda, Qin Feng turned to glance at Wen Quan. Though his voice bore no hint of malice, Wen Quan instinctively took a step back, trembling. "Are you afraid?" Qin Feng smiled faintly. At this moment, Wen Quan could no longer afford to ponder the deeper meaning behind Qin Feng's smile. As a powerful figure in Zhonghai, he felt an overwhelming urge to flee from this place. Qin Feng's smile resembled that of a reaper wielding a scythe, ready to claim his life at any moment. Wen Quan could not respond, for even if he claimed otherwise, anyone present could see his fear. At this moment, everyone finally understood the purpose of this group's visit to the Queen's Bar. They had come to see Qin Feng, or rather, they were summoned by him. How could the Shenlong Society possibly stand against such individuals? Every person felt a chill run down their spine. "Your phone, give it to me," Qin Feng said calmly. Wen Quan forced a smile, trembling as he retrieved his phone and handed it to Qin Feng. Under immense pressure, he had no choice but to comply. After taking it, Qin Feng entered his number and returned it to Wen Quan, stating, "What I said earlier still stands. Take your time to consider. When you've made up your mind, give me a call." With that, Qin Feng waved his hand and boarded the armored vehicle. "Drive." Tan Ba Yi complied obediently, reversing the vehicle and turning it to exit the Queen's Bar. Once they departed, the bar was left in a state of disarray, littered with debris and the remnants of destruction, punctuated by the heavy breaths of those present. That Qin Feng was truly terrifying. Zhu Zhen was the first to regain his composure, astonished. Night Owl, Bulldozer, Guojun, and the unknown short man wielding a dagger were all far superior to him, each a potential contender on the blacklist. In the underground world of Southeast Asia, they were like reapers. It was no shame to lose to Qin Feng. Zhu Zhen wore a bitter smile, still unable to comprehend why these unconventional mercenaries held such reverence for Qin Feng. What was his true identity? As he gazed at Wen Quan, who appeared deflated while clutching his phone, he sighed and patted his shoulder, saying, "It's all right, Wen Lauda." Thankfully, we did not escalate matters, leaving room for future connections. Wen Quan took a deep breath, stating, "Find someone to clean up this mess. I need to return." Clenching his fists, he realized what needed to be done, since he could not afford to offend them and had lost. As the leader of the Shenlong Society, he had no choice but to compromise. "Brother Feng, I will heed your advice." Taking out his phone, Wen Quan sent a text to Qin Feng. After sending it, he exited through the back door of the bar, knowing that it would likely remain closed for a considerable time due to today's events. Inside the armored vehicle, the spacious rear was occupied by Qin Feng and 5 others, gathered closely together. In the dim light, Qin Feng wore a smile as he observed the 4 individuals across from him. "How did you manage to bring the rocket launcher?" Qin Feng inquired, directing his question at Bulldozer. To be honest, aside from Night Owl, who ranked within the top 100 on the blacklist, he was unfamiliar with the others. He had distanced himself from the underground world for 2 years and, during his time in the military, had mostly encountered those already on the blacklist. Operating at a different level, Bulldozer sheepishly scratched the back of his head, saying, "Brother Feng, I heard you were in danger," and hurried over without hesitation. Night Owl scoffed. "Just a big oaf with no brains, and he speaks so dramatically." Night Owl, with her short hair and slightly tanned skin, was undeniably beautiful. But a closer look revealed a cross-shaped scar on her right cheek, adding an air of danger to her allure. "What do you know?" Bulldozer retorted angrily. "With a flick of my wrist, I could break your little limbs, believe it or not." "Enough," Qin Feng interjected, raising his hand. "You all have come to see me, having received my summons, correct? I didn't expect the legendary Deathwing to be so young. That's quite surprising," Night Owl remarked nonchalantly. "Playtime? How do we play?" Qin Feng understood their intent to test him and smiled in response. "I shall indulge you. Disassemble the gun." Night Owl tossed a Desert Eagle at Qin Feng, saying, "Let us see who can disassemble and reassemble it faster. The challenge begins now." As she spoke, Night Owl picked up another Desert Eagle and began disassembling it. True to her expertise with firearms, her speed was astonishing. Within just over 20 seconds, the gun was reduced to parts, which she swiftly reassembled, completing the entire process in just over 70 seconds. "Impressive," Guojun remarked, his eyes gleaming. The others looked at Qin Feng, with Night Owl harboring a hint of provocation in her gaze. Qin Feng smiled faintly, admitting that disassembling a firearm was a trivial skill in his eyes. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll do it." In a mere 58 seconds, he disassembled the handgun and reassembled it, even loading the magazine with bullets. Night Owl was incredulous. The Swiss champion of disassembly took 60 seconds. Yet, Qin Feng accomplished it in just 58 seconds with such ease. Is there anything else? He inquired, tossing the gun back. Night Owl, thoroughly impressed, replied, No, that's all. Now, let us introduce ourselves, Qin Feng suggested. Night Owl, Bulldozer, Gujun Hunter. You are the hunter? Qin Feng's gaze shifted to the diminutive man who toyed with a dagger, his eyes betraying surprise. Among the group, the first three were rather ostentatious, causing him to nearly overlook this individual. The hunter was not a mercenary but a bounty hunter, specializing in hunting down mercenaries to earn international and UN bounties. Although not on the blacklist, such individuals wielded formidable power and reputation. Upon hearing his self-introduction, Night Owl and the others narrowed their eyes. Though they had convened at Master Tan's, they were unaware of each other's identities. Now, the mention of a bounty hunter cast a heavy atmosphere. Rest assured, in deference to Senior Deathwing, I shall not harm you, the hunter remarked nonchalantly. I came to assist after seeing your summons, as a way to repay a favor. What favor? Qin Feng frowned. Among them, the hunter exuded the most dangerous aura. The hunter smiled faintly, saying, In Italy, you aided me once, for years ago. Though I suspect you do not recall. However, I am a man who repays kindness and vengeance alike. Qin Feng nodded. Truthfully, he did not remember. Now that we have met, Brother Feng, Master Tan interjected, you should state what you intend to do. I wish to return home for some rest. Very well. Qin Feng replied. I am targeting the Dongyang group, which is backed by the deeply entrenched Qin family of Zhonghai. Therefore, I need your assistance. The Dongyang group? No problem. Bulldozer laughed heartily. I'll go destroy them right now. Smash their buildings and their ancestral home. Are you out of your mind? Night Owl scoffed. If it were that easy, Senior Deathwing would have handled it himself long ago. He wouldn't need to seek our help. Clearly, he wishes for us to devise alternative methods. Precisely, Qin Feng said calmly. You need not worry about the Dongyang group. I will find a way. However, I require your help to take down the Black Shaka Society. And how do we deal with the aftermath? Guojun pondered, furrowing his brow. The Black Shaka Society is a local power with ample territory and connections. If we dismantle them, the repercussions could be significant. Senior, we are all lone wolves. While we can assist in clearing obstacles, we are not adept in other matters. I have already made arrangements, Qin Feng said, noticing a message from Wen Quan on his phone. He smiled faintly, adding, and it will come to us automatically. Once you are done, the Shanglong Society will help us handle the aftermath. Bulldozer's enthusiasm surged as he pounded his chest and declared, It is an honor to work with Senior Deathwing. When do we start? I can hardly wait. In a couple of days, Qin Feng said, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Chapter 60, Sudden Developments. After less than half an hour of discussion, Night Owl and the others departed the armored vehicle, leaving only Qin Feng and Master Tan. They leaned against the car window, both lighting cigarettes. In truth, there were more than just these four, but after my screening, I chose them due to their strong confidentiality. Master Tan sighed. Brother Feng, you have no idea. Shortly after I sent out the summons, my inbox was nearly flooded. Once you decided to emerge as Deathwing, it signified that not only those indebted to you or in admiration would come seeking you, but also those harboring grudges would do the same. Qin Feng exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze glimmering with a fierce light as he replied solemnly. I am fully aware. The identity of Deathwing once commanded a formidable reputation in Europe and the underground world of America. And with such notoriety comes an equal share of enmity. The individuals I have offended are large underground factions, financial tycoons, and influential families. Numerous forces have been searching for me during my 2-year absence. As long as you are prepared, Master Ten exhaled. I shall take my leave. You and your companions can take action. Wait, Qin Feng interjected. I require your assistance. What kind of help? Master Ten exclaimed. I have already washed my hands of this business. Brother Feng, you cannot make exceptions for me. How many times have you claimed to be done with this? Qin Feng scoffed. Has any of those claims ever been successful? Rest assured, this time it is a remunerated request. I will compensate you. It is not merely a matter of money. 1 million, plus my favor. This. All right, speak on, what is it? Masterton hesitated, but ultimately acquiesced. He was not driven by the allure of the million, but rather the value of Qin Feng's goodwill. In the world, who does not recognize that Deathwing is a man of deep loyalty, and his favor is worth a fortune? Hence, even a stingy person like Master Tan had to consider it carefully. A smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips as he said, Good. Master Tan, you are aware that I am currently a bodyguard at the Dihao Group, maintaining close ties with the Liu family. While I have decided to deal with the Dongyang Group, due to the Qinyu matter, I suspect a connection involving the biotechnological advancements of the Dihao Group, which could be detrimental to both Dihao and the Liu family. What do you need me to investigate? Master Tin assumed it was a challenging task, only to frown upon hearing the request. I suspect there is more than one force or family involved, and the Dongyang group surely plays a role. Therefore, I need your assistance. Qin Feng stated calmly. Begin your investigation with Li Xiantian and his son from the Dihao group, as well as Sun Chongqing from the Yunlu group. Master Tan grinned. Biotechnology is a hot topic in recent years. Many mercenaries and even private armies from Southeast Asia covet this technology. Those from Europe and America, unable to obtain it, might turn their sights on China. If what Brother Feng suggests is true, targeting Dihao, there will likely be more than just one or two factions involved. Rest assured, gathering intelligence is my forte. I will have a response for you within a day. Qin Feng nodded. I await your good news. After parting ways with Master Tan, Qin Feng exited the vehicle. He found a room to stay for the night, and the following day, he headed to Xinxiao Hospital. Today, Lu Yang was undergoing surgery. Even if the operation were successful, his recovery period would determine whether he faced a lifetime of paralysis. Ruan Lin had remained at the hospital, sitting outside the ward, and she appeared quite anxious upon seeing Qin Feng, her face a shade paler. Has Lu Yang gone in? Qin Feng reassured her first before inquiring. He has. Ruan Lin replied. We must wait. Qin Feng nodded and approached the German orthopedic expert team to discuss matters. The surgery would likely take at least half a day, possibly longer. Thus, around noon, he ordered takeout and brought it to Ruan Lin. However, she set the food aside and shook her head, saying, Brother Feng, I can't eat. Rest assured, nothing will go wrong. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Feng said, I told you Lu Yang would be fine. You must trust me. Ruan Lin forced a smile, nodded, and remained silent. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, the surgical room door finally swung open, revealing a German doctor in a mask who scanned the surroundings until his gaze landed on Lu Yang. Lu Yang restrained Ruan Lin, who was about to inquire, and walked over himself. The patient's injuries are quite severe. We cannot guarantee that his legs will function as they did before. The German doctor spoke in English, adding, however, you can rest assured, sir, that we will do our utmost to stabilize the patient's condition and ensure he regains consciousness as soon as possible. Qin Feng's voice grew somber. Just tell me whether the surgery was a success or a failure. The German doctor replied, that will require observation. The surgery itself was successful. We have repaired the rib area, but the legs will depend on the patient's self-healing ability and may require a second operation. Qin Feng inhaled deeply, a fiery anger igniting within him. Damn Qin Yu for causing Lu Yang such suffering. He regretted not being more forceful during the charity auction, allowing Qin Yu to escape with only minor injuries while Lu Yang suffered immensely. Is there a chance of paralysis? Qin Feng inquired again. The doctor shook his head, stating, Sir, you are familiar with medical matters. You should understand the severity of the patient's injuries. We can only do our best, but success depends on chance. Our team can assure you there is a 30% chance the patient will stand again. Qin Feng nodded. 30% is not insignificant. What do you need from us? The doctor hesitated before responding. The patient must undergo a second surgery to have any chance of recovery. But this next operation carries risks of failure, potentially involving the brain's nerves. Not only could it lead to paralysis, but also to cerebral palsy. If you agree, we can proceed with comprehensive suturing to observe before the next round of surgery. After conferring with Ruan Lin, who agreed to the proposal given that this expert team was the best available at Xinxiao Hospital, they signed a contract. Half an hour later, Lu Yang was wheeled out of the operating room, wrapped like a mummy, and transported to the ward. Although Qin Feng initially intended to leave, he ultimately decided to stay at the hospital to keep vigil. The expert team worked tirelessly until around 8 or 9 in the evening before returning to their assigned accommodations. In the entire VIP ward, only 2 dedicated nurses were present to care for the patients. After much persuasion, Qin Feng finally convinced Ruan Lin to return home for rest, and he settled down on the family bed beside Lu Yang. At 7 the next morning, while the sky was still dim, Qin Feng, in a state of drowsiness, was suddenly jolted awake by a commotion downstairs, followed by the sound of cars crashing through the barriers. The ensuing chaos included shouts and noise. What on earth is happening? Qin Feng sprang from his bed, furrowing his brows as he stepped outside the ward. Peering over the railing, he saw 7 or 8 black cars parked below. While the hospital guards were utterly overwhelmed, 3 security personnel lay on the ground, incapacitated by the assailants. There were over 20 individuals, all masked and hooded, with some remaining at the front while others charged toward the hospital's lobby. A doctor attempted to intervene, seemingly ready to call the police, but was swiftly kicked aside by one of the intruders. Guns. As Qin Feng caught sight of the assailant who had delivered the kick, his eyes narrowed. The man's jacket had flared up, exposing a firearm holstered at his waist. These individuals were vicious, and upon entering the lobby, a new wave of conflict erupted between them and the doctors and nurses. Chapter 61. Striking first. Yet Qin Feng felt an unsettling apprehension. Hospitals were not banks or corporations, and even money-driven terrorists would not choose such a venue. These intruders were clearly trained and purposeful. The cacophony subsided within moments. With the hospital's security room and monitoring center having been thoroughly compromised, the original staff were either unconscious or bound. Suddenly, a nurse assigned to Lu Yong emerged. Her previously drowsy eyes now wide with Qin Feng was consumed by fury, a murderous glint flickering in his eyes. At this distance, it was evident that he could not engage in close combat. He swiftly chambered a round in his handgun and aimed at one of the assailants, firing without hesitation. Bang! The sound of the bullet slicing through the air echoed sharply in the otherwise silent space. In the next instant, the leader of the 4 bandits was struck, the bullet's force propelling his body backward to collide with another thug. After hitting one, Qin Feng's gaze turned cold, and he fired 3 more shots. All 4 men collapsed, and one of them, leaning against the railing, shouted below, "There's an ambush." However, he need not have called out. The resounding gunfire had already revealed everything. Several more individuals emerged from the vehicles parked below, their expressions frigid as they brandished rifles and commenced a barrage of gunfire. Damn it! Just as Qin Feng prepared to charge out, he found himself exposed and quickly dropped to the ground. To his astonishment, these men were utterly reckless, unleashing a hail of bullets beneath him. The relentless storm of lead rendered him immobile as he pressed against the corner wall, listening to the cacophony of gunfire, all the while calculating his next move. Soon, he noticed more assailants rushing up. They had discovered his position, and peeking out would surely result in being shot. Thus, he pivoted and retreated to the stairwell. Taking cover, Qin Feng reached the elevator entrance. The dozen or so men who had ascended were now acting in concert, and with their preparations, it became increasingly difficult for him to eliminate them all at once. Just then, a gunshot rang out, striking the door to the patient room. Damn it! Qin Feng turned his head, his expression darkening. These thugs seemed to know Lu Yang's room and were assaulting it. Another shot echoed, shattering the glass. Ah! The screams of 2 nurses inside pierced the air, filled with sheer terror. Yet, Qin Feng was aware of the layout. Lu Yang's bed was situated far from the entrance, rendering the bullets ineffective, serving only as intimidation. Nevertheless, an unprecedented surge of murderous intent welled up within him, his eyes chillingly resolute, resembling a lone wolf lurking in the dark, ready to hunt. With 3 rounds left, Qin Feng's gaze fixated on the elevator entrance, awaiting its arrival on the 6th floor. When the doors opened, he did not act immediately. Instead, he kicked a chair towards the threshold. A cacophony of splintering wood erupted as 3 men burst from the elevator, rifles and submachine guns in hand, instantly turning the chair into a sieve, just the right number. Amidst the flying splinters, Qin Feng's expression hardened as he aimed for one man's forehead. Bang! The bullet left the chamber, instantly obliterating the target's head. Until now, Qin Feng had refrained from lethal force, but this was different. These men had dared to attack the patient room, armed with light weaponry. If he did not eliminate them, his fury would remain unquenched. "This man is an excellent shot. We need cover." One thug spoke into the intercom as he sought refuge in the elevator after witnessing his comrade fall. But Qin Feng would not allow them to escape. Bang! 2 more shots rang out, and both men succumbed to his fire. Rolling on the ground to evade the gunfire from below, Qin Feng rushed to retrieve an AK-47. An old friend. As he gripped the weapon, a sinister, icy smile crept across his lips, and his demeanor transformed, becoming as sharp as a drawn sword, radiating lethal intent. In that moment, he was no longer Qin Feng. He had transformed into the legendary warrior of the battlefield, the invincible Dragon King. He disengaged the safety on the AK and charged down the corridor, merely glancing at the entrance before raising the gun and firing. Rat-a-tat-tat. It is well known that the AK has considerable recoil, yet Qin Feng expertly controlled the weapon, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets that seemed to be guided by an unseen force, striking down 6 men below in an instant. A feat almost inconceivable. Not a single bullet from them found its mark on Qin Feng. Having dealt with the thugs below, Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow. He knew that another group was still splitting up, likely taking the stairs. However, the sound of gunfire and static from the intercom suggested they were too frightened to emerge. While they hesitated, Qin Feng was determined to infiltrate their ranks. Pulling the pin from a grenade taken from a fallen thug, he tossed it into the stairwell's fire escape. Counting silently to 3, he soon heard a chorus of panic below. "It's a bomb. Run." Boom. Just in time. The explosion reverberated throughout the hospital, shaking the very structure, as Qin Feng, armed with the AK, plunged into the stairwell, eliminating the remaining 5 thugs. In total, over 20 heavily armed and well-trained bandits had been decisively eradicated by Qin Feng in less than half an hour since their entrance into the hospital. When the police arrived at the scene, they were utterly astonished by the carnage at the stairwell and entrance. How could it be you again? Upon noticing Qin Feng gripping the AK, those familiar with him felt a chill run down their spines. Jiang Qianqian furrowed her brow, incredulous. Did you accomplish all this alone? Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Who else could it be? At his words, the officers collectively gasped in disbelief. The intelligence they had gathered revealed that these individuals were mercenaries, notorious throughout Jiangnan, far more ruthless than the gangsters Qin Feng had previously faced. Their strength was likely comparable to an entire police squad. Yet, against all odds, Qin Feng had single-handedly dealt with them. How could they be anything but astonished? As dawn broke, after negotiating with the police, Qin Feng arranged for the hospital to transfer the patients. Just then, his phone rang. It was Master Tan. Brother Feng, I've uncovered some information. Just as you suspected, there is indeed a connection, and it runs deep. Go on, Qin Feng said, lighting a cigarette. Master Tan paused before continuing. Are you familiar with a man named Gao Hu? Yes, Qin Feng replied coolly. Gao Hu's Oriental Pearl is one of Southeast Asia's largest underground forces, boasting a vast private army. It is said that they control half of the Golden Triangle. I had dealings with them during my time with Longya, but we had little in common. Exactly, Master Tin nodded. As I dug deeper into this lead, what do you think I uncovered? Is it Gao Hu? Qin Feng asked gravely. Close enough, Master Tan said. The connection to Zhonghai involves Gao Hu, and among those working for him are the Qin family from Danyang Group, the Sun family from Yunlu Group, the Niu family from Tianqin Group, and a few smaller enterprises that are also involved. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. The Emperor's wealth is merely a newly emerging company. Why would Gao Hu focus on them? The reason is simple. Biotechnology, Master Tan replied solemnly. Everyone knows that biotechnology is the future. Gao Hu needs biological pharmaceuticals to bolster his private army and can profit from selling biopharmaceuticals. With the Golden Triangle in decline, Gao Hu's Oriental Pearl naturally seeks new avenues for profit. So they have set their sights on the Liu family's biotechnology. Qin Feng mused, frowning. However, this technology is backed by state investment. Even if the Qin family is powerful, how could they possibly hand it over to Gao Hu? Quite simply, Master Tin explained. State investment is just one aspect. When the time comes, they can always claim the experiments failed and conjure up any excuse. With the mountains high and the emperor far away, who would be the wiser? What they needed to do was simply to oust the Liu family from the board of directors. Once the vice chairman, Li Hai, took control, the Qin family would be poised to take over, while the Sun family engaged in pharmaceutical smuggling, making everything fall into place seamlessly. Oust the Liu family from the board? Qin Feng took a deep breath. This game was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Unbeknownst to him, he had already become deeply entangled in this web of schemes. Master Tin nodded and remarked, there are countless avenues to exploit regarding the Liu family. Through unconventional means, it would be quite easy to bring them to heel. Furthermore, with the research in biotechnology hitting a bottleneck and funds drying up, the timing is impeccable. By the way, I heard the Ouyang family is planning to inject capital. If they intervene, it could complicate matters for them. I suspect they will be compelled to act soon. So, Brother Feng, you should remain vigilant during this period. Damn it. Qin Feng suddenly recalled something and cursed aloud. Master Tan was taken aback, asking, what's wrong? They have already made their move. Qin Feng thanked him for the information and abruptly ended the call, his expression darkening as he hastily dialed Lu Qian. Uncle Lu, what are you doing? Qin Feng inquired. Getting ready to head to work. Why so early? Lu Qian replied with a chuckle. I don't know what's going on, but the shareholders have called an emergency board meeting and insist I attend. I was hoping to catch a bit more sleep. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. Indeed, Li Hai and the others were about to strike. Upon hearing Lu Qian's question, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Happy? What do you mean by that? You and Ruai didn't come home last night. She mentioned she was going to find you, Lu Qian said with a teasing grin. Come on. Don't tell me nothing happened between you two. I can tell my daughter has a little interest in you. A night together, sparks may fly. Uncle Lu. Qin Feng's heart raced, and he hurriedly asked, you mean Miss Lu didn't return last night? That's right, Lu Qian confirmed. She didn't come back after work yesterday. What about Ruali? She went to school. Qin Feng inhaled deeply. Despite his raging fury, his voice remained eerily calm as he said, you need to attend the board meeting now. But remember, Uncle Lu, if anything happens during the meeting, If someone threatens you or attempts anything, ignore it. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best to remain silent. What do you mean? Hearing Qin Feng's grave tone, Lu Qian's voice lowered as he asked, what is going on? It's nothing. Qin Feng forced a smile. I have to go now? After hanging up, Qin Feng's expression was exceptionally grim. Lu Ruo, he had not returned home overnight. He felt no sense of luck. He was acutely aware that something had happened to her. Now, he understood the assault on the hospital. The attackers were not only targeting Lu Yong, but also him, Qin Feng. When Lu Yong was in trouble, Qin Feng would inevitably rush to help. And if Lu Ruo faced danger as well, he would be caught in a dilemma. The upheaval at the Dihao board meeting, coupled with Lu Ruo's disappearance, would leave Lu Qian in a precarious situation. Damn it! Qin Feng cursed again, his fury rising like wildfire. Had he not been fortuitously keeping vigil here tonight, both Lu Yong and Ruan Lin might have faced peril. While Qin Feng was strategizing yesterday, they had caught him off guard, ensnaring him in their trap. Qin Feng, wait. Jiang Qianqian approached and asked, can we discuss what just happened? She had come to realize that Qin Feng was not an ordinary individual, so she did not intend to detain him, but rather maintained an inquiring stance. Qin Feng shook his head. That's a matter for your police investigation. If you need my cooperation, I can come to the precinct later. I'm pressed for time now. Jiang Qianqian believed she had been quite accommodating, but Qin Feng's reaction was unsettling. I hope you will cooperate with us now. These individuals are wanted criminals, and we need to understand their motives and actions. Is there still a need for understanding? Qin Feng suddenly turned, his eyes as red as blood as he coldly replied, it's obvious it was the Qin family behind this. It's glaringly clear. And you come to ask me? We are the police. We need evidence. Jiang Qianqian took a step back, intimidated by Qin Feng's gaze. Fine, I'll help you. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and coldly commanded, take care of Lu Yong. Ensure your people keep a close watch on him. If anything happens, I will hold you accountable. Jiang Qianqian simmered with anger. Why should she take orders from him? But she had no time to voice her grievances, for after delivering that command, Qin Feng strode toward the hospital exit, bathed in the first light of dawn. Had it not been for Master Tan's warning, had he not come to annul his engagement, the Lu family would have already been ensnared from the onset of the venomous mercenary group's attempt to abduct Lu Ruo, leading to the subsequent viral incident. With so many forces at play, even if the Lu family eventually discerned the danger, their downfall would be inevitable. But now, the situation was different. The Lu family was no longer isolated. With him as their unsheathed sword and the dark wings soaring overhead, they would not face this peril alone. Exiting the hospital, Qin Feng sent a message to Yi Xiao, Bulldozer, and Guojun, simply stating, commence action. His only uncertainty now lay in Lu Ruo's safety. He hoped she remained unharmed. He flagged down a random car by the roadside, activated the navigation, and set off. Now that he had entered the fray, he would break free from it. Throughout his life, Qin Feng had encountered numerous perilous situations, each time emerging unscathed. His reflection in the rearview mirror revealed eyes that were chillingly cold and merciless. At this moment, those who knew him understood that Qin Feng was furious. Chapter 63. The storm approaches in the East Yang Group building in Zhonghai City. Chairman Qin Zhongxiang gazed out at the rolling clouds and the golden sunrise, a serene smile gracing his face. The plan has commenced. Qin Ming stood behind him, speaking in a low voice. Excellent. Qin Zhongxiang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of dominance as he said, although this plan has encountered the unforeseen variable of Qin Feng, with your assistance to restrain him, it should proceed without a hitch. I've already dispatched people to capture Lu Yong, and to avoid being discovered as the Blackshaw Association's doing, I specifically sought outside help. Qin Ming replied solemnly, although Qin Feng is formidable, as long as we restrain his brothers, he should be too preoccupied to concern himself with the Lu family. That would be ideal. Qin Zhongxiang's eyes glinted like a venomous snake as he sneered. This scheme has been in the works for quite some time, and Boss Gao can no longer wait. It is time to close the net. Heh, Lu Qian, that fool, probably remains blissfully unaware of the impending disaster. We shall catch him off guard. Father, is everything arranged? Qin Ming inquired. Do I need your guidance to carry out my tasks? Qin Zhongxiang shot a cold glance at Qin Ming. Qin Ming shuddered and said, your son would not dare. Humph. Yet you, after all these days, have allowed the forces in Zhonghai to ridicule us, and you still have not taken action against Qin Feng. Instead, you wait to capture his useless brother. What a futile endeavor. Qin Zhongxiang coldly remarked. You are bringing shame to the Qin family. Qin Ming defended. I sought out by Wu Chang in recent days. He mentioned that Master Tan is by Qin Feng's side. So I conducted a thorough background check before acting rashly. What is there to investigate about a retired special forces soldier? He could be easily dealt with. Do you think he can thwart our grand scheme? Qin Zhongxiang glared at Qin Ming and said, I suspect you are reluctant to avenge your brother. You have ulterior motives. Qin Ming's body jolted, and he hurriedly replied, Father, I have no such intentions. Qin Zhongxiang let out a low grunt, his imposing aura suddenly surging forth. You had better not, or I can elevate you to the position of the leader of the Black Shaman Society, but I can also pull you down from that height, leaving you with nothing. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming lowered his head, his fists clenched tightly. If this man were not his father, he would have struck him long ago. Yet, it was precisely because this man was his father that he found it even more incomprehensible why Qin Zhongxiang favored Qin Yu so much while being excessively harsh on him. Qin Zhongxiang paused briefly before continuing. All right, you are responsible for dealing with Lu Qian's 2 daughters. They are the key to persuading Lu Qian, and nothing must go awry. Father, rest assured, Lu Ruoyi is safely held by my people and will not be discovered. As for Lu Ruoyi, my team is monitoring her and will issue a warning to Lu Qian. Very well. A smile finally appeared on Qin Zhongxiang's lips. You can leave now. After laying the groundwork for so long, I am eager to enjoy the thrill of reaping the rewards. Oh, and once this matter concludes, bring Qin Feng before your younger brother. I want to kill his brother in front of him and then let your brother torment him, making his life a living hell. Understood, Qin Ming replied, but at that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. As soon as he answered, his expression changed dramatically. Qin Zhongxiang noticed the change in his demeanor, and after Qin Ming hung up, his expression grew cold. What happened? Father, Qin Feng has gone to the hospital. Qin Ming's face darkened as he took a deep breath. My men have failed. Useless. Qin Zhongxiang slammed his fist on the table, glaring fiercely at Qin Ming. Is this the person you found? Unable to handle a single individual? Cold sweat broke out on Qin Ming's forehead. Father, I did not expect Qin Feng to be at the hospital. And you know how formidable he is. Last time, Master Ma and Bai Wuchang were. I am not here to listen to your excuses. Qin Zhongxiang's voice turned icy. If this setback disrupts our plans, let me assure you, you cannot afford the consequences. It won't. Qin Ming shivered. This plan is unknown to Qin Feng, and even if he finds out, it doesn't matter. As you said, he is just one person, a retired special forces soldier at most. He will not affect our plans. That better be the case. Qin Zhongxiang pointed towards the door, coldly commanding. Tell your men to be more vigilant, then get out. Suppressing his anger, Qin Ming nodded and exited the room. Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, after greeting Zhang Ying, Lu Qian got into his car and headed towards the company. It was only 8 o'clock. Why was there a board meeting so early? Although Lu Qian was not as influential as those from the prominent families, he had risen as a force in the business world. And one does not reach his level without a keen sense of awareness. Especially after his phone call with Qin Feng, he felt that something was amiss. Feeling uneasy, he called Lu Ruoyi, but the line was busy and no one answered. Lu Qian's brow furrowed in concern. Suddenly, a Honda car came barreling down the road. Nearly colliding with his vehicle, Lu Qian slammed on the brakes, and the Honda passed by, crashing into a fire hydrant on the sidewalk. Many passers-by stopped to watch, and Lu Qian rolled down his window to see what was happening. Just then, a man in a black coat approached his car and looked in through the window. Who are you? Due to the road incident, Lu Qian had halted his car, staring at the man whose eyes revealed a chilling intent, filling him with an unsettling premonition. The man remained silent, simply tossing an envelope through the window. Furrowing his brow, Lu Qian picked up the envelope, and upon opening it, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Inside were 2 photographs. The first showed Lu Ruoyi trapped in a dim, warehouse-like space, curled up in a corner with her mouth bound by cloth, her surroundings indistinguishable but clearly dark and damp. Lu Ruoyi had her eyes closed, seemingly unconscious or in distress. The second photograph was of Lu Ruoyi at the entrance of St. Yada University, enjoying breakfast with a radiant smile, completely unaware that she was being photographed. These images were evidently taken recently. Lu Qian's heart raced as he trembled, feeling dizzy. His eldest daughter had been kidnapped, and it was evident that his second daughter was also in danger. He forced himself to regain composure and glared at the man before him, demanding, "Who are you? What do you want?" "Stay calm," the man replied in a low, gravelly voice. "Director Lu, I do not wish for any unpleasantness. You have a board meeting at Dihong shortly, and I trust you understand what you need to do." Lu Qian attempted to seize the man, but he easily evaded him and melted into the crowd, disappearing in an instant. Damn it, Lu Qian cursed, feeling an overwhelming sense of urgency. Just then, his phone rang. Initially thinking it was Qin Feng, he checked only to find it was Li Hai. "Director Lu, where are you? The shareholders are already seated, waiting for you." Li Hai's voice oozed with arrogance. "I hope you haven't encountered any issues on the road." Lu Qian's body tensed, and he gritted his teeth. Li Hai, did you do this? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Li Hai laughed mockingly. Director Lu, you haven't been in the office lately. Have you lost your mind? Li Hai, if you dare to harm my daughter, you will regret ever being born. Lu Qian warned coldly. Focus on your daughter. You should be more concerned about yourself. Li Hai snorted, his tone darkening. I will only wait until 9 o'clock for you. If you are not here by then, you will face the consequences. With that, Li Hai hung up the phone. Lu Qian slumped in his seat, his face flushed, breathing heavily. At that moment, he finally comprehended the meaning behind Qin Feng's earlier words. Someone was targeting the Lu family, and this board meeting was a trap. Once back in the car, Lu Qian's heart raced as he shifted gears, speeding towards the Dihong building. Above Zhonghai City, despite the brilliant sunshine, there was an oppressive air, as if an invisible storm was brewing, ready to unleash its fury. Two individuals stood guard nearby to prevent anyone inside the restroom from escaping through the front. What are you doing here? Qin Feng asked, his expression darkening as he approached. His sudden arrival startled them, and one of them brandished a dagger, sneering, Kid, mind your own business. This doesn't concern you. Get lost. Qin Feng quickly deduced that they were members of the Black Shale Society. Without hesitation, he charged at them, delivering a flurry of blows. The four were no match for him, collapsing to the ground in agonized groans. He kicked the door open, revealing Lu Ruoli inside, visibly shaken and trembling in the corner. Upon hearing the door burst open, she screamed, clutching a spoon and cried, Don't come any closer. It's all right, Ruoli, it's me. Qin Feng reassured her. My father called me just now. As soon as Lu Ruoli recognized him, she rushed into his embrace, her body quaking as she exclaimed, Something's happened to our family. I know. I will handle everything, he replied, his gaze turning steely. He gently patted her shoulder, comforting her. I've called for help. You need to go with them soon. No. Lu Ruoli clung tightly to him, her voice trembling. I don't want to leave you. Listen to me, Qin Feng said sternly. You understand the situation. If you don't comply, I cannot save your sister. What happened to my sister? Lu Ruoli froze, realizing he had let slip critical information. Qin Feng quickly added, Your sister is in danger. I came to ensure your safety first before going to rescue her. If you act recklessly, it will cause trouble not just for me, but for your sister and father as well. Tears welled in Lu Ruoli's eyes as she nodded. All right, I understand. I'll listen to you. Qin Feng took her hand and led her out, but just as they reached the edge of the car, at least 50 men appeared from a distance, all thugs armed with spring knives and exuding malevolence. One of the men he had just knocked down shouted, Don't let them escape. A glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He stomped down on the head of the fallen thug, and with a scream, the man fell unconscious, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. Where do you think you're going? The leader of the thugs glared at Qin Feng, closing in around his car. He pointed at Lu Ruoli and said, Let that woman go, and we might consider sparing your life. Seeing this crowd, Lu Ruoli was filled with dread, trembling even more. Get in, Qin Feng said abruptly, opening the car door and pushing her inside before locking it and rolling up the windows. Brother Feng. Lu Ruoli's face was filled with worry and urgency as she pounded on the car door. Though she knew Qin Feng was formidable, the sheer number of assailants was intimidating. Ignoring her, Qin Feng turned his attention to the thugs, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. So, the Black Shale Society has come out in force against a defenseless woman? Is that honorable? The leader of the thugs sneered. What, playing the hero? Which school do you represent? Let me tell you, today you're as good as dead. Is that so? Qin Feng cracked his neck, responding nonchalantly, Your boss, Master Ma, said the same to me before. I wonder if he is still enjoying himself in the hospital? Master Ma. The thug's expression shifted as realization dawned on him. He pointed at Qin Feng, horrified. You're Qin Feng? Indeed, Qin Feng replied, stepping back before unleashing a perfectly executed spinning kick that connected with the thug's head. With a resounding thud, the thug was sent flying, his neck nearly snapping as he collapsed, frothing at the mouth. You little brat, how dare you strike first? The remaining thugs were both shocked and enraged. However, before they could retaliate, a motorcycle roared onto the scene with a deafening sound, and a barrage of flying needles shot forth from the woman riding it. The needles rained down like a torrential storm, swiftly targeting the thugs. Accompanied by a chorus of screams, the thugs fell one by one. Where did that damn woman come from? They cursed, but before they could react further, the rider, Night Owl, revved the throttle and charged into the fray, knocking several thugs aside as the motorcycle skidded and left a trail of destruction. After 2 minutes of mayhem, Night Owl, having had her fun, unleashed another volley of needles, leaving the remaining thugs sprawled on the ground. The entire sequence was dazzling and stylish. Brother Feng. Night Owl removed her helmet, glancing at Qin Feng. Your timing is perfect, he said, pulling her off the motorcycle and gesturing toward the car. That's my sister inside. Please take care of her. Night Owl looked puzzled, furrowing her brow. You brought me here just to watch over your sister? I thought long and hard. And you're the most suitable choice. You're a killer, well-versed in various assassination techniques and adept at counter-assassination as well, Qin Feng stated solemnly. That's why I trust you with my sister. You'd have me babysit while you go off to fight? No way. Night Owl shook her head, drawing 2 handguns and twirling them on her fingers. I refuse that offer. I want to join you in the action. You're truly a violent one, Qin Feng mused. And after some persuasion, he finally convinced her. Let me be clear. If you Haven Tea wrap things up in 2 hours, I'm coming to find you. Night Owl said coldly. I'm a killer, not a bodyguard. Qin Feng considered this and replied, Fine, the motorcycle is requisitioned. Without delay, he climbed onto the Harley, retrieving a helmet from the storage compartment. Hey, Night Owl protested, valuing her motorcycle, but Qin Feng had already revved the engine and sped off like an arrow. Night Owl had no choice but to hop into the car. Are you scared? She asked Lu Ruoli, who was still captivated by the earlier display of combat. Upon noticing Lu Ruoli's scar, however, she hesitated. Gathering her courage, Lu Ruoli replied, Your brother Feng's friend. Since he trusts you with me, I'm not afraid. Night Owl shook her head, preparing to start the car and leave the university town in search of a safe haven. At that moment, Lu Ruoli piped up, Sister, could you teach me those fighting techniques from before? My skills are for killing, not for show or sparring, Night Owl replied coldly, her smile sinister as she regarded Lu Ruoli's eager expression. Do you really want to learn? A chill ran down Lu Ruoli's spine, and she fell silent. Chapter 65, Frenzy. As the Harley motorcycle burst through the company lobby at over 150 miles per hour, the security personnel were caught completely off guard. By the time they realized what was happening, it was far too late. The motorcycle collided with the glass, shattering it and crashing into the reception area. Which floor is your chairman on? The motorcycle's wheels sparked against the ground as it came to a halt. Qin Feng removed his helmet and inquired with the receptionist. The 2 young women at the front desk were clearly startled and found themselves at a loss for words before the fierce-looking Qin Feng. Who was this insolent young man daring to cause a ruckus in our company? Security personnel at the entrance rushed in with electric batons, immediately attempting to strike Qin Feng. With a muffled grunt, he dismounted and effortlessly kicked them away. They were no match for him, and in mere moments, they lay defeated. Who are you? A man who appeared to be a company executive stepped forward, pointing at Qin Feng and admonishing him. If you cause any more trouble, I will call the police. Qin Feng scanned the reception area and quickly located the floor of the chairman's office. He leaned his motorcycle against the front desk and headed toward the elevator, pressing the button without acknowledging the executive. The executive, incensed, shouted, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? One more word, and I'll make you regret it. In response, Qin Feng turned, drew a handgun from his waist, and aimed it directly at the executive. The man was taken aback, retreating in fear until he stumbled and fell to the ground. The remaining staff fell silent, unwilling to provoke Qin Feng further. With an icy demeanor, Qin Feng entered the elevator and ascended to the chairman's office. The commotion below had already caught the attention of Sun Changqing, who was poised to make a phone call when Qin Feng forcefully kicked open the door. Startled, Sun Changqing dropped the receiver, nearly losing his composure. The bullet that Qin Feng fired struck the phone, creating a smoking hole. Had he hesitated even slightly, the bullet might have found its mark on his hand. Sun Changqing looked up, recognizing Qin Feng, and shouted in a trembling voice, Qin Feng, what are you doing? Do you know it's illegal to barge into my office? Surprised that the businessman had any knowledge of the law, Qin Feng nodded and approached with a sinister smile, which only appeared menacing to Sun Changqing, who continued to back away, shouting, Don't come any closer. If you do, I will strike. What will you strike with? Qin Feng stood resolutely before the desk. Sun Changqing, leaning against a shelf of books, quickly turned and retrieved a handgun from a drawer. Yet, his movements were outpaced by Qin Feng, who lunged forward and kicked the weapon from his grasp. Sun Changqing cried out in pain, clutching his arm. Qin Feng seized his hair and slammed his head onto the desk with tremendous force. Where's Lu Ruoi? Qin Feng demanded coldly. Lu Ruoi? I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no connection with Dihao. How could I know where she is? Sun Changqing stammered. Are you feigning ignorance? Qin Feng did not respond further, but instead wrenched one of Sun Changqing's arms, snapping it with a sickening crack. Sun Changqing screamed in agony, tears streaming down his face. You have 2 more chances. I advise you not to squander them. I truly don't know what you're talking about. I have never seen Lu Ruoi. Sun Changqing's heart raced in terror as he sensed the murderous intent radiating from Qin Feng. You've got the wrong person. Even if you kill me, I cannot provide you with the information. Is that so? Qin Feng let out another grunt and twisted Sun Chongqing's arm again, producing another crack. Beads of sweat formed on Sun Chongqing's forehead, and his cries echoed throughout the office. Just when he thought his suffering was over, Qin Feng raised his foot and forcefully stomped on his kneecap, exerting tremendous pressure. Qin Feng, well versed in traditional medicine, knew that this specific area was crucially linked to the human body's vital points. Such a brutal strike would incapacitate anyone. Sun Chongqing gasped, unable to vocalize his pain, his body curling up as he trembled. If not for Qin Feng still gripping his head, he would have collapsed. You have one last chance. Qin Feng's voice was chilling, reminiscent of a death knell. Sun Chongqing, now fully aware of Qin Feng's terrifying nature, dared not resist any longer. Lu Ruoyi is in Qin Meng's hands. You must find Qin Meng. I know nothing else. Provide me with your smuggling routes, Qin Feng instructed calmly. Additionally, you must possess communication records and draft contracts involving your collusion with Gao Hu, the Qin family, and the Niu family. Do not tell me you do not have them. Realizing that Qin Feng was not merely seeking Lu Ruoyi, Sun Chongqing's body tensed, his expression filled with dread as he looked at Qin Feng. How do you know? Though Qin Feng's face was expressionless, it exuded a palpable fear that struck at the core of Sun Chongqing's being, leaving him uncertain of Qin Feng's next move. Instinctively, he nodded, but panic quickly set in as he protested. I don't know what you're talking about. I truly do not know. Mr. Sun, my patience is limited. Qin Feng warned coldly. I have yet to settle the matter regarding the Poison Snake Mercenary Corps with you. Since I am aware you would act today, do you truly believe I came here merely for a friendly chat? Sun Chongqing was overwhelmed with terror, unable to fathom how Qin Feng had acquired such information. Yet he dared not reveal anything. What do you want? He quavered. Are you truly willing to squander your last chance, Mr. Sun? Qin Feng nodded and dragged Sun Chongqing toward the window, stating, We are on the 16th floor. If you were to fall, do you believe you would survive? Peering down at the street below, Sun Chongqing felt a wave of vertigo wash over him. Terrified, he dared not look down, trembling as he pleaded, Qin Feng, please don't do anything rash. Murder carries a heavy price. Mr. Sun, my patience is finite, Qin Feng reiterated calmly. Please cherish your final opportunity. Sun Chongqing understood the gravity of Qin Feng's resolve. In his current volatile state, he might very well throw him out. I cannot. Gao Hu will not spare me. The Qin family will not let me go. Sun Chongqing stammered, Qin Feng, Brother Feng, I truly cannot provide you with that information. Gao Hu's vengeance means he would take your life, and your life is in my hands. Qin Feng replied coldly. As for the Qin family, you need not worry. There will be others to deal with them. What? Sun Chongqing trembled, realizing the implication behind Qin Feng's words. This man intended to confront the Qin family. 3, 2. Qin Feng began a countdown. Ultimately, under the crushing weight of fear, Sun Chongqing could no longer hold out and shouted, In the hidden compartment behind where I threw the gun, there is a secret compartment. Qin Feng yanked Sun Chongqing away from the window and tossed him to the ground. Gasping for breath, the overwhelming fear of death dulled the pain coursing through his body. And as he sat down, he felt a warm sensation spreading beneath him. He had lost control of his bladder from sheer terror. Qin Feng located the hidden compartment. Retrieving communication records, a document resembling an oath of allegiance, and a record of their logistics company's smuggling routes, all safely stored within the compartment's vault. These items are precisely the crucial evidence that Qin Feng requires to bring down the Qin family. Chapter 66. The turmoil of the Black Evil Society. Although the incident occurred unexpectedly, Qin Feng's mind remained remarkably clear and composed. He knew exactly what steps to take. Observing Sun Chongqing on the ground, he sneered, These items are sufficient for you to rot in prison until death. I was coerced. I swear I was coerced. Sun Chongqing exclaimed in horror. Brother Feng, you must believe me. I had no choice. The Qin family is too powerful. They contacted Gao Hu, and both the Niu family and I were forced to cooperate with them. Qin Feng, wrinkling his brow at the foul stench emanating from the ground, replied coldly. You can relay that to the police later. After folding the items neatly, he stuffed them into a bag and dragged Sun Chongqing towards the door. At that moment, many employees of Yunlu had gathered outside, witnessing the scene and gasping in shock. They never anticipated that Qin Feng would so brazenly storm in and subject their chairman, Sun Chongqing, to such torment, leaving him on the brink of unconsciousness within minutes. Now, being dragged like a lifeless dog, Sun Chongqing was led towards the entrance by Qin Feng, leaving the onlookers paralyzed with fear, unsure whether to flee or stay. Get lost, Qin Feng commanded coldly. The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd instinctively parted, especially upon seeing the murderous glint in Qin Feng's eyes, which chilled them to the core. Unimpeded, Qin Feng exited the elevator, dragging Sun Chongqing outside, where he secured him to a motorcycle before departing from Yunlu Company. The employees could only watch in stunned silence as Qin Feng audaciously took away their chairman, not daring to utter a word. "Where's Qin Ming?" Qin Feng coldly demanded, lowering his head as he rode the motorcycle. "Give me his number." As the wind howled around them, Sun Chongqing trembled, stammering. "Qin Ming is the leader of the Black Evil Society. You cannot defeat him, Qin Feng. I advise you to abandon these unrealistic notions quickly. It may just save your life." Qin Feng delivered a sharp slap to Sun Chongqing's face. "Want to die? I can accommodate that." Dazed from the blow, Sun Chongqing, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "I have a phone in my pocket with the Qin family's contact information." Qin Feng pulled over, retrieved Sun Chongqing's phone, and glanced at him. "Let me make this clear. This phone is linked to your fate. If Qin Ming does not cooperate, I will kill you." "What do you mean?" Sun Chongqing shuddered, sensing no hint of jest in Qin Feng's gaze. Qin Feng remained silent, locating Qin Ming's number and dialing it. The call quickly connected, and Qin Ming's voice came through. "Hello, boss son. I am Qin Feng." Qin Feng replied in a low tone. "Qin Feng." Qin Ming's voice shifted, surprise evident. "Why are you calling me? How did you get Sun Chongqing's number?" "Sun Chongqing is in my possession," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. "Release Lu Ruoi, and we will exchange." "Dream on." Qin Ming scoffed. "Sun Chongqing is merely a cog in the wheel of transportation. Without him, we can find others." Qin Feng, face reality. Offending the Qin family leads to a grim fate. "I possess evidence of your dealings," Qin Feng stated coldly. "Consider your options." Qin Ming hesitated, then sneered. "So what if you do? We can easily manipulate the narrative to claim that Sun Chongqing framed us. Do you think the vast resources of the Qin family fear a mere special forces soldier?" Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, taken aback by Qin Ming's audacity. After a moment, Qin Ming continued, "By the way, feel free to kill Sun Chongqing. He serves no purpose. But let me warn you, Qin Feng, your ally, the Lu family, is on the brink of collapse. Once they fall, you will be next. Dreaming of saving anyone?" "Huh." Qin Feng had the phone on speaker, and upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Sun Chongqing trembled with rage, shouting, "Qin Ming, you scoundrel. You intend to burn the bridge after crossing it. I sourced those routes myself. Whereas your father? Let him answer the phone." "Sun Chongqing, you have been incredibly careless, allowing Qin Feng to capture you. Those items you possess are of no concern to me, but if the higher-ups learn of this, you will not escape unscathed," Qin Ming coldly remarked. "After planning this for so long, if your negligence leads to your demise, it won't matter. Your family won't be spared." Sun Chongqing seethed with fury, gritting his teeth. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly burst into laughter. "What are you laughing about?" Qin Ming's voice turned serious. "I heard you have a grand villa near Meiteon Park?" Qin Feng replied casually. "That must be where the higher-ups of the Black Evil Society convene." "How do you know?" Qin Ming's heart sank, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "I have sent you a gift. Though it is still early, remember to sign for it." After saying this, Qin Feng hung up the phone. Sun Chongqing, witnessing the cold gaze of Qin Feng, pleaded in terror, "Brother Feng, spare me, don't kill me. Killing you is not my immediate intent. Your life has its uses." Qin Feng retorted, delivering a kick that knocked Sun Chongqing unconscious before unceremoniously depositing him into a trash bin. He then roared off on his Harley motorcycle, disappearing into the distance. "Hey, Meiteon Park Villa," Qin Ming muttered darkly after the call ended, slamming his phone onto the sofa. "What happened, boss?" Beside the sofa stood He Wuchang. Bai Wuchang, still recovering from serious injuries, remained in the hospital. True to his name, He Wuchang was a man of dark complexion, and upon witnessing Qin Ming's fury, he shuddered. Despite their notorious reputation in Zhonghai, He and Bai Wuchang dared not utter a word in the face of Qin Ming, not solely due to his status, but also because of his ruthless methods. In Zhonghai, He Wuchang had never encountered anyone as cold-blooded and decisive as Qin Ming. When he was enraged, blood flowed like rivers. That was Qin Feng on the phone. Qin Ming stated coldly. "Qin Feng." He Wuchang furrowed his brow. "Isn't he in the hospital?" "What did he say?" "Sun Chongqing is in his hands," Qin Ming replied icily. And that old bastard Sun Chongqing must have surrendered everything to Qin Feng in a desperate bid to save his life. He Wuchang's body trembled. They had meticulously plotted for so long, and it was imperative that nothing went awry. "What should we do? Should we send someone to rescue Boss Sun?" "Rescue? Nonsense." Qin Ming scoffed. "Does Qin Feng dare to kill? Has he ever killed anyone? He is just a special forces soldier. Does he think he can shake the heavens of Zhonghai? I want to see what he intends to do with Sun Chongqing. By the way, is Lu Ruoi safe?" "Rest assured, my men are keeping watch," He Wuchang replied with a cruel smile. "Additionally, I've instructed those in the university town to make their move against Lu Ruoi. They should be en route now. Good. I'll call my father to check on the progress at Dihao, Qin Ming said coldly. Lu Qian will certainly be concerned about his two daughters. Before he could finish, a deafening sound erupted from outside the villa. Report. Someone has breached the estate. He Wuchang's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Qin Ming and He Wuchang exchanged stunned glances. Then Qin Ming snatched up the walkie-talkie, shouting, "Who is it? How many of them?" "I don't know. They are all in their vehicles." The voice from the other side was filled with urgency, exclaiming, "They have heavy machine guns, grenades, and bombs, boss. We can't hold out any longer." What? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Qin Ming was left speechless. Was this truly a battle? Were those weapons actually prepared? How could this be possible? He immediately rushed to the balcony to take a look. The villa complex was vast, nearly all of it belonging to Qin Ming, and beyond the towering walls lay a massive lake. The echoes of explosions were coming from that direction, reverberating thunderously. Although Qin Ming was on the second floor, he could not discern the situation outside clearly. However, he soon found he would no longer need to strain his eyes, for with a resounding boom, the iron gate of the estate was blown open, crashing down to the ground. Following this, a gray SUV barreled in, crushing everything in its path. As it entered the courtyard, 3 individuals emerged from the vehicle, each bearing an icy demeanor. "Damn it, who dares to wreak havoc in our Blackshaw society? They are simply courting death." Inside the estate, upon receiving the news, the bodyguards clad in black rushed out, cursing and brandishing their weapons. Yet, before they could approach, they halted in their tracks. The burly leader standing beside the SUV had pulled out an M429 heavy machine gun with 200 rounds, swiftly aiming it at them. The atmosphere became charged with tension. In the next moment, the sound of gunfire erupted, accompanied by the laughter of a bulldozer, as bullets swept toward the dozen or so bodyguards. In an instant, blood splattered, with no distinction made. Within 5 seconds, all the bodyguards were left wounded on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ming felt a chill run down his spine, gasping in horror. This was indeed a heavy machine gun. His subordinate had spoken the truth. After dispatching the group, the bulldozer brazenly shouted towards the villa, "Where's Qin Ming? Come out. Damn it." Qin Ming's eyes narrowed, fury igniting within him. As the eldest son of the Qin family and the leader of the Blackshaw society, when had he ever been called out like this? It had been ages since he had heard those words. Just as he was about to act, bang. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the storage room below. Flames shooting into the sky, scattering countless wooden shards that made the entire villa tremble. Qin Ming halted in his tracks, both astonished and enraged. Who were these people? He grasped He Wuchang's collar, angrily demanding, "How did they get here? Quickly, grab your weapons and take down those 3. Yes, yes. He Wuchang immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie and began issuing commands. They had at least 60 armed men nearby. Yet, as He Wuchang communicated, the surroundings felt eerily silent, with no response coming through the walkie-talkie. What was going on? Qin Ming sensed something was amiss. He Wuchang trembled. Perhaps it's a signal issue. The communication is malfunctioning. Is it a problem with you? Qin Ming slapped He Wuchang on the head, bellowing, "At this distance, you say there's a signal problem? Call our people over at once. Gather everyone." He Wuchang did not dare delay, promptly retrieving his phone to make the calls. Up ahead, it was President Qin, right? Guojun suddenly spotted the two on the balcony and grinned. Qin Ming's expression darkened. "Who are you? Do you know where this place is?" "This is your headquarters." Guojun replied with a smile. "President Qin, do you really think we would dare come here without knowing the situation? As for who we are, you only need to know that we are here to take your life." Qin Ming's eyes glinted with cold fury. "In Zhonghai, few would dare speak to me this way." The bulldozer laughed heartily, still pretending. "You offended the senior Deathwing. You're courting death." After saying this, the bulldozer suddenly opened fire towards the balcony, bullets raining down like a storm in Qin Ming's direction. Compared to these seasoned gunmen, Qin Ming and He Wuchang appeared as innocent infants before a giant. With the sound of shattering glass, the entire balcony was reduced to ruins. Had the bulldozer not deliberately spared them, they would have surely perished. Though Qin Ming had navigated the underworld of Zhonghai, he had never encountered such a scene. This hulking figure was no mere thug. He resembled a soldier charging out of the trenches, utterly ferocious. Qin Ming crouched to avoid the bullets, but before he could retreat back into the room, a flying knife whizzed past his head, its hilt embedding itself firmly into the wall, shaking violently. Qin Ming was struck with terror as he turned to see the hunter toying with a dagger, his gaze cold as ice. "Just stay there, don't move." "Who are you?" Qin Ming was petrified. In modern society, masters of cold weapons surpassed those of firearms by far, and individuals like the hunter, who could wield a flying knife with such skill, were exceedingly rare. At least in his memory, he could not recall having offended such a person. At that moment, Guijun suddenly began to applaud, saying, "The senior mentioned he has a gift for you. Before that, may I ask, is Miss Lu Ruoyi here in this villa?" Lu Ruoyi? A gift? Qin Ming's heart skipped a beat as realization dawned on him, horrified as he stammered. You are the ones Qin Feng sent?" The bulldozer laughed. This fool is only just realizing. Qin Feng had indeed sought help from external forces. They were mercenaries, weren't they? He had turned to mercenaries. Casting aside any sense of chivalry, Qin Ming gritted his teeth, instantly comprehending the identity of these individuals. He bellowed, "How much did Qin Feng pay you?" "I'll give you double. Leave now, and I'll write you a check immediately." "Go to hell." The bulldozer cursed, unleashing another volley of bullets that sent Qin Ming scrambling for cover, clutching his head in terror as he continued to berate, "To insult us for money. You truly must be tired of living." Qin Ming gasped, "Since you are mercenaries, isn't it all about the money? I'll pay you double, no, triple the price. Stop this at once." Guijun shook his head. "Indeed, we are mercenaries. However, we are not ones who can be hired with mere money. The people you mentioned are but petty thugs. We are different. Nonetheless, it's fine. I am quite certain that Lu Ruoyi is not in this villa, for I visited just the other night. And now, I shall present your gift." "Visited just the other night?" Qin Ming's heart raced as he gazed at the cold smile on Guijun's lips, a strong sense of foreboding rising within him. He immediately grabbed He Wuchang, roaring, "Jump!" He Wuchang, momentarily stunned, sensed something was amiss and followed Qin Ming as they leaped from the balcony. Boom! As they leaped, the villa behind them suddenly exploded. With one explosion after another, the villa complex, comprising 3 or 4 buildings, erupted in flames, casting a crimson glow across the sky. The immense shockwave swept towards them, scattering Qin Ming and He Wuchang in midair, causing them to crash heavily to the ground. After landing, Qin Ming felt as though his bones were dislocating, blood spurting from his mouth. Turning his head, he saw the entire villa behind them engulfed in flames, debris flying amidst the fire like a blossoming firework. "Beautiful." Guijun sighed leisurely. "Madmen, these madmen." Qin Ming clutched a handful of sand, fear overshadowing his anger, yet his severely injured body could only manage heavy breaths. "Young Master Qin, do you like this gift?" At that moment, the roar of a motorcycle echoed, followed by a resounding male voice. At the entrance, a man donned in a helmet, riding a Harley, charged forth. As he approached the open space of the estate, he suddenly executed a dramatic 180-degree turn, the motorcycle's rear wheel sparking against the ground, heading straight for Qin Ming. He attempted to evade, but his strength had abandoned him. Bang! His body was once again hurled away by the force of the motorcycle. In all his years, he had never felt so humiliated. Crumpled on the ground, blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and illuminated by the flames behind him. His face bore an expression of both agony and ferocity as he glared at the man who removed his helmet, gritting his teeth and uttering, "Qin Feng." Chapter 68. Breaking the deadlock. The newcomer was indeed Qin Feng, who looked down at the fallen Qin Ming with a chilling smile. "Qin Ming, your family has orchestrated a grand scheme, but unfortunately, you have encountered me." Disembarking from the motorcycle, Qin Feng smiled faintly and inquired, "Do you like this gift? When did you plant the bomb?" Qin Ming, struggling to prop himself up, questioned, "I've been here for the past few days. How could I have known anything?" Confounded, Qin Ming was at a loss. Qin Feng replied coolly, "Had you not acted prematurely, I would have had to take action against you. The individual who planted this bomb is named Guijun." Qin Ming's heart sank. Had Qin Feng uttered those words prior to this day, Qin Ming might have laughed in disbelief. How could Qin Feng dare to threaten the Qin family? What qualifications did he have to speak such bravado? Yet now, Qin Ming had no choice but to accept the truth. This villa complex, unknown even to his father and brother, was the stronghold of their Black Sha Association. And yet Qin Feng had discovered it and arrived with such audacity, leaving him utterly astonished. Hearing the name Guijun, Qin Ming suddenly recalled something. Raising his head in horror, the bomb maniac Guijun? A name renowned in the Southeast Asian mercenary circles, even Qin Ming was familiar with it. If it were indeed him, placing a bomb without detection would be child's play. Guijun smiled slightly and declared, "That would be me." Qin Ming felt a weight in his heart. This meant his location had likely been compromised days ago. No, perhaps even earlier. "What is your background?" he bit out, staring at Qin Feng, ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. "You haven't heard of the legendary Deathwing? You truly have wasted your life." The bulldozer laughed heartily and seized He Wuchang, tossing him into the inferno of the villa post-explosion. "This scum is a waste to keep alive. Consider it a parting gift." He Wuchang transformed into a flaming figure, rolling and struggling within. But severely injured and unable to rise, he was consumed by the flames, emitting screams that sent chills down one's spine. Yet at this moment, Qin Ming had no mind to concern himself with his subordinate. He was utterly stunned by the name Deathwing, staring at Qin Feng in disbelief, nearly choking with astonishment. The top 3 on the blacklist, Deathwing. Are you, Deathwing? You know me? Qin Ming stammered, parched. Qin Feng smiled nonchalantly. Is it my honor or my disgrace? You truly are. At this moment, tumultuous waves surged within Qin Ming's heart. No wonder he knew. For among the top 10 on the blacklist, only one was of Chinese descent, regarded as the pride of the Chinese in the global underground world. That individual was Deathwing. With a mere command, countless Chinese mercenaries were willing to pledge their allegiance to him. He was the symbol of the Chinese in the global underground realm, a golden emblem, a legend. Qin Ming could hardly fathom that the man before him, Qin Feng, was the legendary Deathwing, the godlike figure. At this moment, Qin Ming trembled all over, struggling to comprehend how the Qin family had offended such a formidable personage. He finally understood why the mercenaries had claimed they could not be bought off. They were merely showing face for Qin Feng, for the illustrious Deathwing. Weren't you a retired Special Forces soldier? Qin Ming still refused to believe it, trembling as he continued to ask. Qin Feng stepped closer, lifting Qin Ming effortlessly. I am indeed a retired Special Forces soldier, but I also once held the identity of Deathwing. Only upon Qin Feng's own admission did Qin Ming's face turn ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. A bitter smile twisted his disheveled features. It was not laughter at others, but at the Qin family. They had previously mocked Qin Feng's arrogance and overconfidence, yet it turned out their ridicule was the true absurdity. They had offended someone they could never hope to confront. You. Have you been to Danyang Group? Qin Ming lifted his gaze to Qin Feng. Qin Feng replied coolly, no need for your reminder. I visited before coming here. Furthermore, your father's safe is located beneath the office floor, and besides the evidence of Sun Chongqing's collusion, I have also gathered your secrets. The Qin family is finished. Qin Ming shuddered. Where is Lu Ruoi? Qin Feng hoisted Qin Ming into the off-road vehicle, then stated calmly, lead the way. Initially, Qin Ming had contemplated using Lu Ruoi to threaten Qin Feng. But given the circumstances, especially after realizing the identities of these individuals and Qin Feng's status, he utterly lost the will to resist, guiding Qin Feng like a man resigned to fate. I'll go. Qin Feng settled into the vehicle and instructed the bulldozer and Guojun. According to plan, you two will demolish all the Blackshaw Association's establishments in Zhonghai. I will notify the Shanglong Association to take over. I want them all gone. As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Destruction is my forte. The bulldozer and Guojun laughed heartily and departed. Hunter, Qin Feng turned to him. You go to the Niu family, due to time constraints. Kindly retrieve the trading evidence of their patriarch for me. A trivial matter, Hunter replied decisively before swiftly departing. After they left, Qin Feng drove away from the estate, now a twisted wreck from the explosion. In the vehicle, upon hearing Qin Feng's intent to uproot the Blackshaw Association, Qin Ming felt not anger but an intensified tremor upon learning that the Shanglong Association was also involved. He knew Qin Feng could accomplish it because he was Deathwing. And all along, Qin Feng had been plotting. While the Qin family was still scheming against the Lu family, Qin Feng had already begun to scheme against them. The net they had cast, the trap they had laid, was about to be shattered by Qin Feng. This man was truly formidable. Following Qin Ming's directions, Qin Feng arrived at a warehouse near the river. The area was strewn with containers. Without Qin Ming's guidance, Qin Feng would have been clueless about where Lu Rui was held. Who dares to touch our boss? Upon seeing Qin Feng emerge from the vehicle, dragging a half-conscious Qin Ming, the nearby henchmen shouted in unison. Armed to the teeth, clad in bulletproof vests and wielding submachine guns, there were 6 or 7 of them, with 2 patrolling the perimeter. Clearly, they valued Lu Rui highly, as she was a crucial piece in both the Qin families and the entire affair's grand scheme. However, unperturbed by their shouts, Qin Feng had no time for idle chatter. With his right arm clutching an AK, he unleashed a hail of bullets in their direction. Caught off guard due to Qin Feng using Qin Ming as a shield, 3 or 4 of them fell to the ground, as others quickly sought refuge. Preparing for a counterattack, Qin Feng would not grant them the opportunity. In his hands, the AK seemed to come alive, unleashing bullets with astonishing precision. The 3 individuals, including the 2 still patrolling and ready to fire, were all struck down by the next volley from Qin Feng, incapacitated and unable to continue. Qin Ming watched in disbelief. Despite knowing Qin Feng's true identity, he could hardly fathom such extraordinary marksmanship. rarely seen even in films or television. Upon opening the warehouse door, a heavy, corrosive odor wafted out, prompting Qin Feng to frown as he switched on his flashlight. In the corner lay a figure. It was Lu Ruoyi. Bound tightly with ropes and gagged with cloth, she was covered in dust. As the blinding sunlight streamed in, she instinctively shrank into the corner, squinting against the brightness. Witnessing her terrified and disheveled state filled Qin Feng with both anguish and fury. This young lady, accustomed to a life of luxury, had never faced hardship. Yet she had endured a night in such a place, surrounded by armed thugs. Who could know the terror she had experienced? "It's me," Qin Feng's warm voice broke through. Lu Ruoyi trembled at the sight of his silhouette against the light, his form seemingly gilded. In that moment, she could no longer hold back. Her emotions erupted, and tears streamed down her face like a torrential flood. Chapter 69. If we must live, let us live together. If we must die, let us die together. Qin Feng hurriedly approached and enveloped Lu Ruoyi in his embrace. "Don't cry. It's all right," he reassured her. For a woman as strong and proud as Lu Ruoyi to break down like this spoke volumes of her despair. He recalled their last parting, when he had angered her immensely, perhaps leading to her abduction. Though he knew he would not have spared her even without this incident, guilt weighed heavily on him. As he removed the gag from her mouth, Lu Ruoyi bit down on his shoulder. Qin Feng winced, enduring the pain as he continued to free her from the ropes. I'm sorry. I'm late," he apologized, loosening the bindings. Lu Ruoyi's grip on his shoulder relaxed, and amidst her sobs, Qin Feng felt his shoulder dampen with her tears. Cradling her face, he saw that she had become a weeping mess. His heart ached deeply as he declared, "Lu, rest assured, with me here, everything will be fine." "Qin Feng, you must leave," Lu Ruoyi suddenly exclaimed. Qin Feng was taken aback. "I've come to rescue you." "I won't leave." She shook her head, her voice trembling. "You must go. You can't save me, or we will both die here." "What do you mean?" Qin Feng's heart raced as he felt something hard against Lu Ruoyi's back while untying her. Turning his head, he gasped in horror. A C4 bomb. His expression darkened. It was a timed explosive. Finally, he understood Lu Ruoyi's panic. It was bound to her body. Any movement could trigger the detonation. With the bomb's power, it could cause a massive explosion within a 50-meter radius, leaving no chance for either of them to survive. "Go," Lu Ruoyi cried desperately. "Qin Feng, leave. I don't want to harm you." Rage surged within Qin Feng. He turned to Qin Ming, realizing why he had so eagerly brought him here. This was the trap. Noticing Qin Feng's gaze, Qin Ming initially recoiled but then broke into a maniacal laugh. After his laughter subsided, he sneered, "Qin Feng, the infamous Deathwing. You didn't see this coming, did you? You fell right into my trap. You should know, the Black Fiends will be wiped out, but my father can always create another. As for Lu Ruoyi, you will not take her. You can either leave now or die with her." Qin Feng was taken aback by Qin Ming's cruelty, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "What benefit do you gain from this? If the bomb explodes, you will die too. I don't care if I die, as long as my father remembers me." Qin Ming looked up at the ceiling, speaking like a madman. "From childhood, my father has never praised me. No matter what I do, he always thinks I fall short, while my brother receives all the accolades. Even when I removed obstacles for him and helped the Black Fiends grow to this point, he never acknowledged my efforts." Suddenly, Qin Ming's derangement peaked. "But this time I will succeed. Even if I die, as long as you don't save Lu Ruoyi, Lu Qian will have to concede, and my father's ambitions will be fulfilled. He will remember me forever, always aware of my worth as his son." Haraha. Seeing Qin Ming's madness, Qin Feng cursed him under his breath. Lu Ruoyi shook her head violently. Her tears ceased as she blankly said, "Qin Feng, just go. Don't worry about me. Please, go tell my father not to concede to any demands from the Qin family." Qin Feng abruptly grasped Lu Ruoyi's tear-streaked face, cradling her head as he spoke firmly, "Promise me, do not think of dying. I will save you, I swear." He locked eyes with her, his gaze filled with an unprecedented determination. Lu Ruoyi's tears began to flow again, but this time, she felt a profound sense of happiness amidst the looming threat of separation, filling her heart to the brim. After soothing Lu Ruoyi, Qin Feng lowered his head to analyze the C4 bomb. There were 6 wires, and the odds of disarming it were slim. One wrong move could trigger an immediate explosion. However, time was not on their side. It would detonate in just 1 hour. Damn it! Qin Feng's eyes flickered with intensity. Even if the Qin family succeeded at the shareholders' meeting, it would be at the cost of Lu Ruoyi's life. From the moment this bomb was placed, they had never intended to leave her alive. "Stop wasting your breath. This is the latest composite C4 bomb I purchased in Germany." Qin Ming cackled madly as he saw Qin Feng examining the device. A tiny piece the size of gum is enough to obliterate you. Even the best bomb disposal experts in the country couldn't dismantle it in time. Without protective gear, you two can embrace your fate together. Haha, but with me on the path, you won't be lonely. Shut up. Qin Feng's face darkened, and he picked up a nearby stone, hurling it right into Qin Ming's mouth. The impact cracked his lips, shattering his teeth and sending blood gushing forth, turning him into a bloodied mess. Yet even in this state, Qin Ming continued to laugh maniacally, utterly deranged. Ignoring the lunatic, Qin Feng resumed his inspection of the C4 bomb. If only Guojun were here. After examining it for a while, Qin Feng found himself at a loss. Guojun, with his expertise in explosives, would have made this situation manageable, but without him, Qin Feng had to rely solely on himself. During his military service, Qin Feng had dabbled in bomb disposal knowledge, mastering the disarmament of 3 wires. However, this composite bomb with its 6 distinct fuses was a first for him. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away slowly, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Despair, Qin Feng. Observing Qin Feng's helpless demeanor, Qin Ming, lying on the ground with his teeth knocked out, continued to scream frantically. You cannot disassemble it. If you wish to perish, then proceed. Just misplace a single wire, and we shall meet our doom together. Ha ha ha. Your death is inevitable. I can eliminate the Deathwing. That alone suffices for me. Cursing under his breath, Qin Feng could no longer endure the provocation. Rising, he firmly pressed his foot upon Qin Ming's face, mercilessly trampling him. Already grievously injured, Qin Ming lost consciousness within moments of being subdued. Meanwhile, Qin Feng lowered his head, wiping the sweat from his brow, and resumed his meticulous examination. There's no need to disassemble it, truly. Lu Ruoyi trembled as she implored, Qin Feng, you must leave. There is no need to save me. If we are to live, let us live together. If we are to die, let us die together. Qin Feng lifted his head, resolute and unwavering, stating, do not speak. Everything shall proceed according to my command. Such domineering words left Lu Ruoyi at a loss for a response. As strong as she was, at that moment, she could only allow her tears to flow unrestrained. She gazed at Qin Feng, moved by his heartfelt vow. How many women long for a man willing to risk his life to stand by their side? If only there were no engagement. Unable to contain her emotions, Lu Ruoyi abruptly embraced Qin Feng, fully aware that tranquility was merely an illusion, sustained by those who bore the burdens on their behalf. In that instant, she feared not even death. Simultaneously, while Qin Feng, drenched in perspiration, worked to defuse the bomb for Lu Ruoyi, at the Imperial Group, the large conference room on the 2nd floor was filled to capacity. The attendees were all shareholders of the Imperial Group, with Li Hai, a conniving individual whose eyes gleamed with malice, seated prominently at the head of the massive table. The meeting commenced at 8:30, and now, nearly 2 hours later, it had dragged on for an hour and a half. Chairman Lu, he coldly addressed, the BOD technology experiment cannot afford any further delay. However, under your daughter's leadership, we have experienced over 100 failures, each resulting in losses of hundreds of thousands. Should we not consider alternative approaches? Li Hai turned his gaze towards Lu Qian, coldly interrogating, is it acceptable for the company's funds to dissipate with each failure? Even with governmental support, we cannot face our shareholders without a proper explanation. This marked the 5th occasion Li Hai had leveraged the topic to his advantage during the meeting. Yet each time, Lu Qian remained silent, neither responding nor rebutting, allowing Li Hai to speak unchecked. Lu Qian, acutely aware of the sweat pooling in his palms beneath the table, felt his heart race, especially when considering the perilous situation of his 2 daughters. Hearing Li Hai mention Lu Ruoyi's name struck a nerve. Lu Qian clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, suppressing his fury. He resolutely remembered Qin Feng's words, knowing there were matters he must not address, and thus remained silent out of trust for Qin Feng. As the largest shareholder of the group, Chairman Lu, we require your input now, Li Hai stated coldly. Do you intend to remain silent indefinitely? What of the interests of our shareholders? Lu Qian maintained his silence, as whispers began to circulate among the crowd, incited by Li Hai's provocations. Soon, another shareholder rose, stating icily, Chairman Lu, we demand an explanation. Today's assembly is a collective decision made by all shareholders, stemming from our trust in you, and we seek a response and resolution. Lu Qian glanced at the individual. Wu Jing, a minor shareholder with limited stock but extensive connections. Many within the company heeded his opinions, granting him a voice. However, it was evident that he had been swayed by Li Hai. His inquiry compelled Lu Qian to break his silence, for all eyes were upon him, signaling the shareholders' desire for answers. What is Vice Chairman Li's intention? Lu Qian inquired, casting a glance at Li Hai. Li Hai smirked coldly, having anticipated this question. He circled the LED screen at the front and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that the BOD project has reached its final stages. As pioneers of this project, countless eyes, including those of the government, are upon us. Thus, we cannot afford any failures. Yet, given the gravity of the situation, we must exercise caution. Since we have experienced so many failures, we must not allow our funds to squander away. Therefore, I propose we suspend the BOD project." Lu Qian's eyes narrowed. This was Li Hai's true objective, to halt the BOD project and oust him from his position. Li Hai's words were undeniably persuasive, plunging the surrounding shareholders into contemplation as they began to deliberate the feasibility of his suggestion. After all, with over 100 failures, the interests of the shareholders would undoubtedly be severely impacted. Many shareholders were merely investors, lacking real power within the group. Their primary concern was their capital and the dividends post-success. Li Hai had deftly grasped their weak points. Yet, uncertainty lingered among them. Halting the BOD project would reduce losses. But did that not render their previous investments futile? Furthermore, delaying the product's market launch would significantly affect stock fluctuations, naturally diminishing their assets. Seemingly perceiving the shareholders' hesitations, Li Hai lightly tapped the table and reassured, "Rest assured, once we identify a suitable method, secure new investments, and simulate a new experimental plan on the computer, we will promptly restart the project. At that point, you will all count your profits until your hands cramp." A shareholder queried, "Simulating experiments on a computer? How is that possible?" Li Xiantian stood up at this moment, echoing, "Dear uncles and aunts, we are all aware that we are in an age dominated by information and data. With today's advanced computer technology, it is entirely feasible to conduct operations on a computer. If it is feasible, then why did we incur such substantial losses and experience so many failures previously?" Wu Jing inquired. That was an astute question from Wu Jing. Li Xiantian sighed, explaining, "In fact, I previously discussed this matter with General Liu, but he is rather headstrong and autocratic, dismissing all our computer department's proposals, insisting on laboriously undertaking the experiments himself. We too are pained by the loss of funds, but what can we do? After all, General Liu is responsible for this project. As for how much funding has been lost, we can only account for it through the finance department. Beyond that, we are unaware." "What do you mean?" Lu Qian could no longer contain himself, slamming his fist on the table. "Li Xiantian, are you insinuating that our quest for experimentation is merely a pretext for embezzling company funds? How could Uncle Liu harbor such thoughts?" Li Xiantian feigned astonishment. "I never stated such a thing. Could it be that you think so?" Lu Qian, panting heavily, seethed with rage. "Nonsense." Li Hai feigned outrage, reprimanding, "Li Xiantian, how do you speak to the chairman? This is Chairman Liu, not your subordinate. I wouldn't dare to address him in such a manner. Show him some respect." Li Xiantian quickly apologized. "I am sorry, Chairman Liu. It was my slip of the tongue." As he observed the two of them exchanging barbs, Lu Qian's fury intensified, especially as he thought of his daughter entangled among these individuals. He felt an overwhelming urge to rend Li Xiantian and his father apart. Nevertheless, Li Xiantian's remarks proved effective, not only attacking Lu Ruoyi, but also Lu Qian himself. Everyone present understood that Lu Ruoyi was Lu Qian's daughter. Her actions were invariably supported by him. Consequently, a majority of the shareholders exhibited discontent, gazing expectantly at Lu Qian, awaiting a suitable explanation from him. Lu Qian's hands trembled as he realized the ruthlessness of the Li family's tactics. In such a brief moment, he found himself ensnared in a realm devoid of righteousness and morality. A poor response could provoke a myriad of adverse consequences. Biotechnology was not a mere simulation in a computer game. There were no models. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qian spoke solemnly. "If we rely solely on computer simulations, we will never ascertain what is suitable or unsuitable. The ratios, formulas, and their application on experimental mice all require meticulous human observation, down to the finest detail. Moreover, I have secured the funding, and the contract has been drafted." Lu Qian's parched lips parted slightly as he nodded to his assistant, who proceeded to distribute the contracts. Lu Qian declared, "These are the backup copies of the contracts for your review. The BOD technology cannot be paused. We must proceed with unwavering determination." The crowd gasped in astonishment upon seeing the documents, exclaiming, "Is this the funding proposal from the Xiangrui Group? Has the Ouyang family agreed to invest in our project? 300 million. Another voice exclaimed, revealing palpable excitement. However, holding the backup contracts, Li Hai was already prepared. He sneered, "Director Liu, although 300 million from the Ouyang family is indeed substantial, first, the funds have yet to materialize, and the contract is merely in draft form. Secondly, Should the Ouyang family renege, it would spell utter disaster for our experiment. It would be a loss that we cannot afford. Lu Qian glared at him fiercely and retorted. This money was personally promised by Old Master Ouyang. Although this draft contract has not yet been legally binding, we have discussed it and received oversight from our lawyers. Aside from the lack of a seal and notarization, it is effectively valid in terms of personal assurances. Personal assurances? Li Hai shook his head. You do realize that human hearts are unpredictable, Director Lu. You don't need me to teach you this simple truth. If Ouyang Jianghe truly withdraws, our company cannot bear that loss. Neither can your daughter. Lu Qian initially intended to refute, but the mention of his daughter sent a shiver through him. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury within, and asked, Li Hai, what do you want? For the sake of the company and the shareholders, I have made myself clear. We must temporarily halt the BOD project and await further developments. Now, shareholders, you may cast your votes. I oppose. Lu Qian exclaimed furiously. I hold 70% of the shares. I can veto this. Li Hai's voice turned icy. Director Lu, you must think this through. Are you truly unwilling to comply? Cold sweat trickled down Lu Qian's forehead as he clenched his fists. For the sake of the company and our shareholders, I advise you to make a serious decision. Will you oppose or abstain? Chapter 71. Cannot sign. Sweat gathered on Lu Qian's brow as he trembled with immense pressure. Since the inception of his venture, never had he felt such overwhelming stress, nearly suffocating him. The future of the company and the safety of his daughter bore down on him like two colossal mountains. He could only remain silent, caught in an internal conflict. Seeing Lu Qian's silence, Li Hai smirked disdainfully and continued, Since Director Lu cannot decide, it seems we have been in this meeting long enough. Let us take a brief recess. Everyone, feel free to grab a drink or smoke. We will reconvene in 10 minutes. At that moment, the others sensed something amiss. Why was Li Hai the only one speaking, while Lu Qian, the true captain of the ship, remained mute? Yet, these matters were none of their concern. Though they acknowledged the significance of the Ouyang family's 300 million, they understood that it was not akin to national funding. Xiangrui would certainly seek a share, thereby reducing their own profits. Meanwhile, Li Hai painted a vivid picture of the aftermath of halting the BOD project, and they found themselves with a hint of anticipation. After the meeting paused, many attendees left the room. Li Hai approached Lu Qian and said with a grin, Director Lu, care for a smoke? Lu Qian shot up his head, gritting his teeth, and exclaimed, Li Hai, you scoundrel. He lunged for Li Hai's tie. Startled, Li Hai stepped back, sneering, Director Lu, don't be so impulsive. Even if you disagree with my proposal, there's no need for violence. Where have you taken my daughter? Lu Qian demanded angrily. Your daughter? Aren't you the only one who knows her whereabouts? Li Hai laughed. Director Lu, she is not my daughter-in-law. Why would I know her whereabouts? Li Hai's smug expression made Lu Qian yearn to strike him. He growled, You treacherous, despicable man. How could I have placed such trust in you and partnered with you in the past? You truly are a heartless wretch. Despicable? Lu Qian, let me remind you. What did I gain from our partnership? Just this worthless chairmanship? All the profits went to you. What did I receive? My son wished to ally with your Lu family. What was your response? An engagement with a child? Huh, I was never informed. If you think you can fool me and treat me as a fool, don't blame me for what follows. So you chose to align with others? Is that your justification? Lu Qian bit down on his teeth, demanding, Who exactly is behind you? The Qin family? The Sun family? Or who? Lu Qian, I assure you, the demand for this biotechnology is immense, and the force behind me is beyond your reach. No one in Zhonghai can contend with it. Li Hai sneered. Even the Qin family is merely acting on behalf of someone else. Now that this net has been cast, there is no turning back. For your life and your daughter's safety, I advise you to comply. Lu Qian shuddered. He understood the magnitude of the changes brought by the BOD technology and the multitude of forces watching them. However, he had not anticipated the opponent's formidable backing. Even the Qin family was merely a pawn in someone else's game. Reflecting on Qin Feng's words, he had lost all hope. No matter how powerful Qin Feng was, he could not contend with such a colossal entity that even the Qin family served. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Qian understood that Li Hai had no reason to deceive him. He inhaled deeply, his face falling into despair, and asked, What must I do? Very simple. Qin Zhongqiang will arrive shortly, Li Hai remarked, unfazed by Lu Qian's capitulation, for everything had unfolded as they had anticipated. He continued nonchalantly, When I make my proposal in the board meeting, you need only to abstain from voting and cooperate with me, and I can guarantee the safety of both you and your daughter. 10 minutes later, all shareholders returned, and the meeting resumed as usual. Now, regarding my earlier proposal, we shall begin the voting, Li Hai announced. After reflecting on the previous discussion, I trust everyone has come to your conclusions. A shareholder interjected. We would like to hear Director Lu's opinion. Under the collective gaze of the assembly, Lu Qian finally spoke slowly. I abstain. Excellent. Director Lu abstains. Lehigh grinned. What about the rest of you? The crowd was utterly astonished, incredulous that Lu Qian had abstained after his earlier resolute stance. What had transpired in those 10 minutes? Yet, under Lehigh's urging, the votes were quickly collected. Among the 16 shareholders present, with Director Lu abstaining, and including Lehigh himself, 9 votes were in favor. Lehigh chuckled. Since everyone is in agreement, we shall proceed to pause the BOD project. After the announcement, Lehigh continued, Ladies and gentlemen, I have found a partner for our financial investment, Mr. Qin Zhongqiang, the chairman of Dongyang Group. He is currently waiting outside, and we may invite him in. Without awaiting further consent, Lehigh had already instructed Li Xiantian to open the conference room door. In walked Qin Zhongqiang, radiating a calm demeanor, his face warm and welcoming. Greetings, esteemed shareholders of Dihong. The attendees were taken aback. What was Mr. Qin doing here? Many were aware of the cordial relationship between the Qin and Lu families, with whispers that Qin's second son was pursuing Lu Ruoi. However, given that this was a shareholders' meeting, Qin Zhongqiang's presence seemed somewhat peculiar. Are you all perplexed? Lehigh sighed and continued. What you may not know is that Chairman Lu has been tirelessly attending to company matters, and he has recently confided in me that his health has deteriorated significantly. Therefore, he will be taking a leave of absence to recuperate and has entrusted me with the management of the company during his absence. He was reluctant to disclose this himself, which is why I am here to convey his message. What? This revelation left the shareholders in stunned silence. Lu Qian had appeared quite healthy. How could he suddenly fall ill? Moreover, to hand over all company affairs to Lehigh? Do not doubt my words. Chairman Lu's condition is quite grave, and it is uncertain when he might return. He has even prepared a power of attorney, which he entrusted to me just now. After saying this, Lehigh produced the document and presented it to Lu Qian, saying, This power of attorney is optional, yet Chairman Lu, in his integrity, fears that I may not command the necessary trust, thus requesting his dear friend Mr. Qin to oversee the company's operations. Qin Zhongqiang sighed, adding, Indeed. Old Lu and I have been family friends for years. He has been stubbornly pushing through his ailments. Although we could have discreetly completed this power of attorney, he insisted on personally signing it in front of everyone to prevent any malicious gossip. The shareholders chuckled lightly, with Wu Jing remarking, What malice could there be? Chairman Lu is the major shareholder. His word is final. Qin Zhongqiang shrugged. Exactly. I told old Lu the same thing. With just a word from you, everyone would be in agreement. Watching the charade unfold, Lu Qian felt his anger boiling within him. Coldly, he retorted, So, you have truly burdened yourself, Mr. Qin. The emphasis on Mr. Qin was palpable, yet Qin Zhongqiang remained unfazed, his smile only broadening as he replied, Not a bother at all. After all, we are good friends. Suppressing his rage, Lu Qian glanced at the text on the power of attorney and found himself trembling with fury. This was not merely a transfer of company affairs. It was a complete usurpation of his authority, leaving him with nothing but his shares. Chairman Lu, Lehigh said pointedly, These were your words conveyed to me, and I am merely acting upon your intent, correct? Lu Qian's voice trembled as he replied after a brief pause, Yes. Then, in the presence of all, please sign. Lehigh said, a victorious smile spreading across his face. Lu Qian gripped the pen, feeling its weight as if it bore the world upon his shoulders. He knew that signing meant irrevocable change, yet he also understood that he had no choice. His daughter's safety depended on it. Finally, his pen descended slowly onto the paper. His name was about to be inscribed. At that very moment, smiles blossomed on the faces of Qin Zhongqiang and Lehigh. Do not sign. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed from outside the conference room.